At first, people thought it was just a sudden heavy snowfall. Children played and ran around in the snow, while adults were busy building snowmen, taking photos, and posting them on social media. Everywhere was filled with festive joy. But within minutes, one by one they collapsed onto the snow, convulsing violently. Their eyes became vacant, their faces twisted and grotesque, and within seconds they transformed into mindless zombies, frantically tearing at the living. Then, extreme cold swept in, and poisonous snow at -40 degrees Celsius covered the entire city. In less than a day, 90% of the population perished. On the edge of the city's wilderness, a high-energy electric wall crackled, keeping the wind and snow and the undead at bay. Inside the electric wall was a luxurious manor that could be described as paradise, free from the cold, the zombies, and filled with sunshine and a swimming pool. Even more outrageous, this place is home to flight attendants, news anchors, aloof CEOs, gentle wives, and innocent heiresses. They surround a man, smiling and saying to him, "Master, come down and play with us." My name is Chen Nanqing. I was just an ordinary person struggling in Beijing. I poured all my savings into buying an apartment in this first-tier city, taking on millions of yuan in loans. My girlfriend left me, I lost my job, and my life hit rock bottom. Just when I was almost ready to give up, a notification sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound to the multiverse maid system. As long as you collect maids with a beauty score of 90 or above, you can obtain unlimited resources, food, water, electricity, luxury goods, weapons, skills, and even superpowers and legions. Just then, the system's voice rang in my ears again. Ding! The system is now distributing supplies to the host, as follows: 1 set of temperature-adjustable, malleable, invisible house, 10,000 barrels of bottled water, 100,000 bottles of Master Kong mineral water, 100,000 loaves of bread, 100,000 packs of instant noodles, 25 kilograms premium rice, 1,000 bags, 5 kilograms cooking oil, 1,000 barrels. Friendly reminder: items stored in the system space will never spoil. I was panting heavily, wiping away my sweat, and listening to the series of clear, childlike voices echoing in my head. I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Heh! I've been under too much pressure lately, to the point of hallucinations? Apocalypse? Poisonous snow? Maid system? If this were in a novel, I doubt anyone would dare to write it, right? It's scorching hot outside, like a sauna, and they're saying it's snowing? I shook my head, trying to clear my head. But that so-called system interface was still vividly clear in my mind. Not only could I see the supply list, but there was even a retrieve button flashing. Holy crap, this hallucination is fucking realistic. Since I had nothing better to do, I decided to test if I was going crazy. I chose to retrieve 2 bags of rice. If I could actually get out, I'd eat my electric scooter. The thought had barely formed when 2 loud crashes rang out. 2 bags of rice printed with premium rice, 25 kilograms, appeared out of nowhere in front of me, smashing directly onto the back seat and footrest of the electric scooter. My old electric scooter was already on the verge of falling apart, and then this sudden 100-pound weight knocked it over, and the scooter and the rice fell to the ground. Holy crap! I was so startled by this sudden turn of events that I let go of the scooter, staggered a few steps, and almost fell on my butt. My eyes widened as I stared intently at the 2 bags of genuine rice, my breath catching in my throat. A hallucination? It's too real. Sigh, I guess I'm really quite ill. Let's just give up on treatment. I'll sell the house tomorrow and go on a trip. I'll eat and drink whatever I want. I don't want to suffer even if I don't live for more than a few days. I tried to calm myself down, walked over, and prepared to help the electric scooter up. But as soon as I exerted force, I froze. Why was this cart so heavy? Rice. It has weight too. A ridiculous yet persistent thought suddenly popped into my head. I reached up and pinched my arm hard. Hiss! A sharp pain made me gasp, and a clear red mark appeared on my arm. It wasn't a hallucination. I straightened up abruptly, too shocked to speak. I quickly brought up the system interface and tried to retrieve a bottle of Master Shui mineral water. Thump! A bottle of mineral water fell out of thin air at my feet. I bent down and picked it up with trembling hands, the icy touch piercing through the warmth in my palms. I unscrewed the bottle cap and tilted my head back to take a swig. In that instant, the icy spring water slid down my throat and into my body, like being awakened by a bucket of cold water after crawling out of hell. It was real. The system was real. The supplies were real too. Then, what about the apocalypse? What about the poisonous snow? The thought hit me like a bucket of ice water, instantly sobering me up. The apocalypse, was it really coming? My mind raced, recalling the warning I'd just received. In half an hour, the temperature will plummet, and poisonous snow will descend. Oh my God! I'm still wandering the streets. If that poisonous snow really falls, wouldn't that mean? No! I can't die! Just thinking about it sent chills down my spine, and cold sweat broke out instantly. I've finally gotten a chance to turn things around. I can't let it all slip away like this. With a thought, the 2 bags of rice were immediately reclaimed by the system. I didn't even care about the electric scooter anymore. It's the apocalypse. Who cares if the rims are ruined? I jumped on the scooter and turned on the ignition. The electric scooter groaned and lurched forward, its tires screeching loudly against the pavement, especially clear in the night. Thankfully, it made it through the night without incident. 20 minutes later, I finally arrived at the large apartment building I had bought with a loan. I jumped out of the car, didn't even glance at the already worn-out wheels, gave it a quick push, and turned to rush towards the building entrance. In just a few dozen meters, I could clearly feel the heat in the air rapidly dissipating, and a chilling aura seeping in from all directions, raising goosebumps on my arms. I rushed into the elevator, frantically pressing the floor and close buttons, praying nothing went wrong and that the power wouldn't go out. The elevator slowly ascended. Through the gaps in the elevator shaft, I could almost hear the wind picking up outside. Ding! We've arrived at the 30th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a biting gust of cold wind rushed in. I was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt that was soaked with sweat, and I immediately shivered, my teeth chattering involuntarily. It's so cold. This is definitely not the temperature a normal summer night should have. I rushed home, frantically pulled out my keys, and immediately locked the door. Safe, temporarily safe. But I was still worried. I rushed to the living room window, yanked back the curtains, and stared intently at the dark sky outside. My heart was pounding. The poisonous snow, it's about to fall, isn't it? A few breaths later, I suddenly saw scattered grayish-white things drifting down from the sky. At first, they looked like raindrops, sparse and not very noticeable. But soon they became more and more dense, and their size increased significantly. I recognized them immediately. It was snow. In just a few minutes, the snowfall suddenly became overwhelming. A chill followed, and the temperature began to drop rapidly. The window panes quickly frosted over and cracked, as if they might break at any moment. I quickly hugged my arms tightly, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. The apocalypse really has come. It's not a hallucination, it's real. Cold, it's freezing. I couldn't help but shiver as I turned and ran to the bedroom, trying to find a winter blanket and some warm clothes. The house was recently renovated, and to pay off the mortgage, I'd been living frugally, not even having an air conditioner installed, let alone any heating. But just as I turned around, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. That temperature-adjustable, malleable, invisible house. How could I have forgotten about that? I slapped my forehead, almost jumping for joy. Though frozen stiff, I tried to concentrate and immediately communicate with the system. Sure enough, at the top of the system's resource list, one option stood out: adjustable temperature plastic invisible house, and used. Without hesitation, I mentally issued the command. Retrieve, use immediately. There was no loud noise, nor did anything materialize. But the instant the thought crossed my mind, an invisible membrane rapidly permeated and covered the walls, ceiling, and floor of the entire house, centered on me. The process was incredibly fast. What temperature should I set it to? Hiss, it's cold, 25 degrees, I guess. After setting it, the surrounding temperature instantly rose, becoming warm, stable, and comfortable. I tried touching the wall, and it felt exactly the same as yesterday, with no changes, but everything was indeed different. At least, I wouldn't be shivering from the cold or sweating from the heat anymore. I let out a long sigh, feeling more relaxed and joyful than ever before. I walked to the sofa, casually sat down, and sank into the soft cushions. This is life. Life shouldn't just be about being busy and rushing around. It should also include some enjoyment. Right at this moment, it would be perfect to have some sunflower seeds, peanuts, red wine, and steak. I opened the storage cabinet, only to find that the steak was raw. Damn, this is way too raw. I can't eat it. I shook my head and smiled, put the steak away, opened a bottle of red wine, and poured myself a glass. Yes, this is what life is all about. What kind of life have I been living before? The only regret is that I didn't have a woman by my side. I look out the window, and all I see is a vast expanse of white. Perhaps, in a few days, some pretty girls will come knocking on our door. After all, social order is still in place, and the young ladies haven't yet experienced the true fear of the apocalypse. I casually picked up a grape and popped it into my mouth. It was bursting with sweetness and juiciness, and its aroma was incredibly rich. It was on a completely different level compared to the discounted grapes I used to buy at the supermarket. Then I picked up a piece of golden mango. It was sweet, soft, and melted in my mouth. I lay leisurely on the sofa, legs crossed, enjoying the deliciousness of these top-quality fruits while looking through the frost-covered window at the world outside, constantly being covered by gray and white snowflakes. This extreme contrast filled me with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. The end of the world? Ha, what an end of the world! In my mind, I pictured the beer-bellied boss at the company who spent his days making empty promises and getting promoted through connections, and the rich second generation who drove a BMW and stole my ex-girlfriend with just a few words. Then there are those so-called successful people who live in upscale neighborhoods, enjoy air conditioning and drink red wine, and who might be embracing someone else's wife right now. Aren't you rich? Powerful? Don't you love to strut around and look down on others? And now? This awful weather, this poisonous snow, can your pile of money still buy you warmth? Can that villa withstand this extreme cold? I really want to see how you people exploit and enjoy yourselves when the apocalypse arrives. The resentment that had been suppressed for so long suddenly surged up, and I felt a morbid sense of relief. Before, I was a lowly worker at the bottom of society, suffocated by reality and battered and bruised by life. But now, the apocalypse has arrived. It seems that the former oppressors and the oppressed have suddenly been thrown onto the same starting line. No, you could even say, I started even earlier. As I was envisioning all this, my phone, which I had casually tossed on the sofa, suddenly lit up. WeChat notifications started ringing incessantly. Instinctively, I opened the work group, a group chat for working professionals. The usually quiet group chat suddenly exploded, the messages flooding in at an astonishing speed. Administration Shaoli. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. What's going on? It's suddenly gotten ridiculously cold. My windows are about to crack from the cold. Sales Brother Wang, it's more than just cold. Look out the window. It's snowing. Snowing on a summer night? Am I still half asleep? Finance Sister Zhang, it really is snowing. And, why is the snow gray? It looks so eerie. Planner Xiao Lu, a blurry picture of a snowy scene outside the window, it's real. And with this snow falling, it looks like half the lights are being swallowed up. Receptionist yeah. It's so cold. I'm shivering under the covers, the air conditioning isn't working. Sales Brother Wang, does anyone have a thick blanket? I only have one air conditioning blanket, and I'm freezing. Finance Sister Zhang, Xiao Lu, you're really carefree. I'm more worried about water and power outages. At this temperature, if the pipes freeze, it'll be a real problem. Receptionist Wah. The signal seems unstable too. Administrator Shaoli at everyone, where's the boss? Working in this weather? People's going to die. Planner Xiao Lu, work my ass. The roads are practically buried. But this snow scene, Putting aside the eeriness, it's actually quite spectacular. Boss money-making Zhang at everyone, what are you doing up so late at night? Even if it's snowing, even if it's raining knives, you must be at work on time tomorrow. Anyone who's late will have 1,000 yuan deducted. The group chat suddenly fell silent. Looking at money-making Zhang's incredibly arrogant notification, a surge of anger welled up inside me. Without thinking, my fingers flew across the screen, typing furiously at boss money-making Zhang. Get to work, you son of a bitch. Zhang the Skinflint, are you blind? Or did your brain get squeezed by a door? Can't you see the awful weather outside? It's so cold, with so much snow, and you expect us to go out? Isn't this murder? The group chat fell silent instantly, as if time had stopped. Everyone was stunned by my sudden outburst. Chen Nanqing, usually the most obedient, the one who worked the most overtime, and the one who loved to be scolded the most, actually dared to directly confront the boss. And he did it so harshly, and so decisively. Within seconds, the news exploded like a flood. Sales brother Wang, holy crap. Nanqing is awesome. Planning Xiao Lu, brother Xing. My god! You said what we've always been too afraid to say. Receptionist Yaya, Nanqing is so handsome. Going out in this weather would be deadly. Finance sister Zhang at salesperson Nanqing, your words may be rough, but they make sense. Xiao Chen was a bit emotional, but this situation is definitely not suitable for work. Safety first. Sales brother Wang, support Nanqing. Administration Xiaoli, boss, think this through carefully. The screen was flooded with likes and support. The emotions of those long-suppressed working people, fueled by the fear of an impending apocalypse and my sudden counterattack, were ignited. While no one dared to openly hurl insults like I did, almost everyone expressed their stance through action. I know that boss Zhang, the money grubber, is completely dumbfounded. He never expected me to explode, let alone that almost everyone in the group would side with me. This is a direct slap in the face to him, a challenge to his authority. Boss money grubber Zhang, Chen Nanqing. You fucking don't want to work here anymore? How dare you talk to me like that? You've gone too far. You're fired. Immediately. Right now. Get out. No salary. Your performance bonus and performance tax for this month are all deducted. And all of you. Anyone who joins in this commotion will also have their pay docked and be fired. If you don't want to work here, say so now. Immediately afterward, my phone popped up a notification. You have been removed from the group chat by Boss Money-Making Zhang. I was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fired? Deducted pay? Haha. I swirled the wine in my glass, my eyes growing colder with each passing moment. Zhang the Skinflint, do you still think this is an era where you can do whatever you want? I tilted my head back and downed the wine in one gulp, the strong liquor failing to quell the anger in my heart. I've remembered this. The day I ever leave this neighborhood, I'll definitely settle this score with Zhang the Skinflint. I left the work group that was no longer mine, and with a swipe of my finger, I joined another group, the Baiwa Happiness Community Owners Group. The messages scrolled by incredibly fast, bombarding my eyes like bombs. Building 12 to 1503. I'm not short of money. I'm freezing. The radiators are all ice cold. Does anyone have an electric heater? I'll lend it to you, even at a high price. Building 8 to 902, slightly chubby auntie. The water pipes seem to be frozen. There's no water at all. What should I do? Building 3 to 601, please call me fairy. Does anyone have extra thick blankets? My child is crying from the cold. Please help. Property manager Wang, don't panic, everyone, it's just snowing. This message was immediately drowned out by other posts and ignored. Building 15 2004, grumpy guy, don't panic my ass. We're practically frozen solid. Building 10 to 701 observer, this snow is weird. It's gray, it looks creepy. Building 17 to 1201 Luban support, what the hell are you arguing about? Your messages are interfering with my game. You think I'll start flaming you just because I can't get a pentakill? I glanced through the messages in the group and found that most of them were complaints about the cold weather and requests for help, with little mention of the unusual snow itself. I pursed my lips and was about to put down my phone to pour myself another drink when suddenly, a message filled with alarm popped up. Building 7-50 for Sister Lou, help. Is anyone a doctor? My husband just got back from driving a taxi, and he got a little wet on his way home and upstairs. He'd only taken a few steps when he suddenly started convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and then collapsed. We can't wake him up. The emergency lines are constantly busy. Please. Does anyone know first aid? Please help me. At everyone. This message was like a bucket of ice water poured over a frying pan. The group chat instantly erupted into chaos. Building 12 to 1503. I'm not short of money. Good heavens. Faints at the slightest touch of snow? A slightly chubby auntie in Building 8 to 902 at Sister Lou in Building 7 to 504. Quickly try CPR. Heart compressions. A little fairy in Building 19 to 3001. Did he secretly drink alcohol? Was he poisoned? Just as everyone was still in shock, an even more frightening message popped up. Building 11 to 1802. Little sweetie. Wow. My best friend, she's gone. We just came back from the bar, and when we got to the entrance of the complex, she slipped and fell, her face and hands hitting the snow. Then she started convulsing, like she'd been electrocuted, foaming at the mouth, her eyes rolling back. When I pulled her up, I found her body was burning hot, like she was being boiled. And then she stopped moving, her whole body went stiff. What should I do? I can't get through to any of the emergency numbers. I'm so scared. The post also included a blurred photo of the scene. Even with the mosaic, the shocking scene was still clearly visible. Building 6 to 1805. Patrick Starr. Holy crap. Really? This snow can kill people? My dog just went outside to pee, and now his paws are raw, he's howling, and his mouth is full of blood. He probably licked some snow. Building 2 to 704. Please call me fairy sister. Ah. My hand! I just touched the snow on the windowsill, and now it's red, swollen, and blistered, burning like it's been doused with sulfuric acid. Building 13 to 2101. Well-informed source. Attention everyone. Do not go outside. Do not touch the snow. There has just been an official emergency notice. This snow is highly corrosive and neurotoxic. Contact with skin will cause severe burns, and inhalation will lead to organ failure and rapid death. The series of gruesome cases, coupled with official announcements, definitively confirmed the terror of gray snow. I gasped, a chill running down my spine. Although the system had warned me beforehand, witnessing these first-hand examples was a completely different experience. This snow, it can really kill. I muttered to myself, the last shred of hope in my heart completely shattered, leaving only a cold, clear-headed feeling. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Luckily, I ran fast. A few minutes later, I might be in the same boat as those people. I closed the group chat and lay back down on the sofa. The chaos and panic outside were temporarily irrelevant to me. Unless a stunningly beautiful woman with a 90-point face came to me for help. Otherwise, I'd just be a bystander. After all, when I was going through my toughest time, nobody in this world lent me a hand. After a few drinks, I drifted off to sleep. I slept very soundly, not waking up naturally until 10 o'clock the next morning. Outside the window, everything was still shrouded in gray. The poisonous snow showed no signs of abating, instead enveloping the world even more tightly. I stretched, grabbed my phone, and wondered, after a night of brewing, would things get even worse today? I opened the residence group chat, and sure enough, it was in an uproar again. But this time, the focus of the discussion had shifted from yesterday's deadly snowstorm to a more pressing crisis. Water. Building 12 to 1503. I'm not short of money. Holy crap. The tap water is poisonous. I washed my face this morning, and now it's itchy, painful, red, and peeling. A slightly overweight auntie in apartment 902, Building 8. Me too. I washed my hands with tap water, and now they're covered in red spots, like they're on fire. What happened? Did the water plant poison them? Building 3 to 601 please call me a fairy. Wha, my baby was wiped down with water and is now crying nonstop, and has developed a rash all over. What should I do? Building 13 to 2101 well-informed source at everyone is snow. It's toxic snow melting into the reservoir and water source. Although the concentration may be low, it's still corrosive and toxic. Absolutely do not use tap water for washing, let alone drinking it. Building 15 to 2004, irritable guy, damn it. We can't even get water? This is going to kill us. Building 17 to 1201, Luban assistant. I played games all night, got a 0 to 7 or higher, and I'm dying of thirst. There's not a drop of water left in the house. Can anyone spare some? I raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, the water problem had surfaced. A lack of food could last a few days, but no water? For an ordinary person, let alone 3 days, a single day would be enough. I leisurely walked into the bathroom, and with a thought, retrieved several bottled water containers from my system space. Fortunately, I wasn't lacking in that area for the time being. There was no need for me to suffer with them. After washing my face and brushing my teeth, I went back to the sofa, took out some warm toast and milk for breakfast, and continued to watch the chaotic dance in the group chat while eating. An atmosphere of despair has begun to spread in the residents' group chat. Observer, Building 10 to 701, is there any way to purify this? Would distillation work? A well-informed source in Building 13 to 2101, theoretically it's possible. High-temperature distillation can separate water and most pollutants. However, the problem is that very few people probably have distillation equipment at home. Even if it were distilled, there might still be volatile toxins remaining, and drinking it would be unpleasant, but it's better than drinking tap water directly. At least you won't die immediately. Building 6 to 1805 Patrick Starr. I tried it. I boiled it in a pot and collected the steam condensation. Damn, it took me ages to get even half a cup. After drinking it, I felt dizzy and lightheaded, and my throat felt like it was being cut with a knife, but at least I'm alive. Just then, the user with the username, Building 3 to 601 please call me little fairy, popped up again. At everyone, does anyone have any extra food or water? I haven't eaten since last night, I'm so hungry and thirsty. Could you sell me some? The price is negotiable, pitiful emoji. Soon an ID called. Survival expert, replied to her. I still have some rice. 100 renminbi per gene. Transfer if you want it. I only deliver to the same floor. Immediately, the group chat exploded. Building 8 to 902, slightly chubby auntie, 100 renminbi per gene? You're practically robbing us. The best rice usually only costs 3 or 4 RMB. Building 15 to 2004, irritable old man. Profiteering from national disaster? Are you even human? Survival expert at Building 8 to 902, slightly chubby auntie at Building 15 to 2004, irritable old man. Take it or leave it. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. Don't you understand the situation? When will the snow stop? When will the rescue come? I risked my life for this rice. 100 yuan per gene is already a friendly price. It might even be 1,000 yuan per gene tomorrow. Building 3 to 601 please call me fairy. Oh dear brother, why are you like this? We're all neighbors, we should help each other out. 100 yuan is too expensive. How about 3 yuan a pound? And could you deliver it to my door? It's snowing so heavily outside, I'm a girl and I'm afraid to go out alone. This girl probably thinks she can solve everything by acting cute. Survival expert. Get lost. $3? You want me to deliver it? Are you still dreaming? Go hungry. Building 3 to 601 please call me fairy. You. How could you be so cold-blooded? Selfish. Scumbag. At everyone, is there anyone kind enough to eat or drink? I'll pay 1.1 times the price. But delivery to your door is a must. This time, the group chat fell silent. Everyone knew that food and water were life-saving at this time. Who would risk the toxic snow to deliver goods to their door for a pitifully small price increase? After a while, a kind aunt finally spoke up. Building 9 to 302, Helpful Aunt Zhang at Building 3 to 601. Please call me Fairy Girl. I have some compressed biscuits and bottled water that I can share with you. It's free, but you have to come and get them yourself. I'm in Building 9 302. Such kind people are truly rare. The fairies' reply left everyone speechless. Building 3 to 601. Please call me Little Fairy. Ah? Building 9? That's so far. I'm getting my nails done, Sister Zhang. You're so kind, could you just deliver it to me? Or, could you have your family deliver it for you? I can give you a little extra money. How about 1.2 times the usual rate? Seeing this, I almost spat out the milk in my mouth. What time of year is this? People still getting manicures and expecting to be waited on. Was this girl spoiled rotten by sycophants before the apocalypse? Sister Zhang also fell silent. Building 3 to 601. Please call me Fairy. Where is she? Sister Zhang? Why aren't you saying anything? 1.3 times. Is that all right now? Hello? She was still relentlessly pressing her. At this moment, a resident with a profile picture of a starry universe and the nickname, Ruishi, popped up. Ruishi at Building 9 to 302. Dear kind-hearted Sister Zhang, I apologize for bothering you. I'm a flight attendant and often fly, so I really don't have any food stored at home. I'm very touched to see that you're willing to help your neighbor. Could you share some compressed biscuits and bottled water with me? I'm willing to pay 5 times the usual price. Of course, I'll come and get them myself. I won't trouble you at all. This sincere tone and genuine attitude contrasted sharply with the little fairy's antics. Building 9 to 302. Helpful Sister Zhang at Ruishi, you don't need that much money. Come and get it yourself, I'll give you half, no charge. It's only right for neighbors to help each other. Remember to use the underground parking garage, it's relatively safer. Ring the doorbell for 302 when you get downstairs. Ruishi, thank you so much. I'll be right there from the underground parking garage. Building 3 to 601. Please call me Little Fairy at Ruishi at Building 9 to 302. What's with the helpful Sister Zhang? I asked first. Why did she get it and not me? I'll pay 1.5 times. Sister Zhang, sell it to me. Doesn't your flight attendant understand first come, first served? Aren't you shameless for stealing other people's things? The Little Fairy group completely erupted, spewing insults throughout the group. I glanced at the starry sky profile picture. Flight attendant? Stewardess? A thought flashed through my mind, and I clicked on her profile. The profile picture is a selfie, a half-body shot, seemingly taken in front of a mirror, with the background appearing to be a hotel room. The woman in the picture is wearing a neatly pressed dark blue flight attendant uniform, standing upright, and has an elegant silk scarf tied around her neck. She is truly stunningly beautiful, with exquisitely delicate features. Even in candid photos, her exceptional charisma and beauty are undeniable. She is an absolute beauty. TSK. My eyes lit up instantly. This quality far surpasses my ex-girlfriend who ran off with someone else. System, scan this profile picture and give me a rating. Master, sorry, the system can only rate the person in front of you. Do I have to face the person in front of me? Then I'll go take a look. I immediately rummaged through my drawers and found all the cheap cotton-padded clothes I bought last year, the sweater from the year before last, and the base layer from the year before that, and put them on one by one. I put on a hat and mask, wrapping myself up tightly like a big rice dumpling. But even so, the moment I opened the door, the cold air outside still seeped straight into my bones, making me gasp in shock. Thankfully, the elevator was still working, saving me from climbing 30 flights of stairs. I arrived near the entrance to the underground parking lot of Building 9 and found a corner to wait for my prey. The parking lot was cold and empty, with the emergency lights casting a dim glow, and the occasional bang of bursting pipes echoing in the distance created an eerie atmosphere. Soon, footsteps approached. A figure bundled up tightly came into view, wearing a long white down jacket, a thick scarf wrapped several times, and a hat pulled low. Although she was covered up tightly, her tall and slender figure was undeniably stunning. A thought struck me, and I immediately silently recited the system command. System, scan for target. Name, Lin Ruishi, age, 23, height, 172 centimeters, measurements, 87-61-90, relationship status, single, in a relationship with a boyfriend, combat level, LV0, special ability detection, none, appearance rating, 93 out of 100, notes, self-disciplined, rational, highly professional, vigilant, and emotionally reserved. Long-term work as a flight attendant has honed her keen observation skills. She is extremely sensitive to strangers and her environment. 93 points? My pupils contracted, and I almost couldn't control my breath. This is already a top-tier beauty, and she only got 93? How incredible must a woman who gets a perfect score be? I slowly emerged from the shadows. Ms. Lin, would you mind talking? She whirled around, her back against the wall, adopting a defensive stance. Who are you? How do you know my name? I immediately raised my hands to indicate I was harmless. My name is Chen Nanjing. I live in Building 30. I saw your message in the group chat just now, so I wanted to remind you of a few things. Remind you? What reminder? You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? I smiled without saying a word. To be honest, I not only wanted to take advantage of her, but I also wanted to make her my maid. Miss Lin, don't be so wary. I'm a civilized man and I won't do anything against a woman's will. I've come to you today just to discuss a deal. A deal? She was taken aback. What kind of deal? It's simple, I said slowly. I can tell you're in a bad situation and probably don't have many supplies. In this post-apocalyptic world, a beautiful woman like you will quickly become a target for others. I paused, my eyes sharpening. I can provide you with safe lodging, unlimited food and clean water, and guarantee you will not be harassed or harmed in any way. But in exchange, you must become my maid. A maid? She gasped, as if struck by lightning. Are you crazy? What era are we living in? A maid? You pervert! You filthy thing! She trembled with rage, her cheeks flushed red with anger and cold. I'd rather starve or freeze to death than agree to such an insulting condition. Get lost! Or I'll call the police! I wasn't surprised by her reaction at all, nor was I angry. If it were me, I'd jump up and punch someone if I heard something like that. But this is the apocalypse. What's the value of self-respect? How long can those who still cling to their pride last? I can even picture her in a maid outfit, abandoning her haughty demeanor, obediently serving me. It must be beautiful. Fine, since you've rejected me so readily, just pretend I didn't say anything. I stepped back, making way for her. My group nickname is Nanjing, and I live in Building 30, Room 3001. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. I paused, my tone growing colder. Of course, that is, if you're still the same as you are now, and haven't been touched by anyone else. I didn't look at her again, and turned to leave. She seemed stunned for a moment, then grew even angrier, gritting her teeth and muttering under her breath. Crazy, lunatic, deadbeat. Clutching tightly the little food and water she had gotten from Sister Zhang, she hurried towards her building. A day passed. The poisonous snow showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it intensified, completely freezing the entire city. The chat logs in the residents' group chat grew increasingly desperate and chaotic. Building 8 to 902, slightly chubby auntie, it's all over. The water's completely cut off. There's not even any toxic water left. What do we do? Building 15 to 2004, irritable guy, damn it. What's the use of having rice? Can't cook. Eating raw rice is so sour it'll kill me. Building 12 to 1503, I'm not short of money. Anyone else have food? I'll pay a high price, clearly marked, fair and square. Building 17 to 1201, Lu Ban support, bring me some food, I'm willing to sell out my teammates. I'll even feed kills. Building 3 to 601, please call me Fairy. Wah, I'm so hungry. Boyfriends, where are you? Building 15 to 2004, irritable guy at Building 3 to 601, call me Fairy, 1 bottle of water and 1 loaf of bread, in exchange for you being my girlfriend for a day. We can kiss and hug, are you in? The group chat was silent for a few seconds, then exploded. Building 8 to 902, slightly chubby auntie, Oh my god. It's the apocalypse and you're still doing these crooked things? You're a scoundrel. Building 12 to 1503, I'm not short of money, dude, you're awesome. Though your words are crude, the principle is sound. Little fairy, how about it? Follow me, and you won't go hungry anymore. Building 10 to 701 Observer, humanity, it really can't withstand the test of the apocalypse. Building 3 to 601 Please call me Little Fairy at Building 15 to 2004 You hot-tempered bro, go to hell. Disgusting. Vulgar and filthy. I'd rather jump off a building than agree to this. Who's that kind of person? Building 15 to 2004, irritable guy at Building 3 to 601 Yesterday you were begging for delivery, and today you're acting all high and mighty? My prices are clearly stated, which is better than you secretly trying to get by with your looks. If you don't agree, you'll starve. 2 more days passed in a difficult struggle. More and more desperate voices appeared in the group chat. Building 8 to 902, slightly chubby auntie at Property Management Manager Wang. Manager Wang, when will the water come back on? We're completely out of water, and my child's lips are cracked. What should we do? Building 15 to 2004, irritable guy, same question. We really can't live without water. Your property management usually collects money quickly. Where are you all now? After a long time, Manager Wang finally replied slowly. Property Manager Wang, I understand your anxiety, everyone, but look out the window. The snow is still falling, and it's extremely corrosive. Our maintenance worker just went out to inspect something, and his protective suit burned. He almost had an accident. Under these conditions, repairs are impossible. Please hang in there a little longer. This sentence was like adding fuel to the fire. The group chat exploded instantly. Building 12 to 1503, I'm not short of money, forget about overcoming it. Of course you're easy to talk to because you sit in an office. Why don't you come over to my place and overcome me? Do you think I'm just paying my property management fees for fun? Building 6 to 1805 Patrick Star, you take the money but do nothing. Useless. Terrible property management. Building 3 to 601 Please call me Fairy. Exactly. Utterly useless. Always making excuses. I'm going to complain about you. Property Manager Wang, I can't do anything about it. This is no longer an ordinary natural disaster. Everyone, good luck. I'm out of water too. After sending this message, Manager Wang didn't respond anymore. No matter how many people tagged him or cursed him in the group, he completely went silent. Observer from Building 10 to 701, stop cursing, it's useless. In this situation, even the authorities are probably struggling. Let's ask when the official rescue team will arrive. Building 13 to 2101 Source, rescue? Don't even dream about it. I just contacted a friend in a relevant department, and he said this is a global disaster. Transportation is completely paralyzed, and official resources are so limited they can't even cover the key areas, let alone our community. We're an island now, we can only rely on ourselves. Seeing this message felt like a chokehold, even my breathing became heavy. The group chat was deathly silent, despair seemed to pierce the screen, suffocating everyone. Until a suggestion broke the silence. Building 19 to 1102, I haven't been the boss for years, dear neighbors. Since the water's out, the power will probably go out soon too. And there's no rescue available. We can't just wait to die. I propose a small trade fair in the underground parking lot. Everyone can barter and get what they need. It's better than one person struggling alone. Those who agree, please join the discussion. After a while, responses started appearing in the group chat. Building 8 to 902, slightly chubby auntie, I agree. I have some needle and thread, I'll trade it for food. Building 12 to 1503, Grandpa doesn't lack money, agreed. I'll bring a pack of cigarettes, I'll trade it for water. Building 17 to 1201, Lou band support, agreed. I'll come after I finish this game. Building 3 to 601, please call me Fairy, agreed. I'll come too. I observed with a detached eye, and almost everyone agreed. Indeed, in the apocalypse, sticking together can help you survive longer. But I also know that in such extreme circumstances, the last thing you should overestimate is human nature. A cryptic smile played at the corners of my lips. An underground trade fair? Bartering? That's a good idea, worth checking out. Maybe I'll even find a decent maid. I put my heavy clothes back on, donned my hat and mask, and headed out. As for supplies, I didn't really need any. There was no need to change. The closer I got to the underground parking lot, the noisier it became. The once quiet and cold underground parking lot has now been transformed into a bustling, primitive market. People are gathered around their cars, while others spread out cloths on the ground, displaying items to exchange. It's more chaotic and primitive than I imagined. Money had completely lost its function. Shouts, arguments, and pleas mingled together, making everyone's head throb. Half a bottle of water. Just give me cold medicine. Does anyone have cold medicine? A pack of biscuits. In exchange for a 30-meter-long sword. Anyone have a sword? Does anyone have a lighter? I'll trade this gold necklace for it. I have children's fever reducer. In exchange for 3 bottles of water. Not a single one less. Brother, can I trade you half a loaf of bread for these cosmetics? Please. Get lost. This stuff is too hard even to wipe your butt with. Anxiety, weariness, and a near madness were etched on people's faces. Civilization and order, before the instinct for survival, were as fragile as paper. I walked through the crowd, my gaze sweeping over the groups of women. The result was disappointing. There weren't many women who could be considered high quality, let alone any that caught my eye. I was about to turn and leave when I suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar, tall figure out of the corner of my eye, Lin Ruishi. She was standing next to a load-bearing pillar, talking quietly with a middle-aged woman. I crept closer, trying to hear more clearly. After listening for a while, I was a little surprised. The woman was actually Sister Zhang, who had helped Lin Ruishi a few days ago. However, she was now pale and sallow, with sunken eyes and chapped lips, and her whole body was weak from dehydration. She was clutching a small cloth bag tightly in her hand, which probably contained half a pound of rice. Sister Zhang? What happened to you? I remember you had plenty of water at home. When I visited you, there were 2 large buckets full of tap water in the kitchen. How could you be so thirsty? Sister Zhang looked up, recognized Lin Ruishi, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, followed by a surge of immense grievance. It's Ruishi, sigh, don't even mention it. She sighed and said, people in the group know I have water at home, so they keep knocking on my door. At first, they were polite and asked me to share some. But when I refused, they started cursing, saying I was hoarding food and abandoning people in distress, and the insults were extremely nasty. Later, some people simply forcibly took it. Robbery? Lin Ruishi frowned. Yes. They banged on the door, kicked it, blocked the entrance. I was all alone, terrified, and could only watch helplessly as they ransacked the place. I only managed to save this half-pound of rice by hiding it in the corner of the wardrobe. These past 2 days I've been surviving on dry rice. I'm not really hungry, just very thirsty, my throat feels like it's on fire. I only thought of exchanging this little bit of rice for a small sip of water when I had absolutely no other choice. Hearing Sister Zhang's words, Lin Ruishi's face instantly turned icy. These people are utterly inhuman. Where is there any justice left? Sister Zhang forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Justice? Law? Ruishi, look at this world. Snow can poison people, water can kill, official rescue seems a long way off, even neighbors have become robbers. Where is justice and law anymore? Now all that's left is the instinct to survive. Lin Ruishi's body trembled slightly. She subconsciously glanced around. In the dim light, people scrambling for a bottle of water or a biscuit had long lost all reason and shame in their eyes. This was the apocalypse. The animalistic instinct for survival had completely overshadowed the pretense of human civilization. She was silent for a few seconds, the anger in her eyes gradually replaced by calm. Then she opened her backpack and carefully took out a bottle of Master Handsome mineral water, which was still more than half full. I knew that was her most precious possession at the moment. Sister John, this, please take it to quench your thirst. Sister John looked at the bottle of water, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Ruishi, you're willing to exchange it? Sister, no need to exchange it. You helped me before, giving me biscuits and water. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it this far. This bottle of water should have been yours anyway. Thank you? Ruishi. You are such a good girl. Sister John was so moved that she was incoherent, as if she had grasped at the last straw in despair. You're the good person. Before Lin Ruishi could finish speaking, a tall figure suddenly reached out and grabbed the water bottle and rice bag. Gentlemen, I haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. Could you give me this rice and water? A man in his 30s, wearing a dirty down jacket, had a hideous scar on his face that ran from his brow bone to the corner of his mouth, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. Before Sister John could react, he snatched the water and rice away. Trembling, she tried to reason with him. No. I won't exchange. You old bastard, you think you're so great? The scarred man's voice was cold and cruel. With a twitch of his fleshy body, he kicked her away without hesitation. She screamed as she crashed into the cold, heavy pillar, water and rice scattering to the side. He kicked her like a rag doll, not even glancing at her, bending down to pick up the supplies, weighing them in his hand for a few moments, spitting out a "Pa!" before turning and disappearing into the crowd. This happened so fast that it silenced the entire underground parking lot for a moment. But the silence was quickly shattered. Grab it! Someone shouted, igniting a fuse in the crowd. Those who had been haggling instantly turned red-eyed and frantically pounced on their chosen targets. I stood still, observing everything coldly. Since I had no supplies, who would rob me? Why should I rob others? No need, I don't need that. I was about to turn and leave when I suddenly saw Lin Ruishi still standing there, motionless. She hadn't run away, nor had she joined the chaos. She was just staring intently at Sister John, who lay motionless beside the pillar. I frowned, walked over, and stopped beside her. It's dangerous here. Aren't you leaving? She seemed not to hear me, trembling all over, her face deathly pale. After a few seconds, she slowly turned her head to look at me, her eyes filled with a bewildered and shocked expression of utter despair. She murmured, Is Sister John all right? I shook my head. She's not going to survive. That steel bar had pierced through her chest. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand that. Her lips trembled as she murmured, Is it because of me? If I hadn't gone to her for food, if she hadn't helped me. I sighed softly. She'd die sooner or later. She had too much stuff, others would have been after her long ago. The phrase, possessing a treasure is a crime, was more real now than ever. Hearing me say that, she seemed on the verge of collapse. I stared at her, my voice low and menacing. Miss Lin, do you understand? Food, water, weapons, these are all supplies. But you, a beautiful woman, are the most dangerous supply. Once they've taken all the food and see you, do you think you'll still be able to get home safely? Those words pierced her heart like a knife. She jolted awake, as if finally waking from a dream. Her eyes widened in terror as she glanced at the crazed stares around her, then at Sister Zhang's corpse, before turning and running away. She didn't take the elevator, but rushed into the dimly lit fire escape. I followed behind, walking at a leisurely pace, only to discover to my surprise that she lived in the same building as me, right downstairs. We've owned the house for 3 years and lived there for a year, and this is the first time we've actually met. But thinking about it, it's not surprising. I'm a workaholic by day and a food delivery driver by night. My schedule is completely reversed. She's a flight attendant, constantly flying around. Her schedule is irregular. People like us are unlikely to ever cross paths. In the hallway, her hands were trembling, and she couldn't get the key into the lock several times. I happened to be turning the corner at the top of the stairs when I saw her turn around in a panic. She leaned against the door, her face filled with terror, and cried out, What do you want to do? I raised my hands. Don't be nervous, I live upstairs, 3001. She froze for a moment, then suddenly remembered. I had mentioned it before. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. And thank you for reminding me earlier. You're too kind. I smiled. I'm helping you because I don't want my future maid to be mistreated by someone else. You. Her face flushed instantly, she gritted her teeth and glared at me fiercely, then slammed the door shut with a bang. I chuckled and shook my head. Quite the temper, little maid. Just wait until you get disciplined. I'd barely gotten home when my phone vibrated. I opened the residence group chat, and sure enough, it was in an uproar. Building 15 to 2004, irritable guy, damn it. The underground parking lot is in complete chaos. It's crazy. I traded half a pack of cigarettes for water, and someone snatched it as soon as I got it. I even got punched. Building 8 to 902, slightly chubby auntie, call the police. Call the police now. Building 12 to 1503, grandpa doesn't lack money, call the police? Can you even get through on the phone? I just saw Sister Zhang from Building 7 lying there motionless. Building 17 to 1201, Lu Ban assistant, dead? Really? Just because of some rice and water? This is way more fun than a game. Building 6 to 1805, Patrick Starr, it's all over. Who will dare to trade now? This is blatant robbery. Building 3 to 601, please call me Fairy. Why, I'm so scared, I was almost grabbed by a stinky man who said he would trade me for 3 days' worth of food. As I read through the messages, my brows furrowed more and more. Although I knew chaos would ensue, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Sister Zhang's death seemed to herald the end of order. Without strength, resources alone are useless. Where there's meat on a fat sheep, wolves will naturally follow. A sense of crisis crept into my heart. I had to win Lin Ruishi over as soon as possible, get the reward quickly, improve my abilities, and ideally, acquire firearms directly. Otherwise, if others discovered I was living a better life than them, the trouble would be far more than just a little. I was just about to open my contacts to add Lin Ruishi when a notification suddenly popped up on my phone screen. Ruishi has requested to add you as a friend. Offering herself up. Interesting. Without hesitation, I clicked accept. Almost the instant we added each other, her message came through. Ruishi, is this Chen Nanxing? Nanxing, absolutely. What, you've come to your senses? Ruishi, do you really have a lot of supplies? Nanxing, more than enough to feed you and your little mouth. She was silent for a moment, as if processing the information in my words, or perhaps engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Ruishi, could you give me something? I can buy it with money, or trade it for something? I still have some jewelry, designer bags. Nanxing, money? That stuff's too hard to even wipe your butt with these days. Bags? Can they be eaten or used for warmth? Ruishi, then, what will it take for you to give me supplies? I stared at the screen, almost able to picture Lin Ruishi's struggling and desperate expression. I typed quickly, my tone unambiguous. Nanxing, I've said it before, the only exchange is for you to become my maid. There is no other option. After sending the message, there was silence on the other end of the phone. I waited a few minutes, but still no reply. I curled my lip. This woman, still hesitating and struggling? Troublesome. But in this post-apocalyptic world where resources are scarce, the temptation of delicious food is not something everyone can resist. I took out a few items from the system space, a bright red apple, a bunch of glistening grapes, a glass of milk, and a few individually wrapped chocolates. Then I picked up my phone, adjusted the angle, and snapped a picture of this luxurious, apocalyptic afternoon tea. Immediately afterward, I sent the photo. Nanxing, this is life. Shortly after the photo was sent, the chat window displayed. The other party is typing. After a while, a message finally arrived. Ruishi, I just finished the last crumbs of compressed biscuits at home, and I'm completely out of water. My throat is so dry it's practically on fire. Mr. Chen, really can't you share even a little bit with me? Even just a bottle of water, a piece of bread? If you're willing, I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. I couldn't help but scoff and typed a reply. Nanxing, Miss Lin, haven't you realized the reality of the situation yet? Your so-called kindness is worth a few loaves of bread? Don't even mention peaceful times, nowadays even dogs don't believe in that stuff. If you want food, trade me what I need most. Ruishi, I can work for you. I'll work for food and water. I can clean, tidy, cook, I can learn all of that. Is that alright? Nanqing, work? You have to understand, what we don't lack right now are people who want to earn a living through work. But what I need isn't a nanny, but a maid who is absolutely obedient. I didn't want to waste any more time talking to her, she was too naive. I needed to make her understand reality. I exited the chat and opened the already chaotic Manhwa Happiness Community Owners Group. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, and she immediately sent a particularly jarring group message, completely out of place with the pervasive atmosphere of despair. Nanqing at all members seeking beautiful maids. Top-tier looks and figures required, obedient and sensible. Benefits, free meals and accommodation, safety guaranteed, ample supplies. Interested parties please DM for photos and information. Serious inquiries only. The group chat went silent for a second. A second later, messages flooded in like a volcanic eruption. Building 15 to 2004, the grumpy guy. Holy crap. Bro, are you crazy? Hiring maids? Are you kidding me? Building 8 to 902, slightly chubby auntie. The world is going to the dogs. We're barely surviving, and you're still thinking about such filthy things. Building 3 to 601, please call me little fairy. Pa. Vulgar. Disgusting. Perverted. You think you can act with impunity just because you have a few broken cans? Women are toys for you to play with? Building 12 to 1503, I'm not short of money. Dude, I understand you, but isn't this a bit too high profile? This is really ugly. I watched the barrage of insults on the screen, my expression unchanged, and slowly typed a reply. Nanqing, at everyone, am I vulgar? At least I have a price list, and it's voluntary. Compared to those people in underground parking garages who directly rob, kill, and forcibly drag women away, I'm practically a living saint. The group chat quieted down considerably. Many people recalled the horrific scene in the parking lot and the appalling sight, and for a moment they were speechless. Observer from Building 10 to 701, calm down. What happened today is indeed serious. Someone has to take action. Building 12 to 1503, I'm not short of money. Ultimately, it's just a lack of leadership. Once someone can keep things in check, everything will be much easier. Building 19 to 1102, I haven't been the boss for years. Exactly. I suggest our community elect a leader to manage the distribution of supplies. Property Manager Wang, at everyone, calm down. We, the property management company, are still here. We can take the lead and guide everyone through this difficult time. As soon as Manager Wang said this, he was immediately bombarded with criticism. Building 19 to 1102, I haven't been a boss for years at Property Management Manager Wang, you're talking nonsense. What good is your property management company? You grovel when it's time to collect money, but hide when something goes wrong. What did you say when we asked you to fix our plumbing and electrical work? Now you're jumping out to reap the benefits? You're not worthy. Property Management Manager Wang, at Building 19 to 1102, I haven't been a big brother for many years, please watch your words. We've already done our best. Wasn't the garage riot today instigated by you? You killed Sister Zhang and stole her things, which caused the situation to spiral out of control. You are the real culprit. Manager Wang was clearly pushed to the limit, and finally threw caution to the wind. Building 19 to 1102, I haven't been a boss for years, ha ha ha, yes. It was me. So what? Survival of the fittest, might makes right. I have the biggest fist, so I have the right to speak. Brothers, are you all here? Let's tell the property management dogs who's in charge. As soon as the message was posted, a bunch of people in the group responded immediately. Building 9 to 502, Tiger. Big brother, I'm here. Let's take down the property management. Building 14 to 1601, Haonan. Brothers of the Green Wolf Gang, speak up. Today we'll wipe these guys out. Building 11 to 903, Little Knife. Kill all these guys who only know how to pretend. A dozen or so people suddenly appeared, clearly the old-school gang behind the I haven't been a gang leader for years group. These people originally had underworld connections, but retired after being targeted in a crackdown on organized crime. Now that order has collapsed, isn't this their domain? Property Manager Wang, what are you trying to do? Are you lawless? Security team, come out. Prepare to fight back. The property management staff didn't hesitate, and several security guards quickly responded, ready to fight. The atmosphere in the group chat was becoming increasingly tense, threatening to escalate into a fight. Just then, someone stepped in to mediate. Observer from Building 10 to 701, enough. We don't need you guys as leaders. Who knows if things would be worse if you took over. I propose that each building manage itself. Each building should elect a building manager to coordinate internally first, and then facilitate communication and cooperation between buildings. This suggestion immediately received support. Building 8 to 902 slightly chubby auntie, I agree. We, the people of Building 8, will choose ourselves. Building 12 to 1503 I'm not short of money, same for Building 12. It's better than you managing us. Building 17 to 1201 Lu Ban assistant. Let's create a small group for Building 17 and choose someone who can help us survive as the building leader. The residents group quickly split up, with residents of each building taking action, forming smaller groups, electing building leaders, and setting rules. The two factions that had just been at loggerheads were suddenly sidelined. The entire situation shifted from a chaotic mess to a phase of fragmented building self-governance. I watched coldly as the situation in the 100 Flowers happiness community deteriorated rapidly, a cold smile playing on my lips. The more forces involved, the more chaotic the situation. This true apocalyptic chaos has only just begun. I only hope Lin Ruishi isn't foolish and makes the choice she needs to make sooner rather than later. Lin Ruishi curled up on the cold sofa. She wrapped the thin blanket tightly around herself, but still couldn't stop shivering. Everything that had happened today was assaulting her senses again and again. Chaos, robbery, murder, and the incident of dragging a woman home for sweet sex. The neighborhood was completely out of control. The so-called building manager election was nothing more than a new round of naked survival of the fittest. She knew very well what fate awaited a beautiful woman like her, living alone, without food reserves, and without any fighting power, in this environment. She didn't even dare to think about it any further. She needed someone to rely on. This thought had never been stronger. But could that reliance be me? To be my maid? The thought of having to be so subservient to me filled her with intense humiliation. She was highly educated, had a respectable job. How could she be reduced to someone else's plaything? And wouldn't doing this constitute betrayal? Her boyfriend's image flashed through her mind. The man who always wore a white shirt, had a sunny smile, and worked as a project manager at a good company. They had been dating for over a year, and their relationship had always been good. He was quite considerate. However, on their date before the apocalypse, her boyfriend insisted on staying overnight at her place, his attitude somewhat forceful, which she refused, saying she wasn't ready yet. The man's expression wasn't good at the time, but he still managed to maintain his composure. From that day on, when the poisonous snow fell, he never contacted her again. Her messages inquiring about his safety went unanswered, like stones sinking into the sea. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly. So, just because she refused to sleep with him, he was willing to abandon her in a life-or-death situation. At that moment, her heart ached terribly. Faced with life and death, the once beautiful relationship had proven incredibly fragile. Perhaps, she was better off without such a boyfriend. The instinct for survival finally overwhelmed her last hesitation and pride. Compared to being violated by countless people, giving herself to one person seemed to be the only way she could survive. At least in her eyes, I didn't look like the kind of vicious person. Besides, I did have supplies. She trembled as she opened our chat window and carefully typed out the message. She asked me if I could guarantee her safety and provide her with enough food and water if she agreed to be her maid. She even tentatively suggested that we change the terms, such as becoming her girlfriend. That was her last stand. The message was sent and showed as delivered. Then, there was complete silence on the other end of the screen. I saw it, but I didn't reply. Time ticked by, and there was no typing indicator. She probably thought I was ignoring her, or even completely disregarding her. The grievance and shame gradually overwhelmed her. She began to doubt whether she was insignificant in my eyes, or whether I had just been teasing her from the beginning. She muttered "bastard" under her breath and tossed her phone aside. She told herself she had her pride too. Since that was their attitude, so be it. Even if she starved to death, so be it. But just then, her phone suddenly started vibrating incessantly. Notifications kept popping up from the Building 30 Neighborhood Mutual Aid Group, 99 plus. A person named Building 30 to 802 Overlord arrogantly announced in the group that their Green Wolf gang had the hardest fists, and that they would call the shots in the entire building from now on. No one objected. Silence itself was the answer. Then, the other party demanded that everyone hand over all their food, drinks, and supplies to 802 for unified distribution. Anyone who dared to keep anything for themselves would face consequences. Far more than just handing over things. Then someone mentioned that it was lonely at night, and they needed someone to warm their bed. They suggested that the pretty women in the building should voluntarily go there. Fear spread in the group chat. Then, someone named her a flight attendant. A pretty profile picture. She was told to go to 802 immediately and bring all her belongings. If she didn't make it in 10 minutes, they would come to her door to move her out. At that moment, her mind went blank. A tremendous fear, like an icy hand, gripped her heart tightly. She knew they were serious. There was no way to call the police, no way to seek help. Outside lay deadly poisonous snow. She had nowhere to escape. In desperation, the instinct for survival jolted her up from the sofa. She rushed out of the house like a madwoman, stumbling and staggering towards the stairwell. She had only one thought: go upstairs. Come find me. At that moment, I was putting away my phone, a sneer playing on my lips. The next second, a rapid, frantic knocking began. It wasn't normal knocking. It sounded more like a desperate plea for survival. I immediately became alert. Instead of opening the door right away, I went behind it and looked out through the peephole. Lin Ruishi outside the door was pale and looked disheveled. She kept turning back to look at the stairwell, as if something was really chasing her. Then, her voice came through the door, choked with sobs and despair. "Shinnanshin, open the door, please open the door, save me. They're coming." With a click, I unlocked the door. Lin Ruishi rushed in like she was grasping at a straw. But instead of warmth and shelter, she was met with a harsh reality. I dragged her into the entryway, the kitchen knife in my other hand already pressed against her neck. The blade was almost touching her skin. The slightest movement would be enough to sever her head. "Ah!" she screamed, her pupils dilating in fright, her face turning pale, staring at me with utter shock. "What are you doing? Take the knife away! I came here to seek refuge with you." I looked at her, without a trace of emotion. "Seek refuge? Miss Lin, these are chaotic times, the rules have changed. Trust has become a luxury, especially the kind that comes to you willingly. But I'm just a weak woman, unarmed, what can I do to you?" Her voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. "The thugs downstairs want me to stay with them, I really have nowhere else to turn." I chuckled softly. "I know. But sometimes it's easier for a weak woman to kill." I didn't intend to waste any more words. "If you want to live, do as I say. Put your hands up, turn around, face the door, and lie down." With a slight press of the blade, she froze, clearly realizing I wasn't bluffing. Trembling, she raised her hands and slowly turned, pressing her body against the security door. I held the knife as a deterrent, while my other hand began a thorough search of her body. Starting from her back, I searched every inch of her down jacket, underarms, lower back, buttocks, thighs, ankles. My movements were swift and decisive, devoid of any unnecessary emotion, as if I were inspecting an object. "You!" She felt my touch, her face flushing crimson, a mixture of shame and anger. "Don't move," I warned coldly. After confirming there was nothing wrong with her back, I told her to turn around. She bit her lip, her eyes red-rimmed, and slowly turned to face me. I continued to examine her front, from her neck to her chest and abdomen, and then to her groin. Her body trembled slightly, and she remained motionless with her eyes closed. Finally, I confirmed that she had nothing threatening on her except her phone. I took her phone before slowly sheathing the knife, but my eyes remained wary. "Come in." I stepped aside, and she slumped into the house as if deflated. But as soon as she stepped into the living room, she was stunned. She clearly hadn't expected the house to be so warm. Outside, it was over 40 degrees below zero, and even the walls couldn't keep out the cold, but inside, it felt like spring or autumn, so warm that you wanted to take off your clothes. "How come your house is so warm?" she asked, taking off her down jacket and looking around incredulously. I locked the door and put the knife away. "How I did it is none of your business. You just need to know that it's one of my abilities. And from the moment you walked in, our relationship changed. You are the servant, and I am the master. Understand?" She paused for a few seconds, her cheeks burning, then nodded. "I understand. Since you understand, what will you call me?" "Master." Her lips trembled, clearly unable to say it. I didn't rush her, I just kept an eye on her. I believed she understood that if she didn't shout, she would have to get out. Thinking of the thugs downstairs, she shuddered, and finally gave in. "Master. Your voice is too soft, your tone isn't respectful enough." Tears welled in her eyes, and she finally raised her voice. "Master." I nodded. "Remember this title, and your place. If you change your mind or have any wicked thoughts." "I won't, I wouldn't dare." She quickly shook her head. "You'd better not. You already know my secret. If you don't want to stay, then you'll have to shut up forever." As I spoke, I took an A4 sheet of paper from the coffee table drawer and handed it to her. "This is the maid's code of conduct. Read it carefully, remember every single rule, and you must follow it." She took it with trembling hands, her eyes scanning the listed rules. Maid Rules 1. In the master's house, you must kneel to speak. 2. You must unconditionally obey the master's orders. 3. You may not enter my bedroom without permission. 4. You may not touch my personal belongings. 5. You are responsible for all household chores, including cleaning and cooking. 6. Always be attentive to the master's needs and treat them with respect. 7. You may not pry into my secrets. 8. You may not contact the outside world or disclose anything about the house. Violators will be punished according to the severity of the offense. Serious offenses include death. She stared at the contents of the paper, almost breathless. This set of rules treated her like she wasn't human. Especially the "speak while kneeling" rule. But when she looked up and saw my cold gaze, and remembered the stark contrast between the inside and outside world, and those thugs, she clenched her fists, then slowly relaxed them, and finally knelt down. "Yes, master, I will obey." Her body trembled slightly, but her tone was as obedient as possible. My gaze softened. She was sensible enough to save me a lot of trouble. "Are you hungry?" She cautiously raised her head, her stomach growling in response. "Hungry, master." "Wait. I didn't take the food directly from the system space. It would be too easy to give myself away." He turned and went into the storage room, taking out a small portion of what appeared to be realistic supplies. Then he grabbed a few individually wrapped pieces of bread and a few cartons of milk, and returned to the living room. "Eat." Her eyes widened suddenly, her mouth almost gaping open. Bread and milk. These were luxuries she could only dream of in this day and age. Her hands trembled as she took the food, eating it in small bites as if savoring something precious. She even picked up the crumbs that fell with her fingers and ate them one by one. She had only eaten half a piece of bread and half a carton of milk when she stopped. She carefully put the rest aside. I frowned. "What are you doing? If you're not full, keep eating. Why are you putting it away?" Chapter 11 includes the first maid. "Master, I'll eat this much. I'm not very hungry right now. I'll eat the rest. I'll eat the rest next time when I'm starving." Chen Nanqing instantly understood Lin Ruishi's thoughts. She was afraid of running out of supplies. He scoffed. "Stop with your pathetic little schemes. I told you, as long as you do what a maid is supposed to do, I won't let you go hungry. These things aren't worth you scrimping and saving. Now I command you to eat your fill." Lin Ruishi was stunned. In the apocalypse, what sweet words could be more touching than a man saying to a woman, "I command you to eat your fill"? "But master, what about those supplies?" Lin Ruishi couldn't help but want to refute, to remind Chen Nanqing of the cruelty of the apocalypse. Chen Nanqing's eyes turned cold, and her voice deepened. "You've already forgotten the maid's code you just read? What's the second rule? Do I need to remind you again?" Lin Ruishi trembled, immediately recalling the second rule of the maid code, and the bloody death warning at the end. She dared not hesitate any longer, and quickly lowered her head. "I'm sorry, master. I was wrong." She knelt down again, even though she hadn't gotten up in the first place, then quickly tore open the instant noodle package and ate it in small bites without pausing, not daring to hold back in the slightest. Only after burping did Chen Nanqing nod in satisfaction. "Full?" "I'm full, master," Lin Ruishi answered honestly. "Having food in my stomach gives me a lot of energy. Now that you're full, go wash up. You're covered in sweat and dust." Lin Ruishi looked up in shock again. "Take a shower? Now?" Even the drinking water outside has become deadly poison, and every drop of clean water that can be drunk is more valuable than gold. Chen Nanqing actually let her use it to bathe. "What? Do I need to repeat my command a second time?" "No. I wouldn't dare." Lin Ruishi dared not ask any more questions. Although she felt that the order was so extravagant as to be almost insane, she still obediently stood up and walked towards the bathroom. When she pushed open the bathroom door, she saw more than 20 huge water barrels neatly stacked in the corner. I was completely stunned. One bucket is 18.5 L, so how much would 20-odd buckets be? It would last a long time, right? Chen Nanqing's voice came from behind, tinged with impatience. "Use bottled water to wash. The showerhead is unusable, so use the bathtub. Don't try to save water." Lin Ruishi felt that her worldview was being turned upside down. However, Chen Nanqing had already started pouring water into buckets, filling 8 buckets in total, before stopping. Feeling that the water temperature was a bit low, Chen Nanqing turned on the room's local heating until the water temperature reached 40 degrees Celsius before stopping. "All right, you can wash now." Lin Ruishi stood frozen at the bathroom door, her eyes fixed on the bathtub full of clear, steaming water, her mind completely blank. In the outside world, people kill and rob for a bottle of water, but here they take baths with bottled water? Or did you use a full 8 buckets at once? That's incredibly extravagant. Aren't they afraid of getting struck by lightning? She turned her head stiffly to look at Chen Nanqing, her lips trembling, but she couldn't utter a single word. The man's behavior was completely beyond her comprehension. Seeing that Lin Ruishi hadn't moved for a long time, Chen Nanqing reminded her. "What are you standing there for? Do you need me to help you take it off?" Lin Ruishi snapped out of her daze, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. She instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, her voice barely audible. Master, could you please go out first? I need to take off my clothes." Instead of leaving, Chen Nanqing took a step closer, his tall figure bringing a strong sense of oppression. "Go out? Lin Ruishi, haven't you fully grasped the situation yet? You are my maid, every single hair on your head belongs to me. What right do you have to be shy in front of me? What right do you have to demand privacy?" Chen Nanqing reached out and lifted Lin Ruishi's chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. "Remember who you are, don't make me say it twice." Lin Ruishi's heart was pounding wildly, almost bursting out of her chest. Humiliation, panic, and a hint of indescribable excitement. A few seconds later she bit her lower lip hard, closed her eyes resignedly, and slowly reached for her buttons. 1, 2. The sweater was taken off, revealing the thermal underwear underneath, which outlined her full and undulating curves. Next comes thermal underwear, then trousers. With each piece of clothing removed, a little more of skin was exposed to the air and to Chen Nanqing's burning gaze. She has fair skin, rounded shoulders, delicate and sexy collarbones, a slender waist, and long, straight legs. Bear, too, is very strong, and he probably never lacked honey before the apocalypse. Every curve is just right. Any more would make her look plump, any less would make her look thin. With her eyes tightly closed, eyelashes trembling, and face flushed, she exudes an irresistible, pure allure. Gurgle. Chen Nanqing clearly heard himself swallowing. A surge of intense heat rose from my lower abdomen, instantly engulfing my entire body, making my blood seem to boil. TSK, no wonder she's a woman with a system rating of 93. Perfect. But this woman seems to have not taken a proper bath in a while. Although not as disheveled as those outside, a closer sniff still revealed faint traces of sweat and dust. Executing her on the spot now seems a bit of a mood killer, and also a disservice to the full tank of clear water and her flawless body. Suppressing his almost bursting desire, Chen Nanqing took a deep breath and walked out of the bathroom. He pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds and started cracking them open. 20 minutes later, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. A moment later, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Lin Ruishi emerged from the misty steam. Having washed away the makeup and shed her weariness and dust, Lin Ruishi's appearance is even more radiant and captivating. Chen Nanqing's long-suppressed flames could no longer be contained. He strode forward and, amidst Lin Ruishi's exclamation, scooped her up in his arms. "Owner?" Lin Ruishi's voice carried a hint of panic. Chen Nanqing did not answer, but responded to her with a burning gaze, and walked straight to the bedroom. Gently place her on the soft bed and lean down. The next part is the VIP reading section, 100,000 words. More than an hour later, Chen Nanqing walked out of the bedroom with satisfaction and gently closed the door. The living room remained warm, perfectly complementing his current relaxed mood. Lin Ruishi lay exhausted on the bed in the bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have successfully recruited your first maid with a beauty score of 90 or higher. Rewards are being distributed. The total amount of all existing supplies, food, water, etc., has been increased tenfold. New cooked food items, 10,000 servings of each type. Cold weapons, 10,000 pieces, multiple models. 1,000 sets of thermal underwear, multiple sizes, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius, 10,000 pieces of ordinary clothing, multiple seasons and sizes, and 100 firearms of various models, with unlimited ammo. The combat power ranking system is now available. Currently enhancing the master's body, cleansing the marrow and eliminating impurities, granting immunity to all poisons, and directly raising combat power level to level 5. The enhancement is about to begin. Please prepare, Master. Chapter 12, Strength Enhancement, Rewards for the Little Maid. A series of system notifications rang in Chen Nanqing's mind. He was stunned at first, then his wild joy erupted like magma, almost bursting out of his skull. Supplies increased tenfold? Multiply that huge base number by 10, and you'll never starve in your life. Guns! And unlimited ammo! In this chaotic apocalypse where order has collapsed, this is the true hard currency and the cornerstone of power. What made his heart race the most was the level of combat power. Marrow cleansing? Immunity to all poisons? Level 5 martial arts prowess? Chen Nanqing's fingers trembled slightly with excitement. The moment the thought crossed his mind, an indescribable surge of immense energy instantly flowed into his body from the void. Ugh! Chen Nanqing couldn't help but let out a suppressed growl, feeling as if every cell in his body was being torn apart and shattered in an instant, and then reassembled in a more perfect and powerful way. The excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave, yet it also brought with it an intense pleasure, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. He could clearly feel his meridians widening, his bones becoming increasingly tough and dense, and his muscle fibers being rewoven under the influence of energy, containing explosive power. At the same time, a thick, foul-smelling, dark, viscous substance was forcibly squeezed out from the pores of his entire body, quickly covering his skin. In just a few breaths, he became as if he had been pulled out of a cesspool, stinking to high heaven. Holy crap, it stinks! Chen Nanqing was so overwhelmed by the stench that he almost fainted, but he forced himself to endure it, carefully experiencing the earth-shattering changes inside his body. My 5 senses became more acute than ever before. You can clearly hear Lin Ruishi's steady and long breathing in the bedroom, and you can hear the soft rustling of snowflakes falling outside through the frost-covered window. As far as the eye can see, even the fine dust particles floating in the air can be clearly seen. Strength, speed, reflexes, everything is increasing wildly. The process lasted about 10 minutes. As the last bit of energy merged into his limbs and bones, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Body enhancement complete. Current combat level, LV5. Gain passive ability, immune to all poisons, immune to the vast majority of known toxins and pathogens. A powerful sense of strength filled my body, as if a light stomp could crack the floor, and a slight effort could crush steel. Is this the feeling of power? It's wonderful! Chen Nanqing was so excited that he almost forgot about the filth on his body. I can't wait to see just how powerful this LV5 fighter really is. He rushed to the kitchen, his eyes sweeping over a porcelain bowl on the counter. It was an ordinary white porcelain bowl, with a fairly thick body. Chen Nanqing extended his right index finger and stabbed it sharply. Puff! A soft sound, like piercing a windowpane. His fingers pierced the porcelain bowl with ease, leaving a smooth, round hole in the bowl's surface. Chen Nanqing's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled out his finger and looked at the cold concrete wall next to him. He once again pointed his fingers together like a halberd, gathering most of his strength, and gently poked the wall. Laugh! Fingers, like red-hot irons, plunged into the snow and encountered almost no resistance before disappearing completely into the hard concrete wall. Withdrawing my finger, I left a deep hole in the wall, its edges neat and without any cracks spreading out. Ha! Good! 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 Chen Nanqing looked at his fingers, then at the hole in the wall, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Laughter echoed in the warm and safe house, filled with the exhilarating feeling of being in control of one's destiny. From now on, he not only has enough supplies to survive the apocalypse, but he is also the master of his own destiny. The bedroom door was gently pushed open a crack, and Lin Ruishi peeked out halfway, her eyes still sleepy, her face showing lingering fatigue and a hint of surprise. Master? What's wrong? Are you all right? Chen Nanqing turned around and saw Lin Ruishi's cautious yet concerned expression, which made him feel even better. Fine. He stopped laughing, but the corners of his mouth were still turned up high. I'm happy! Very happy! He walked up to Lin Ruishi. Given that I'm in a good mood today, well, Master, I'll grant you a special privilege. Lin Ruishi blinked, somewhat bewildered. Privileges? Chen Nanqing nodded, speaking casually. From now on, you won't have to kneel down and talk to me all the time at home. Lin Ruishi was completely stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. 2 hours earlier, this man had held a cold blade to her neck, forcing her to kneel with the harsh maid code, emphasizing the difference between master and servant. What's wrong now? Was he being exceptionally lenient because he had obtained her and discovered that it was his first time? Lin Ruishi's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart filled with mixed feelings, but mostly with a sense of relief. I won't have to kneel at home anymore. I can finally live more like a human being. Thank you, Master. Chen Nanqing was in a great mood and opened his arms to give her a hug. Lin Ruishi subconsciously took a half-step back, her small nose wrinkling slightly, and blurted out. Master, you smell a little. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately realized that she had misspoke. How could she dislike her master? He hurriedly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, Master. I didn't mean to. Lin Ruishi's heart pounded like a drum, fearing that the sudden offense would bring severe punishment. Chen Nanqing was also taken aback. He looked down and smelled the stench on himself that was comparable to that of a latrine, and couldn't help but laugh. It's okay, what you said is true. He waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. I just finished exercising and had some waste expelled. I'm going to wash up. Chen Nanqing turned and walked towards the bathroom, leaving Lin Ruishi standing there, somewhat unable to believe that she had been forgiven so easily. When Chen Nanqing came out after taking a refreshing shower, Lin Ruishi had already gotten up. She didn't sit on the sofa, but stood quietly in the center of the living room, her hands folded in front of her, her posture reserved. Although the maid rules do not explicitly prohibit sitting, based on her past understanding and the ingrained thinking formed in the past half-day, it seems that as a maid, she should not be too casual in front of her master. Chen Nanqing found it somewhat amusing to see Lin Ruishi hesitate to sit down. He walked over, naturally put his arm around her slender waist, and led her to the sofa, where they sat down together. Lin Ruishi stiffened slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with this sudden intimacy and transgression. Relax. Your initial performance since becoming my maid has been satisfactory. So you can treat this place as your home. You don't need to be so restrained in everything. Just remember to listen to me. Lin Ruishi's heartstrings seemed to be gently plucked. She looked up at Chen Nanqing. Her profile was sharply defined. She had just taken a shower, and her hair was still damp. She looked less cold and stern than before, and more relaxed and at home. This is exactly the kind of husband I dream of. Thank you, master. Lin Ruishi leaned over and quickly kissed Chen Nanqing on the cheek. Chen Nanqing was slightly taken aback, then touched the spot where he had been kissed, a playful smile appearing on his lips, but he didn't say anything more. Ruishi, you're injured today. You're getting a day off, you don't need to do any work. What would you like to eat? You can order, and I will cook it for you. Chapter 13. Lin Ruishi's house was vandalized. Order food? Lin Ruishi's eyes widened instantly, as if she had heard something unbelievable. In a post-apocalyptic world where even clean water is a luxury, you can order food? This is simply... What? You don't believe me? Chen Nanqing raised an eyebrow. No. Lin Ruishi quickly shook her head and cautiously inquired. Then I'd like to eat sweet and sour pork ribs and stir-fried broccoli, is that all right? After she finished speaking, she looked at Chen Nanqing nervously, afraid that the two requests were too much. Can? Chen Nanqing stood up, looking ready to show off his skills. Go sit in the living room and have some snacks. You're not allowed in the kitchen. Chen Nanqing went into the kitchen and closed the door. I took out my phone and leisurely leaned against the kitchen counter to browse the news for a while. It was indeed completely chaotic outside. Judging that the time was about right, he took out the still steaming 3 dishes and 1 soup from the system space. It was Lin Ruishi who ordered the sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried broccoli, a serving of braised pork that he grabbed at random, a tomato and egg soup, and 2 bowls of glistening white rice. The aroma filled the air instantly. He carried the tray out of the kitchen. When Lin Ruishi saw the delicious-looking dishes on the tray, especially the 2 she had just ordered, she was struck dumb and froze on the sofa. How is this possible? Even before the apocalypse, making these 2 dishes wouldn't have been this quick. Let alone now with the water and gas cut off. Does an induction cooker cook food that fast? How did Master manage to do that? This master seems to have far more secrets than she imagined, and they are even more astonishing. At this moment, the last bit of resentment and humiliation deep in Lin Ruishi's heart was greatly diluted by the incomprehensible miracle before her and the tempting aroma of the food. Becoming this person's maid, as long as I don't do anything reckless, perhaps. I really can survive well in this damned apocalypse. What are you daydreaming about? Let's eat. Chen Nanqing placed the food on the coffee table. Oh. Master, shall I eat with you too? According to the maid's code, maids are not allowed to eat with their masters. Of course, do you really want to eat leftovers that badly? No, I want to eat with my master every day. Lin Ruishi snapped out of her daze and quickly stepped forward to help. The 2 sat on the sofa, eating a hot meal that would be considered a luxury in the post-apocalyptic world. Chen Nanqing didn't eat much. he spent most of his time watching Lin Ruishi eat. At first, she was a little reserved, eating in small bites, but she soon stopped caring about her image and ate until her cheeks were bulging. She was obviously starving and craving food from the previous few days. As he watched, Chen Nanqing felt a strange sense of warmth. Sure enough, being alone for too long isn't good. Having a woman by your side makes even the cold, post-apocalyptic world seem a little warmer. Most of the food ended up in Lin Ruishi's stomach. After finishing her meal, she took the initiative to clear the dishes and wash them carefully in the kitchen. Although she used precious bottled water, she didn't say anything this time, but just quietly and diligently did her work. After finishing everything, Lin Ruishi dried her hands, returned to the living room, stood in front of Chen Nanqing, her hands nervously clasped together, looking as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. "What's wrong?" Chen Nanqing asked, looking at her. Lin Ruishi took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and whispered, "Master. Hi, could I ask for my phone back for a while?" "Oh? What do you need a cell phone for?" I want to see the security camera footage at home." Lin Ruishi quickly explained. "I wanted to check if the house had been broken into by the Green Wolf gang. If not, I wanted to go downstairs and get some clothes." Her voice trailed off as she spoke. "This is the only outfit I have, it's really inconvenient." "Of course, if you're worried that I might use my phone to contact others and leak the secrets here. I can choose not to." "Really? Anyway, it's not cold here, so I can wear these clothes separately, and use them as several outfits." "Take it. You don't need to hand it in anymore." The reason Chen Nanqing confiscated Lin Ruishi's phone earlier was because he didn't have enough power to deal with the trouble that Lin Ruishi might cause by contacting others. Now, it's completely unnecessary. At worst, it'll just be a waste of a few bullets. Moreover, if Lin Ruishi dares to contact others to cause him trouble, then he should kill them all. "Oh, we don't have to hand in our phones anymore?" Lin Ruishi felt a warmth in her heart once again. This is not just about returning the phone, it's about establishing initial trust. "Thank you for your trust, Master." Isn't it a little easy to win over the Master's favor?" Lin Ruishi couldn't wait to turn on the device and immediately opened her own monitoring app. The screen loads. The living room is a complete mess. All the cabinets and drawers were pulled open, and things were scattered everywhere, clearly indicating that the place had been violently ransacked. The gate was smashed and deformed, and the lock was completely broken. At the same time, her phone was buzzing and vibrating. In the Building 30 neighborhood mutual aid group, 4 members of the Green Wolf gang were still arrogantly tagging her. "Building 30 to 802, the overlord at Ruishi, you stinky woman. Where have you been? If you know what's good for you, get your ass over to 802. Don't wait for us grandpas to drag you out. Then it won't be so easy to talk to you. Building 30 to 1201 Tai 2, you're a flight attendant, right? You're so fair-skinned and delicate, we'll definitely take good care of you. Building 30 to 1503, I'm your grandfather, 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes. If we can't see anyone, we'll search floor by floor. Let's see where you can hide." Lin Ruishi turned pale and her fingers trembled slightly as she looked at the vulgar language in the group chat and the terrible state of her home. She subconsciously looked at Chen Nanqing, her eyes filled with worry. "Master, they smashed up my house, and they're threatening me in the group chat." She turned her phone screen towards Chen Nanqing. Chen Nanqing glanced at it, his expression unchanged, and slowly took out his phone and opened the group. When the group of scumbags didn't get a response from Lin Ruishi, they turned their attention to the only resident in the entire building who hadn't spoken out, him. "Building 30 to 802, the overlord at Nanqing upstairs. You're the only one who hasn't said a word. Playing dead? Where are your supplies? Hand them over right now." "Building 30 to 1201 Tai 2, damn it, that kid in 3001, I heard he used to be a poor delivery guy. Probably didn't make much money." "Building 30 to 1503, I'm your boss. Even if you're poor, you have to pay. That's the rule. If you don't say anything, I'll smash your door." Chen Nanqing frowned slightly. Did they really think he was a coward? Nanqing at 30-802 Xiongba Yifang at 30-1201 Tai Tu at 30-1503 I am your grandpa, and there is another coward. You four scum, listen up. Nanqing, first of all, why should I give you my stuff? Who do you think you are? Nanqing, second, you vandalized my maids at Ruishi home. I've taken note of that. Nanqing, third, wash your necks and wait. I will come for you. Then, every single one of you will die. The moment the menacing message was sent out, the group fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned by this direct, brutal, and murderous reply. Lin Ruishi was also stunned. She did not expect Chen Nanqing to respond so directly and forcefully, even declaring that he would take their lives. She quickly grabbed Chen Nanqing's arm. Master! No! They outnumber us and are all ruthless and have a history in organized crime. It's not worth offending them completely for my sake. Chapter 14 First move, killing the building manager? Offend? Chen Nanqing put down his phone, his eyes calm, yet exuding a reassuring and powerful confidence. In my eyes, they're already dead. They think they can just show me what they're made of, that any Tom, Dick, or Harry will dare to shit on my head. Lin Ruishi trembled in fright. But... Chen Nanqing. There are no buts. Lin Ruishi, as my maid, you are supposed to fight alongside me to conquer the world's top. If you don't have the courage to fight with me, you can get out now. I don't need a cowardly maid. Lin Ruishi's heart tightened. If Chen Nanqing didn't want her anymore, where could she go? Leaving here means enduring not only the cold and hunger, but also facing people even more terrifying than the poisonous snow. Although Chen Nanqing is domineering and ruthless, he is powerful, mysterious, and willing to provide her with shelter and sustenance. Master, don't send me away, I'm not a coward. She turned around and wanted to put on her dirty old down jacket. Etc. Chen Nanqing stopped her, saying, Your clothes are dirty and don't keep you warm. Since you're my maid, you can't go out looking shabby. He walked into the storage room, and with a thought, took out 5 sets of black tight-fitting thermal underwear from the system space, and also took out 2 sets of well-made maid outfits with thick fabric. 1 set of classic black and white clothes, 1 set of dark blue trimmed clothes, and several sets of stylish winter casual wear suitable for going out. When Chen Nanqing came out carrying a pile of brand new, high-quality clothes, Lin Ruishi was once again stunned. These clothes look expensive, and they're completely new. Where did Chen Nanqing get it from? Is his storage room a treasure trove? Chen Nanqing handed all the clothes to Lin Ruishi. He only offered an explanation when he handed over the thermal underwear. This is specially made thermal underwear. It won't freeze you even at -100 degrees Celsius. Lin Ruishi was no longer surprised by these illogical things. All she needed to know was that her master was no ordinary person. Lin Ruishi took her clothes to the bathroom to change. The thermal underwear is thin and skin-friendly, and after wearing it, I felt no chill at all, but rather warm and cozy. Then, put on a maid outfit and a long, fitted beige trench coat, and your temperament will instantly come out. Chen Nanqing quickly changed into a set of men's thermal underwear, black tactical pants, and combat boots, and put on a black stand-up collar windbreaker on top. He instantly appeared tall and sharp, with a hint of murderous intent. When Lin Ruishi saw Chen Nanqing outside, her eyes lit up with excitement. Her master was so handsome. Chen Nanqing glanced at her and nodded. She's all right. Let's go. The two opened the door, and the cold air rushed in, but it had no effect on them. Chen Nanqing locked the door and led Lin Ruishi straight to the elevator. The objective is clear, room 802. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of 802, I heard a commotion and shouting coming from inside. A particularly loud, gruff male voice shouted, "Damn it! That bastard from 3001! How dare he tell me to wash my neck in the group chat? I'll go chop him up and feed him to the dogs." Another voice chimed in. "Brother Tai is right. A useless delivery guy like him dares to act so arrogantly? Guys, grab your weapons!" A woman's shrill voice added fuel to the fire. "Brother Xiong, when we bring that flight attendant back, we'll have the sisters give her a good lesson. Chen Nanxing's eyes turned cold, and without further hesitation, he suddenly raised his foot. Bang! With a loud crash, the sturdy security door, along with its frame, was kicked and twisted, then collapsed inwards. Debris flew everywhere. The noise inside the door came to an abrupt halt. The scene in the living room came into view. Four slovenly dressed, menacing-looking men were drinking around a coffee table, on which lay a lot of plundered food and bottled water. Three young women, dressed in thin clothes, were huddled on the sofa next to them, their faces filled with fear. Two other women sat next to a scarred man, looking obsequious. There were piles of rice, flour, canned goods and other supplies on the ground. Clearly, these four were scum of the Green Wolf gang. The three cowering women were coerced, while the other two were either willing to submit, or were their women. The sudden breach of the door stunned everyone. The four men stood up abruptly, looking towards the door with a mixture of shock and anger. Damn it! Who the hell dares to kick down my door? They don't want to live anymore! The four people looked past Chen Nanxing and immediately saw Lin Ruishi behind him, who was wearing a trench coat, tall, and had a bright face. His eyes instantly blazed with undisguised greed and lust. Oh ho! They've delivered themselves right to my doorstep? The tall, thin man, iron-head, licked his lips and chuckled strangely. Little girl, you're quite sensible, knowing to come looking for your brothers on your own initiative? Yellow Hair, I am your grandpa, rubbed his hands together and was about to step forward. The powerful figure pointed directly at Lin Ruishi and said, Bring her here! The man closest to the door couldn't wait to reach out and grab Lin Ruishi's arm. Just as his hand was about to touch Lin Ruishi's trench coat, a cold, sharp glint flashed past like lightning. Pfft! Ah! The hand that reached out to Lin Ruishi was severed at the wrist. Blood splattered everywhere. Before anyone could react, that cold light flashed again. Snap! A head filled with shock and fear shot into the air, and blood gushed more than a meter high from the neck cavity. The headless corpse swayed and then fell heavily to the ground. The whole process was extremely fast. Even after the body fell to the ground, the screams seemed to still echo in the air. The living room was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the bloody and horrific scene. Chen Nanxing held a horse-slaying sword that had appeared out of nowhere in his hand, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground, with blood dripping down its groove. His cold gaze swept over the remaining 3 men and 5 women. Who just insulted me? The remaining 3 men turned pale and instinctively took a step back. But relying on their numbers and ferocity, Xiongba forced himself to remain calm and roared. Who the hell are you? How dare you kill our people? Aren't you afraid of offending the Green Wolf gang? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Chen Nanxing's lips. I am Chen Nanxing, the owner of apartment 3001 whom you all said you wanted to chop up and feed to the dogs. Damn it, it's you, you little brat! The blonde-haired man, the tall, thin man, and the 2 women who had been fawning over him suddenly grabbed fruit knives, beer bottles, and other items from the table and charged at Chen Nanxing like madmen. Kill him! Avenge my brothers! Chen Nanxing's eyes remained unwavering as he raised his knife and slashed. The blade flashed again. Like a tiger among sheep. Snap! Pfft! Ah! Accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking, the sound of sharp blades piercing flesh, and brief screams, the 4 men who rushed at them were all turned into mangled corpses in just a few seconds. The floor was instantly stained red with blood, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. Only Xiongbai and 3 timid women remained in the living room. At this moment, Xiongba was completely terrified, and his crotch was soaked with sweat. He knelt on the ground with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. Big brother! Grandpa! Spare me! Spare me! I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. The supplies, all the supplies are yours. The women are yours too. Just spare my life. Spare you? If I were weaker than you, would you spare me? No, you not only want to kill me and take my supplies, But you also want to possess my maid. So. The blade rises, the head falls. After dealing with the last man, Chen Nanxing turned his attention to the 3 women who were still alive. Which of you is one of these 4 men's women? Chapter 15. Why do women make things difficult for other women? She. 2 of the women raised their fingers almost simultaneously, pointing at the woman in the middle wearing a red sweater. It's her! It's her! She's Xiongji's woman! A short-haired woman shrieked, eager to distance herself from the situation. Yes! It's her! We were forced. She's the only one who went with them willingly. Another slightly overweight woman quickly echoed her sentiment, her face turning pale. The woman in red, who was identified, felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her body trembled violently, and she tumbled off the sofa, kneeling down in front of Chen Nanxing, her forehead hitting the bloodstains on the floor. No! No! Brother! Sir! Please let me explain! The woman in red was crying uncontrollably, her words tumbling out incoherently. I was forced. They forced me. I absolutely refuse. Please spare me. I'll do anything. I can serve you. I'm very skilled, please don't kill me. Chen Nanxing looked at the woman in red with indifferent eyes, showing no emotion whatsoever. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I won't kill women now. Upon hearing this, the woman in red suddenly raised her head, her face bursting with the wild joy of surviving a disaster. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you for sparing my life. I'll be yours from now on. I'll serve you like a slave. The woman in red kowtowed repeatedly, tears streaming down her face in gratitude. However, Chen Nanxing's next action froze her smile on her face. Chen Nanxing handed the still-dripping blood-stained horse-slaying sword to Lin Ruishi, who was standing behind him. Ruishi, take this. You handle her, and the 2 people over there who identified her. Lin Ruishi's delicate body trembled violently, and her face turned ashen white in an instant. She looked at the cold knife hilt being offered to her, still stained with warm, sticky blood, and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Master! I have never killed anyone. Asking her to kill someone? This is far more cruel than she imagined. It wasn't what she imagined. She only wanted to be the woman behind the Big Brother, not the executioner. The woman in red, whose heart had just settled, jumped into her throat again. She looked at Lin Ruishi in terror and pleaded once more. Sister! No, elder sister! Please! Spare me! We are all women, why do women have to make things difficult for each other? I am a victim too. Spare me, and I'll become your maid and serve you for the rest of my life. The other 2 women also realized what was happening, and they immediately knelt down, kowtowing frantically. Yes! We were forced into this. Sister, please spare our lives. Lin Ruishi looked at the 3 women pleading desperately in front of her, her hand gripping the knife handle trembling violently. She certainly hated those who aided and abetted evil, but to end someone else's life with her own hands. In the moment when Lin Ruishi was struggling internally and hesitating, a sudden change has occurred. A ruthless glint flashed in the red-clad woman's eyes. Suddenly, he pulled a gleaming dagger from his boot and attacked like a mad dog, roaring as he lunged at Lin Ruishi, who was right in front of him. You bitch, you're not going to talk because you don't want to let me go, are you? In that case, you'd better die. Everything happened too fast, too suddenly. The sharp dagger pierced straight into Lin Ruishi's lower abdomen. Lin Ruishi's mind went blank. The shadow of death was like ice water poured over her head, making her limbs stiff and forgetting even the most basic dodging. He could only watch helplessly as that cold glint rapidly magnified in his pupils. Just as the tip of the dagger was about to touch her trench coat. Buzz! A blurry shadow arrived before human vision could detect it. It's Chen Nanxing. He didn't even use a knife, he simply raised his foot seemingly casually, and with lightning speed and precision, kicked the red-clad woman's wrist that was holding the knife. Snap! The sickening sound of bones cracking rang out clearly. Ah! The woman let out a blood-curdling scream, and the dagger flew from her hand, landing with a clatter some distance away. Chen Nanqing's movements did not pause at all. With his kicking foot landing on the ground as a pivot, his other leg swept out like a steel whip, slamming hard into the red-clothed woman's temple. Bang! With a muffled thud, the woman's head snapped to one side at an extremely unnatural angle, her eyes still filled with disbelief and astonishment, while her body slumped limply to the ground. It twitched twice, then fell completely silent. The living room fell silent again, filled only with the thick, pungent smell of blood. Lin Ruishi froze on the spot, her heart pounding, her back instantly soaked with cold sweat. She looked at the red-clad woman who had died instantly on the ground, and then at Chen Nanqing, who stood with his legs drawn up and a cold expression. The fear and relief of surviving the ordeal were intertwined. Her lips trembled, and she subconsciously thanked him. Master, thank you. However, before she could finish expressing her gratitude, smack! A crisp, loud slap landed hard on her face. The force was so great that Lin Ruishi was caught off guard and was knocked to one side. A clear red mark of 5 fingers instantly appeared on her fair cheek, burning with pain. Lin Ruishi was stunned by the blow. She covered her face and looked at Chen Nanqing in disbelief, her eyes instantly welling up with tears of grievance. Thanks? Chen Nanqing's eyes were icy cold, devoid of any warmth. What I need is not a thank you. I saved you because you are now my property. Not because you are a person worthy of being saved. This is the end times. This isn't your airline's first-class cocktail party. Here, mercy and hesitation are tantamount to suicide. The slightest pity you show to the enemy today will become a knife plunged into your own heart or mine tomorrow. Useless! Someone like you, even with the best supplies and the safest shelter, wouldn't survive. Not only will it kill you, but it will also implicate those around you. Tell me, how do you want to die? Chen Nanqing's harsh rebuke was like an ice pick, piercing through all of Lin Ruishi's wishful thinking and the sliver of warmth she had just begun to feel. The pain in my cheek was nothing compared to the shock and humiliation of those words. Strangely, the feeling of being wronged quickly subsided, replaced by a cold clarity and a strong sense of lingering fear. The master is right. If my master hadn't acted quickly, I would already be a corpse. One's own hesitation is the most fatal weakness in the apocalypse. Not only would it kill her, but if she really implicated her master, she dared not think any further. Thump! Without any hesitation, Lin Ruishi knelt down straight in the cold, sticky blood. Master, I was wrong. I was too stupid and naive. I failed to live up to your expectations. I promise I won't do it again. Please, master, give me another chance. Lin Ruishi slammed her forehead heavily against the ground, making a dull thud. This time, she was truly afraid, and she truly understood. Chen Nanqing didn't speak, but just stared coldly at Lin Ruishi. He never intended to train Lin Ruishi into an emotionless killing machine, but he also didn't want her to be a saintly figure in the apocalypse. Seeing that Chen Nanqing did not react, Lin Ruishi became even more frightened. The owner must be extremely disappointed in me. Will he abandon me? If you've never seen the light, you won't be afraid of the darkness. Lin Ruishi had experienced a good life with Chen Nanqing, and she didn't want to go back to the past when she was freezing and starving. Master, I was wrong. Please don't abandon Ruishi, okay? Please forgive Ruishi this time. Lin Ruishi dared not stop, forcefully slamming her forehead against the cold, sticky floor. Bang, bang. The dull thud of kowtows was particularly clear in the silent, blood-soaked living room. Soon, her smooth forehead turned bright red and even swelled up slightly. The blood and dust that had splattered on her face earlier spread even more after she bumped her head, making her look disheveled and pitiful. Looking at Lin Ruishi's expression, Chen Nanqing finally spoke calmly. That's enough, stop kowtowing. Finish what you haven't done yet. Chapter 16 The Female Anchor, Little Sue Who's Giving Up. Like cats whose tails have been stepped on, the two women, driven by a last instinct for survival, cried out and crawled toward Lin Ruishi. No! Please! Let us go! We were really forced into this. We didn't do anything. Sister, please have mercy on us. We're willing to do anything for you. We can help you with chores, cleaning, laundry, anything. Just don't kill us. Lin Ruishi's heart clenched again as she looked at their pleading faces. But this time, the terrifying scene of the woman in red suddenly launching a sneak attack flashed through his mind, along with Chen Nanqing's cold words and that stinging slap. Kindness and hesitation are paths to death. She took a deep breath, suppressing her discomfort, and tried to make her voice sound cold. You say you were forced and did nothing? The two women nodded frantically. Yes. We were captured by them. Lin Ruishi pointed to the scattered supplies on the ground and the empty wine bottles and leftover canned food left by the men. Then what they ate and drank, didn't it belong to the other neighbors in your building? When you were enjoying these spoils with them, did you ever think about whether those who were robbed would starve or die of thirst? The two women were speechless, and their faces turned pale. You are enjoying the supplies they have looted, and you are condoning or even assisting their atrocities. Now that they're dead, you claim to be innocent? There's no such logic in the world, so you aren't wrong. Lin Ruishi swiftly brought down the knife. Having dealt with the two men, he forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit, bowed his head, and walked up to Chen Nanqing. Master, I'm done. Chen Nanqing glanced at her but made no comment. Looking around the room, I saw a large pile of supplies, various foods, bottled water, canned goods, and even some cigarettes and alcohol. He casually snapped a few photos and then opened the Building 30 Neighborhood Mutual Aid Group. Nanqing, at all members, image, the bastards from 802 are dead. Now the supplies here are mine. The group was silent for a few seconds, then it exploded. Building 30 to 602 Laolu, what? Xiongge and the others are dead? Wang Jie 401, Building 30, it's yours now? Why should I? My family's stolen rice and oil were still inside. Building 30 to 2204, Tian Xiangshang, yeah. Those are the canned foods I collected. Those are my supplies. I'm just temporarily storing them with them. Immediately, many people echoed this, claiming that the supplies belonged to them, and that Xiongge and the others were merely keeping them safe. Their words brimming with the accusation of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Nanqing store? At Building 30 to 2204 every day upward, do you need to store your canned food in someone else's stomach? At 30-401 Sister Wang, did you voluntarily hand over your rice and oil to 802 for them to store? Should I send you some photos of them drinking and eating canned food just now? This is what they call storage. The group chat went silent instantly. Chen Nanqing sneered and continued typing. Nanqing, stop with the nonsense. These things are my spoils now. Who wants it? Sure. Introduce me to a beautiful maid. She must be top-notch in looks and figure, and obedient and sensible. Whoever introduces a maid who satisfies me can take whatever supplies are available here. The group chat erupted in a chorus of curses, though most of them were veiled. Building 30 to 1701 Qingfeng, trading everyone's supplies for a maid? This isn't quite right. Building 30 to 601, Your Majesty, bah! Vulgar! Shameless! Do you think everyone is like you? We would rather starve to death than engage in this kind of flesh trade. Old Lu, Building 30 to 602 Boss Nanqing. I do know someone. I don't know if they meet your requirements. Nanqing to say. Old Lu from Building 30 to 602, there's a female streamer in Building 28 who broadcasts on the Yinyu platform. She's very pretty and has a good lifestyle. Although many older men sent her gifts and tried to ask her out, she never met them privately. A female streamer that even the top-ranked patron couldn't get a date with? Chen Nanqing became a little interested. Nanqing, though? That's interesting. At Building 30 to 602 Laolu, come to 802 and tell me more. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a thick cotton-padded coat and hunching his neck appeared shivering at the door of 802. When he saw the horrific scene and the corpses inside the house, his legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. But I adapted quickly. Nan! Boss Nanching! Old Lu's voice trembled, and he dared not look up. Shen Nanching looked at old Lu. He was bald and greasy. He seemed like an honest man. Don't worry, I'm not a serial killer. I only kill those who deserve to die. Now, let's talk about that female anchor. Old Lu composed himself slightly, but still dared not let his eyes wander. Yes. I've been following her for quite a while. Her classical dance is particularly charming. I saved up 3 years' worth of salary, bought her a lot of gifts, and was her top spender for 2 days before I finally had the chance to chat with her a few times. Chen Nanqing was stunned for a moment. What kind of brand is this? Did I spend 3 years' worth of salary just to exchange 2 sentences with the other person? Even Boiling Sheep has to call him ancestor. Haha, bro, you probably don't want to chat, you want to go to a bar? Old Lu blushed deeply with embarrassment and stammered. My lord, you are wise. Such a beautiful woman, who wouldn't want her? Chen Nanqing remained non-committal, then pointed to Lin Ruishi beside him, whose face was still stained with blood but whose beauty was undeniable. How does she compare to my maid? Only then did old Lu dare to take a closer look at Lin Ruishi. A flash of amazement and greed crossed his eyes, but he immediately remembered Chen Nanqing's ruthlessness and quickly lowered his head. On camera, the female anchor is extremely beautiful, but she must have used a beauty filter. If she didn't, she should be about the same as you, each with her own merits, right? Chen Nanqing's interest grew even stronger. If it can achieve a quality comparable to Lin Ruishi without beauty filters, it's definitely worth getting. What's her nickname as a streamer? Do you have her contact information? Her name is Little Sue, who's just laying down, but I don't have her contact information. However, I know her WeChat nickname. I think it's the same. She's in our Happiness Community's owners group. Chen Nanqing immediately searched the owners group and found a user nicknamed Bailing Xiao Su, whose profile picture was a beautiful image of a woman in Hanfu holding a pipa. He decisively clicked to add her as a friend, and the note was simple and direct. Looking for a maid, who will provide food, warmth, and safety. As for when or whether the other party will agree, Chen Nanqing is not in a hurry. With his current strength and resources, he has a foothold in this apocalypse and has plenty of time. He casually took a few close-up photos of the supplies, especially the canned goods, self-heating rice, and bottled water, and sent them to the residents' group chat again. Nanqing, at all members seeking maids, room and board included. Requirements, beautiful and clean. Those interested can send photos directly or message me privately. Chapter 17 Chen Nanqing's Tenderness. The Baiwa Happiness Community Owners Group was instantly flooded with various messages. Building 7 to 1102 Desperate Housewife at Brother Nanqing. Please have mercy. My child hasn't eaten for 2 days and has cried until his voice is hoarse. I don't need much, just a bag of biscuits and a bag of milk powder. Please. I'm begging you. Crying emoji. Building 19 to 303 Tough Guy, at Nanqing boy, don't be so arrogant. You think you're so great just because you have supplies? Let me tell you, we have plenty of brothers in this building too. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and separate your things, otherwise it won't be so easy to talk to us when we come knocking on your door. Building 5 to 902 Please give up your seat to the elderly man, at Nanqing young people, this is a time of crisis, we should help each other and get through this together. How could you take advantage of the situation and make such a despicable demand? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Sharing the supplies equally among everyone is the right thing to do. Other messages, including pleas, threats, and inducements, are also scrolling rapidly. Almost simultaneously, Chen Nanqing's WeChat friend request notifications started ringing incessantly. Chen Nanqing accepted all the applications without hesitation and approved them all. As soon as I got through, the chat window was flooded with all sorts of photos. An older woman with a face full of wrinkles tried her best to force a smile. Some were as thin as bamboo poles, yet they wore tight-fitting clothes and struck poses. Some weigh over 200 pounds and still have double chins even with the highest level of beauty filters on. There was even a bearded man who posted a shocking photo of himself dressed as a maid and wearing a wig, with the caption, "Brother, look, I can be both boy and girl, cool and sweet, I promise I'll be obedient." Chen Nanqing felt the churning in his stomach and his blood pressure spiked as he read it. Damn it, what kind of monsters and demons are these? His fingers flew across the keyboard, deleting and blocking all those shady characters in one fell swoop. Leaving your phone for even a second longer is disrespectful, for fear of getting a virus. Immediately, some people in the group expressed their dissatisfaction. Building 3 to 601 Sister Forever 18 at Nanqing Liar. You're a liar! You added me and then deleted me? Do you even have any resources and are just playing with people? Don't believe him. Chen Nanqing sneered and casually tossed the ugly photo that Sister is Forever 18 had just sent into the group chat. Nanqing at Building 3 to 601 Sister, you're forever an 18-year-old auntie. You're old enough to be my grandma, why are you still joining in? Save your breath, why don't you just enjoy your retirement? Building 3 to 601 Sister Forever 18, you. I was very beautiful when I was young. I still look great now. What do you know? Nanqing. Just then, a familiar ID sent a friend request. Building 3 to 601, please call me Fairy. Chen Nanqing raised an eyebrow and approved the application. The other party quickly sent several heavily edited photos. The woman in the photos looked to be in her early 20s and was wearing full makeup. Wearing cute plush pajamas, she was fairly good-looking, probably around 75 points. Before the apocalypse, she would have been considered a pretty girl, but she was still far from meeting Chen Nanqing's requirements for a maid. However, the first sentence she sent made Chen Nanqing's eyes pop out of their sockets. Please call me Little Fairy, humph. You seem to have quite a bit of ability. But I want to make it clear in advance that even if I go there, we will still be equals. You must respect me, cherish me, and not force me to do things I don't like. Resources must be given to me first, and you must only be good to me, you cannot have any other women. You have to do most of the housework, because I'm a fairy. Of course, if you behave well, this fairy might consider giving you a chance to pursue me. So, how about it? Aren't you tempted? The heaven-defying, ethereal aura completely stunned Chen Nanqing. This is the apocalypse, where does this, little fairy, get such a big face? Chen Nanqing didn't even bother to reply, and simply blocked and deleted this, little fairy, without even taking a screenshot. There are widows every day, but there seem to be more than usual today. Chen Nanqing muttered a speechless complaint, and put away his phone. Then he turned to old Lu, who was standing next to him, looking trembling with fear. Old Lu, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Throw all these corpses out the window, they're an eyesore. Then move 2/3 of the supplies from this room to 2901, which is where my maid used to be. The remaining third is your reward for your hard work. If little Sue, who's just giving up, is really as good as you say and satisfies me, then the rest is yours too. Old Lu's face instantly broke into a wide grin. Thank you, Boss Nanqing. Thank you. I promise I'll get the job done quickly. Xiao Su is absolutely gorgeous, I wouldn't dare lie to you. After saying that, old Lu immediately transformed into a diligent porter, first laboriously dragging several corpses to the window, then pushing open the partially frozen window and throwing them down with all his might. Then they began moving supplies box by box and bag by bag into 2901. 2 hours later, old Lu was exhausted and covered in sweat, but looking at the large pile of food and water left for him in the corner, he felt very happy and left with his share of the spoils, full of gratitude. As for room 2901, the door that had been smashed had been repaired and reinforced by Chen Nanqing using the tools and materials he found. Although it was not as good as a new one, it was enough to keep out most people. Inside the house, there was a pile of supplies. If eaten sparingly, it would definitely be enough to feed one person for a year. Lin Ruishi watched all this with a complicated expression. Back in 3001, a warm breeze enveloped us. Without any hesitation, Lin Ruishi walked straight to the center of the living room and knelt down in front of Chen Nanqing. Master, Ruishi knows she was wrong. Today I was foolish and weak, and almost caused a disaster. I have failed your trust and guidance. Please punish me, Master. Chen Nanqing looked at her swollen forehead and the bloodstains still on her face, and asked calmly. Do you hate me? Do you hate me for forcing you to kill someone, hate me for hitting you? Lin Ruishi suddenly looked up, her tone urgent. No! Absolutely not! It's right for Master to hit me. I deserve to be hit. My master is teaching me how to survive in the apocalypse. If it weren't for him, I would have died twice already. I feel only gratitude, not a trace of resentment. His answer was resolute, his eyes clear, revealing no trace of hypocrisy. Chen Nanqing stared at her for a few seconds, then nodded. Get up. What's past is past, just remember the lesson. Thank you, Master. Lin Ruishi breathed a sigh of relief and carefully stood up. Go and wash yourself clean, especially the wounds on your face, and treat them properly. Yes, Master. Lin Ruishi obediently walked towards the bathroom. When she finished showering and came out in her clean pajamas, she saw Chen Nanqing sitting on the sofa with a tube of ointment in his hand. Come over. Lin Ruishi walked over as instructed, somewhat at a loss. Sit down and lift your face. Lin Ruishi's heart raced slightly. She obediently sat on the sofa next to Chen Nanqing, tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly with nervousness. Chen Nanqing used a cotton swab to scoop out some cool ointment. His movements weren't particularly gentle, but he was very careful. The cooling sensation from the ointment dispelled the burning pain, and Chen Nanqing's unexpected action caused Lin Ruishi's heart to ripple like a stone thrown into a still lake, creating layers of complex waves. She quietly opened her eyes and looked at Chen Nanqing's focused profile, which was so close to hers. Suddenly, she felt that this decisive, ruthless, and powerful master was not entirely devoid of human warmth. All right. Be careful these next few days. Chen Nanqing put away the ointment, his tone returning to its usual calm. Go and rest. Lin Ruishi was taken aback. Master, may I rest beside you? Chapter 18 The Sensible Little Maid. Chen Nanqing looked at the delicate little face in his arms, his fingers unconsciously stroking it. It's okay now, but not when I sleep at night. A slight hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Ruishi's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. After spending most of the day together, she had already realized that Chen Nanqing was wary and suspicious. It's only natural that people don't believe in someone they followed. After all, no one can prevent their partner from stabbing them in the back while they're asleep. I understand, Master. Lin Ruishi naturally turned to the side, rested her head on Chen Nanqing's strong thighs, and curled up in the spacious sofa like a cat that had found a comfortable nest. Chen Nanqing naturally raised one hand and placed it on Lin Ruishi's, bare too, to experience the so-called bouncy fun. With her other hand, she picked up her phone, opened the Yingyu live streaming platform, and entered Xiao Su, who is just going through the motions in the search bar. When the homepage loads, the profile picture is indeed the same ancient-style back view as on WeChat. Scrolling down, you'll find some live stream replays and short video clips. Chen Nanqing randomly clicked on one of the most popular dance videos. In the video, a woman dressed in modified hanfu and with her face covered by a light veil is dancing gracefully to melodious music. With flowing sleeves and a supple waist, every glance seemed to hook her, exuding both classical charm and modern sexiness. In particular, a certain hip-twisting and waist-lifting movement was performed with both purity and sensuality, full of tension. Tisk, that's a pretty good twist. Lin Ruishi, resting her head on Chen Nanqing's lap, tilted her head slightly, looked at her phone screen, then glanced at Chen Nanqing's focused profile, and asked softly, Master, does he like watching dancing? Chen Nanqing readily admitted that his eyes never left the screen. Especially these kinds of energetic ones, they're really exciting to watch. I can do a little too, Lin Ruishi said with a hint of ingratiation. I used to rehearse some simple dances for the airline's annual party. Oh? Chen Nanqing's interest was piqued. You can do it too? Jump over and let me see. Lin Ruishi blushed slightly, got up from Chen Nanqing's lap, and stood barefoot on the warm floor. She straightened her nightgown slightly, took a deep breath, and recalled the dance steps from her memory. Without music, she hummed the rhythm softly to herself. At first, her movements were a little awkward and shy, but soon, the physical skills she had acquired from her flight attendant training came to the fore. The body is flexible and expressive, and the simple spins are performed smoothly and beautifully. Although she is not as skilled as a professional dancer, her outstanding looks and figure give her a unique and captivating charm. As Chen Nanqing watched, the interest in his eyes gradually turned into a burning flame. This woman is constantly testing his self-control. Before Lin Ruishi could finish dancing, Chen Nanqing suddenly stood up and scooped her up in his arms. Owner? Lin Ruishi exclaimed in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around Chen Nanqing's neck. You danced well! But now, the master would like to experience a duet dance instead. Without any hesitation, Chen Nanqing strode towards the bedroom. Next up is a 2-hour duet dance segment, full of exciting content and dramatic twists and turns. 2 hours later. Chen Nanqing leaned against the headboard, lit a cigarette after the act, slowly exhaled the smoke ring, and his eyes held a saintly indifference. The body after undergoing a complete cleansing and rejuvenation process is incredibly strong, beyond imagination. Lin Ruishi was already exhausted from dancing, and fell into a deep sleep, her breathing even. Clearly she was exhausted. Around 8 p.m., Chen Nanqing walked out of the bedroom feeling refreshed and went into the kitchen. Following the same method, I retrieved a steaming 3-dish-in-1 soup meal from the system space. Braised fish chunks, garlic baby bok choy, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and seaweed and egg drop soup, plus 2 bowls of rice. The rich aroma of food gradually filled the air. He walked to the bedroom door and knocked on the door panel. Get up, dinner is ready. Lin Ruishi, lying on the bed, mumbled in a daze, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times before she finally managed to open her eyes. A wave of soreness and fatigue washed over her, but the enticing aroma of food that filled her nostrils forced her to stay awake. She struggled to sit up, rubbed her eyes, and looked at Chen Nanqing, who stood tall and seemed tireless in the doorway. Her voice still carried the languid quality of someone who had just woken up. Master, what time is it? 8 o'clock, have something to eat before you sleep. Chen Nanqing's words were concise and to the point. Oh, okay. Lin Ruishi walked to the dining table, her eyes lighting up slightly as she looked at the steaming food on it. Master, you're amazing! Others don't even have leftovers, but you can still find different flavors to eat. Let's change things up, otherwise it'll get boring. Hee, Master is so thoughtful. That is. The maid's praise provided Chen Nanqing with ample emotional value. Seeing that Chen Nanqing wasn't stern, Lin Ruishi became bolder. Master, I don't think I'm a good enough maid. Chen Nanqing asked in surprise. What do you mean? Because I haven't served you, Master. Chen Nanqing immediately understood Lin Ruishi's meaning. So how do you plan to serve me? Master, how about this little maid feeds you instead? To have one's clothes handed to one's hand and food served to one's mouth, isn't that the dream of most people? Okay. Lin Ruishi's eyes lit up, as if she had received some great blessing, and she quickly moved to sit down next to Chen Nanqing. She first picked up a piece of tender and juicy braised fish, carefully removed the main bones, and then cautiously offered it to Chen Nanqing's lips, her voice soft and sweet. Master, I'll try this fish, it looks so delicious. Chen Nanqing opened his mouth to take it, chewed it a few times, and nodded in satisfaction. The fish bones have been removed very cleanly. Receiving affirmation made Lin Ruishi beam with joy, even happier than if she had eaten it herself. She scooped up another spoonful of seaweed and egg drop soup, blew on it gently to make sure it wasn't too hot before handing it over. Master, have a sip of soup, don't choke. Chen Nanqing drank the soup from her hand, the warm broth soothing his stomach. You eat too. Lin Ruishi picked up a piece of garlic-flavored baby bok choy for herself and ate it in small bites, but her eyes were always on Chen Nanqing's bowl and expression. After eating a few bites, she started feeding him stir-fried pork with chili peppers, even using her hand to support the meat underneath to prevent oil from dripping onto Chen Nanqing's clothes. "Master, eat some meat to replenish your strength." As Lin Ruishi spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, as if she were recalling the physically demanding duet dance she had just performed. Chen Nanqing readily complied and ate the slices of meat she fed him. They were spicy, fresh, and very appetizing. Occasionally, Lin Ruishi would use a little trick, such as biting into half a piece of fish herself, then tilting her head back and gesturing with her eyes for Chen Nanqing to eat the other half. Chen Nanqing found the slightly flirtatious intimacy quite amusing. A simple home-cooked meal was eaten casually, with each person taking a bite, accompanied by soft whispers and gentle conversation. Lin Ruishi served him with utmost care, her eyes overflowing with flattery and dependence. Chen Nanqing was happy to enjoy being pampered, especially since the person serving him was a stunningly beautiful woman with a top-notch appearance and a hot body. This kind of enjoyment, which was considered a luxury before the apocalypse, has now become his daily routine. Outside the window lies a world of ice and snow, fraught with danger. Inside, however, it is warm and cozy, with delicious food and beautiful company. The extreme contrast brought Chen Nanqing's sense of control and satisfaction to its peak. He would even occasionally feed Lin Ruishi a bite, watching her eat it with a flattered expression, and then smile like a kitten that had stolen some cream. Time slipped away quietly in the sticky, sweet atmosphere. By the time the two had finished eating and drinking, the clock on the wall had already struck 9 o'clock in the evening. It took a full hour to eat. The dishes on the table were almost all gone, and the rice was almost empty. Lin Ruishi looked at the empty plate with a satisfied expression, as if she had completed an extremely important task. She took out a tissue and carefully wiped away the non-existent oil stains from the corners of Chen Nanqing's mouth. Because she ate all the oil. "Master, are you full?" Then I'll tidy up." Lin Ruishi stood up, her movements swift and efficient. Although she was still feeling a little unwell, she was in a particularly cheerful mood. Through this meal, she felt that the distance between her and Chen Nanqing seemed to have narrowed a bit. At least, the master wasn't always so cold and terrifying. He could enjoy himself, relax, and even occasionally reveal a faint trace of gentleness. This is enough for Lin Ruishi. Watching Lin Ruishi busy in the kitchen, Chen Nanqing's lips curled up slightly. This maid is becoming more and more to his liking. Half an hour later, Lin Ruishi lay in Chen Nanqing's arms again. "I'm checking group messages on my phone." The people inside were mostly living in misery, lacking either water or food. "Then look at myself, what a wonderful life I'm living. I really regret not coming to be a maid for my master on the first day of the apocalypse. Wait, why is someone cursing the owner here? Building 19 to 1102. I haven't been a gang leader for years at Nanqing. Are you tired of living? You dare to mess with the old man, Green Wolf gang? You steal the old man's supplies? Do you even know how to spell death?" Chapter 19. Cute Little Sue. Lin Ruishi's brows furrowed instantly, and a surge of anger welled up inside her. Almost reflexively, I sat up straight, my fingers flying across the screen. "Ruishi at Building 19-1102. I haven't been a big brother for many years, so watch your mouth. Who's got a death wish? Your bunch of useless henchmen stole our supplies, and ended up getting themselves killed. Who can you blame? You dare threaten my master? You'd better mind your own business first. Trash. Scum!" Lin Ruishi puffed up her cheeks in anger, like a little hen protecting her chicks. Chen Nanqing was stunned for a moment when he saw Lin Ruishi, who had suddenly become flustered in his arms, and then he found it funny. He reached out and gently pressed Lin Ruishi's wrist, which was still preparing to type. "All right, why get angry with someone like that? Pretty girls shouldn't act like shrewish women, it's not pretty." "But master! He insulted you!" Lin Ruishi looked up, her eyes still blazing with anger, her lips pouting, clearly very unconvinced. Why is he insulting you? I just can't stand it. I know. Chen Nanqing gently rubbed Lin Ruishi's head, his gesture carrying a rare gentleness. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite back? You should leave that to the owner. Lin Ruishi was soothed by his gentle touch that she lost her temper. Although she was still a little resentful, she obediently said, "Oh," and leaned back into Chen Nanqing's arms, though her eyes were still glaring angrily at the screen. Chen Nanqing picked up his phone, opened the group chat, and slowly typed a reply. Nanqing at Building 19 to 1102. I haven't been a big brother for many years. How do you write the word death? You can come over here in person, and I'll teach you step by step. Alternatively, I can send you to see your 4 men and have them teach you from below. Which one? This response was even more direct and arrogant than Lin Ruishi's verbal battle. The group chat fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly stunned by Chen Nanqing's domineering reply. Building 19 to 1102. I haven't been a big brother for many years. You little brat, you're pretty arrogant. When the big boss has some free time, I'll definitely kill you. Nanqing, you bastard, let's arrange a place, or tell me where you are right now, and I'll come and kill you. The group fell silent again. I haven't been a big brother for many years, so naturally I won't tell Chen Nanqing my current address. Chen Nanqing was able to kill 4 of his own henchmen, which shows he has some strength. There's no need to engage them for now. At this moment, Property Manager Wang jumped out, trying to muddy the waters. Property Manager Wang, at Building 19 to 1102. I haven't been a big shot for years, humph. Some people are just good at empty talk. At Mr. Chen from Nanqing, don't lower yourself to the level of this social scum. Our property management team has now united more homeowners, is financially strong, and maintains excellent order. We sincerely invite you to join us in maintaining peace in our community. Why fight this battle alone? Chen Nanqing scoffed. Nanqing, at Property Management Manager Wang, are you trying to maintain peace? Manager Wang, are you kidding me? Besides collecting fees and reaping the benefits afterward, what else can your property management company do? Peace is achieved through force, not words. I have no interest in your childish games. Building 19 to 1102. I haven't been a big brother for many years. Ha ha ha. At Property Manager Wang, did you hear that? You got a cold shoulder after all, didn't you? They wouldn't even look at a bunch of rabble like you. You worthless cowards trying to act like leaders? Give me a break. Manager Wang and I haven't been a big brother for many years. Immediately started mocking each other, hoping to embarrass the other and make more people feel that their power was even greater. To consolidate their positions. Chen Nanqing was too lazy to watch their incompetent bickering anymore, so he sent another message. Nanqing, at all members are looking for pretty maids. Requirements are the same as above. You can message me privately. Please send photos without filters. Then I simply muted the group messages and tossed my phone aside. The world is quiet now. A bunch of clowns. Boring. Watching TV shows is much more comfortable. In the past, I worked like a slave to my boss during the day, and I might still have to work like a slave when I got home at night. I was so tired that I had no time to enjoy myself. Now that it's the apocalypse, I've actually become quite free, so I have to catch up on all the shows I've been wanting to watch but haven't yet. Just as Chen Nanqing started watching a popular sci-fi drama, his phone beeped with a crisp notification sound. It's a notification that your friend request has been accepted. Chen Nanqing raised an eyebrow, clicked on it, and saw that Little Sue, who is just giving up, had been verified. The first message from the other party had a lively feel to it. Little Sue, who's just giving up, hey hey hey. Are you that big shot who said he wanted to recruit maids? Omega, are you made of titanium alloy? Aren't you afraid of dying? Chen Nanqing immediately put down the tablet. Watching dramas is nothing compared to getting a maid. Nanqing, of course I'm scared. How could I not be? If I die, I won't be able to enjoy delicious food and, well, life. Why do you ask that? Little Sue, who's just giving up, wow. Instant reply. Sigma, degree, you're still asking me why? You just offended both the Green Wolf gang and the property management team in the group chat. There are so many of them, one group could beat you to death, let alone two groups. Although the Green Wolf gang are bad guys and the property management isn't much better, it's dangerous for you to start two gangs at the same time like this. Nanxing, oh, you mean this? They're just a bunch of worthless animals. Putting them together is just a waste of food. What, are you worried about me? Little Sue, who's just giving up, oh dear. Who's worried about you? I was just asking out of curiosity. Yes. Curious. And you said you'd hire maids, provide them with food, warmth, and safety. What if it's a scam? There are so many scammers these days. Although I guess I don't have much left to scam. I'd only have half a bag of potato chips left at home, boo-hoo. Nanxing, half a bag of potato chips? That's really bad. It's different for me. My family can't finish our food, we simply can't. Picture. Little Sue, who's just giving up. Degree, ah. It's braised pork. And rice. It looks so delicious. Wow, you're not kidding me. You really have so much delicious food. I really want to eat it all. Chen Nanxing's lips curled into a wicked smile, making him look like a creepy uncle tempting a little girl with a lollipop. Nanxing, want some? It's simple. Come here and be my maid, all of this is yours. Plenty. Little Sue, giving up while? But being a maid means, does that mean? I've never had a boyfriend before. I'm a little scared. Nanxing, which one? Smirking, don't worry, I'm a very reasonable person and I never force anyone. The maid's main job is to clean, cook, and make me comfortable. Everything else is up to you to decide. Little Sue, who's just giving up, really? But... The two chatted for a while longer, mostly. Little Sue, who was just lazing around, asking all sorts of questions, full of curiosity about everything Chen Nanxing had to offer, while Chen Nanxing patiently answered them. A while later, Little Sue, who's just giving up, sent a message. Little Sue, who's just giving up, boss, I'm off to chat now. I need to save my energy. Nanxing, What's wrong? Xiao Su, who's just giving up, the only food we have left at home is that half bag of potato chips, and it's almost gone. Chatting takes energy too, so I need to lie down with my eyes closed to conserve energy. Otherwise I might not have the strength to get out of bed tomorrow. Sob. The words convey a pitiful yet endearingly quirky charm. Chen Nanxing could almost picture a girl hugging her knees, looking worried about the last few potato chips. Nanxing, why bother? Come to me and you won't go hungry. The door is always open for you. By the way, what's your apartment number in building 28? Little Sue, who's just giving up, 2802. But I'll think about it some more. Good night, boss. Automatic shutdown due to low battery.jpg. Chat terminated. In room 2802 of building 28, a little girl was staring blankly at half a bag of potato chips. Will I starve to death? Or will I abandon my pride and become a maid? Or will I eat my last meal and then let the snow poison me? Or perhaps she should muster the courage to go out and snatch someone? But with her thin arms and legs, she probably couldn't even beat a dog, let alone snatch someone. Chapter 20. The supplies were stolen? Chen Nanxing yawned, looked at Lin Ruishi, who was still in good spirits, and watching a drama on the sofa, and said, I'm going to sleep. Remember, you're not allowed in my bedroom or the storage room. As for you, you can choose to sleep on the sofa or in the second bedroom. There are snacks and water on the coffee table. Help yourself if you get hungry or thirsty at night. Although his tone was calm, Lin Ruishi could hear the undeniable authority in his voice. Yes, master. Good night. Chen Nanxing nodded, turned around and walked into the master bedroom. He didn't go to bed immediately. Instead, he went to the door, and with a thought, took out 2 pistols with silencers from his system space. Fix a trigger to a concealed bracket behind the door, directly opposite the entrance, and connect the trigger to the inside of the door handle with an extremely thin, transparent fishing line. The other one is placed within easy reach by the bedside. If anyone outside tries to turn the doorknob to open the door, the fishing line will be pulled, instantly triggering the trigger, and the bullet will mercilessly pierce the intruder's body. After doing all this, Chen Nanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the bed. Today, although Lin Ruishi's performance was generally acceptable, and she even showed some loyalty to her master at the end, Chen Nanqing still did not trust her. A beautiful maid is certainly rare, but one's own safety and secrets are more important. If she succumbs to curiosity or harbors ulterior motives and dares to open this door tonight, then she deserves to die. Chen Nanqing never lacked the confidence to change his maid. In the living room, Lin Ruishi looked at the tightly closed master bedroom door, knowing full well that behind that door lay an absolute forbidden zone. Of course I won't go in. But the storage room's magic deeply attracted her. It seemed like it had everything. Like a treasure trove. Should we go in and take a look? After some internal struggle, Lin Ruishi finally gave up the idea of checking. Being able to survive and have enough to eat and wear is already 1,000,000 times happier than those people outside. Why bother searching for answers to mysteries you shouldn't know? Lin Ruishi did not choose to go into the second bedroom, but slept on the sofa instead. Having slept too much during the day, she was wide awake and tossed and turned. She picked up her phone again and subconsciously opened the monitoring app for her apartment, 2901. The screen loads. The next second, Lin Ruishi's eyes widened suddenly, and she instantly covered her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from screaming. The surveillance footage showed 3 dark figures busy in her living room. One of them was old Lu, who had come during the day. The other 2 were strange men. They actually broke into her house. Right now, they are carrying out the supplies that Chen Nanqing left there during the day, box by box. How dare they? Lin Ruishi's heart pounded wildly, and she was burning with anger, but she quickly forced herself to calm down. Should we tell Chen Nanqing about this immediately? Never mind. How could someone as cautious and intelligent as Chen Nanqing not have considered that Lao Lu and his gang might be tempted by the money and try to steal it at night? Since he had already thought of this, why did he deliberately put so many supplies in a room with a simple lock? Could it be that he had other plans? Perhaps this is a test? Or perhaps Chen Nanqing simply doesn't care about those supplies? If I were to disturb Chen Nanqing's rest without warning, would it upset him? Lin Ruishi hesitated for a moment, then decided to remain silent for the time being. She stared intently at the monitor, memorizing the figures of Lao Lu and the other 2, then turned off her phone screen and forced herself to close her eyes. She didn't sleep well that night. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Chen Nanqing opened his eyes on time. My first glance went to the bedroom doorway. There was no body, and no unusual bloodstains under the door. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, a barely perceptible sense of joy in his heart. Despite his thorough preparation and mental preparation, what if Lin Ruishi was really foolish enough to break into his bedroom at night? He would die. He still felt a little regretful. After all, Lin Ruishi was his first maid, with top-notch looks and figure, and she was slowly becoming more to his liking. After retrieving the 2 guns from his system space, Chen Nanqing walked straight out. In the living room, Lin Ruishi had already gotten up and finished washing up. She even thoughtfully prepared warm water and toothpaste for Chen Nanqing. Good morning, master. She bowed slightly, a gentle smile on her face, showing no sign of anything amiss. Chen Nanqing nodded, somewhat satisfied with Lin Ruishi's performance. After washing up, I noticed there was nothing on the dining table, so I couldn't help but frown slightly. Why didn't this little maid remind me to prepare the ingredients for cooking for her? After all, there's a difference between the ready-made food from the system and the food made by the little maid herself. Ruishi, can you cook? Lin Ruishi was taken aback, not understanding what Chen Nanqing meant, but still answered honestly. Master, Ruishi can cook some home-style dishes. Since you can cook, then cook more often from now on. Master, I've never tasted your cooking before. Master, I can cook, but there are no vegetables. Wait. Chen Nanqing walked into the storage room, and 2 minutes later, he came out carrying a bunch of fruits, vegetables, chicken, duck, fish and meat in large and small bags. Ruishi, we have some vegetables at home, come and put them in the refrigerator. Lin Ruishi was dumbfounded. Was it really that outrageous? Where did Chen Nanqing get fresh vegetables and fruits? It's absolutely outrageous. Good. Lin Ruishi quickly stepped forward and stuffed everything into the refrigerator. Master, are you hungry? Ruishi will make breakfast right now. No need, the host has already prepared breakfast. Chen Nanqing ran into the storage room again, turned around and took out 2 cups of soy milk, a few fried eggs, egg tarts and a few hot steamed buns. Come on, eat! As the two sat down at the table for breakfast, Lin Ruishi hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell them what had happened the night before. She put down her chopsticks. Master, there's something. I don't know if I should say it. Speak, Chen Nanqing said without looking up. I couldn't sleep last night, so I checked my home security camera. Lin Ruishi carefully observed Chen Nanqing's expression and said cautiously, I saw Lao Lu, with 2 other people, break into my house and take away all the supplies you left there. Chen Nanqing paused for a moment, while drinking his soy milk, then resumed his normal motion, as if he had heard a weather forecast rather than his own supplies being stolen. He picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth, saying in a flat tone, Okay, I understand. Lin Ruishi was somewhat taken aback. Master, aren't you angry? Get angry? Why get angry? This is the end times, this is human nature. Then, what do we do? Lin Ruishi was still somewhat upset. After all, so much food was gone just like that. Chen Nanqing got up, walked to the window, looked at the still gray sky and the white snow outside, and said in a cold voice, My things are mine, I give them away before others can take them. If I don't give them away, whoever takes them will die. Lin Ruishi once again clearly realized that Chen Nanqing was inherently ruthless and intolerant of betrayal. At the same time, she was secretly glad that she hadn't crossed those forbidden lines out of curiosity last night. Master, shall we go and retrieve the supplies now? Chapter 21 Feigning madness leads to neighbors turning against each other. Of course we have to come back, otherwise people will think your master is easy to bully. The two quickly dressed and, based on the information in the residence group, soon found old Lu's house number. Chen Nanqing raised his hand and knocked on the door, either too hard nor too soft. Who is it? Old Lu's wary voice came from inside the door, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Through the peephole, he could see 2 people standing outside. I am Chen Nanqing. There was a few seconds of silence inside the door. Old Lu clearly hadn't expected Chen Nanqing to come directly to his door. He asked through the door. So, it's Boss Nanqing, is there something wrong? It's nothing serious, open the door and let's talk. Oh? Well. Boss, this is really unfortunate. I'm not feeling well, maybe I'm a bit cold, so it's inconvenient for me to open the door. What's the matter? Why don't we talk here? Old Lu made an excuse, his voice sounding somewhat weak. Chen Nanqing smirked coldly, but didn't press the matter, changing the subject. About the female anchor in Building 28. Upon hearing this, old Lu inside the door seemed to relax his guard somewhat, but still did not open the door. Little Sue? Boss, you saw her? What did she say? I wasn't lying to you, was I? Isn't she very pretty? I haven't seen him yet. Chen Nanqing explained slowly. Didn't I promise you yesterday that if she really is as you say, I would give you the rest of the supplies as well? Old Lu's voice immediately became urgent. Yes. You're right, boss. So you're here to deliver supplies? That was originally the case. Chen Nanqing changed the subject, his tone turning cold. But when I went to 2901 this morning to retrieve it, I found that the supplies inside had been completely stolen. Old Lu, behind the door, visibly gasped for breath, then forced a shocked and angry tone. WH. What? Stolen? Who did it? Which damn bastard did this? Don't worry, boss, I, Old Lu, have lived in this building for 2 years. I'll definitely find out which son of a bitch is up to no good. Old Lou's performance was exaggerated, and he tried to distance himself from the situation. Listening to his clumsy performance, Chen Nanqing's eyes grew even colder. Oh? Is that so? Then thank you very much. However, that batch of supplies of mine was not a small amount, and it's just gone like that. I'm very unhappy about it. Old Lou quickly chimed in. Yes. Anyone would be upset in that situation. Don't worry, sir, I'll do my best to help you find it. Just searching probably isn't enough. Chen Nanqing lowered his voice, carrying an invisible sense of pressure. I checked the security footage from last night. There were 3 people who stole the items. A deathly silence fell instantly inside the door. Old Lou's breathing almost stopped. Several seconds passed before Old Lou finally spoke with a forced laugh, his voice trembling. Huh? Surveillance? Is there surveillance there? Boss, did you see clearly who it was? The lighting isn't very good, so it's not very clear. Chen Nanqing paused deliberately, putting pressure on Lao Lu. However, the figure does look somewhat familiar. Lao Lu, who do you think it could be? How would I know? Old Lou's voice was already trembling with tears. Boss. I suddenly have a really bad stomachache. I need to go to the toilet. Let's talk another day. After he finished speaking, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind the door, as if he was really in a hurry and had gone to the toilet. Chen Nanqing stared coldly at the tightly closed security door. All right, go ahead. But my things aren't so easy to take. If you do, you'll have to pay the price. Chen Nanqing had lost interest in playing this cat-and-mouse game. Suddenly, he raised his foot and kicked the seemingly sturdy security door with terrifying force. Boom! The entire security door, along with its twisted and deformed frame, collapsed inwards as if it had been hit by a cannonball. Old Lou had just run to the middle of the living room when he heard a loud noise. Terrified, he turned around abruptly and saw Chen Nanqing, like a demon, stepping on the collapsed door and walking in step by step. Lin Ruishi followed closely behind him, her eyes filled with joy. The stronger her master was, the safer she would be. Chen Nanqing! What do you mean? Why are you banging on my door? Are you trying to rob me in broad daylight? Old Lou tried to take the initiative and cover up his guilty conscience. Chen Nanqing stopped and looked around the slightly messy living room, his gaze finally settling on Old Lou's face, which was contorted with fear and anger. Don't you understand what I mean? Weren't you pretty bold last night when you picked the lock and stole my supplies? What, are you scared now? Old Lou's pupils contracted, and he forced himself to shout. You're making false accusations. Who stole your supplies? What proof do you have? There's nothing of yours in my house. Search for it yourself if you don't believe me. If you can't find it, you have to pay for my door and apologize to me. Old Lou shouted loudly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Chen Nanqing didn't move at all, only scoffed. Search? Why would I bother? Do you think I left the supplies there because I'm really careless and haven't prepared anything? Old Lou's heart sank suddenly, and an ominous premonition gripped him instantly. Chen Nanqing slowly took out his phone and waved it. I not only installed surveillance cameras, but I also put some small gadgets in the hidden corners of several boxes. A special fluorescent powder, once it gets on you, it's impossible to wash off in 3 to 5 days. Just expose it to an ultraviolet lamp. Old Lou's expression had completely changed, and he instinctively tried to hide his hands behind his back. The subtle movements were undoubtedly an admission of guilt. Looks like we don't need to go through all that trouble. Chen Nanqing put away his phone, his eyes looking at him as if he were a dead man. You've already admitted it yourself. Old Lou trembled, realizing he had been completely exposed, and fear instantly overwhelmed him. He fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Boss Nanqing! I was wrong! I'm not human! I was bewitched! I deserve to die! Please spare my life! The supplies! I didn't touch much of the supplies! Most of them are still here. I'll return them to you right now. I'll return them all to you. Please don't kill me. Your life is worthless. Where are my things? Lead the way. Old Lou felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet, his finger trembling as he pointed towards the door. They're next door, in apartment 603. They're my two neighbors. All the stuff is with them. We agreed to hide it together. Lead the way. Chen Nanqing spoke succinctly, pulling Lin Ruishi aside to make way. Old Lou staggered out of his kick-down house and walked to the security door of apartment 603 next door. I took a deep breath and tried to make my voice sound normal. Xiangzi! Ergu! Open the door! It's me, Lao Lu! Open the door quickly! Lao Lu pounded on the door. There was a few seconds of silence inside, then a wary voice came from inside. Old Lu? What the hell are you yelling about? Didn't I tell you not to knock on the door unless it's important? Open the door! Those supplies! My share, I need it now! Old Lu spoke in a low, anxious voice. Another voice came from inside the door, sounding even more impatient. Are you crazy? Taking it now? Didn't we agree to split it after things calm down? Get out of here! Don't cause trouble! Old Lu panicked as soon as he heard this, and no longer bothered to hide it. His voice suddenly rose. Wang Chang! Li Ergu! What the hell do you two mean? Trying to hog it all, huh? We agreed last night to split it equally among the three of us. Now give me my share right now. Hurry up! The two people inside seemed to be angered by Lao Lu's attitude. Old Lu, what are you yelling about? Who wants to take it all for themselves? You set the rules, you said you'd leave it with us for the time being, and now you're going back on your word? Who knows if you're being targeted by someone and trying to divert attention? Get out. From now on, no one is allowed to touch this shipment. Bullshit! Old Lu was furious, his face flushed red. He jumped up and down yelling. I risked my life to get one of those goods. Now you want to deny it? Open the door! Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 22. You guys are disturbing my ears. Chen Nanqing's lips curled into a playful sneer as he pulled Lin Ruishi back 2 steps. Lin Ruishi blinked her beautiful eyes. Master, what if they... Shh! Chen Nanqing gently pressed his finger against Lin Ruishi's red lips. If you're bored, why not watch some dog fights? It'll be entertaining. The door to room 603 was suddenly pulled open a crack from the inside. Seeing this, Lao Lu assumed the other party had given in and immediately stepped forward to argue. However, a cold glint flashed through the crack in the door. A sharp fruit knife suddenly appeared and stabbed precisely into Old Lu's lower abdomen. The anger and urgency on Lao Lu's face froze instantly, turning into utter shock. He looked down at the hilt of the knife embedded in his body, then looked up incredulously at the pair of eyes filled with ferocity and greed peeking through the crack in the door. You all! Old Lu made a hoarse sound in his throat. Damn it, you're so ungrateful. I've disliked you for a long time. You still want a share of the loot? Go to hell! The person inside the door suddenly pulled out a knife, stabbed it back in, and then pulled it out again. Blood gushed from Lao Lu's wound. He staggered back 2 steps, clutched his stomach, and collapsed to the ground in agony. The door opened completely, and 2 thin, fierce-looking men walked out, each carrying a weapon, one a blood-dripping fruit knife, and the other a metal baseball bat. They first glanced warily at the dying Lao Lu on the ground, then their gaze fell on Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi not far away. You too! What are you looking at? Get the hell out of here if you don't want to die! Damn it, you dared to covet our supplies, this is what happens to you! The 2 of them still hadn't figured out what was going on. They clearly mistook Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi for ordinary onlookers who had been drawn in by the noise. Before Chen Nanqing could speak, Lao Lu was already asking for help. Boss Nan! Nanqing, save me! Chen Nanqing slowly walked forward and squatted down. TSK, Lao Lu, your judgment isn't very good. Look, the neighbors have turned against each other. A fierce will to survive ignited in Lao Lu's eyes as he gripped Chen Nanqing's trouser leg tightly. Big boss, save me. I know I was wrong. I don't want the supplies anymore. You can have them all, save me. Chen Nanqing brushed his hand away. Old Lu, do you know? Even if you don't steal, as long as that little Su streamer satisfies me, I'll give you all the supplies in 2901. Why would you steal? Old Lu's eyes widened, his heart filled with extreme regret. It turns out he stole his own things and gave them to his good neighbor. What a foolish thing he did. Then, something else occurred to him. Since you were going to give it to me anyway, then, it doesn't count as stealing. Now the two of them stole my things. Boss, you're a strong person, you should uphold justice. Chen Nanqing was so angry he laughed. Ha! Old Lu, you really have a quick mind. Chen Nanqing stood up. What's mine is yours only if I give it to you. If I don't give it to you and you touch it, that's stealing, that's betrayal. Betraying is punishable by death. Even if they don't kill you, I will. Old Lu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and finally his head lolled to the side, and he fell silent. Xiangzi and Ergu were enraged when they saw that Chen Nanqing seemed to disregard them, and was even talking to a dead man. Hey! Kid! I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Ergo, holding a baseball bat, pointed it at Chen Nanqing and yelled. Get lost! Don't force me to take action! Xiangzi, holding the knife, leered at Lin Ruishi. Hey, this chick's pretty good. Kid, leave this chick here, you can get lost. Otherwise, you'll end up like this old bastard. Lin Ruishi felt a chill run down her spine from Chen Nanqing's gaze and instinctively shrank back behind him. Chen Nanqing slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. You guys are disturbing my ears. Chen Nanqing flashed and appeared in front of Xiangzi. Didn't your mother teach you that interrupting others is impolite? Xiangzi felt a blur before his eyes, and a sharp pain shot through his wrist. The fruit knife stained with Lao Lu's blood was somehow in Chen Nanqing's hand. Pfft! With a flash, the fruit knife was already precisely plunged into Xiangzi's heart. Xiangzi's sinister smile froze instantly. He looked down at the dagger, now only the hilt remaining in his chest, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. Then he was gone. Ergo's heart tightened, and he thought to himself. This is bad. He swung his baseball bat at Chen Nanqing's head. Chen Nanqing was too lazy to dodge, so he simply raised his hand and grabbed the baseball bat that was whistling towards him with his 5 fingers like iron clamps. Ergo felt as if he had smashed into a steel plate, the shock making his hands go numb, and the stick could no longer go any further. He stared at Chen Nanqing in horror, his pupils dilating. Why are there such strong people? Cured chicken. Chen Nanqing flicked his wrist, snatched the baseball bat, and swung it with a backhand. Bang! Ergo's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, splattering red and white matter all over the wall. Chen Nanqing expressionlessly threw away the baseball bat, took out his phone, and took several clear photos of the 3 corpses and scattered supplies on the ground. Then I opened the Building 30 Neighborhood Mutual Aid Group. Nanqing at all members, pictures. Nanqing, Lao Lu, Wang Chang, Li Ergu. Last night they broke the lock and stole the supplies I had stored in room 2901, trying to keep them for themselves, and they were also verbally abusive towards me. Nanqing, this is how it ends. Nanqing, I'll say it one last time, you can only take what's mine if I give it to you. If I don't, and anyone tries to take it, I'll chop off their claws and kill them. Remember that. The group was initially deathly silent. Immediately, the information erupted like a volcano. Wang Jie 401, Building 30, oh my god, murder! Murder! 3 people were killed at once. It's terrifying. Is there anyone who can do something about this? Building 30 to 1701 Qingfeng at Nanqing. How could you kill people so easily? Even if they were wrong to steal, you can't do this. Is there no law anymore? Mr. Zhang, 902, Building 30, what a terrible thing. Young man, you're too aggressive. You should be more forgiving. How are you any different from those thugs? Teacher Lee, 1501, Building 30, this is too cruel. What we need is unity and mutual assistance, not violence. Your actions will only make the community more chaotic. Various accusations, fears, and moral blackmail comments flooded the screen. Chen Nanqing watched coldly and typed a reply. Nanqing, everyone thinks I'm cruel? Sure. Anyone who thinks they can uphold justice or wants to avenge them, come to the 6th floor now. I'll wait here. Those who don't have the guts to come, stop babbling in the group and wasting my time. Anyone who dares to touch my things without my permission will be reminded of Lao Lu and his gang. The group chat fell silent again. Those who were just moments before filled with righteous indignation fell silent, trembling with fear. Go find Chen Nanqing? Are you kidding me? That's a ruthless killer. So far 13 people have died at his hands. Why would I go looking for trouble with someone I have no relation to? Am I an idiot? No one spoke. Chen Nanqing then sent another message in the group. Nanqing, at all members, who is the building manager? Come out and say hello so we can get to know each other. Chapter 23 Slave Owner Chen Nanqing. There was silence in the group for several seconds before someone finally replied. Zhang Hao, Building 30 to 1101, hello, Brother Nanqing, I am Zhang Hao, the building manager temporarily elected by everyone. Bowing emoji. Chen Nanqing raised an eyebrow. Nanqing, at Building 30 to 1101 your building manager Zhang Hao, right? I've killed so many people in this building, and as the building manager, aren't you going to do anything about it? Zhang Hao replied quickly and very tactfully. Zhang Hao, Building 30 to 1101 brother, you're joking. Old Lu and his gang are shady characters. Offending you is courting death. Moreover, I, Zhang Hao, know my own limitations. I can't and dare not interfere. This building will have to rely on your help from now on, brother. Chen Nanqing's lips curled up slightly. This guy was quite savvy. Nanqing, you've got good eyesight. Want some supplies? Zhang Hao paused for a moment, then quickly replied. Zhang Hao, Building 30 to 1101, yes. Of course I want to. Brother, what can I do for you? Nanqing, if you want it, come to the 6th floor now. Zhang Hao, Building 30 to 1101, okay, I'll be right there. A few minutes later, footsteps could be heard in the hallway. Zhang Hao wasn't alone. He brought 2 rather robust-looking young men with him. However, all 3 of them were empty-handed, to show that they had no hostile intentions. Zhang Hao's eyes twitched slightly when he saw the horrific scene in the 6th floor corridor and the collapsed door, but he quickly regained his composure and respectfully addressed Chen Nanqing, who was standing at the door of room 603. Hello Nanqing, I'm Zhang Hao. These 2 are my brothers, Liang and Xiaobin. We mean you no harm. Chen Nanqing glanced at the 3 of them, nodded, and pointed to the pile of supplies in room 603. These things are yours. Zhang Hao and his 2 companions stared wide-eyed at the mountain of supplies piled up before them. That should be enough to feed the entire building for 3 days. But Zhang Hao wasn't overwhelmed by the surprise. He took a deep breath and cautiously asked. Brother, this is too valuable. What can we do for you? Just tell us. Having spent many years navigating the complexities of society, Zhang Hao naturally knew that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Nothing special, just giving you supplies. I just happen to like you. However, now that you mention it, I do have something I need you to do. What's up? Zhang Hao felt uneasy and hoped that Chen Nanqing wouldn't cause any trouble. Oh, it's nothing serious. I don't want to see anyone cursing at me in the building group anymore. It's annoying. Also, could you keep an eye out for any pretty and clean women in our building or other buildings? Zhang Hao could hardly believe his ears. Is it really that simple? You don't have to risk your life or do anything dangerous. You just need to maintain order and help gather information to get so many supplies. Don't worry, brother. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. If anyone dares to disrespect you in the group again, I'll be the first to object. I'll definitely keep in mind any inquiries about beautiful women. Zhang Hao patted his chest and assured him. Okay, let's move the things. Chen Nanqing said no more and led Lin Ruishi to the stairwell. On the way, Lin Ruishi couldn't help but voice her question. Master, why did you give those supplies to them? Wouldn't it have been better if we had carried them back ourselves? Chen Nanqing glanced at Lin Ruishi. I don't even care about those supplies. Besides, don't you think it's tiring to carry them up here? The beautiful woman was speechless. Others crave supplies and move them around every day, but Chen Nanqing actually complains about being tired. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Master, do you care if others criticize you? Not give a damn about. Then why did you let Zhang Hao stop the people in the group? Well, Zhang Hao took the supplies, so he has to do something with them, right? Otherwise, if he takes things for nothing, wouldn't it make your master look stupid? Lin Ruishi nodded, feeling that Chen Nanqing's words made some sense, but not much. The two had barely sat down back in room 3001 when Chen Nanqing's phone vibrated. This is a message from the building complex. Zhang Hao, Building 30 to 1101, at all members, listen up. Nanqing is the pillar of our Building 30. From now on, if anyone dares to disrespect him in the group or spew nonsense, don't blame me, Zhang Hao, for being ruthless. You've all seen what happened to Lao Lu and the others, haven't you? Those who don't want to die, watch your mouths. Our leader is kind and gave us supplies. We should be grateful. Did you all hear me? Several other people, who seemed to be Zhang Hao's underlings, echoed this sentiment. Building 30 to 902, Liang, Haoge is right. Support Nanqing. Building 30 to 1203 Xiaobin, from now on, anyone who messes with the big boss is messing with us. The group was silent. No one dared to object. Chen Nanqing looked at his phone and nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Hao is efficient and knows how to leverage opportunities. The next instant, a series of messages popped up. Little Sue, who's just giving up, boss. Are you there? Greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to. Little Sue, who's just giving up, I've thought it through. Little Sue, who's just giving up, could I take a look at the maid's rules first? Little Sue, who's just giving up, oh, and also, does the maid include social insurance and housing fund? Even though it seems unnecessary now, it still needs some kind of security. Cute picture. Chen Nanqing smiled and sent over the maid's code of conduct. A few seconds later, the phone started vibrating wildly. Little Sue, who's just giving up, boss. You're a feudal remnant. A reincarnation of a slave owner. A reincarnation of Zhou Bapi? Little Sue, who's just giving up, speak on your knees. Unconditionally obey all orders? No prying into secrets? Violation will result in death? Little Sue, who's just giving up, this is absolutely inhumane. It's even worse than the indenture system of the old society. Are you trying to establish a monarchical system? Furious.jpg. Looking at the barrage of complaints and a bunch of angry and frustrated emojis on the screen, Chen Nanqing could almost see a girl baring her teeth and brandishing her claws at the phone screen. He rubbed his temples. The maid's code wasn't his idea. It was a product of the system. Chen Nanqing just thought it made sense and borrowed it. Nanqing, cough. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Although the rules are written like this, if a maid behaves well, it's not impossible to be exempt from some unnecessary rules. For example, my current maid, Lin Ruishi, has been exempted from kneeling and speaking all the time because of her good performance. She can also eat with me and eat whatever I eat. How well a maid is treated depends on her performance. Little Sue, who's just giving up, wow. Boss, your rhetoric sounds like the empty promises made by those evil capitalists. Little Sue, who's just giving up. Work hard, and you'll get shares when the company goes public. As a result, the company didn't even go public before the people were exhausted. Little Sue, who's just giving up. Good performance gets you special privileges. You set all the standards. It's practically a classic tactic of a heartless boss. Chen Nanqing was amused by Xiao Su's analogy, This girl's thought process was quite unique. Nanxing, think what you want. But only things that are hard-won are truly cherished, aren't they? Chapter 24 Su Xiaosu's Video Call. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if they were processing Chen Nanxing's words. Little Su, who's just giving up him. It seems, that makes some sense. Little Su, who's just giving up Boss, can I meet Sister Ruishi? I just want to see what real maid life is like. Curious baby.jpg. Chen Nanxing raised an eyebrow. This request was unexpected. Nanxing, sure. Let's start a video call. Shortly after the message was sent, a video call request popped up. Chen Nanxing clicked. Accept. The screen lit up, and a slightly pale but still exquisitely beautiful face appeared on the other end of the screen. The girl looked to be around 20 years old. Her hair was tied into a messy bun, with a few stray strands sticking to her forehead, adding to her delicate appearance. Her features were very beautiful, especially her big eyes, which, although they looked a little tired and nervous, were still bright and lively. She was wearing thick cartoon pajamas, and the background was a bedroom that looked fairly tidy but was somewhat messy. This is Xiao Su, who's just giving up. There's a slight difference between her real appearance and her filtered look in the live stream, but she has a great foundation. She's the kind of pretty girl who's pure yet a little mischievous. Her looks should be comparable to Lin Ruishi's. Sure enough, the system notification came the next moment. One potential maid who meets the system's criteria has been detected. Details are as follows. Name Su Xiaosu. Age 20. Height 165 centimeters. Measurements 84-58-86. Marital status single, no dating experience. Combat strength level LV0. Special ability detection none. Appearance rating 93 points. Note: quirky and clever, with a strong will to survive, adept at using online personas, live stream personas, for disguise and communication. Optimistic in appearance, but lacking in social experience, and inwardly fragile and fearful. Has an extremely high need for being fed, and for a sense of security. 93 points, just as I predicted. When Xiao Su saw Chen Nanxing on the other end of the video, she was clearly stunned for a moment, and a hint of surprise and barely perceptible light flashed in her big eyes. She originally thought that the big shot who had so many supplies and proposed to take in maids would be a fierce-looking middle-aged man or a fat old man. She never expected that he would be a handsome young man. Although his eyes were a bit cold, his facial features were well-defined and he had a very masculine look. Wow! Boss, so this is what you look like? Su Xiaosu blurted it out subconsciously, her voice coming through the microphone, softer and crisper than when she typed. What, are you surprised? Do you think I have 3 heads and 6 arms, or am I some kind of old geezer? Huh! No! Su Xiaosu quickly waved her hand, her face slightly flushed. I just didn't expect you to be so young and handsome, boss. I thought. Su Xiaosu was too embarrassed to continue, but her bright, expressive eyes said it all. What did you think? Did you think I was a ruthless, perverted old man who kills without hesitation? Chen Nanxing joked, his tone becoming more relaxed. Oh well, it was really unexpected. Su Xiaosu changed the subject, feeling embarrassed. She leaned closer to the screen and looked around curiously. Boss, where's Sister Ruishi? Didn't you say we could meet her? Wait. Chen Nanxing succinctly handed his phone to Lin Ruishi, who was nestled beside him and also curiously watching the screen. Lin Ruishi took the phone and adjusted the angle so that she and Su Xiaosu could see each other clearly. With a natural smile on her face and a gentle tone, she said, Hello, little Su, I'm Lin Ruishi. On the other end of the video, Su Xiaosu's eyes widened instantly when she saw Lin Ruishi. On screen, Lin Ruishi has a rosy and radiant complexion, smooth and shiny hair, and is wearing clean and comfortable home clothes. Although the style is simple, the material looks very good. More importantly, her mental state was remarkable. Her eyes were clear and bright, carrying a sense of peace and tranquility, completely unlike the haggardness, fear, and despair that most people in the apocalypse felt. This doesn't look like a maid struggling to survive in the apocalypse at all. She is clearly a well-preserved rich young lady from before the apocalypse, or rather, a carefully protected canary. Comparing her own messy background, the bulky pajamas she was wearing that still made her feel cold, and her pale face from hunger and anxiety, Su Xiaosu felt a huge sense of loss and envy. "Sister Ruishi! You're so beautiful!" Su Xiaosu exclaimed sincerely, her tone carrying a hint of amazement and a barely perceptible bittersweet feeling. "You look so healthy, you don't look like those people outside at all." Lin Ruishi smiled slightly at the compliment, and she also carefully looked at Su Xiaosu through the screen. Although she looked a little haggard, she had a very good foundation, delicate features, and especially a pair of big, bright eyes. She was a very cute girl. "Little Su, you're very pretty too. Your eyes are especially beautiful, like a porcelain doll." "Really? Thank you, Sister Ruishi." Su Xiaosu was somewhat happy, but then she remembered the important matter. She lowered her voice, her tone filled with curiosity and probing. "Sister Ruishi, what's life like as a maid? Is it really as terrible as described in the maid's code?" This is a crucial question, directly related to her final decision. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruishi glanced at Chen Nanqing beside her. Seeing that Chen Nanqing remained calm and showed no intention of interfering, she understood. She knew that her answer could directly influence Su Xiaosu's choice, and her master seemed quite interested in this quirky girl. Lin Ruishi hesitated for a second, then revealed a perfectly timed smile, one that conveyed satisfaction and reassurance. "Little Su, to be honest, when I first saw the rules, I was also very scared and hesitant." Lin Ruishi paused, as if recalling something, and then continued. "But after I actually came here, I found that the master is actually very reasonable. As long as you do your job conscientiously, don't overstep boundaries, and don't harbor malicious intentions, your master won't be harsh. As your master said, rules are rules, but people are flexible." She gently rested her cheek on Chen Nanqing's arm, the gesture natural and intimate. "Look at me now, I can eat my fill, dress warmly, and live in a safe and warm house. I don't have to live in fear, and I don't have to fight with people for half a loaf of bread. Compared to the uncertainty of life outside, the constant fear of freezing or starving to death, and the dread of being assaulted by a bunch of men, I feel very lucky." Lin Ruishi's answer was very clever. She did not directly deny the strictness of the maid code, but emphasized Chen Nanqing's reasoning and flexibility. Furthermore, through a comparison of her own situation, she highlighted the two most precious things in the apocalypse, safety, and food and clothing, that she gained after becoming a maid. She didn't exaggerate, but rather used a genuine and satisfied tone to depict a scene that the hungry Su Xiaosu couldn't resist. Sure enough, as Su Xiaosu listened to Lin Ruishi's words and looked at her rosy face and calm expression on the screen, and then thought about her own bag of potato chips with only crumbs left and her cold, empty room, the hesitation and fear in her eyes were gradually replaced by a strong desire. A sense of security, basic needs, these are too tempting for her right now. "Sister Ruishi, thank you for telling me all this." Lin Ruishi smiled gently and casually reached out to pick up 2 crystal-clear grapes from the fruit plate on the coffee table. She picked up a piece and carefully held it to Chen Nanqing's lips. "Master, try this, it's very sweet." Chen Nanqing opened his mouth to take it, and his tongue inadvertently touched Lin Ruishi's fingertip, making her cheeks blush slightly. Then, Lin Ruishi put another grape into her mouth and savored it elegantly, while saying to Su Xiaosu on the other end of the video, "Little Su, is there anything else you want to ask?" Chapter 25 Su Xiaosu cries for help. Su Xiaosu unconsciously swallowed. She couldn't remember the last time she ate fruit. No problem." Su Xiaosu took a deep breath and shouted at Chen Nanqing. "Boss! I want to be your maid. I'm coming right now. You have to open the door for me." "Okay." Chen Nanqing couldn't have been happier. "Then, I'll hang up," I'll pack up and leave right away. Su Xiaosu hurriedly hung up the video call and immediately packed her luggage. The video call ended, and the living room returned to silence. Chen Nanqing looked down at Lin Ruishi in his arms, gently lifted her chin with his fingers, and said with approval in his eyes, "Well done, Ruishi. What you just said is worth a feast." Lin Ruishi didn't take credit, but instead snuggled closer, tilting her head up with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Then, will Master give me a reward?" "What reward do you want?" Lin Ruishi's cheeks quickly turned crimson. Ruishi wants Master to kiss her." Lin Ruishi closed her eyes shyly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her red lips parted slightly, looking as if she were ready to be taken. "Is this a reward for Lin Ruishi? Is it confirmed that this isn't a reward for myself?" Chen Nanqing lowered his head and kissed her forcefully. Just as their feelings for each other were growing stronger, Chen Nanqing's phone rang urgently again. It was another video call request, and the caller was still Little Su, who's just giving up. Chen Nanqing frowned slightly, released Lin Ruishi, and pressed the answer button. The screen lit up, revealing Su Xiaosu's terrified little face, with the background seemingly behind her house door. "Help! Help! Someone is knocking on my door! Very hard! And they're swearing! I'm so scared! Wah!" In the video, besides Su Xiaosu's trembling voice, you can clearly hear violent banging on the door and a man's cursing coming from outside. "You little bitch in there! Open the door! I know you're in there! If you don't open the door, you'll be sorry when I get in! Hand over the food if you know what's good for you! Play along with us guys and we might spare your life! Damn it, you won't listen to reason, so here we go! I'll ram the door!" Chen Nanqing's face instantly darkened, his eyes turning icy cold. He was unhappy, extremely unhappy. Su Xiaosu is already his maid, how can he allow others to bully her? "Go to the bedroom, lock the door, hide, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Chen Nanqing immediately got up. Lin Ruishi quickly stood up, her face filled with worry. "Master, I'll go with you." Chen Nanqing glanced at Lin Ruishi, and quickly weighed his options. Leaving her home alone? That's not safe. Who knows if other people might have malicious intentions towards Lin Ruishi after she leaves the house. As for giving her a gun for self-defense, Chen Nanqing didn't trust him. What if she shoots me when I come back? The safest way is to keep it with you and keep it under your watchful eye. Keep up. The two quickly went outside and arrived at the underground garage passage, where the iron gate was already down and locked. This was clearly a measure taken by the residents of this building to protect themselves and prevent people from other buildings from flooding in. There were 2 men guarding the iron gate. Seeing Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi about to leave, one of the gatekeepers immediately stepped forward to stop them. "Brother, things are really chaotic outside right now. Brother Hao said that for everyone's safety, it's best not to go out casually and not to let outsiders in." Chen Nanqing's eyes turned cold, but before he could speak, John Hao's urgent voice came from behind him. "Are you blind? How dare you stop Boss Nanqing?" John Hao rushed down the stairs and slapped the thug blocking his way twice, making him stagger and cover his face, too afraid to utter a sound. John Hao smiled apologetically. "Boss, I'm so sorry, I was just being ignorant. Are you leaving? I'll open the door for you right away." He yelled at his underlings. "Open the door now!" While he himself, along with another gatekeeper, laboriously pulled the iron gate open a crack. "Boss, be careful, it's not safe outside." Without saying much, Chen Nanqing led Lin Ruishi sideways out of the iron gate and quickly headed towards Building 28. John Hao watched the 2 figures walk away, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and turned to glare at the underling who had been beaten. "Keep your eyes peeled from now on. This is the living devil of Building 30. No, he's the pillar of strength. Wherever he goes, don't stop him." Just as Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi disappeared around the corner, the henchman who had just been slapped twice approached John Hao and whispered, "Brother Hao, that Chen guy is so arrogant. Now that he's gone out on his own, we might as well lock the door and not let him come back. Then you'll be in charge of Building 30, won't you? Smack! Zhang Hao retaliated with an even louder slap, completely stunning the henchman. Is your brain filled with shit? Zhang Hao's face turned ashen with rage. He pointed at his underling's nose and yelled. You think I don't want to be the boss? But do you even have a brain? Have you ever been to the 6th floor? The younger brother covered his face and shook his head, looking aggrieved. No. No. If you don't have it, then get up there and take a look. Take a look at old Lou's security door. Something pried it open. It was a kick. A fucking kick that sent it flying. Even the door frame was warped. You think it's made of paper? Upon hearing this, the younger brother and the other gatekeepers all gasped in shock. Is this even human? Zhang Hao lowered his voice, still feeling fear. Also, do you know how those 4 troublemakers from the Green Wolf gang died? They were all killed instantly. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Are these the kind of people we should mess with? Lock him out? What if he manages to get in? The first one to die will be me. Then you idiots will be next. Everyone fell silent, finally understanding the source of Zhang Hao's awe of Chen Nanjing. It wasn't just about the supplies, but also about the fear of absolute force. Chen Nanjing led Lin Ruishi quickly through the passage between Building 30 and Building 28. The situation in Building 28 was exactly the same as in Building 30. The heavy iron gate was locked and there were 2 men guarding it from the inside. One had dyed blonde hair and looked like a thug, while the other wore glasses and looked slightly more refined. Seeing Chen Nanjing and Lin Ruishi approach, the blonde-haired man immediately stood up warily and shouted through the iron gate. Hey! Which building are you from? What are you doing in our Building 28? Everyone should mind their own business now, and if you have nothing to do, get lost. Chen Nanjing stopped and said calmly, I am a resident of apartment 2802 in Building 28. I was visiting Building 30 earlier and now I want to come back. Please open the door. 2802? The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses and looked at Chen Nanjing and Lin Ruishi suspiciously. I've never heard of a man living in 2802. So stop talking nonsense. Who knows if you guys are sent from another building to scout things out. Get lost. Or don't blame us for being impolite. The blonde-haired man arrogantly pounded on the iron gate, making a loud clanging sound. Did you hear me? Get lost. You brought a girl with you, thinking you could take refuge here? Dream on. Chen Nanjing's face darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I'm saying this for the last time, open the door. Otherwise you die. Holy crap! That scared the hell out of me. The blonde-haired man patted his chest exaggeratedly, and made a face at Chen Nanjing through the iron gate. Die? How can you die? You think you can bite me through this iron gate? Come on in and fight me if you dare. You idiot! This iron gate is sturdy, and we're so far apart, what can you do to me? Chen Nanjing stopped wasting words and casually reached his right hand to his waist, but in reality, he took out a gleaming silver pistol from his system space and pointed the muzzle directly at the blonde-haired man inside the door. The blonde-haired man was taken aback at first, then pointed at the gun in Chen Nanjing's hand and burst into laughter. Ha! Desert Eagle? Dude, the prop looks pretty realistic. Which toy store did you buy it from? Who are you trying to scare? You think this is a movie? The blonde-haired man's laughter echoed in the empty garage, full of mockery. However, the next second, bang! Gunshots shattered the silence. A burst of blood erupted from the blonde man's left knee, his smile froze, and he let out a piercing scream. Ah, my leg! He collapsed to his knees with a thud, clutching his bleeding leg and wailing in agony. A real gun? How could you possibly have a real gun? The blonde-haired man's eyes were filled with fear. China has very strict gun control, so the appearance of real guns is truly shocking. Lin Ruishi, who was standing next to her, was also startled by the gunshot, but her eyes immediately lit up with excitement and admiration. My master has so many secrets. Not only is he incredibly skilled, but he even has a gun. In this apocalyptic world, having a master like this provides an overwhelming sense of security. Upon seeing this, the bespectacled man was terrified and turned to run deeper into the passage. "Stop!" Chen Nanqing's icy voice rang out. "Take one more step and I'll blow your head off." Chapter 26 Su Xiaosu's Choice. Becoming a maid? The bespectacled man froze, turned around trembling, his face ashen, and raised his hands high. "No! Don't shoot! Big brother, I'll open the door! I'll open the door right now!" The bespectacled man scrambled to the door and frantically pulled his keys from his pocket. Out of fear, the keychain clattered to the ground several times before it was finally inserted into the keyhole, and the iron gate was opened with trembling hands. Chen Nanqing pushed open the iron gate and went inside, pointing his gun at the yellow-haired man lying on the ground. The blonde-haired man, no longer arrogant as before, endured the excruciating pain and begged for mercy with tears streaming down his face. Big brother! I was wrong! I was blind! Please forgive me, I beg you, I'll never do it again." Chen Nanqing looked down at him with an indifferent gaze. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Go on." "I won't dare! I won't dare! Brother, spare my life!" the blonde-haired man called out repeatedly. Chen Nanqing didn't give him another chance and pulled the trigger. Bang! Another soft gunshot rang out, and the blonde-haired man's pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and fear and regret lingered in his wide eyes as he fell straight down. "Ah!" The bespectacled man screamed in fright, collapsed to the ground, and his crotch was instantly soaked. Chen Nanqing didn't even glance at him, told Lin Ruishi to follow me, and rushed towards the stairwell. Inside room 2802, Su Xiaosu huddled behind the bedroom door, pressing her body tightly against the door panel. The banging on the door and the foul language coming from the living room were like heavy hammer blows to her heart. "Bang! Bang! Bang! You little bitch! Open the door! Stop hiding! Damn it, what a pathetic streamer he is! All he does online is writhe around for people to watch. What's with all this high and mighty acting?" "Exactly! It's the same whether those top-ranking guys play it or we guys play it, right? Plus, it'll give you some fun." Su Xiaosu couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Fear was almost consuming her. She regretted not agreeing to Chen Nanqing's request sooner. Even being a maid would have been a million times better than being caught by these beasts at the door. Clang! The security door to the living room appears to have been completely smashed open. The footsteps and sinister laughter became clearer, and they arrived directly outside the bedroom door. "Hee, hiding here? I know you're in there." Bang! Bang! The flimsy wooden bedroom door trembled violently, and the wood at the lock had begun to crack, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Su Xiaosu closed her eyes in despair and covered her ears tightly with her hands, as if that would shut her out everything outside. At the critical moment, bang! A loud, penetrating noise came from the direction of the living room, but it wasn't the sound of banging on the door. Immediately afterward, the man snarling and cursing outside the door stopped abruptly, replaced by a short scream and the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Su Xiaosu suddenly opened her tearful eyes, her heart pounding, unsure of what was happening outside. In the living room, 4 men dressed in thick clothes and with fierce faces turned around in astonishment. They were so focused on banging on the door that they didn't even notice someone had come in silently. The bald, burly man at the head of the group was carrying an iron rod. One of his companions had already fallen into a pool of blood, with a conspicuous bloody hole in his forehead. Chen Nanqing stood at the entrance to the living room, a wisp of smoke still rising from the muzzle of his Desert Eagle rifle. "Damn it! Who are you?" The bald, burly man was both shocked and furious, glaring at Chen Nanqing, but a hint of fear flashed deep in his eyes. "Because the other side has a gun." "Who am I? I'm here to send you on your way." The bald, burly man tried to appear calm and intimidating. "Kid, don't think you're so great just because you have a crappy gun. There are 4 of us. How many bullets can you possibly have with one gun? You'd better be smart, Bang! Before the bald, burly man could finish speaking, Chen Nanqing had already pulled the trigger. With a clang, the bald, burly man dropped the iron rod from his hand. He had already lost his life. The remaining three were completely terrified. They didn't expect Chen Nanqing to be so ruthless and decisive, not even giving them a chance to waste words. Big brother! It's a misunderstanding! It's all a misunderstanding! The tall, thin man knelt down with a thud and kowtowed repeatedly. We're leaving right now! We're leaving right now! We don't want this girl anymore! Please spare us! The other two also realized what was happening and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy, tears streaming down their faces, displaying their ugly behavior. Their previous arrogance had vanished completely. Now you know to beg for mercy? Chen Nanqing's lips curled into a cruel smile as he slowly stepped forward. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Didn't you want to play with my maid? Come on, keep hurling insults and keep being arrogant. No. We won't dare again. We'll never dare again. The tall, thin man was terrified. We were just being cheeky. Please have mercy on us and let us go. Let you go. Chen Nanqing slowly shook his head. Too late. Anyone who even thinks of bullying my maid must die. Chen Nanqing raised his gun again. Bang! 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 The 3 gunshots rang out almost in a single line. Blood spurted from the foreheads of the 3 men kneeling on the ground at the same time, and their pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. Chen Nanqing lowered the muzzle of his gun expressionlessly, as if he had just casually swatted a few flies. Through the crack in the door, Su Xiaosu saw the corpses lying haphazardly outside and Chen Nanqing standing proudly. The immense joy of surviving the ordeal instantly overwhelmed her psychological defenses. Wah! Boss! Su Xiaosu suddenly flung open the door and, like a startled fawn, threw herself into Chen Nanqing's arms, wiping her tears and snot all over him. If it weren't for the fact that this girl had just been too frightened, Chen Nanqing would definitely have grabbed her by the neck and thrown her away. He got all his clothes dirty. Boss, thank you for saving me. I thought I was going to die. Chen Nanqing reached out and gently patted her back. It's all right, it's all over now. After a while, Su Xiaosu's crying gradually subsided, turning into soft sobs. Chen Nanqing looked down at Su Xiaosu in his arms, whose eyes were red and swollen, whose hair was messy, and whose face was pale. He confirmed again. Su Xiaosu, you're safe now. Are you sure you want to be my maid? Once you nod, everything you have, your body, your loyalty, even your life, will no longer belong to you, but to me, Chen Nanqing. In return, I will provide you with food and shelter. This is your last chance to choose. Think carefully before you answer. The young girl was rather naive, so Chen Nanqing gave her the opportunity to choose. Su Xiaosu raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and looked at Chen Nanqing's cold yet undeniably handsome face. She then glanced at Lin Ruishi, who stood behind him, her complexion rosy, her clothes clean, and her gaze calm. Compared to her own current wretched state, hunger, cold, and precarious existence, Lin Ruishi's condition was practically a picture of paradise. Thinking of the terrible fate that had almost befallen her, and then of the powerful strength Chen Nanqing had displayed and the protection he had promised to provide, Su Xiaosu no longer hesitated. Living, and living well, is more important than anything else. She nodded vigorously, her voice still trembling with tears, yet unusually firm. I'm sure. Boss, I'm willing to be your maid. Very good. Chen Nanqing smiled slightly, satisfied with the answer. Then there's no need to pack. You don't have anything worth taking with you. Just come with me. Chapter 27. The bathwater tastes so good. Yes. I'll do as master says. Without further delay, Chen Nanqing quickly led the 2 women away from this bloody place. However, they had made a really big commotion just now. Shortly after the 3 left, the owner's group of Building 28 was in an uproar. Panic spread like a plague. Building 28 to 2702. My family owns a mine. Holy crap. No more noise upstairs. The gunfire has stopped. Are they all dead? Building 28 to 1501 blooming prosperity at 2802 Little Sue who's just giving up. Are you there? Reply. What exactly happened just now? Building 28 to 703 silence is golden. Oh no, this is terrible. A series of gunshots. How many people must have died? Building 28 to 1103 every day upward at Building 28 to 901 Brother Wang. Building Manager, Brother Wang, are you there? What happened? Do you know? How could there be gunshots in our building? It's terrifying. Wang Ge, the building manager who was tagged, quickly responded, his tone revealing obvious confusion and nervousness. Wang Ge, Building 28 to 901, at all members, please calm down. I just heard the commotion and am trying to find out what's going on. We don't know exactly what happened yet, so please stay home, lock your doors, and don't go out. Wait for my message. The building manager, Brother Wang, did not have much effect in calming people down. On the contrary, his lack of understanding exacerbated the panic. This caused the message to spread continuously. Soon, someone forwarded the fragmented information to the larger Happy Community Owners Group. Breaking news in Building 15 to 2102, holy crap. Breaking news. A fierce gunfight just broke out in Building 28. I heard dozens of people died. Blood was everywhere. Building 9 to 1401 peace is a blessing. Really? Building 28? The one with the gorgeous live streamer? Why? Building 22 to 801 exaggerated. According to unreliable sources, several groups of people got into a fight over that female anchor, and they even used real weapons, resulting in a bloody scene. Building 5 to 301 Lu Ban support? Is it really worth it for a female streamer? This apocalypse buff is stacked up. Wait, do I need support? My Lu Ban is awesome, long-range firepower support. Just kidding. The Happiness Community's main group chat immediately erupted in discussion. Some were terrified, some speculated about the reasons, and others, like Luban Assistant, found amusement in the midst of the chaos. However, many people are just watching the show. What's truly worrying are those who want to dominate the neighborhood. Because guns have already jeopardized their path to domination. Chen Nanqing was completely unaware of this, and didn't care at all. At this point, he had already led the two women back to the underground parking garage passage of Building 30. The underling who had been slapped by Zhang Hao was still inside the door. When he saw Chen Nanqing return, his face immediately became full of flattery. Boss, you're back. I'm so sorry about earlier. I was blind to your greatness. Please don't hold it against me. The younger brother bent over, his voice trembling, fearing that Chen Nanqing would settle scores later. Another person chimed in. Yes, you're so generous, sir. Chen Nanqing didn't even lift his eyelids, as if they were just air, and led the two women straight through the iron gate and towards the stairwell. His mind was now entirely focused on the system rewards he was about to receive. He wondered what kind of reward the system would give him after successfully recruiting his second maid. Back in 3001, the warm air instantly enveloped the three of them. As soon as Su Xiaosu entered the door, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so warm!" Su Xiaosu greedily breathed in the long-awaited, warm air, feeling her frozen limbs begin to revive. That alone makes this place paradise. Outside it was freezing cold, but inside it was warm and cozy. The stark contrast made Su Xiaosu feel like crying. Chen Nanqing took off his coat and instructed Lin Ruishi. Ruishi, take her to take a bath and change into clean clothes. Yes, master. Lin Ruishi took Su Xiaosu's hand. Little Su, come with me to the bathroom. Su Xiaosu followed Lin Ruishi into the bathroom, still confused. As Lin Ruishi poured buckets of water into the bathtub, Su Xiaosu's eyes widened instantly, and she let out a scream that shook the heavens and moved the earth to tears. Sister Ruishi! What are you doing? That's life-saving water. How can you use it to bathe? That's such a waste. I have to divide a bottle of mineral water into 3 days' worth of water. Looking at the bathtub full of water, Su Xiaosu's throat bobbed involuntarily. Since the end times have arrived, every drop of water is as precious as life itself. Using it for bathing is simply a fantasy. Seeing Su Xiaosu jumping up and down in distress, Lin Ruishi couldn't help but chuckle. Little Su, don't worry. Master has plenty of water here. Look! She pointed to a whole row of unopened bottled water bottles piled up in the corner of the bathroom. The owner puts more than 20 buckets of water here every day. We use this for bathing and washing up, and we can't possibly use it all. As long as we don't waste it intentionally, we can use it normally. Su Xiaosu's mouth formed an O shape, and her brain almost stopped thinking. More than 20 buckets of water every day, for bathing? What kind of heavenly life is this? Lin Ruishi smiled and shook her head, placing a clean towel and a brand new maid outfit on the shelf. Xiaosu, hurry up and wash up so we can eat. I'm going out now. With that, she thoughtfully closed the door. Su Xiaosu was the only one left in the bathroom. Looking at the bathtub full of clear, warm water, Su Xiaosu still felt like she was dreaming. She carefully took off her dirty clothes and submerged herself in the warm water. Ah, that feels so good. After soaking for a while, a strong feeling of thirst came over me. Looking at the clean water in the bathtub, she hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't resist. Like a kitten stealing fish, she quickly bent down, scooped up some water with her hands, and took a sip. It doesn't seem to have any strange smell? As expected, I always smell wonderful. Su Xiaosu smacked her lips, preparing to take her second sip. Lin Ruishi's voice suddenly came from outside the door, accompanied by a soft knock. Are you all right? Do you need any help? Su Xiaosu was so startled she almost choked. She sat up abruptly, her heart pounding. No. It's okay. Sister Ruishi, I'm almost done washing. The door was pushed open a crack, and Lin Ruishi peeked in, just in time to see Su Xiaosu's panicked expression and the water droplets that she hadn't had time to wipe from the corner of her mouth. Lin Ruishi was incredibly clever, and immediately understood what was going on. She walked in and sighed with a mix of helplessness and heartache. Silly girl, there's no need to drink bathwater. Su Xiaosu's face instantly turned bright red, and she lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, twisting her fingers. I'm just so thirsty, and this water looks really clean. Lin Ruishi walked to the edge of the bathtub, squatted down, and said softly, Sister knows, because before you became the master's maid, you were like this too. But you really don't need to do that anymore. There are cases of bottled water and all kinds of drinks in the living room. You can drink as much as you want. This bathwater is unhygienic, and if you drink too much of it, your owner won't like your little mouth anymore. They might just kick you out. Chapter 28. Little Su, who is just giving up, needs to work harder. Drive them away? Su Xiaosu's face turned pale instantly, and she shook her head like a rattled drum. No! I was wrong, Sister Ruishi. I will never drink bathwater again. Please don't tell Master, okay? I promise. My mouth will always smell sweet, and Master will like that. Lin Ruishi was amused by Su Xiaosu's silly antics, and gently patted her head. Haha, I was just kidding you. Hurry up and wash, Master is still waiting outside. You're just fooling yourself. Su Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly washed herself thoroughly from head to toe. However, when it came to her mouth, she rinsed it several times, afraid of leaving even a trace of odor. After taking a shower, Su Xiaosu changed into a brand new maid outfit. Her black and white skirt, with its delicate lace trim, paired with her rosy cheeks and big, wet eyes after her bath, made her look like a playful maid straight out of a comic book, so cute that it was impossible to look away. Chen Nanqing looked up, a barely perceptible hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This girl really does look stunning after she's cleaned up. Not bad. Chen Nanqing made a casual comment, pointing to the fruit and several bags of high-end snacks on the coffee table. Xiaosu, have something to eat first. Ruishi, go and cook. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. The two spoke in unison. Lin Ruishi walked into the kitchen, secretly cheering herself up. It was her first time cooking for her master, and she couldn't let him down. Su Xiaosu carefully knelt on the carpet, picked up an apple, and began to nibble on it like a little squirrel. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, and a feeling of happiness instantly welled up in her heart, making her nose tingle and large tears fall down in a steady stream. Wah! Master is so kind. This apple is so delicious. Good to know. As long as you are obedient and do your job well, I will not treat you badly. Yes, yes. Little Su will definitely be obedient. Master is the best. Su Xiaosu nodded vigorously, her tears turning into a smile, and continued to focus intently on the food in her hands, savoring every bite. An hour later, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Lin Ruishi served up a 5-dish and 1 soup meal: braised pork ribs, steamed sea bass, garlic broccoli, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cucumber salad, and a steaming bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Lin Ruishi carefully placed some of each dish into Chen Nanqing's bowl and said softly, "Master, please try it and see how it tastes." Chen Nanqing ate a little of every dish, and the taste was excellent. He couldn't help but nod slightly. Not bad! Only after receiving affirmation did Lin Ruishi serve herself her rice and sit down a little behind and to the side of Chen Nanqing, quietly beginning her meal with elegant and proper posture. Su Xiaosu knelt on the carpet, staring longingly at the dining table. The rich aroma of the food was like a magical hook, constantly tempting her taste buds. And look at Lin Ruishi, she can not only eat with Chen Nanqing, but she can also sit down and eat with ease. Su Xiaosu felt a little wronged. Ah! They're both maids, how can there be such a huge difference? No! She, Su Xiaosu, can no longer be called Su Xiaosu who gives up easily, but Su Xiaosu who works hard. She wants special privileges too. She wants to be able to eat at the table. But how can one obtain such privileges? While munching on chocolate, Su Xiaosu secretly observed Lin Ruishi. Sister Ruishi seems to be exceptionally gentle and attentive, taking excellent care of her master. Is privilege earned through service attitude? Su Xiaosu clenched her little fist secretly, feeling that she had found a direction to strive for. Chen Nanqing finished his meal slowly and deliberately, then put down his chopsticks. Lin Ruishi immediately handed him a warm towel to wipe his hands, but did not clean up the dishes. She was waiting for Chen Nanqing to speak. Sure enough, the next second, Chen Nanqing pointed to the dining table and asked Su Xiaosu, "Do you want to eat these? If not, let Ruishi take them away." Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Su Xiaosu practically launched herself off the ground, leaping up from the carpet in an instant, like a puppy seeing a bone, and dashed to the dining table at lightning speed. Ignoring all pretense of decorum, I grabbed the inner pot of the rice cooker and, with lightning speed, dumped all the remaining dishes on the table into it. Then, I picked up a large spoon and started frantically cooking rice. Delicious! It's so delicious! While wolfing down her food, Su Xiaosu mumbled praises, her cheeks bulging like a hamster hoarding grain. Damn it! Chen Nanqing was stunned. How did Su Xiaosu, who was so small, come up with the idea of cooking rice in a rice cooker? In less than 10 minutes, Su Xiaosu devoured the rice and food mixture in the rice cooker, leaving the bottom of the pot sparkling clean. She let out a loud, satisfied burp, patted her round little belly, and then belatedly realized that Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi were watching her silently. Well? Su Xiaosu's face instantly turned bright red. She was so embarrassed she could dig her toes out of her skin. She hurriedly put down her spoon, flustered as she explained. Master, Sister Ruishi, I'm not usually like this. Really? It's just that I was too hungry today. Her voice grew softer and softer, and her head drooped lower and lower. She herself lacked confidence. Haha, being able to eat is a blessing. It's not like I can't afford to feed you. Eat whatever you want. Oh, are you full? Su Xiaosu nodded quickly. I'm full. I'm super full. Master, look, my belly is all round. Yes, that's good. Chen Nanqing stood up and walked slowly to Su Xiaosu. Since you're full, you should move around a bit to digest your food. Huh? To aid digestion? Before Su Xiaosu could react, she felt her body lighten and was suddenly lifted up by Chen Nanqing. Startled, she gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around Chen Nanqing's neck. Master? Su Xiaosu's heart pounded, her face flushed, and her big eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Chen Nanqing didn't explain, and carried her straight to the bedroom. At this moment, even if Su Xiaosu was stupid, she would understand what the so-called digestion exercise meant. Master, isn't this a bit too intense for digestion? Chen Nanqing leaned down and gently stroked Su Xiaosu's burning cheeks with his fingers. Listen to me, exercise helps with digestion. This digestion segment is not suitable for minors. Adults should watch with caution. It's unclear how much time passed before the digestion exercise finally came to an end. Su Xiaosu lay limply on the bed, not wanting to move a single finger. Her round little belly didn't go down at all, on the contrary. A look of satisfaction appeared on Chen Nanqing's face. He reached out and ruffled Su Xiaosu's sweaty hair, his tone gentler than before. If you're tired, take a nap. Su Xiaosu gave a muffled but inwardly she was ranting and raving. This isn't digestion, it's more like, well, digestion is quite comfortable. And the master's mood seems to have improved a lot? Does that mean she's one step closer to getting the privilege of eating at the table? Chapter 29 New Feature, Maid Panel. Su Xiaosu fell into a deep sleep, a sweet smile still lingering on her lips. Almost the instant Su Xiaosu's breathing became even and steady, a familiar system notification rang in Chen Nanqing's mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have successfully recruited your second maid with a beauty score of 90 or higher. Rewards are being distributed. The total amount of supplies has increased tenfold again. A flexible, invisible room that never runs out of power. Combat level increased to LV10. New feature unlocked, Maid Panel section. A series of reward messages greatly boosted Chen Nanqing's spirits. Supplies have increased tenfold again. This means that his supplies reached an alarming scale. While it may not be an inexhaustible resource, it's definitely enough to support a large number of maids. The flexible, invisible room never runs out of power, and it also eliminates concerns about lighting. After all, no one can keep the power supply running in the apocalypse. How many more days can we use this kind of electricity these days? A night without light is definitely the second apocalypse. What excited Chen Nanqing the most was that his combat power level had directly increased to LV10. The system also includes a note. A physical strength of LV10 is sufficient to make one immune to damage from all conventional firearms below the power of a cannon. This means that ordinary pistols, rifles, and even sniper rifles would be like tickling him. Ha! Good. Chen Nanqing couldn't help but chuckle softly. As long as he doesn't actively provoke official forces that still possess heavy firepower, and avoids being targeted by strategic weapons such as missiles and nuclear bombs, he can practically roam freely in this apocalypse. Although it was unclear whether the authorities could effectively utilize those large weapons, Chen Nanqing decided to maintain a low-key development strategy as a precaution. First, recruit maids. Once you become strong enough, even strategic weapons like missiles and nuclear bombs won't be able to stop you from slapping them. Chen Nanqing opened the newly unlocked Maid panel. With a thought, two semi-transparent attribute panels appeared before his eyes. Maid number 1, Lin Ruishi. Age 23. Height 172 centimeters. Measurements 87-61-90. Marital status: single, ex-boyfriend has lost contact. Combat strength level, LV0+. Special ability, none. Appearance rating, 93 points. Note: self-disciplined and rational, with high professional ethics, strong vigilance, reserved emotions, and adept at reading people. Maid number 2, Su Xiaosu. Age 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Measurements, 84-58-86. Marital status, single, no dating experience. Combat strength level, LV0+. Special ability, none. Appearance rating, 93 points. Note, quirky and unpretentious, optimistic in disguise, lacking social experience, inwardly fragile and fearful, with an extremely high need for being fed and for a sense of security. Shenanching noticed that a plus sign, plus symbol, and a minus sign, minus symbol, appeared after the strength level. He tried to concentrate his mind and tapped the plus sign on Lin Ruishi's panel. Should the combat level of the maid, Lin Ruishi, be increased to LV1? Shenanching chose yes. Lin Ruishi's combat level on the panel instantly changed to LV1. Shenanching continued clicking the plus sign, raising Lin Ruishi's martial arts level to LV5. When he tried to click again, the system prompted. Warning, the maid's combat level cannot exceed half of the master's current level. Master's current level, LV10, maid's maximum level, LV5. I see, Shenanching said, understanding dawning on him. He pondered for a moment, then tried clicking the minus sign, and sure enough, he could reduce Lin Ruishi's martial arts level back to LV0. He then tried Sushiosu's panel, which was the same as Lin Ruishi's. After thinking for a few seconds, Shenanching finally reset Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu's combat power level to LV0. At this stage, he is not in a hurry to improve the maid's combat power. After all, once they possess a certain level of martial prowess, it's hard to guarantee they won't develop some inappropriate thoughts. After closing the maid control panel, Shenanching walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, Lin Ruishi was sitting quietly on the sofa browsing group messages. When she saw Shenanching come out, she immediately stood up and behaved respectfully. Shenanching walked up to her and casually asked, "Ruishi, did you feel anything unusual about your body just now?" Lin Ruishi looked puzzled, but still answered honestly. "Master, just now, it seems that for a moment, I felt my body warm up, but it disappeared quickly. I thought it was just my imagination." Shenanching nodded, understanding dawning on him. It seems that when he upgraded the maid's combat level, they could vaguely feel the energy being injected, but they didn't know exactly what happened. "Yeah, it's nothing." Shenanching didn't explain further. Although Lin Ruishi was curious, seeing that Shenanching had no intention of continuing, she obediently stopped asking questions. Instead, she stayed with Shenanching on the sofa to watch TV series. Time passed quietly, the sky outside the window gradually darkened, and it was dinner time again. Lin Ruishi brought the prepared food to the table, arranged it neatly, and then whispered to Shenanching. "Master, dinner is ready. Shall we go and call Xiao Su?" "Go." Lin Ruishi gently pushed open the bedroom door and saw that Su Xiaosu had woken up and was sitting on the bed with a blanket in her arms, her little face showing a thoughtful expression. "Xiao Su, it's time to get up," Lin Ruishi called softly. When Su Xiaosu saw Lin Ruishi, her eyes lit up, and she quickly waved to her, whispering mysteriously, "Sister Ruishi, come here quickly." Lin Ruishi walked to the bedside and sat down, somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong?" Su Xiaosu leaned closer to her, her big eyes filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. "Sister Ruishi, how long have you been following Master?" Lin Ruishi didn't expect her to ask this, and thought for a moment. "Not long, it's only a little over a day earlier than you." "What? Only a little over a day?" Su Xiaosu was so shocked she almost jumped out of bed, her voice rising involuntarily. She quickly covered her mouth and stared at Lin Ruishi in disbelief. "I thought you'd been with your master for a very, very long time." Seeing Lin Ruishi's composed and dignified demeanor, which suggested she was trusted by her master, Su Xiaosu always assumed that Lin Ruishi was a senior. Lin Ruishi was amused by Su Xiaosu's reaction and gently shook her head. "It really was only a little over a day." Su Xiaosu became even more curious. She grabbed Lin Ruishi's hand and asked eagerly, "Then, Sister Ruishi, how did you do that? What should be done?" How can I sit at the table and eat with my master without having to kneel and speak? Is there some secret? Please teach me. Su Xiaosu is eagerly anticipating these privileges. Lin Ruishi was taken aback by the question. She thought about it carefully and realized that she hadn't made any special effort. She carefully chose her words, a slight blush rising on her face, and said somewhat uncertainly, "Well, I can't quite explain it. It seems that after, with Master, that Master was in a good mood and gave me these privileges." She paused, then added, Maybe it's because it's my first time?" First? Su Xiaosu blinked, then realized what she meant, her face turning red, but hope immediately rekindled. "This is my first time too. So will I get a reward too?" Chapter 30 Ex-Girlfriend's Friend Verification. Well, I don't know either. It's hard to fathom what the master is thinking, and it's not good to make wild guesses. Lin Ruishi knew in her heart that she was able to obtain special privileges, perhaps because of the first time factor, but did Chen Nanqing really care about the first time? What Lin Ruishi didn't know was that Chen Nanqing gave her 2 privileges at once because she was Chen Nanqing's first maid, and taking her and gave Chen Nanqing an initial ability to protect himself. This is the underlying reason why Chen Nanqing granted her 2 privileges at once. Of course, Lin Ruishi is indeed smart and sensible. Oh. Su Xiaosu nodded as if she understood, but the expectation in her eyes did not diminish at all. The two left the bedroom and went into the living room. Dinner was as plentiful as ever, and the aroma was irresistible. Chen Nanqing was already seated in the main seat, and Lin Ruishi naturally walked to the seat behind him and sat down. Su Xiaosu then habitually walked to the carpet next to the coffee table and knelt down. She stole a glance at the dining table, then looked at Chen Nanqing, who had a calm expression, and her heart began to pound. Master, will he suddenly tell me to sit down too? However, Chen Nanqing simply picked up his chopsticks, said, "Let's eat," to Lin Ruishi, and began to eat on his own, without giving Su Xiaosu a second glance. Lin Ruishi also quietly began to eat, occasionally carefully placing dishes from a distance into Chen Nanqing's bowl. Time passed by, and the two people at the table ate quietly and naturally, as if Su Xiaosu did not exist. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Su Xiaosu's expectations gradually faded. She's usually very obedient, she does whatever her owner tells her to do, and she even cooperated well during the digestion exercise, just now. Why does Ruishi have the same privileges that she doesn't? The little girl lowered her head, her eyes slightly red, and she barely managed to hold back the little pearl from falling, but a sad aura permeated her whole being. Chen Nanqing had actually noticed Su Xiaosu's emotional changes long ago. The little girl's thoughts were almost written all over her face. Chen Nanqing slowly ate a bite of rice, put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a towel, and then turned his gaze to the dejected Su Xiaosu. "Xiaosu," Chen Nanqing said calmly. "Ah? Master!" Su Xiaosu suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. "What's wrong? You look like a pushover," Chen Nanqing asked knowingly. Su Xiaosu bit her lip, but finally couldn't help herself and muttered softly. "Master, you said before that good maids would have special privileges. How come I don't have any?" Su Xiaosu's pitiful appearance made Chen Nanqing want to smile from the bottom of his heart. "Oh? Do you think you did well?" Su Xiaosu was stumped by the question. She thought about it carefully, and realized that she hadn't done anything special except to be obedient and compliant. I don't know if it counts as good, but I've been very good. I've done everything Master asked me to do. It shouldn't be bad, right?" Su Xiaosu became less and less confident as she spoke. Seeing Su Xiaosu's conflicted expression, Chen Nanqing decided to stop teasing her. After all, she had just received a wave of system rewards and was in a good mood, so giving her a little treat wouldn't hurt. "All right, since you've been fairly well behaved, Master can grant you a special privilege. Tell me, which rule in the maid's code do you want to be exempted from? You can only choose one." Su Xiaosu's eyes lit up instantly, and her heart pounded. The opportunity has arrived. Su Xiaosu's mind immediately flashed through the strict clauses in the Maid's Code of Conduct. There were two main things that bothered her the most. First, she had to kneel while speaking, which was a matter of dignity. Second, she couldn't eat at the same table as the host, which meant she could only eat leftovers. Before the apocalypse, in order to preserve her dignity and innocence, she preferred to remain low-key rather than accept the private invitations from the top-ranking man. Even after the apocalypse, she still longed deep down to retain a shred of dignity. As for the food, although it was leftovers, being able to eat one's fill and stay warm was already far better than what people outside could afford, so it seemed acceptable. After a brief struggle, Su Xiaosu raised her head, her eyes resolute. Master, I want to choose not to kneel while speaking, is that all right? Chen Nanqing raised an eyebrow with interest. He had assumed this little foodie would choose the privilege of eating at the table, but to his surprise, she chose to preserve her dignity. Can? Chen Nanqing nodded. From this moment on, you can be exempted from kneeling. However, Chen Nanqing changed the subject, pointing to the person next to him. Since you don't have to kneel anymore, come and serve me your meal. Ruishi, teach her how to do it. Yes, master. Lin Ruishi responded, making room for Su Xiaosu, and began to gently instruct her. Xiaosu, master is used to drinking hot tea after meals. Go and make the tea, the water temperature should be. Su Xiaosu was still immersed in the joy of gaining special privileges when she heard the new instructions and hurriedly stood up. Perhaps because her legs were a little numb from kneeling for so long, or perhaps because her digestion was too intense, and she hurt herself, she staggered when she got up and almost fell, which made Chen Nanqing chuckle. I'll go make some tea right away. Su Xiaosu's face turned red, both excited and nervous. She hurriedly followed Lin Ruishi's instructions and clumsily went to prepare tea and snacks. His movements were clumsy. He either nearly knocked over the cup or spilled a few drops of tea while pouring it. Lin Ruishi watched from the side, shaking her head inwardly, but couldn't help but step forward to help correct him. Chen Nanqing watched Su Xiaosu's busy and slightly flustered figure, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. The road to training the little maid is still long. However, this gradual nurturing and watching them change little by little seems to have its own unique charm. After a few clumsy attempts, Su Xiaosu finally managed to place the hot tea and fruit for Chen Nanqing next to her. Although the process was bumpy, Chen Nanqing didn't say much because of his serious and slightly nervous demeanor. All right, you go eat too. Chen Nanqing waved his hand. Thank you, master! Su Xiaosu felt as if she had been granted a pardon and rushed happily to the dining table. Then, Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi witnessed a familiar scene again. Su Xiaosu picked up the inner pot of the rice cooker without hesitation, poured the remaining rice into it, and began her signature rice cooker dry rice performance. Sister Ruishi, your cooking is amazing! It smells so good! Chen Nanqing's lips twitched slightly, and he felt a little relieved. Luckily, the girl had chosen not to kneel, instead of sitting at the table to eat. Judging by her eating style and speed, it's questionable whether I can even beat her when it's on the table. The scene is too beautiful to imagine. Just then, Chen Nanqing's phone screen, which was on the coffee table, suddenly lit up and emitted a soft message notification sound. He picked it up casually, and saw that it was a new friend request message. When his gaze swept over the verification information bar, his previously lazy and casual expression instantly froze, and a complex and indescribable strange emotion welled up in his heart. The verification message consists of only 3 words. Miss you. The profile picture that sent the verification request was of a beautiful woman with exquisite makeup, leaning against a BMW. That woman's name was like a thorn, deeply embedded in Chen Nanqing's heart. Lu Ruiyan. Chen Nanqing's ex-girlfriend. 3 years ago, in order to avoid struggling to pay off the mortgage with him, she ran away with a rich second-generation heir overnight, carrying a security guard. Why at him now? Chapter 31 Lu Ruiyan's apology? Staring at the 3 words, I miss you, on my phone screen. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Nanqing's lips. Did Lu Ruiyan really miss him? Absolutely not, otherwise why would we have deleted each other as friends for 3 years before adding each other back now? Given this woman's opportunistic nature, she probably misses his kindness and wants his favors. If it were before the apocalypse, Chen Nanxing would have rejected the friend request without hesitation. A good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already grazed, especially when that grass is the old grass that it willingly abandoned, abandoning this inferior horse. But things are different now. The apocalypse has arrived. It's freezing cold outside, and danger lurks everywhere. Staying at home is really boring. Since Lin Ruishi has offered herself up, why not play around with her a little? Treat her as a spice in life? With a mix of mockery and revenge, Chen Nanxing clicked, accept verification. Almost the instant the message was sent, Lin Ruishi's message popped up. Lin Ruishi, Nanxing. It really is you. Thank goodness. You're alive. Excitedly crying emoji. Lin Ruishi, I'm really worried about you. I haven't been able to eat or sleep these past few days. I'm just afraid something might have happened to you. TSK, what hypocritical concern. If Chen Nanxing didn't know her well, he would have been moved. Nanxing though? Is that so? I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Lin Ruishi, that's good. Where are you now? Are you safe? Is there any food at home? Lin Ruishi, this awful weather. I heard things are in chaos outside. How did you manage to get through it all by yourself? How could Chen Nanxing not know her true purpose in probing? He deliberately went along with her words, speaking with a hint of self-deprecation. Nanxing, where else could I be? At home, of course. It's quite safe, really. Once the door is closed, no one can get in. Nanxing, as for food, I have to thank you, actually. Back then, in order to save money to pay off the mortgage, I developed the habit of stocking up like crazy whenever there was a sale. Rice, flour, oil, salt, instant noodles, sausages, and the like filled the entire pantry. If I ate sparingly, it could barely last for a while. The apocalypse came at the worst possible time. Although we don't have to pay our mortgages anymore, we can't even leave the house. Isn't that ironic? Chen Nanxing deliberately revealed that he was well supplied but trapped. Just like putting bait on a fish hook and waiting for the fish to take the bait. Lin Ruishi immediately took the bait, and her message became even more sincere as she began to unleash her combined attack. Lin Ruishi, Nanxing, don't say that. I know you resent me. It was my fault back then. I wasn't resolute enough and let reality cloud my judgment. But do you know what? In the 3 years since I left you, I haven't had a single day that I was truly happy. That rich kid, besides having a lot of money, doesn't know how to cherish people at all. He has a terrible temper and is constantly surrounded by women. Whenever I feel wrong, I think of all the good things you did for me in the past. Do you remember? When I had a fever in college, you skipped class, climbed over the wall to buy me medicine, and ended up falling and getting covered in mud yourself. After I started working, I would work overtime, and you would always come to pick me up no matter how late it was, while you often went hungry yourself. I remember all these good things and have never forgotten them. Nanxing, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. If I could turn back time, I would never let go of your hand. Crying emoji. Now that the apocalypse has come, that bastard has abandoned me. This must be God's retribution for me, and also a second chance for me. Nanxing, let's start over, okay? Let me come back to you, and I promise I'll cherish you and make up for all my past mistakes. Looking at this string of messages mixed with memories, regrets, and confessions, Chen Nanxing felt nothing. He even felt a little like laughing. This woman really pulled out all the stops to play the emotional card in order to survive. Her acting skills were comparable to an Oscar-winning actress. Chen Nanxing wasn't in a hurry to expose her. Instead, he played along with her performance. Nanxing, let bygones be bygones. There's no point in bringing it up again. Starting over? Easier said than done. In this day and age, even surviving is difficult. The outside is covered in toxic snow, and I've heard there have been robberies and murders. I can't even get out of the building or the unit door. How am I supposed to start over? Seeing that Chen Nanqing did not directly refuse, Lu Ruiyan seemed to see hope and quickly intensified her offensive, steering the conversation toward the core objective, supplies. Lu Ruiyan, no! Nanqing, as long as our hearts are together, we will definitely have a chance. I know you're the most capable. You've overcome so many difficulties before, you'll definitely succeed this time too. Besides, don't you have so much food stored at home? Can you share a little bit with me, just a little bit? It doesn't have to be much, just enough for me to get through these toughest days. Please, Nanqing, for the sake of our years of friendship, you can't just stand by and watch me die. I'm cold and hungry, and I'm so scared. Pleading pitifully. I'll do anything you ask if you're willing to help me. When I get to your place, I'll take good care of you, 100 times better than before. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. After going through all this trouble, using flashbacks, emotional appeals, and even a letter of repentance, the ultimate goal was still to get something for nothing, making him risk his life to deliver supplies for free. Chen Nanqing's sneer inwardly deepened. He understands the desire for wealth and social climbing. After all, people strive for higher positions, just as water flows downhill. But Lu Ruiyan's mistake was that she treated him as a fool or a backup plan that she could manipulate at will, showering him with sweet words when she needed him and kicking him aside when she didn't. Now that she was in trouble, she wanted to use the same tricks again. Chen Nanqing decided to play along with Lu Ruiyan a little longer, giving her a seemingly hopeful but ultimately unrealistic promise. Nanqing, sigh. You're right. After all, we've known each other for a while, and I wouldn't feel right if I just watched someone die. Where do you live now? Is it far from me? If it's not far, I'll try my best to find a way. Lu Ruiyan, not far, not far. Really not far. I'm in the Yunjing Dongfang Villa area right now, Block B, Building 19. You know that place, right? Yunjing Oriental? Chen Nanqing certainly knew that place. It was a well-known wealthy area in the city, famous for its quiet environment and high level of privacy, and was specifically used to house mistresses and concubines. Yunjing Dongfang is indeed not far from Baihua Xingfu community. It's only 5 kilometers. In peacetime, it would be a simple matter of stepping on the gas. But this is the apocalypse. Outside, the poisonous snow is half a meter deep, the temperature is extremely low, and there are thugs lurking who would kill for a bite to eat. 5 kilometers is nothing short of an insurmountable barrier. Nanqing, Yunjing Dongfang. I know. 5 kilometers, not too close, not too far. If it were before, I would have ridden my bike over immediately. But now, sighing expression, the snow outside is too deep, and the temperature is frighteningly low. I heard that several groups of people have died outside trying to grab supplies. I can take risks myself, but if I go out with supplies, I'll be a sitting duck. You've really put me in a difficult position. Lu Ruiyan, Nanqing, I know it's dangerous. I know everything. But I really can't hold on much longer. There was only half a box of biscuits and a few bottles of water left in the villa, and the heating had been turned off long ago. I was still shivering from the cold even though I was wrapped in all the blankets. I'm so scared that one day I'll fall asleep and never wake up again. Nanqing, you always have the best ideas. Think about it, there must be a way. Could we try it at night, or find a more secluded route? Please think of another way. If you can save me this once, I, Lu Ruiyan, will repay you with my life, even if it means serving you like a slave. I swear! From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Haha, this woman really dares to dream. 5 kilometers of poisonous snow, which ordinary person can get through. However, Chen Nanqing decided to give her a little false hope to make the scene more interesting. Nanqing, don't rush me, let me think about it. 5 kilometers, if the route is planned well, might reduce the chances of encountering danger. I also have a professional winter coat and snow boots at home, so staying warm shouldn't be a problem. As for weapons, I also have some means of self-defense. But this can't be rushed. I need to observe the situation outside first, see if the weather will improve, and plan the safest route. It may take a day or two to prepare. Lu Ruiyan, really? Nanqing. Thank you. Thank you for still being willing to help me. Extremely excited expression. A day or two is fine. I can wait. You must be careful, safety first. I'm waiting for your message. Feel free to contact me anytime. Chapter 32, Making his ex-girlfriend sad. Chen Nanqing didn't reply to Lu Ruiyan again and simply threw his phone aside. He leaned back on the sofa, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, pondering how to make Lu Ruiyan experience more deeply that feeling of being able to see but not touch, tormented by hope and jealousy. Master, is something troubling you? Lin Ruishi keenly noticed the subtle change in Chen Nanqing's emotions and asked softly, while handing him a cup of hot tea. Even Su Xiaosu, who was diligently cooking, stopped stuffing food into her mouth and blinked her big eyes curiously as she looked over. Chen Nanqing took the teacup, took a sip, and said, It's nothing, it's just that my ex-girlfriend, who dumped me 3 years ago, suddenly showed up at my door. Pfft, cough, cough, cough. Su Xiaosu choked on the soup and coughed until her face turned red. Lin Ruishi was also visibly taken aback, a hint of nervousness flashing across her face. Ex-girlfriend? Came to your door on her own initiative. If the master gets back together with his ex-girlfriend, then what are the 2 maids? Wouldn't that mean there will soon be another mistress? How will this mistress they've never met treat them? Will they still be able to enjoy their current good life? Lin Ruishi's mind raced, but she quickly put on a polite smile and tentatively asked, Then, congratulations, master? Does that mean that it won't be long before Xiao Su and I have a mistress? Chen Nanqing's aura suddenly turned cold. He glanced sharply at Lin Ruishi, his tone icy and unquestionable. Mistress? She doesn't deserve it? With those words, the weight that had been hanging over Lin Ruishi's heart instantly lifted. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly lowered her head, saying, Ruishi misspoke. Su Xiaosu was completely baffled by the emotional clash that had just occurred to her. Upon hearing the words, unworthy, she figured things were probably over and continued to struggle with the rice in the rice cooker with a clear conscience. Chen Nanqing looked at Lin Ruishi, showing some interest. You seem quite interested in this? Tell me, how do you think I should entertain this uninvited ex-girlfriend? Lin Ruishi raised her head, a glint of intelligence flashing in her eyes. Since master doesn't intend to get back together with her, but wants to make her suffer, in Ruishi's opinion, it would be better to let her see it but not touch it for now. Oh? Be more specific. Chen Nanqing raised an eyebrow. What she lacks most right now is material resources, a sense of security, and nostalgia for the comfortable life before the apocalypse. Master, you can occasionally show off your life here on your moments. Of course, to avoid trouble, you should block others and only let Lu Ruiyan see it. Chen Nanqing immediately understood Lin Ruishi's meaning, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. To kill someone by destroying their spirit? Not bad, that's interesting. Let's get right to it. Chen Nanqing got up and walked towards the storage room, actually from the system space, and began taking things out. In no time, the dining table in the living room was filled with an astonishing array of delicious food. The aroma of premium sirloin steak is irresistible, steamed lobster with garlic and vermicelli, bigger than the palm of your hand, steamed king crab, bright red and tempting, fine red wine, and a variety of exquisite fruits and desserts. This feast before us, let alone in the apocalypse, would be worth tens of thousands even in peacetime. The level of luxury is off the charts. Su Xiaosu stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape in an O shape, completely unaware that the rice in her mouth had fallen out. She rubbed her eyes hard and stammered, Master, why are these dishes still steaming? When did you make them? I didn't see you go into the kitchen? This is amazing. Chen Nanqing had only gone to the storage room once, yet he produced so many steaming hot, high-class dishes as if by magic. Although Lin Ruishi was also shocked, she remained calm and gently tugged at Su Xiaosu's sleeve. Xiaosu, don't ask too many questions about your master's affairs. Su Xiaosu quickly covered her mouth, but her big eyes were still filled with disbelief. She secretly leaned close to Lin Ruishi's ear and whispered. Sister Ruishi, how did Master do that? That's amazing! Lin Ruishi shook her head and whispered. I don't know either. Remember, Master has secrets. We shouldn't ask about things we shouldn't, or Master will abandon you. Su Xiaosu quickly covered her mouth. She had only eaten 2 full meals and didn't want to leave her master. Chen Nanqing ignored the 2 maids' whispers, adjusted the angle, took a picture of the lavish meal, and then posted it on his WeChat moments. Though the wind and snow are cold, drinking alone is unpleasant. Supplies are plentiful, but there's no one to share them with. I miss the simple meals of the past, which far surpass the sumptuous feasts of today. Image, luxurious meal. Settings, visible only to Lu Ruiyan. Send. After doing all this, Chen Nanqing cheerfully called out. Stop muttering and come eat. Can I eat with them too? Su Xiaosu was flattered and pointed to herself, unable to believe it. According to the rules, she is only allowed to eat leftovers. This meal is an exception. You are allowed to sit at the table. Yay! Thank you, Master! Su Xiaosu cheered and was about to rush over. But after running only 2 steps, she stopped, her face contorted in a mournful expression, rubbing her round little belly. Wah! But Master, I ate so much food just now, I think I can't eat anymore. Her little face was full of regret. If she had known this was going to happen, she wouldn't have worked so hard to finish the leftovers. Chen Nanqing was amused by Su Xiaosu's appearance. If you can't eat, just look at it, or eat slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaosu's hope was rekindled. She quickly sat down at the table, picked up her knife and fork, and decided that even if she was stuffed, she would still try a few bites of this delicious-smelling feast. Lin Ruishi didn't pick up her chopsticks immediately. She carefully cut the steak into small, appropriately sized pieces for Chen Nanqing, then picked out the fattest part of the king crab legs and placed them on the plate in front of him, and poured some red wine. Everything was taken care of with utmost care and consideration, silently highlighting the difference between her and Su Xiaosu. Su Xiaosu watched Lin Ruishi's series of smooth and effortless actions, and then looked at her own clumsy appearance, holding a knife and fork and not knowing which one to eat first. Suddenly I understood why Sister Ruishi could have so many privileges, while I could only sit in the rice cooker and cook rice. She lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly and apologized softly. Master, I'm sorry. I feel like I don't know anything. Chen Nanqing glanced at Su Xiaosu and waved his hand dismissively. Eat your food, there aren't that many rules. Compared to some gold-digging women who only know how to take and are full of lies, your authenticity is much more pleasing to the eye. Chen Nanqing's words were clearly pointed, comparing Su Xiaosu and Lu Ruiyan. Although Su Xiaosu is clumsy and a big foodie, she is simple-minded and wears her heart on her sleeve. Lu Ruiyan, on the other hand, has no sincerity whatsoever, only hypocritical performances and scheming. Although Su Xiaosu didn't quite understand who Chen Nanqing was referring to, she knew that her master didn't dislike her, so she immediately cheered up and began to fight hard against the big shrimp. Her lively, adorable, and easily satisfied demeanor added a lot of life to this luxurious dinner. After a few glasses of red wine, Chen Nanqing's eyes became slightly hazy. Looking at the 2 maids beside him, each with different looks but equally dependent on him, he suddenly felt a desire to confide in them. In this apocalyptic world, it seems that only the 2 of them are the people she can talk to. Ruishi, Xiaosu, would you like to hear about my past? Chapter 33. Lin Ruishi, the real or fake heiress? The 2 women exchanged a glance, both seeing curiosity and a hint of nervousness in each other's eyes. Knowing their owner's past will undoubtedly help them better manage their behavior and avoid making mistakes. Yes. Master, I want to hear it. Su Xiaosu was the first to raise her hand, her big eyes sparkling with gossip. Lin Ruishi nodded gently. Ruishi also wants to learn more about her master. Good. Chen Nanqing smiled, but his gaze drifted to the endless snow and ice outside the window, as if piercing through time and space. However, now that I've finished speaking, you all need to tell your own stories as well, that would be fair. No problem. Su Xiaosu patted her ample chest as a promise. Lin Ruishi nodded in agreement. Chen Nanqing took a deep breath and spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet tinged with a barely perceptible bitterness. I'm just a kid from an ordinary rural family. My parents are honest, hard-working farmers. From childhood to adulthood, I've been unremarkable in everything I've done. I wouldn't call myself a top student, but I've worked hard enough to get into a second-rate university. I met Lu Rian during my freshman year of college. She's the prettiest girl in our class. She's beautiful, knows how to dress, and stands out in a crowd. I pursued her for 3 whole years, bringing her breakfast, saving her seats, going shopping with her, helping her with her homework. He's done almost every stupid thing imaginable. Chen Nanqing chuckled self-deprecatingly. Back then, I was truly devoted to her, eating only steamed buns and pickled vegetables while saving money to buy her the lipsticks and bags she liked. In the second semester of my junior year, she finally agreed to be my girlfriend. At that moment, I felt like the happiest person in the world. Chen Nanqing's tone gradually lowered. But the good times didn't last long. During my senior year of college, my parents in my hometown were poisoned by eating undercooked Boletus luridus, a type of wild mushroom. The medical conditions in the countryside were poor, and they couldn't be saved. They both passed away one after the other. At this point, Chen Nanqing paused, picked up his wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp, as if he was suppressing something. After handling the funeral arrangements, I felt completely empty. After graduation, I got a job as a salesman at a foreign company, with an average income. Lu Ruyan disliked my old house because it was dilapidated and refused to go back to live with me. To give her a home and a future, I sold the old house and land left by my parents. I don't have much money. With the little I've saved from work, it's barely enough to make a down payment on a unit in the Baiwa Happiness residential complex. I still remember the day I signed the house purchase contract. I excitedly went to find Lu Ruyan, thinking that I could finally give her a surprise, a little nest of our own. Chen Nanqing's lips curled into a cold smile. But guess what? Upon hearing that there was still a 2 million yuan mortgage to pay, her face immediately changed. She said I was useless and that she would have to pay off my debts and live a life of hardship for the rest of her life. And then? Su Xiaosu listened intently and asked eagerly. Then? Chen Nanqing sneered. Not 3 days later, I heard that she got together with a rich second-generation guy who had only been pursuing her for 3 days. That guy picked her up in a BMW and drove off without even giving me a proper breakup. The surprise I got from selling my ancestral home became the final straw that broke our relationship. She didn't even bother to come and see the house. That's outrageous. Su Xiaosu's face turned red with anger, and she waved her little fists. That woman is so mean! Master, you're so good to her. How could she do this? Although Lin Ruishi didn't say anything, her eyes were full of heartache and indignation. She gently reached out and placed her hand on the back of Chen Nanqing's hand, offering silent comfort. Chen Nanqing felt the warmth from the back of his hand, shook his head, and said calmly, Actually, if you think about it calmly, Lu Ruyan's choice was not wrong. Who doesn't want a good life? Being materialistic is not a big crime. What I hate is not that she chose to leave, but that she played me for a fool for 4 years. They enjoy my kindness when they need me, but when they see someone better, they can kick me aside without hesitation, showing no basic respect whatsoever. Chen Nanqing poured himself another glass of wine and looked at Lin Ruishi. My story is finished. Ruishi, what about you? You don't look like you come from an ordinary family, how could you? Lin Ruishi was taken aback when Chen Nanqing suddenly asked her this question. She paused for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. My story is probably a bit more cliché than the master imagines. I was born into a fairly good family. My parents were both highly educated intellectuals and we were well off. As an only child, I once had a carefree period of time. When I was 8 years old, my parents, out of good intentions to find a companion for me, adopted a girl from an orphanage who was only a few months younger than me. At first, I was very happy and treated her like a younger sister. But gradually, I discovered that she wasn't as innocent as she seemed. She would secretly break my toys and then pretend to be innocent in front of my parents. She would deliberately chat with me until late the night before my exams. She would even forge my diary about having a puppy love to show my parents. Small things accumulate, and because she is particularly good at flattering and being obsequious, my parents gradually felt that I was narrow-minded and could not tolerate this poor adopted daughter. I chose an aviation school far from home for university, and after graduation I became a flight attendant, also because I wanted to escape that suffocating home. A year ago, I started dating a boyfriend. He was introduced to me by a mutual acquaintance. He came from a well-off family and owned a small company. He was nice to me at first, but a month before the end of the world, he asked me to go to a hotel, which I refused. I think things are developing too fast, and I did have a flight assignment that day. From then on, he gradually became distant, ignoring messages and phone calls. After the apocalypse, contact was completely severed. Lin Ruishi sighed. As for my parents, under the constant influence of their adopted daughter, they have long since decided that I am a selfish, rebellious, and unfilial daughter. In our last phone call, my father said he'd pretend I was never born. So now, I'm truly homeless. Su Xiaosu was filled with righteous indignation. That adopted daughter is too wicked. And your boyfriend is no better. Sister Ruishi, don't be sad. Chen Nanqing gently pulled Lin Ruishi into his arms. Don't be discouraged. In a few days your master will take you back. We'll give that family a good slap in the face and let them see how their abandoned daughter is doing now. A hint of gratitude flashed in Lin Ruishi's eyes, but more so was helplessness. Thank you, master. But this snow is poisonous. Touching it will kill you in no time. We may never be able to leave this neighborhood again. Lin Ruishi paused for a moment. Actually, I already feel very happy living like this. Having food and clothing, a warm and safe home, and a master, if I could live like that for the rest of my life, it would be more important than anything else. Snow is not a problem. Chen Nanqing smiled faintly. Besides, I won't stay in this neighborhood forever. Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu were both stunned. But master, if the snow doesn't stop and doesn't melt, how can we leave? Who said I'm afraid of this snow? Chen Nanqing suddenly released Lin Ruishi and, to the astonishment of the two women, walked towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Chapter 34. Nanqing, you've changed. With a whoosh, the window was pushed open. In an instant, a biting cold wind carrying snowflakes howled in, and the temperature in the living room plummeted. The warm air was instantly sucked away, and Su Xiaosu even shivered. Master! The two women exclaimed. Chen Nanqing didn't care at all, and stepped out onto the balcony. The poisonous snow fell heavily on his head and shoulders, but he seemed unaffected. He even reached out and caught some snowflakes, letting them melt in his palm. In the two women's minds, poisonous snow would cause injury upon contact and death if left untouched. Chen Nanqing stood in the snow, looking calm and composed, as if he were simply bathing in ordinary winter snow. See, I told you, I'm not afraid of it. Chen Nanqing turned around and smiled at the two women who were staring in disbelief inside the room. Su Xiaosu's mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an egg, and Lin Ruishi covered her mouth as well, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, they finally believed that Chen Nanqing had the ability to leave the community. But, master, we can't do it. Lin Ruishi looked helpless. Yes, master, you're not going to abandon us and leave us behind, are you? Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, looking pitiful. Ha, what are you thinking? How could master not want you? Don't worry about the poisonous snow, master will find a way. Chen Nanqing shook off the snow from his clothes, calmly walked back into the house, and closed the French windows again to keep out the cold. Now stay away from me. I have snow on me, which is harmless to me, but if you get snow poisoning, I can't save you. Upon hearing this, the two girls immediately took a few steps back obediently, but the shock and anticipation in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Master, then stay away from me, or your little maid will die. Su Xiusu stuck out her tongue and looked at Chen Nanqing warily. Ha ha ha, so if you don't obey, I'll poison you. No, master, I'll be very obedient. Just listen to me. Chen Nanqing went straight to the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. Ruishi, tell Xiaosu the rules here, which places we can go, which places we can't go, and what the taboos are. Then everyone should get some rest. Yes, master, Lin Ruishi replied respectfully. After washing up, Chen Nanqing went into the bedroom. Although he was now very powerful, his cautious habits developed during the apocalypse still led him to cleverly set up a shotgun behind the door. Anyone who dares to open the door without his permission will die. In the living room, Su Xiaosu's curiosity exploded. She grabbed Lin Ruishi's hand, her face full of curiosity. Sister Ruishi, who exactly is master? It seems like he has an endless supply of supplies, and he even has guns. Now he's not even afraid of poisonous snow. This is amazing. Recalling her previous experiences, Lin Ruishi added. Not only that, perhaps the master has many other skills that we don't know about. Besides what you mentioned, I've also seen the master kick a reinforced security door away with one kick. Kick the security door open. Su Xiaosu was even more shocked, her eyes wide open. After a long period of silent contemplation, she suddenly lowered her voice and said, Sister Ruishi, I know who master is now. He must be the cultivator mentioned in novels or TV shows. Cultivator? Lin Ruishi hesitated for a moment, completely disbelieving. If there are truly cultivators in the world, then there must be immortals. If there are immortals, why do they ignore the suffering of humankind in times of peace? Why not stop this inhumane natural disaster when poisonous snow is falling? Sister Ruishi, since master is an immortal, then we are immortal servants. Ha ha ha, will master give me elixirs to make me live forever if he's happy? Well, what kind of Chunibi girl? Lin Ruishi patted Su Xiaosu on the head. Stop guessing. The master is the master, he has his secrets. We just need to remember to be obedient, and do our duty in order to stay in this paradise on earth. Come, let me tell you what the taboos are here. The next morning, Chen Nanqing was awakened by the incessant vibration of his phone next to his pillow. He frowned and fumbled for his phone, squinting as he looked at it. The lock screen was covered with messages from Lu Ruiyan. Lu Ruiyan, 5:12 a.m. Nanqing, are you awake? I didn't sleep a wink last night, I'm cold and hungry, and I'm really scared. Lu Ruiyan, 5:40 a.m. It seems a little brighter outside, but the snow is still heavy. Will you try to come over today? Lu Ruiyan, 6:48 a.m. Nanqing, I've finished the last half of my biscuit, and I only have a tiny sip of water left. Am I going to die here? Crying emoji. Lu Ruiyan, 7:32 a.m. Nanqing, please reply to me. I know you're still angry. You can scold me or hit me, just don't ignore me. Lu Ruiyan, latest news, 8:11 Nanqing, I think I'm hallucinating. I feel hot all over. Is this a sign of snow poison? I don't want to die. Save me. For the sake of our 4 years of friendship. This woman's acting skills are getting better and better. She can even come up with such a clumsy excuse as, feeling feverish, just to gain his sympathy and urge him to take action. Chen Nanqing didn't bother to reply and went straight to the living room, tossing his phone to Lin Ruishi. Ruishi, you should reply to that woman's message. The goal is simple, make her unhappy and anxious. After finishing his sentence, Chen Nanqing walked straight to the bathroom. Lin Ruishi took the phone, a look of understanding and eagerness flashing in her eyes. After hearing Chen Nanqing's story last night, she has been unhappy with Lu Ruiyan ever since. If she hadn't hurt her master, perhaps he wouldn't have sought a maid, but a girlfriend instead. So now, am I already Chen Nanqing's girlfriend? Damn it! Lin Ruishi took a picture of boxes of bottled water and self-heating hot pot piled up in the corner of the living room. Then, he began to reply in Chen Nanqing's tone. Nanqing, replying on behalf of Lin Ruishi, just woke up. The heating at home was too strong, I overslept. Photos of the supplies are attached. The message was sent and Lu Ruiyan replied almost instantly. Lu Ruiyan! Nanqing, you finally replied. So much water. And self-heating hot pot. That's great. When are you coming? Have you planned your route? Lin Ruishi deliberately ignored Lu Ruiyan for a few minutes before slowly replying. Nanqing, what's the rush? The snow outside seems to be getting even heavier. Going out now would be suicide. Besides, I need to eat my fill before I have the energy to think of a solution. Next, Lin Ruishi directed Su Xiaosu to set the breakfast on the table and took photos. Nanqing, eat breakfast first. Safety first, don't rush me. Image. Lu Ruiyan, Nanqing, you've changed. You never used to talk to me like this. You always asked me first if I was hungry or cold. Now you're telling me not to rush you. Lin Ruishi raised an eyebrow and tapped lightly with her fingertip. Nanqing, you also said that was in the past. Lu Ruiyan on the other end of the phone seemed to be stung by those words and immediately sent a series of voice messages, her voice trembling with tears. Nanqing, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I was blinded by greed back then, and I'm so sorry. But in these past 3 years, not a single day has gone by that I haven't thought of you. You've always been my dearest love. Please give me a chance to make it up to you, okay? Lin Ruishi remained expressionless, even leisurely sipping the hot tea that Su Xiaosu had just brewed, showing no intention of replying at all. The silence completely shattered Lu Ruiyan's psychological defenses. A few minutes later, her messages became incoherent. Lu Ruiyan, Nanqing? Why aren't you replying? Say something. Lu Ruiyan, are you still blaming me? Hating me? Say something, please. Somewhat. The brief response gave Lu Ruiyan a lifeline, and she immediately began to apologize frantically, filling the screen with words of deep regret and profound affection. Lin Ruishi looked at these cheap words and sneered. Nanqing, an apology? Just a few light words? I can't see any sincerity in it. Lu Ruiyan, then what do you want me to do to show sincerity? Tell me. I'll do anything as long as you can calm down. Lin Ruishi's eyes sharpened. After all that build-up, she was finally about to get to the main event. The crucial moment had arrived. Nanqing, since others have apologized and come to their senses, I won't make things difficult for you because you're a girl. All you have to do is kneel down and slap yourself 10 times, saying, I was wrong. As you do so, then send me a video. Chapter 35 Online dating has risks. Be cautious when meeting in person. The phone fell into a long silence. 5 minutes passed before Lu Ruiyan replied, her words filled with disbelief. Lu Ruiyan, what? Nanqing, how could you make such a request? This is utterly insulting. Lin Ruishi gave Lu Ruiyan no chance to catch her breath, her tone resolute. Nanqing, these are my conditions. To do it or not? I'll give you half a minute to think it over. If you don't, we'll delete each other. These words shattered Lu Ruiyan's illusions completely. She couldn't let Chen Nanqing delete her. Lu Ruiyan, I'll do it. Don't delete me. A few minutes later, a video file was sent over. Lin Ruishi clicked on the video. In the video, Lu Ruiyan was kneeling on the cold floor, her face pale and her eyes filled with humiliation. She raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face. Smack! Now I realize I shouldn't have been so materialistic and prejudiced against the poor. Smack! Now I realize I shouldn't have left without saying goodbye. Smack! Now I realize I shouldn't have kept you as a backup option. 10 slaps, not too many. Lu Ruiyan's cheeks were swollen and red, her hair was disheveled, and she no longer had any of her former delicate appearance. At the end of the video, with tears in her eyes, she asked, Nanqing, are you calm now? When are you coming to see me? Su Xiaosu, who had been watching the game nervously from the sidelines, was now completely stunned. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, and looked at Lin Ruishi with unprecedented admiration. Sister Ruishi! You're amazing! Su Xiaosu excitedly grabbed Lin Ruishi's arm, like an excited sparrow. That wicked woman actually hit herself. Wow! How did you come up with that? It's an amazing trick. Su Xiaosu imitated the action of slapping someone, her little face flushed with excitement. Sister Ruishi, you really vented Master's anger. It's so satisfying. Lin Ruishi was amused by Su Xiaosu's liveliness and cuteness. Just as she was about to say something, the bathroom door opened. Chen Nanqing came out drying his hair and saw the two women laughing together. He casually asked, "What's making you so happy?" Master! Master! Su Xiaosu immediately jumped up, eager to speak, but Lin Ruishi stopped her with a look. Lin Ruishi calmly picked up her phone and handed it to Chen Nanqing. "Master, please take a look at this." Chen Nanqing took the phone with a puzzled look. On the screen was a video of Lu Ruiyan slapping herself. Seeing Lu Ruiyan's disheveled appearance, a complex sense of pleasure flashed deep in Chen Nanqing's eyes. After watching the video, he put down his phone, his gaze falling on Lin Ruishi's slightly smug face. He suddenly smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Wow, Ruishi! You've got a whole repertoire of tricks up your sleeve." Upon receiving Chen Nanqing's praise, Lin Ruishi blushed slightly and lowered her head. "It is thanks to Master's excellent guidance. I was just going along with her wishes and helping her to be sincere enough." "Ha ha, well done!" Chen Nanqing was in a great mood and kissed Lin Ruishi on the cheek. "Ruishi, you helped me vent my anger. As your master, I should also help you vent your anger. Tell me, is there anyone in this neighborhood who makes you unhappy? Let's go meet him." Lin Ruishi gently shook her head and gracefully poured Chen Nanqing a glass of milk. "You're so kind, Master. But as a flight attendant, I fly all over the country all year round and don't have much contact with my neighbors in the community, so no one has ever bothered me." Chen Nanqing was slightly disappointed. Staying at home all the time was a bit boring. He can't just spend all his time idly chatting with two maids, can he? How utterly depraved and immoral is this? "Xiao Su, what about you?" Su Xiaosu, who was secretly eating snacks, was suddenly called out and almost choked. She quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, and her little face immediately fell. "Master! You know what, there really is an annoying guy." Su Xiaosu angrily waved her little fist. "There's a creepy old man in Building 13 named Yang Dianfeng who used to follow me around all the time. One night, they even knocked on my door in the middle of the night, saying they wanted to treat me to a late-night snack. I was so scared that I didn't dare to go out for several days." Chen Nanqing's eyes lit up, and he became interested. "Oh? Is that so? That's outrageous. Do you know his exact location?" 1402. Su Xiaosu blurted it out, then realized what she had said and quickly covered her mouth, her big eyes darting around, looking somewhat guilty. Chen Nanqing keenly noticed Su Xiaosu's unusual behavior. "How do you remember so clearly?" "This, that." Su Xiaosu twisted her fingers and stammered for a long time before blushing and whispering. "Actually, he's a long-time fan of my live stream. Although he never sends gifts, he's been with me for a whole year. I originally thought that spending time with someone was the most enduring form of love, but after meeting him in person for the first time, I realized he was just a creepy old man trying to take advantage of me." "Ha!" Chen Nanqing couldn't help but burst into laughter, and even the usually dignified Lin Ruishi couldn't help but chuckle. "Master! Sister Ruishi! You're still laughing!" Su Xiaosu stomped her foot in grievance, her face turning bright red. "I was so sad back then. I thought I had met my true love." Lin Ruishi finally managed to stop laughing and gently patted her shoulder. "Xiao Su, online dating is risky. Be careful when you meet in person. You need to keep your eyes open in the future." Su Xiaosu pouted and huddled in the corner of the sofa like a wronged child. After laughing enough, Chen Nanqing suddenly became serious and said, "Xiao Su, do you want to teach that lewd old man a lesson yourself?" "Ah?" Su Xiaosu suddenly looked up. "Personally, teaching a lesson?" "That's right." A meaningful smile appeared on Chen Nanqing's lips. Su Xiaosu nodded excitedly at first, then hesitated. But I'm just a lowly woman, I can't beat this lecherous old man." A hint of amusement flashed in Chen Nanqing's eyes. "I have a way of dealing with this." He then turned and went into the storage room. When he came out again, he had 2 desert eagles and 200 bullets in his hands. Take it. Chen Nanqing handed the 2 desert eagles to the 2 women and placed the bullets on the coffee table. 100 rounds each. These guns are yours from now on. Lin Ruishi's heart skipped a beat. This is a real gun. A weapon powerful enough to decide life and death in an instant. Chen Nanqing actually handed it over to them so easily? A complex mix of emotions welled up inside me, a thrill of being trusted, but more so a sense of awe and vigilance. This could be a powerful tool for self-defense, but it could also be a fatal test. Lin Ruishi took a deep breath, not immediately touching the gun, but first raising her eyes to look at Chen Nanqing with gentle eyes, and softly confirming. Master, is this really for us? Chen Nanqing took a sip of milk, gave a soft and his gaze seemed to casually sweep across Lin Ruishi's face. Will there be any abnormalities? Only after receiving an affirmative answer did Lin Ruishi reach out and carefully pick up the desert eagle in front of her. His movements were somewhat clumsy, but extremely serious. His fingertips trembled slightly when they touched the cold gun barrel, but he then gripped it firmly. It was as if they had received a gift that needed to be treated with care, rather than a weapon. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ruishi's eyes remained clear, filled with awe for power and reverence for the one who bestowed it upon her. Chen Nanqing took in Lin Ruishi's performance, and nodded slightly in approval. This woman's intelligence and sense of propriety were once again proven. On the other hand, Su Xiaosu's reaction was much more direct. Wow! A real gun! That's so cool! She exclaimed in surprise, her big eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity, and immediately reached out to grab the one that belonged to her. His handling of the gun was clearly amateurish. He held it with both hands, looked left and right, and even pointed the gun at himself. Do you want to die? Seeing this, Lin Ruishi quickly whispered a reminder. Oh! Su Xiaosu stuck out her tongue and quickly pointed the gun downwards, but the excitement on her face did not diminish at all. She tried to lift it, her little face scrunching up. It's so heavy! Master, how do I use this? Can I try it? Chapter 36 Master, don't be so fierce. Eat first, and I'll teach you the basics after you've eaten. Chen Nanqing put down the milk glass, picked up the chopsticks, as if he had just done something insignificant. Breakfast ended in a subtle and peaceful atmosphere. Chen Nanqing briefly taught the 2 women how to disengage the safety, aim, and fire. Lin Ruishi learned quickly and was very focused. Su Xiaosu, on the other hand, seemed a little flustered, but was extremely enthusiastic. After the meal, Chen Nanqing and the other 2 took precautions to keep warm and prepared to go out. Chen Nanqing walked to the entrance first, his back to the 2 women. He appeared casual, but in reality, all the muscles in his body were in a subtle state of preparation. He exposed the back of his head to the 2 women who had just acquired weapons, completely unguarded. What will they do? If anyone makes any unusual move, Chen Nanqing will not hesitate to instantly strike and kill them. Lin Ruishi followed half a step behind Su Xiaosu, her gaze seemingly surveying her surroundings, but her peripheral vision remained fixed on Su Xiaosu's right hand holding the gun. Is this girl truly innocent and guileless, or is she a high-level hunter pretending to be naive and gullible? If Su Xiaosu makes any unusual move, Lin Ruishi will immediately fire the gun hidden under her trench coat. After all, Chen Nanqing is now her only support in the apocalypse. To mess with Chen Nanqing is to ruin Lin Ruishi's future. Moreover, even though they were master and servant, Chen Nanqing never mistreated her. In fact, he treated her better than many men treat their girlfriends. She would not allow anyone to disrupt this peace. Su Xiaosu was completely unaware of the silent undercurrents. Seeing Chen Nanqing walking faster and faster, she couldn't help but cry out in grievance. Master! Master, slow down! Wait for me! My legs are short! Chen Nanqing paused slightly. Was this girl's legs short? He remembered them being quite long when he played with her. However, Chen Nanqing's tense nerves relaxed slightly. If you can eat so much, why don't your legs grow longer? I'll cut your rations next time. Oh no, master! If you eat less, my bear too will shrink. Su Xiaosu started running immediately, seemingly genuinely afraid of having her food allowance docked. Lin Ruishi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quietly moved her finger away from the trigger guard. This girl is truly naive. The three of them arrived at the iron gate of the underground passage in a subtly awkward atmosphere. Today, the gatekeepers are Zhang Hao's underling, a Liang, and a refined-looking man. When a Liang saw Chen Nanqing arrive, he immediately bowed and scraped. Is the big boss going out? Yeah, I'm bored at home, so I'm going out for a walk. Boss, should we let Hao Ji know and have him bring a few brothers with him? Things aren't safe out there right now. No need. I have some personal business to take care of. A Liang didn't dare ask any more questions and quickly made way for him, saying, Boss, please be careful. The three of them passed through the dark and cold underground parking garage passage and soon arrived at the foot of Building 13. This place was also sealed off by an iron gate, and there were 2 guards inside. Chen Nanqing stopped and gestured with his chin to Su Xiaosu. Xiaosu, go and tell the guards inside to open the door. Huh? Should I go? Su Xiaosu paused for a moment, pointed to her nose, and looked at the tightly closed iron gate with great hesitation. But, Master, what if they don't open it? Chen Nanqing turned his head and looked at Su Xiaosu. In that instant, Chen Nanqing's demeanor suddenly turned icy and oppressive, his eyes sharp as knives. Not going to fire? What's the point of that gun in your hand? Just for show? I taught you how to unlock the safety, how to aim, so you could play with it. Can you threaten people? Can you kill someone? Su Xiaosu was startled by Chen Nanqing's sudden change in attitude and cold words. Her face turned pale, her eyes instantly reddened, and she pouted pitifully. Master, you can't be so fierce. I'll go, okay. Su Xiaosu sniffed and forcefully wiped away the tears that hadn't yet fallen from the corners of her eyes. He gripped the heavy gun tightly with both hands and walked stiffly toward the iron gate. Upon reaching the door, Su Xiaosu timidly knocked. An impatient male voice came from inside. Who is it? What do you want? Open the door, I want to come in. Su Xiaosu tried to make her voice sound fierce, but because of nervousness, it trembled a little. Where did this little wench come from? Get lost! The man inside clearly didn't take Su Xiaosu seriously. Ugh, I'm so angry! My master yelled at me, and now you're yelling at me too! Having just been scolded by Chen Nanqing, Su Xiaosu was already feeling wrong. Now, being scolded by the man in front of her again, Su Xiaosu completely exploded. She raised the Desert Eagle, and without even bothering to aim, pulled the trigger at the iron gate. Bang! 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 3 deafening gunshots echoed in the narrow corridor, terrifying the 2 guards inside. Fortunately, all 3 bullets missed their mark without any mishaps, but the marks left on the wall said it all. Damn, a real gun! The goalkeeper's voice trembled, and he almost collapsed to the ground. They usually think they're tough just because they have an iron bar, but they've never seen anything like this where people open fire without saying a word. Even though my marksmanship is abysmal, it's a real gun. What if I just guess right on the first shot? Open the door or not? If you don't open the door, I'll blow your heads off with 1 shot. Although Su Xiaosu knew she couldn't do it, she felt strangely satisfied seeing the other person terrified. Grandma, don't shoot! We'll open the door right now! We'll open the door right now! The man who had previously scolded Su Xiaosu was almost crying as he frantically pulled out the key and shakily unlocked the large lock on the iron gate. Su Xiaosu stared at the open door for a moment, then, like a victorious little general, she gave a triumphant snort, turned around and ran back to Chen Nanqing's side, tilting her little face up. Master, the door is open! Chen Nanqing looked at the 3 bullet holes on the wall that were way off target, and then at Su Xiaosu's, praise me, little face. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Your marksmanship is terrible. Oh dear! It's his first time firing a gun. It's good enough that it even made a sound. So, you have to practice cooking more. Weren't those two disrespectful to you just now? Perfect, use them as practice subjects. Huh? Practice? This is a living person, isn't it? Su Xiaosu was about to refuse, but when she looked up and met Chen Nanqing's cold expression, she immediately remembered how fierce Chen Nanqing had looked just now. She shrank her neck and swallowed the words that were about to come out. My fierce owner is scary, it's better to just obey. With a pained expression, Su Xiaosu raised the heavy desert eagle again, facing the two men who had already begun kowtowing and begging for mercy, muttering under her breath. Well, I'll give it a try. Don't blame me if I miss. The two men were terrified when they heard that. Grandma, please spare us. We were blind. We'll never do it again. The two men shouted and scrambled as they tried to run deeper into the stairwell. Stop! Don't move! Master told me to practice my shooting. Su Xiaosu became even more nervous, her hand trembled, and she subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted again, erratically, bullets flying wildly through the stairwell. Fortunately, the stairwell wasn't very spacious, and with so many bullets, it was still possible to hit someone. What's both funny and frustrating is that Su Xiaosu fired more than 20 shots, but not a single one hit a vital spot. But the two fleeing men were each shot 4 or 5 times, falling to the ground screaming and groaning in pain. I'm so sorry. Su Xiaosu looked at the two people rolling on the ground and groaning, and apologized a little embarrassedly. This is my first time firing a gun, my aim isn't great, please bear with me, I'll get back into the swing of things. The two men almost fainted. Killing someone is just a matter of beheading them, can't you just give them a quick death? One of them, enduring excruciating pain, cried out in a sob. Grandma, please, give me a quick death. Come closer, aim at my head, bang, 1 shot. Just 1 shot. Chapter 37, Marksmanship is absolutely terrible. Su Xiaosu took a half-step back warily, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. No! Master said that bad people might lie before they die. Are you planning to use some trick on me when I get close? I won't fall for it. Su Xiaosu felt she had uncovered a huge conspiracy, which strengthened her resolve to shoot from a distance. So she raised her gun again, aimed it at the two men on the ground who were too weak to move, and muttered, You have to hit them, hit them. Another dozen or so shots rang out, the bullets hitting the walls and floor, scattering countless fragments. Occasionally, 1 or 2 shots would graze or hit the two men who were already on the verge of death. Finally, after wasting a lot of bullets, the two men on the ground fell completely silent. Su Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief, wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead, turned around and ran excitedly to Chen Nanqing, her big eyes sparkling. Master! I'm done! They seem to have stopped moving. Am I now a sharpshooter? Chen Nanqing looked at the bullet holes scattered all over the ground and the two men who died tragically, and his lips twitched violently a few times. A sharpshooter? Even the king of hell would shake his head at that. Little Su, you need to practice cooking more. Huh, am I still bad? I think I'm pretty good already. The handsome man was speechless. The three of them walked up the stairs. Su Xiaosu seemed to still be immersed in the excitement of practicing shooting earlier. Her little face was flushed, and she was hugging her desert eagle, humming an off-key song. Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi followed behind Su Xiaosu, watching her cheerful figure from behind, their feelings extremely complicated. Do people with simple minds never have worries? Upon reaching the 14th floor, before Chen Nanqing could even speak, Su Xiaosu volunteered and rushed to the door of room 1402, turning back to Chen Nanqing with full confidence and saying, Master! Let me do it this time, I have experience! Chen Nanqing raised his chin noncommittally, indicating that she could do as she pleased. Su Xiaosu took a deep breath, and mimicking what she had done before, she raised her little foot and kicked the heavy security door hard. Clang! 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 Yang Dianfeng! You perverted bastard! You lecherous old man! Get out here right now! The sound of the door being kicked down, combined with her angry curses in a slightly childish voice, created a peculiar comedic effect. Lin Ruishi couldn't help but facepalm, while Chen Nanqing crossed his arms and watched with amusement, wondering what other trouble this rascal could cause. A flurry of footsteps came from inside the door, followed by a man's surprised and uncertain voice. Who's outside? It's your great-auntie. Su Xiaosu. Open the door! Su Xiaosu stood with her hands on her hips, looking fierce. There was a few seconds of silence inside the door, followed by Yang Dianfeng's voice, which was a mixture of disbelief and sly delight. Su Xiaosu? Is it really you? How did you find this place? I knew you lived here, so I came looking for you. Yang Dianfeng was clearly not so easily fooled. The downstairs door is locked, so how did you get up here? Although Su Xiaosu was naive, she wasn't stupid. Her eyes darted around, and she said in a slightly smug tone. Humph! I'm a beauty! The young man guarding the gate saw that I was cute and pitiful, so he let me in without saying a word. Yang Dianfeng was still skeptical, so he pressed further. Just you alone? Of course not. Su Xiaosu immediately denied it, deliberately raising her voice. 3 of them, including my sister Ruishi. She's prettier than me. She's a real beauty. Yang Dianfeng couldn't wait to peer through the peephole. When his gaze fell upon Lin Ruishi's cool, beautiful, and outstanding figure, his breathing became rapid. What an absolutely stunning beauty. This is much more interesting than Su Xiaosu, who only knows how to be cute and adorable. Yang Dianfeng suppressed his excitement and swallowed hard. Then, where's the other person? Didn't you say there were 3? Oh, and my master too. Su Xiaosu pulled Chen Nanqing, who was standing to the side and behind, to the front of the cat's eye. Although Chen Nanqing was handsome, he was rather slender and not a muscular strong man. Yang Dianfeng quickly calculated in his mind, this kid doesn't seem to be a threat, he's probably just a pretty boy. Although he was a bit old, he could take down the man first by launching a surprise attack, and then the 2 delicate women would be at his mercy. At that time, Su Xiaosu and Lin Ruishi, 2 beauties with very different styles, Desire and wishful thinking clouded Yang Dianfeng's judgment. He stopped thinking and said, So it's a distinguished guest. Please come in. The door clicked open. Yang Dianfeng pretended to be enthusiastic and stepped aside to make way, but his gaze couldn't help but drift towards Lin Ruishi. Su Xiaosu skipped and hopped inside, looking around curiously. Lin Ruishi followed closely behind, her eyes indifferent, with a hint of barely perceptible disgust. As Chen Nanqing stepped into the room, a fierce glint flashed in Yang Dianfeng's eyes. He suddenly grabbed a metal baseball bat that he had hidden behind the door and smashed it hard against the back of Chen Nanqing's head. Kid, die! The beauty is mine! Without turning his head, Chen Nanqing casually raised his hand and accurately caught the whistling stick. The movements were relaxed and casual, as if brushing away a fallen leaf. Yang Dianfeng felt an irresistible force coming from the stick, his tiger's mouth went numb from the shock, and he could no longer hold the stick, which slipped from his hand. The sinister smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by utter horror. How can you be so strong? Chen Nanqing slowly turned around, toying with the baseball bat in his hand. Is that all you've got? You think you can ambush me? Chen Nanqing raised his leg and kicked Yang Dianfeng squarely in the fat abdomen. Bang! Yang Dianfeng was kicked away like a tattered sack, crashing heavily into the living room wall before sliding to the ground, clutching his stomach and letting out a pig-like scream, almost vomiting bile. Chen Nanqing tossed the baseball bat aside like trash and gestured with his chin towards Su Xiaosu, who was staring in disbelief. What are you looking at? This person is yours. Do with him as you please. Su Xiaosu snapped out of her shock and saw that Yang Dianfeng had dared to ambush Chen Nanqing. She was so angry that her face turned red, and she completely forgot about her previous experience. She raised the Desert Eagle and yelled at Yang Dianfeng, who was rolling on the ground howling in pain. You pervert! You scoundrel! How dare you ambush my master? I'll beat you to death! Bang! 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 The familiar, chaotic gunfire echoed throughout the room once more. Bullets flew in all directions, and the living room furnishings suffered continuous damage. Vases, picture frames, and television screens were all smashed, with shards flying everywhere. Yang Dianfeng was so frightened that he forgot about his stomach pain and fled in all directions. Grandma, have mercy! I was wrong! I'll never do it again! Ouch! My butt! Su Xiaosu kept firing as she chased after Yang Dianfeng. Although her marksmanship was still abysmal, she had plenty of bullets and the room was too small. Yang Dianfeng was shot in the arms, thighs, and buttocks one after another. Although the wounds were not fatal, they were bleeding profusely, and he was in so much pain that he screamed and howled. The scene was chaotic and comical. You dared to be naughty! You dared to try and steal Sister Ruishi? Yang Dianfeng lay on the ground covered in blood, barely breathing, pleading with his last strength. Xiao Su, for the sake of our past acquaintance, please give me a quick death. I beg you, it hurts too much. Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, seemingly agreeing with what the other person said, and nodded. Okay, seeing how pitiful you are. Several more shots rang out, and this time one shot finally hit the right spot, ending Yang Dianfeng's painful and frustrating life. Su Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and ran to Chen Nanqing. Master, it's done! Chen Nanqing couldn't help but rub his forehead. Yang Dianfeng suspected he was being tortured in hell before he died. How could he not handle this? Ahem, Xiao Su, do you really need that many bullets to kill one person? Huh! You don't need it? But he's not completely dead, and I still have some left, don't I? How many bullets do you have left? Su Xiaosu quickly ejected the magazine, counted the bullets, and then raised her little face with a hint of pride. Reporting, Master! There's one left! Ay damn it, it took me 99 bullets to kill 3 people. That's such a waste. Chen Nanqing's lips twitched slightly as he continued. So, how do you plan to deal with the trouble that's coming next? Chapter 38. Luckily, Su Xiaosu doesn't go out much, otherwise she would have lost her kidneys. Trouble? Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, looking completely bewildered. What trouble? Didn't I already kill Yang Dianfeng? Chen Nanqing was completely defeated by Su Xiaosu's adorable silliness. Sigh, Xiao Su, it's a good thing you didn't go out much before, otherwise you'd definitely be missing 2 kidneys by now. Almost the instant Chen Nanqing finished speaking, a dense chorus of footsteps echoed down the 14th floor corridor. Looking up, there were at least 20 people. These people all had unfriendly expressions and were carrying a variety of weapons, rusty steel pipes, gleaming kitchen knives, and even fire axes and homemade spears. The leader was a tall, muscular man with a full beard. His gaze swept darkly over the messy living room, the gruesome death of Yang Dianfeng, and the 3 others, including Chen Nanqing. When he saw the conspicuous desert eagle in Su Xiaosu's hand, his pupils suddenly contracted. Sure enough, the gunshots he heard were real. Gentlemen, why have you come to our building 13 to commit murder? Chen Nanqing glanced at the bearded man. Does murder need a reason? He made my maid unhappy, so he deserves to die. The bearded man's face turned ashen instantly. He was used to bullying others in Building 13. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Especially in front of so many of his men, it was like stomping his face on the ground. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. You killed my people on my turf, and you think you can just let it go with a you made your maid unhappy? Do you think I, Zhang Dabiao, am made of clay? At this moment, Zhang Dabiao's henchmen also started to clamor, waving their weapons. Brother Biao, why waste words with them? Let's take them down. Exactly. They only have 1 gun, and there are so many of us, what are we afraid of? Leave those 2 girls here. Chen Nanqing originally didn't want to start a massacre, but these people in front of him really have no sense of propriety. Don't you know that a gun is faster and more accurate than a gun within 7 paces? They actually wanted to keep his maid? Ruishi, let's practice. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ruishi swiftly reached her right hand inside her trench coat and drew her gun. The movements were so fluid, as if they had been rehearsed hundreds of times, without a single flaw. Bang! 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 3 crisp gunshots rang out almost instantly. The first shot hit the skinny, tall man who shouted, "Take them down!" precisely between the eyebrows. The second shot pierced the throat of the bald, burly man who had been yelling, "What the hell are you afraid of?" The third shot pierced the heart of the bald man who had been spewing profanities and demanding they stay. 3 corpses fell to the ground at the same time, blood gushing out and staining the corridor floor red. The writers, who had just been so enraged, were now as if they had been collectively choked, all their voices stuck in their throats. He stared in horror at his companion lying dead on the ground, then looked at the cold-faced woman standing with a gun in her hand. She stood there, her eyes calm and undisturbed, her breathing perfectly steady. Su Xiaosu stared in disbelief, her mouth agape in an O shape. She looked at the corpse on the ground, then at Lin Ruishi holding the gun, her big eyes filled with disbelief and deep grievance. Why? Su Xiaosu's face fell. Clutching her desert eagle, which only had 1 bullet left, she sidled up to Chen Nanqing with a pitiful expression. "Master! Sister Ruishi, how come she's so accurate? Didn't we learn together? I even fired first. I fired so many bullets and only killed 3 people, she only took 3 shots." Su Xiaosu felt increasingly wrong, feeling like an idiot for trying so hard, wasting bullets, with such drastically different results. Chen Nanqing rubbed Su Xiaosu's head. "Talent is unpredictable. Ruishi might be more suited to this by nature." "No, that's not true. I should have some talent. I'm just not accurate because I haven't practiced enough." "Then go ahead and practice, I'm not stopping you." But I'm out of bullets." "Oh, what a tragedy." Chen Nanqing casually pulled 2 more gleaming yellow bullets from his pocket and stuffed them into Su Xiaosu's hand. "Here, practice as much as you like, there are plenty of bullets." Su Xiaosu's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons. "Master is so kind." Across from him, Zhang Dubia watched as Chen Nanqing magically produced so many bullets, his eyelids twitching wildly, his heart pounding in his chest. A gun isn't scary. What's scary is having an almost endless supply of bullets. Even if we are incredibly skilled, if dozens of bullets were to be fired at us, those 20 or so men wouldn't survive. Wait! Zhang Dubia finally panicked. His face twitched, and he forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "Brother! It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We were blind and didn't recognize you. We offended you and the 2 ladies." Zhang Dubia quickly threw the machete on the ground to show his sincerity. "Brother, leave some room for maneuver, so you can meet again in the future. That bastard Yang Dianfeng deserved to die. We're leaving now, we definitely won't cause any trouble. Could you please be lenient? But my little maid has already loaded the bullets. We can't just let them go unloaded, can we?" Su Xiaosu looked at the large group of people in front of her, her eyes shining brightly, her little face full of excitement that she could finally show off her skills. She kept chattering. "So many live targets. I can't miss again this time, can I? I refuse to believe that I, Su Xiaosu, can't become a sharpshooter. Master, watch closely." Bang! "Oh my God, why did it go off course?" Despite missing her first shot, Su Xiaosu was not discouraged and fired a second shot. Su Xiaosu had already started shooting. Zhang Dubia knew that begging for mercy was useless, and despair and ferocity erupted at the same time. "Damn it! We're all going to die anyway. Brothers! Let's fight! If we kill these 2 women and take their guns, the whole neighborhood is ours." Zhang Dubia suddenly bent down to pick up the machete from the ground. However, in the very instant he bent over. Bang! Lin Ruishi fired the first shot. The bullet didn't hit his hand, but rather pierced his knee, which he had just raised. "Ah!" Zhang Dubia screamed and fell to his knees. This shot shattered his last courage to resist and ignited the madness of the remaining thugs. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time, Su Xiaosu also excitedly pulled the trigger. This time, she learned her lesson and didn't fire indiscriminately. Instead, she tried to fire, point shots, at the densest part of the crowd. Although her snapshots were still completely inaccurate, there were just enough people to catch the bullets. Ouch! My arm is broken! Damn it! This crazy woman is just shooting randomly. My Nyo, how could you leave me? Don't push me. I need to pick up my cow, referring to a penis, please don't push me. Screams and angry curses erupted instantly. Finally, Su Xiaosu emptied the magazine. Oops, I'm out of bullets. Wait for me, I'll be right back. The moment Su Xiaosu bent down to load the bullet, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of a skinny man who had been hiding behind the crowd, waiting for his chance to strike. Taking advantage of the moment when Lin Ruishi was firing at an enemy in another direction and Su Xiaosu was caught off guard, he pounced from the side like a ghost, his sharpened steel bar aimed straight at Su Xiaosu's temple. Chapter 39. Is it not good to dance with clothes on? If this attack lands, it will definitely kill Su Xiaosu. Xiaosu! Lin Ruishi cried out in alarm, but it was too late to turn the gun around. However, a dark figure was faster than her voice. Chen Nanqing, who had been seemingly watching the battle lazily, also moved the moment the skinny man made a move. He didn't use any firearms. With a flick of his wrist, a simple-looking horse-slaying sword appeared in his hand with a sharp whistling sound. The blade flashed like a bolt of lightning. Pfft! With a soft sound, the thin man's forward momentum suddenly froze. He looked down in disbelief and found a thin line of blood rapidly expanding on his chest, followed by a gush of blood. Then consciousness was plunged into eternal darkness, and the body fell to the ground with a thud. Chen Nanqing returned to his original spot, his saber pointing diagonally at the ground, a drop of blood slowly sliding down its tip. As if he had done something insignificant, he simply said to Su Xiaosu, who had just finished loading her bullets and was still in a daze. Concentrate. When you're reloading, find cover or get close to me and Ruishi. Su Xiaosu then realized how dangerous it had just been, her face turning pale with fright. She patted the rather large bear too, and said with lingering fear. Wow! Master, you're so fast! Thank you, Master! Then, fuming, she raised her Desert Eagle, which she had just reloaded, and fired 2 more shots at the corpse. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? I'll beat you to death! Sigh, how childish. However, Chen Nanqing would not force Su Xiaosu to change her personality, as long as she is not a saint. Having learned her lesson, Su Xiaosu, though still a terrible shot, instinctively moved closer to Chen Nanqing. She began her firepower barrage. Bang! 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 Bullets were still flying everywhere, but occasionally hitting 1 or 2 unlucky people could cause a commotion. After the terrifying moment, Lin Ruishi's eyes grew even colder. She no longer limited herself to precise point kills, but began to consciously suppress fire and provide cover. She would use precise shooting to repel enemies trying to get close to Su Xiaosu, and during the intervals when Su Xiaosu was reloading, she would use continuous and rapid shooting to block the enemy's route of attack. 2 women, one like a clumsy yet energetic rookie, unleashed a barrage of bullets, creating chaos and area of effect damage. Like a cool and deadly queen of the night, every bullet she fires is designed for maximum efficiency, eliminating threats and filling gaps. Chen Nanqing, holding his sword, stood in a relatively safe position like a pillar of strength, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire area. He no longer acts rashly unless someone threatens the 2 women's personal safety. With the help of this strange force, the number of rioters in the corridor decreased sharply. Dragging his broken leg, Zhang Dabia watched his underlings fall one by one, letting out a desperate, unwilling roar, only to be calmly shot in the forehead by Lin Ruishi, ending his sinful life. The last few thugs completely broke down, dropped their weapons and tried to run, but how could they possibly outrun bullets? When the echo of the last gunshot faded, all that remained in the corridor were corpses scattered on the floor and an overwhelming stench of blood. Su Xiaosu emptied the last magazine, panting heavily, her face flushed, but she looked at Chen Nanqing excitedly. Master! Wasn't I amazing this time? I feel like I hit so many people. Lin Ruishi silently checked the firearms, and after confirming they were safe, she walked to Chen Nanqing's side and nodded slightly. Master, the cleanup is complete. Looking at the two completely different yet surprisingly harmonious combinations in front of him, Chen Nanqing felt a strange sense of accomplishment. He reached out and ruffled Su Xiaosu's hair. You've improved. Try to kill one person with 20 bullets next time. Then he looked at Lin Ruishi, his eyes filled with approval. You're very good. Su Xiaosu squinted her eyes happily after receiving the praise. Lin Ruishi lowered her head slightly, a very faint smile curving her lips. Does this mean the master approves of her? The stench of blood in the corridor was so strong it was nauseating. Chen Nanqing glanced at the mess and corpses on the ground, his expression indifferent. Let's go, it's time to go back. He turned around first and walked back the way he came. The sword had disappeared without a trace, and his hands were casually tucked into the pockets of his trench coat. Lin Ruishi immediately followed, her steps light yet vigilant, her eyes still habitually scanning for any potential dangers around her. Only Su Xiaosu remained in a peculiar state of excitement. She jogged to catch up with Chen Nanqing and followed beside him, her little mouth chattering away like a wound-up toy. Master! Did you see that just now? My last few shots, bang bang bang! It felt so cool, didn't it? That guy who tried to run away got so scared that he fell flat on his face, ha ha! Sister Ruishi, you're so calm! How did you learn your marksmanship? Teach me. Oops, the bullets are running out a bit too fast. Master, I've used up all the bullets you gave me, give me some more. Chen Nanqing was getting a headache from the noise and glanced at Su Xiaosu helplessly. Do you think my bullets fall from the sky? If you want bullets, you have to show their value. Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, looking completely innocent. Value? I'm very valuable. I can cheer for my master. I can eat. Oh, and I can dance, classical dance. Dancing classical dance? Chen Nanqing paused slightly, turned to look at Su Xiaosu, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. He did know that Su Xiaosu used to be a dance streamer, but she had only been his maid for a short time, and one thing after another had happened, so he hadn't had a chance to appreciate her. Okay, but when you get back, you'll dance for me until your legs break. Huh? Master, can't we skip the jump? And how many bullets are you going to give me? Su Xiaosu immediately pressed for an answer, her little face full of anticipation. His adorable appearance was enough to make Chen Nanqing laugh. But he deliberately put on a stern face. Little Su, am I being too nice to you, master? I asked you to dance, and you dare to ask me for bullets? Do you want your master to give you a golden age skin? But carnival is useless now, it's not even as good as a bullet. Su Xiaosu, you're finished. Your master has decided to starve you for 3 days. No, master. If I go hungry for 3 days, I'll be skin and bones. Su Xiaosu's face fell instantly, and she pouted in grievance. I jumped really well, I put my heart into it. Not only will they not give me bullets, but why are they also cutting my rations? Master, could you please not take away my food rations? We'll see how you perform. Room 3001. As soon as she entered the door, Su Xiaosu went into trying her best to please mode. She first jogged over to help Chen Nanqing take off his slightly chilly coat and hang it up, then squatted down to help him change into slippers. However, she almost tripped over herself because she was moving too fast, and Chen Nanqing helped her up. Why are you so clumsy? Chen Nanqing gave a light rebuke, but there was no anger in his tone. Su Xiaosu stuck out her tongue and quickly went to make tea. This time she was extra careful, testing the water temperature again and again, adding tea leaves repeatedly. Although she still seemed a bit rusty, her attitude was very serious. She brought the hot tea to Chen Nanqing, then ran to get some fruit. She watched eagerly as Chen Nanqing took a sip before a relaxed smile appeared on his face. After helping Chen Nanqing to sit comfortably on the sofa, Su Xiaosu rubbed her fingers shyly. Master, dancing is fine, but I don't have a suitable dance outfit. Dancing in this outfit doesn't look good. It doesn't look good to dance in clothes. Are you suggesting we take them off and dance? Chapter 40 Digestion? Digestion what? I haven't eaten yet. Oh dear, Master, how could you do this? Su Xiaosu stomped her feet in embarrassment. Why can't I do this? Didn't you say it doesn't look good to dance in clothes? Humph, is that what I meant? Isn't that so? No. You're such a troublemaker. Chen Nanqing walked into the storage room and came out a few seconds later with a set of light green classical dance dress. The fabric was light and airy, embroidered with delicate bamboo leaf patterns, and there was also a matching shawl and headdress. Here, try it on. Su Xiaosu took the clothes with delight. They were silky smooth and cool to the touch, and the workmanship was exquisite. She happily ran into the second bedroom to change her clothes. After a while, the door to the second bedroom opened gently, and Su Xiaosu, who had changed into her dance costume, came out. In an instant, Chen Nanqing felt that the living room seemed to brighten up a bit. The light green dress accentuated Su Xiaosu's snow-white skin. Her waist was cinched so tightly it could be encircled by a single hand, and her wide sleeves fluttered as the skirt trailed on the ground. Su Xiaosu simply tied her hair into a bun, inserted a jade hairpin, and applied a little makeup. Her originally delicate and lovely face now had an added touch of elegance and refinement, like a lady who had stepped out of a Jiangnan ink painting, lively yet gentle. Master, is it beautiful? Su Xiaosu twirled shyly, her shawl billowing in a graceful arc. Chen Nanqing suppressed the fleeting look of amazement in his eyes and said something he didn't mean. It's SOSO. Stop nagging and start dancing. Lin Ruishi tacitly took out her phone and played a melodious and ethereal ancient-style song. As soon as the music started, Su Xiaosu instantly got into character. As she began to dance to the melody, she was initially a little nervous, but after a few beats, Su Xiaosu's instincts seemed to be awakened, and her dance became more and more fluid and natural. Her movements were light and graceful, sometimes like a willow swaying in the breeze, her long sleeves dancing gracefully, drawing beautiful arcs. Sometimes she moves gracefully, twirling and leaping, her skirt blooming like a flower. Although the living room space was limited, Su Xiaosu cleverly used the changes in her figure and shawl to perform a classical dance with great charm. Every frown, smile, and movement was full of indescribable allure. Especially when she performed a move that required exceptional flexibility and balance. Leaning back with her sleeves billowing and her eyes fixed on the viewer with a dreamy, focused gaze, the beauty of that moment made Chen Nanqing's heart skip a beat. As the dance ended, Su Xiaosu was slightly out of breath, her forehead beaded with sweat, her cheeks flushed, and she looked expectantly at Chen Nanqing. Master, how is it? How is it? Chen Nanqing was indeed amazed. He never expected that this seemingly silly little foodie would be so charming when she danced. That focus and dedication made her radiate light. Chen Nanqing suppressed the inexplicable flutter in his heart, clapped his hands, and said with genuine admiration in his eyes, I didn't expect you to have this skill. You jumped very well. Upon receiving confirmation, Su Xiaosu was as happy as a kitten that had been stroked. She immediately sidled up to Chen Nanqing and asked expectantly, Then, Master, the bullets. Chen Nanqing smiled, reached into his pocket, and magically produced a box containing dozens of gleaming yellow bullets. Here, this is a reward for you. Thank you, Master. You're the best. Su Xiaosu took the bullet box, hugged it to her chest, and smiled so broadly that her eyes disappeared. All right, now that you've got what you wanted, shouldn't you help your master digest? Digestion? What digestion? I haven't eaten yet, I don't need digestion. However, Chen Nanqing didn't explain, and directly reached out and hugged the person. Ah! Master! Su Xiaosu gasped and instinctively grabbed Chen Nanqing's neck, causing the bullet box to fall straight to the ground. Didn't eat? You've been exercising a lot, perfect. Master will feed you something high in protein to replenish your energy. Chen Nanqing chuckled softly, then picked her up and strode toward the master bedroom without saying a word. Really? Then I want braised pork belly and hairy crabs. Real. Chen Nanqing turned and walked towards the bedroom. Huh! Master, you're facing the wrong way. Shouldn't the food be in the kitchen? The following is a 3-hour digestion exercise session, which is not available to non-VIP users. 3 hours later, Chen Nanqing walked out of the bedroom feeling refreshed and gently closed the door. Su Xiaosu had already fallen asleep from exhaustion, her little face still flushed and looking pitiful. Chen Nanqing stretched his muscles and bones, still full of strength. Sure enough, after his martial arts level was raised to LV10, his physical attributes also underwent a qualitative change, with his endurance and explosive power far exceeding those of ordinary people. For him, the exercise he just did was merely a warm-up. This is only level 10. If only my combat level were a bit higher. Chen Nanqing stroked his chin, a hint of worry and expectation flashing in his eyes. I wonder if Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu's petite frames can withstand the impact of doubles in the future. We need to hire maids quickly, otherwise who will share the burden with them? Chen Nanqing picked up his phone, ready to try again in the Baiwa Happiness Community Owners Group, since another day had passed. Maybe those women who meet the standards of maids will come to their senses. As soon as Chen Nanqing opened the Owners Group of Baiwa Happiness Community, he was drawn to the lively discussion inside. Well-informed source in Building 13 to 2101, brothers and sisters. Something terrible has happened. Our Building 13 was massacred a few hours ago. Dozens of people are dead. It's terrifying. Panic emoji. Building 17 to 1201 Luban support. Really? 2101, don't spread rumors. More than 20? I can't even feed that many kills in one game. A well-informed source in Building 13 to 2101, absolutely true. It happened just a few hours ago. It wasn't someone from outside, it was someone from inside our community. I'm so scared I don't dare leave the house. Images. Chen Nanqing clicked on those pictures. Although the shooting angle was a bit tricky and the picture was a bit blurry, the tragic scene on the 14th floor corridor of Building 13 was still clearly visible. The corpses lay scattered all over the ground, the walls and floor were covered with bullet holes and splattered blood, a scene of utter chaos, and the stench of blood seemed to emanate from the screen. This is exactly the scene where Su Xiaosu and Lin Ruishi practiced, a few hours ago. The residents in the group were in an uproar when they saw the picture. Building 9 to 2303, man with 3 legs, my god. This is too tragic. Who did this? Isn't anyone going to do anything about it? Building 5 to 1601 thriving, outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. In this apocalypse, instead of helping each other, they're killing one another. Morally depraved. Building 11 to 1503 tomato stir-fry, how did he die? Looking at the wound, it doesn't look like a regular fight. It looks like a gunshot wound. Building 13 to 2101 well-informed person, at Building 11 to 1503 tomato stir-fry, brother, you have a good eye. It was a gun. The gunshot sounded like firecrackers going off, and it went on for quite a while. The word, gun, was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating even bigger ripples. Building 8 to 802, cherry blossoms in my hometown are in bloom, gun? Who in our neighborhood has a gun? I think we heard gunshots near Building 28 last time, but we couldn't find out who it was after searching for ages. Building 2 to 703 Tokyo is so hot, yeah. I remember now. It seems like a day ago, there were indeed a few gunshots coming from Building 28. At the time, I thought I misheard, but now it seems like it might have been the same person. Motherly from Building 1 to 1801, this is terrifying. They have guns and yet they're killing innocent people indiscriminately. What is this person trying to do? Kill us all? Property Manager Wang, at everyone, please remain calm. Our property management team will investigate this matter thoroughly. Any residents with information, please message me privately. Of course, if any of you homeowners are willing to become part of our property management team, I can guarantee you won't die for 3 days. Building 19 to 1102. I haven't been a gang leader for many years at property management manager 1 idiot. At this time you don't want to catch the murderer, but you want to recruit new people to join you. Do you want to compete with my Green Wolf gang for control of the community? Building 19 to 1102. I haven't been a gang leader for many years at everyone. The gunman is a huge threat. I suggest we all kill her together first. If anyone has information on the gunman, please provide it. Chapter 41. After a digestion session, Su Xiaosu was wanted by the entire neighborhood. The group was filled with anxiety and endless arguments because of the bloody pictures and the gunman incident. Many people have even started arguing with each other. Finally, a new message and picture appeared at the top, with the speaker's avatar dimmed and their tone filled with fear and resentment. Canyon Daddy, I know what the gunner looks like. Image.jpg. Canyon Daddy Razor at everyone is the crazy woman in the picture. When I was guarding the gate, I saw her shoot and kill my brother. Not long after she went upstairs, Brother Biao and the others were all gone. This woman is a serial killer. The photo was clearly taken in a state of extreme fear and panic. The image is somewhat blurry and shaky, but the main subject is still clearly recognizable. A sweet-looking girl dressed in cute winter clothes is holding a signature desert eagle, her face full of excitement. Although the angle is tricky, it is undoubtedly Su Xiaosu. The owner's group chat exploded as if cold water had been poured over it in a frying pan. Building 17 to 1201 Luban support. Holy crap. Really? Such a pretty and cute girl? Holding such a gleaming gun? The contrast is too much. Building 5 to 1601 Thriving. You can know a person's face but not their heart. They looked harmless, yet they were so ruthless. They must be severely punished. Building 9 to 2303 Three-legged person at Canyon Daddy Bro. Are you sure she's alone? Why did she go to your building 13? Canyon Daddy supporter. She wasn't alone. There was a man and a woman following behind her. The man looked ordinary, but the woman was very beautiful and had a great presence. But this crazy woman was the main force. She was the one who fired the guns. Why did she come? How would we know? Maybe she was thirsty and wanted to drink some human blood. Panic began to spread, and the image of a madwoman, with powerful firepower and unpredictable behavior instantly took root in everyone's minds. Building 8 to 802 The cherry blossoms of my hometown are in bloom. With such a dangerous person left in the community, how can any of us sleep at night? Building 2 to 703 Tokyo is so hot at everyone. Does anyone know this woman? Does anyone know which building she lives in? We have to find her first. Motherly from Unit 1801, Building 1, this is terrifying. I implore the property management and the Qinglang gang to uphold justice. We can't let her kill anyone else. Building 28 to 2702 My family owns a mine. I know her. The woman in the picture is called Su Xiaosu. Before the apocalypse, I was a dance streamer on the Inu platform, and I was quite famous. I used to live in apartment 2802 of Building 28. Yesterday, there were indeed loud gunshots coming from her house. At the time, I thought it was a hallucination or something else, but now it seems they were talking about her. She moved away yesterday, and I don't know where she lives now. At Property Management Manager Wang at Building 19 to 1102 I haven't been a gangster for many years. The situation is already very clear. This Su Xiaosu is an extremely dangerous individual. She has a gun and has already killed so many people. Who knows who she might shoot next if she doesn't like them. I strongly suggest that, for the safety of the entire community, she must be apprehended as soon as possible. No, this dangerous individual must be eliminated. The statement, Building 28 to 2702, my family owns a mine, acted as the final catalyst, directing everyone's fear and hostility towards Su Xiaosu. Building 11 to 1503 Tomato Stir Fry, the tycoon from Building 28 has spoken up, so it seems there's no mistake. It's her. Building 19 to 1102. I haven't been a big brother for many years at property management manager Wang Old Wang. Did you see that? The evidence is conclusive. This woman named Su Xiaosu must die. I suggest we put aside our differences for now and join forces. Let's concentrate our efforts to eliminate this menace. Otherwise, no one will have a good life. Property management manager Wang, at Building 19 to 1102. I haven't been a big brother for many years, agreed. Extremists who threaten the safety of all homeowners must not be tolerated. On behalf of the property management, I'd like to state that we're willing to cooperate with the Green Wolf Gang to eliminate Su Xiaosu first. Does anyone know where she lives now? The group chat was completely silent. No one answered. Clearly, those who dare to speak out don't know, and those who know don't dare to speak out. Property manager Wang, and nobody's going to say anything, huh? Fine. Then let's follow the rules. An hour later, all the building managers of the 32 buildings in Xingfu community gathered in Area B of the underground parking garage for a meeting to discuss where Su Xiaosu was hiding. If anyone doesn't come, don't blame the property management for being rude. Building 19 to 1102. I haven't been a big brother for many years. Old Wang is right. Anyone who dares not to come, the Green Wolf Gang will be the first to object. When the time comes, not only will we slaughter all the men in that building and loot all the supplies, but the women, we'll leave them for the brothers to have some fun with. Let's see who dares not to come. The group was completely silent, filled with a suppressed sense of fear. No one dared to speak anymore, but the invisible pressure had been transmitted to each building manager. Zhang Hao, the building manager of Building 30, stared intently at his phone screen, cold sweat instantly pouring down his forehead. Of course he knew where Su Xiaosu was. But would he dare to say it? No. He had witnessed Chen Nanqing's methods firsthand. He could kick a security door open with one kick, and he also had a gun. Offending Chen Nanqing means certain death. But what if we don't say? The Green Wolf Gang and the property management have joined forces, and there are already about 200 people. If they really come knocking on our door, can Zhang Hao and his brothers from Building 30 hold them off? The scene of men being killed and women being humiliated. Zhang Hao didn't even dare to think about it. Dilemma? Zhang Hao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the cold room. Finally, he gritted his teeth and dialed Chen Nanqing's number with trembling hands. Hello, is this Boss Nanqing? Zhang Hao's voice was filled with obvious fear. Explain. Chen Nanqing's voice was as calm as ever, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Boss! Something big has happened. The property management and the Green Wolf Gang are teaming up against Su Xiaosu. They're forcing all the building managers to meet in the underground parking garage in an hour to find Su Xiaosu's whereabouts. Anyone who doesn't go will be massacred. What should I do, boss? Chen Nanqing smiled dismissively. Is that all? What's the rush? Boss, they have a lot of people. About 200 thugs. And they're armed. A lot of people? Chen Nanqing interrupted. They're not on the same page. We'll just kill a few of the leaders. Don't worry, I'll go down and take care of it in a bit. Yes. Yes. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Zhang Hao felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and thanked him repeatedly, finally feeling half of the weight lifted from his heart. Although he was still uneasy, Chen Nanqing's domineering confidence inexplicably gave him a sense of assurance. After hanging up the phone, Chen Nanqing instructed Lin Ruishi, who was quietly wiping a cup. Ruishi, go wake Xiaosu up! Yes, master. Lin Ruishi put down the cup and quietly walked towards the master bedroom. A moment later, Su Xiaosu's sleepy, coquettish murmur came from the bedroom. Sister Ruishi, let me sleep for 5 more minutes, just 5 minutes. Xiaosu, get up quickly, something has happened. Something happened? What could possibly happen? Even if the sky falls, the master will hold it up. Su Xiaosu rolled over, still wanting to stay in bed. Helpless, Lin Ruishi leaned down and whispered in her ear. You're wanted by the entire neighborhood. The property management and the Green Wolf gang have teamed up to kill you. Ah? Su Xiaosu woke up instantly, sitting up in bed with a start, all sleepiness gone, her big eyes wide open. I'm wanted? Why? Because of your shooting practice in Building 13 yesterday, it was exposed, Lin Ruishi said succinctly. To everyone's surprise, after a moment of stunned silence, Su Xiaosu was not afraid at all. Instead, she was incredibly excited, her little face beaming with an unusual radiance. Really? Wow! I'm wanted! Just like in the movies! Su Xiaosu immediately jumped out of bed, ignoring her aches and pains all over her body. She quickly put on her clothes, then picked up her desert eagle like a precious treasure, took out the bullets Chen Nanqing had given her, and carefully cleaned and loaded the gun. Hee, I happen to have a lot of bullets, I can practice a lot now. Chen Nanqing leaned against the door frame, watching Su Xiaosu's carefree and eager appearance, and couldn't help but facepalm. This girl's thought process is truly extraordinary. Xiaosu, do you know how many people are down there? Maybe hundreds. Aren't you afraid? Chapter 42. I heard you were going to kill my little maid. What's there to be afraid of? You're here, master. No matter how many come, they're just free food. Right, master? Su Xiaosu winked at Chen Nanqing in a flattering manner. I felt absolutely no fear. Chen Nanqing felt both gratified and helpless at this inexplicable trust. He had no choice but to walk up to Su Xiaosu and look her in the eye. Little Su, your master can't protect you forever. The outside world is dangerous, and one day you will have to face it alone. True strength comes from within. Relying on others is ultimately unreliable, understand? The excitement on Su Xiaosu's face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of helplessness and grievance. Her small lips pouted slightly, and the fingers holding the gun unconsciously tightened. Master, why do I have to face this alone? Don't you want me anymore? Are you going to abandon me in the future? Su Xiaosu's big eyes instantly welled up with tears, and her voice choked up, like a little animal about to be abandoned. Chen Nanqing's heart softened, and his tone softened. It's not that I don't want you. It's just that anything can happen in the apocalypse. If I'm not by your side one day, you at least need to be able to protect yourself. Su Xiaosu sniffed, nodded as if she understood but not quite, but the dependence in her eyes did not diminish at all. Then, master, you have to always be very, very strong, so you can always protect me. I will also try my best to practice shooting, so I won't hold you back. The little girl swung her little fist forcefully, but with her red eyes, she looked especially endearing. Chen Nanqing knew that saying more was useless. Time would teach Su Xiaosu everything. However, the safety of the two women must be ensured, otherwise, how boring would the apocalypse be if they died? So Chen Nanqing took out 2 brand new Glock 17 pistols and several boxes of ammunition, 50 rounds per box, for a total of 400 rounds. Ruishi, Xiaosu, come here. Lin Ruishi quietly walked up to Chen Nanqing. Su Xiaosu also curiously came over, her big eyes fixed on the 2 new guns. The Desert Eagles I gave you before were powerful, but they also had strong recoil and relatively low magazine capacity. Chen Nanqing handed the 2 Glock pistols to the 2 women. This Glock 17 is lighter, has less recoil, and most importantly, has a magazine capacity of 17 rounds. Here are 200 more rounds of ammunition for each of you. That should be enough to handle this crisis. Chen Nanqing paused, looking at the 2 women with a serious expression. Remember, if you run out of bullets in one gun and the situation is urgent, don't rush to reload. Immediately draw another gun and continue firing. Survival is the priority, understand? Understood, master. Lin Ruishi took the gun and bullets, skillfully inspected the weapon, then inserted it into the holster on the other side of her trench coat and loaded the bullets. The movements were clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Su Xiaosu, like a child who has received a new toy, excitedly took the Glock, touching it here and there with her little hands. Wow! A new gun! It's so much lighter than the Desert Eagle. You're so kind, master! Su Xiaosu played with the gun for a few moments, then tried to put it into Lin Ruishi's cute down jacket pocket, just like she had done. She found the pocket was too small and couldn't fit it in, and immediately panicked. "Oh dear, where should I put it? Sister Ruishi, where did you put your gun?" Lin Ruishi shook her head helplessly, stepped forward to help Su Xiaosu adjust her belt, tucked the Glock into her lower back, and slightly covered it with the hem of her clothes. "Try this way." Su Xiaosu wiggled her little bottom and felt it. This is good. Thank you, Sister Ruishi." Then she hugged the heavy bullet box to her chest, her little face beaming with joy. "Hee hee, so many bullets, let's see who dares to put a warrant for my arrest. I'll turn them all into sieves." With everything prepared, Chen Nanqing waved his hand and said, "Let's go down and see what tricks they're up to." The three of them went downstairs. Upon arriving at the iron gate on the first floor, Zhang Hao was already waiting in the cold wind with 4 or 5 of his underlings. The henchmen all looked visibly nervous and uneasy, constantly rubbing their hands or looking around nervously. Upon seeing Chen Nanqing and the other two emerge, Zhang Hao immediately stepped forward, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Boss, you've arrived." Chen Nanqing's gaze swept over Zhang Hao and the few trembling henchmen behind him, and he spoke calmly. "Zhang Hao, are you sure you want to come with me? Aren't you afraid of dying? There are quite a few of them. If a fight breaks out, you might die." Zhang Hao trembled, a hint of struggle flashing across his face, but it was quickly replaced by resolute determination. "Boss, although I, Zhang Hao, don't have any great abilities, I do know how to assess the situation. Now that I've chosen to follow you, I can't be half-hearted. The Green Wolf Gang and the Property Management Group may seem powerful, but they're actually all plotting their own agendas and are a disorganized mess. And you, sir, are unfathomable." Zhang Hao paused, then secretly glanced at Chen Nanqing's expressionless face, and at Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu, who stood on either side of him, each with a different yet equally formidable aura. Especially when he saw the conspicuous desert eagle in Su Xiaosu's arms and the bulging bag full of bullets, his eyes twitched, and he continued, "I believe that following you, boss, is more promising than following that rabble. There are definitely risks, but how can there be no danger in a post-apocalyptic world?" Chen Nanqing nodded noncommittally. Zhang Hao was a smart man. If he didn't die anytime soon, he might achieve great things in the future. "Now that you've thought it through, let's go." The group walked through the cold, dark underground parking garage passageway towards Sector B. The closer you get to Zone B, the more oppressive the atmosphere becomes. Upon arriving at a relatively open area in Zone B, the sight before them made Zhang Hao and his men gasp in shock. There were at least 150 or 160 people standing in the open space. Except for Zhang Dubiao, the building manager of Building 13 who had already been killed by Lin Ruishi, all the building managers had arrived. Each building manager was accompanied by 3 to 5 henchmen, all of whom had menacing expressions and carried a variety of weapons, including steel pipes, machetes, and watermelon knives. Some people even carried bows and arrows and homemade crossbows. The group of people were originally chatting in small groups of 3 or 5. But when they saw Chen Nanqing and his group appear, they immediately began to look at them with curiosity. After all, it was quite eye-catching to have 2 beautiful women in a group. "Wait a minute, how come the woman behind Chen Nanqing is Su Xiaosu?" "It's her, it really is her. That crazy woman. Su Xiaosu. Why is she here? Knowing we're going to kill her, shouldn't she have found somewhere to hide? Is that a desert eagle she's holding? Is this an attempt to confront us head-on? What's there to be afraid of? She only has 1 gun, how can she take on so many of us?" Many people said they weren't afraid, but they kept backing away. A pistol can't kill everyone, but it can kill those who are in your way. Chen Nanqing took in everyone's reactions and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Hello everyone, I heard you're planning to kill my little maid. Does anyone know how you intend to do it?" Chapter 43 I'm a coward, I'll kill someone if I'm scared. An eerie silence suddenly fell over the noisy open space. All eyes shifted from Su Xiaosu to Chen Nanqing. Who was this seemingly ordinary young man? Why do you look so arrogant? He even said that Su Xiaosu was his maid? Is that possible? That's a ruthless, crazy woman who kills without blinking an eye. How could she be willing to be someone else's maid? Seeing that no one spoke, Chen Nanqing took 2 steps forward. Why is everyone so quiet? Wasn't it quite lively just now? I heard you all gathered here to discuss how to execute my little maid? Chen Nanqing turned his head and pointed at Su Xiaosu, who was puffing out her cheeks and had a fierce look on her face. My little maid is right here now, aren't you going to make a move? After a brief silence, the crowd finally reacted. A building manager with a fierce face stepped out and immediately turned his attention to Chen Nanqing. Kid! You seem to have no sense of the situation. Can't you see how many people there are here? Guns are powerful, but you still need time to fire them. If we all rush in, how many people can you kill, 3 or 5? I don't think so. So be smart and hand over that crazy woman, Su Xiaosu, right now. Otherwise, you'll be buried with her. After threatening Chen Nanqing, the man looked at Zhang Hao and the others. If you don't want to die, stay away from Su Xiaosu, or my big knife won't have eyes. Zhang Hao and his henchmen visibly stiffened, their gazes simultaneously turning to Chen Nanqing, who stood at the very front. Should he back down to save his life, or fight to the bitter end? Chen Nanqing picked at his ear with his little finger. Threatening me, huh? I hate being threatened the most. The moment the words left his mouth, Chen Nanqing moved. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes, and then they saw Chen Nanqing pull out a cold, gleaming horse-slaying sword from under his trench coat. Kid, you! Before the burly building manager could finish his sentence, the executioner's blade had already rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Pfft. The building manager's enormous head had already shot into the sky. The headless corpse swayed and then collapsed heavily to the ground. Quiet. A deathly silence. Everyone was terrified by this sudden ruthlessness. They had anticipated conflict, anticipated shooting, and even anticipated negotiations, but they never expected that this seemingly mild-mannered young man would be so brutal. If there's a disagreement, they'll be beheaded in public. After a brief silence, the crowd instinctively took several steps back, clearing a large area and leaving Chen Nanqing and his companions, along with the headless corpse, isolated in the center. Zhang Hao and his henchmen turned pale and their legs went weak. Although they chose to take sides, they didn't expect the big boss to play such a ruthless game right from the start. Chen Nanqing slung the broadsword over his shoulder and looked at the crowd. Everyone, please be polite when you talk to me, because I'm a coward, and if I get scared I might kill someone. No one spoke. More than 100 people were so focused that they didn't even dare to breathe. The crowd, who had been eager to make a move and thought they had the upper hand, now looked at Chen Nanqing as if he were a demon crawling out of hell. Listen to what people are saying. Su Xiaosu hid behind Chen Nanqing, peeking out half her head, her big eyes full of excitement, and whispered. Master is so handsome. Lin Ruishi remained expressionless, her right hand seemingly hanging casually at her side, but in reality, it was already subtly resting on the grip of a Glock gun under her trench coat. Her gaze swept across the entire scene like that of a hawk, locking onto every figure that might suddenly appear. Chen Nanqing was satisfied with the crowd's reaction. What he needed was absolute deterrence. Have the Green Wolf gang members and the property management staff arrived? Weren't you the ones who led the charge to kill my maid? A commotion arose in the crowd, and they automatically parted into 2 paths. On the left, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, who looked quite respectable, walked out. This person is Manager Wang from the property management company. On the right, a bald, burly man with a ferocious scar on his face and a fierce look in his eyes stepped out from the crowd. His neck was covered with tattoos, and he had a fire axe with blood still wet on it at his waist. Chen Nanqing recognized him at a glance. On the first day of the apocalypse, it was this scarred man who kicked Sister Zhang to death, thus beginning the chaotic era in the neighborhood. He was known as Scarface Wolf. Manager Wang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, suppressing his fear and trying to make his voice sound righteous and stern. Sir! You're outrageous! How dare you commit violence in broad daylight? Do you have no respect for the law? Scarface Wolf also stepped forward with a sinister grin, patted the fire axe at his waist, and tried to regain his footing. Kid, you're pretty good, but can you kill 1, 10, or 100? That crazy woman, Sushiasu, has been indiscriminately killing innocent people in Building 13. The evidence is irrefutable. We must uphold justice for the safety of the entire community. By protecting her, you are making an enemy of the whole community. Chen Nanqing's sword remained motionless on his shoulder as he glanced at the crowd, his tone slightly mocking. For the safety of the community? Acting on behalf of heaven? Ha, that sounds nice. Chen Nanqing raised his knife, the tip slowly slicing through the crowd. How many of you have clean hands? Since the end of the world, how many people have you killed to grab a bite to eat or fight for warm supplies? Who will do justice for those you've killed? Manager Wang remained unfazed and shamelessly argued. We had no choice but to do it. It was for survival. But we will never do what Sushiosu did, slaughtering dozens of people without cause. Scarface Wolf chimed in. That's right. We killed to survive, to restore order to the neighborhood. What about Su Xiaosu? She killed purely for fun. This kind of psychopathic killer must be eliminated. Looking at the ugly faces of the two men posing as righteous messengers, Chen Nanqing suddenly felt utterly bored. If you want to find fault, you can always find a pretext. Trying to reason with these people is a complete waste of time. He turned his head to look at Su Xiaosu, who was baring her teeth and making faces at Manager Wang and Scarface Wolf behind him, and asked calmly. Xiao Su, did you hear that? They're saying you're a crazy woman who indiscriminately kills innocent people, a deranged serial killer. Tell me, what should you do when you're wrongly accused like this? Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, tilted her head and thought about it seriously for a moment, then said uncertainly and with a hint of grievance. Should I explain things to them? Tell them I didn't do it on purpose, that those people provoked me first, or prove to them that I'm actually a very kind person. Chen Nanqing was so exasperated by Su Xiaosu's thought process that he almost burst out laughing, and gave Su Xiaosu a sharp rap on the head. Ouch! Su Xiaosu clutched her head, looking pitiful. Prove my ass about innocence! Chen Nanqing lectured him impatiently. Remember, in the apocalypse, when you are wronged, the best way to prove yourself is to set the record straight. Su Xiaosu was initially bewildered, but then her big eyes suddenly lit up, as if two small flames had been lit, and all her grievances were instantly replaced by extreme excitement. Sit firmly? Master, what do you mean? Chapter 44 The Devil Chen Nanqing. Yes. They call you a crazy woman, a serial killer, right? Then go crazy for them, kill for them. Let them know what it means to truly live up to their reputation. Wow. Master, I understand. Su Xiaosu instantly became excited, her face flushed red, like a little devil about to do something naughty. She picked up the desert eagle in her arms and almost jumped up and down, shouting. Then I'll be a proper madwoman and a serial killer. Ha! You villains, how dare you frame me? Prepare to die. Before anyone could react, Su Xiaosu had already pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The deafening gunfire rang out again, the familiar, chaotic spray of bullets. Bullets whistled as they flew towards the densest part of the crowd. My eyes! Why am I so unlucky? Why did they have to hit my eyes out of everywhere else? Brother, stop yelling. What are you talking about eyes for? Haven't you noticed your head's been punched through? Mom, I'm going to die. I shouldn't have killed you to save food. Haha, karma's coming on. Chaos erupted among the crowd, with screams and cries of alarm filling the air. Although Su Xiaosu's marksmanship was still abysmal, the large number of people at the scene meant that a few unlucky ones were inevitably hit by bullets, either dead or injured. Manager Wang and Scarface were terrified, screaming, Stop her! Stop her now! Take her gun! Whoever gets the gun will rule the neighborhood! The two desperately tried to shrink back into the crowd, using the bodies of others as human shields. Although everyone knew that going forward might mean death, the immense temptation of being able to dominate the neighborhood by grabbing a gun led some desperate individuals to lose their minds and charge forward, brandishing their weapons. "Brothers, charge! She only has one gun! She'll run out of bullets eventually." Yeah, brothers, don't be cowards! As long as we have guns, all the beauties and supplies in this neighborhood are ours. Damn it! Once I get the gun, I'm going to ride on Su Xiaosu and fuck her 1,000,000 times over. The crowd surged towards Chen Nanqing and his group like a tidal wave. Lin Ruishi stopped pretending and joined the battle directly. Bang! 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 3 distinct bursts of fire. The 3 thugs at the front of the charge almost simultaneously had blood burst from their foreheads or hearts, and fell to the ground without a sound, dying instantly. Precise. Efficient. Ruthless. The charging crowd suddenly stopped. Everyone was startled by the sudden and accurate shot. Holy crap, how come there's another gun? That woman has amazing marksmanship. A direct confrontation is not advisable. Retreat, retreat! Panic began to spread. However, the crowd had already spiraled out of control. Those in front wanted to stop, but those behind, unable to see the situation clearly, continued to push forward. Don't push! There's a sharpshooter up ahead! Stop! Stop pushing, you guys! You're asking for it, Grandma Li. Amid screams, the people in front were pushed involuntarily by the crowd behind them, continuing to rush towards Chen Nanqing and his companions. Lin Ruishi's eyes were cold and unwavering as she steadily moved her arm and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Each bullet precisely kills one person. Seeing this, Su Xiaosu became even more excited, screaming, "Ah!" as she frantically pulled the trigger. As a fellow maid of her master, she was determined not to kill fewer people than Lin Ruishi. Despite Lin Ruishi being shot dead and Su Xiaosu being riddled with bullets, the frenzied crowd was still being pushed forward by an unsuspecting force from behind, constantly closing in. The thugs at the forefront were less than 3 meters away from Su Xiaosu and her companion, their ferocious faces and waving machetes clearly visible. Chen Nanqing, who had been standing as still as a pine tree, stopped watching the show. His figure blurred, as if he had transformed into a black lightning bolt, and he deliberately crashed into the surging crowd. The saber in his hand drew a chilling arc, and wherever it passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. There were no screams, only the muffled sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh and bone and the thud of a corpse falling to the ground. Chen Nanqing's movements were faster than the limits of human visual perception. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes. A black shadow flashed by like the Grim Reaper, and then people around them fell down in droves. Throat, heart, neck, every cut landed precisely on the vital spot. In just a few dozen seconds, a vacuum zone with a radius of nearly 10 meters was cleared around Chen Nanqing. More than 40 corpses lay scattered on the ground, their blood instantly staining the cold cement floor red. Such a terrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of everyone who could see it. A monster! A monster! He's not human! He's a devil! Run! Run! Those who were lucky enough to survive in the front row completely broke down, letting out heart-wrenching screams and desperately trying to squeeze to the back. They finally realized that the most terrifying thing was not the 2 guns, but the man wielding a cold weapon. His killing efficiency was definitely dozens of times that of those 2 women. Moreover, judging from Chen Nanqing's effortless manner, even his breathing remained steady. He was not exerting his full strength at all, as if he was just toying with a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The commotion and desperate cries of panic at the front eventually reached the rear. Although the people behind still couldn't see the specific situation, they also sensed that something was wrong. Why wasn't the scream of someone being shot, but this desperate scream as if they had seen a ghost? The pushing force immediately diminished. What's going on up ahead? Stop pushing! There seems to be an accident up ahead. I think I heard them shouting devil? A few people who were squeezed to the front and were taller stood on tiptoe and finally saw the scene of carnage in front of them. They were so frightened that their legs went weak and they almost collapsed to the ground. Retreat! Retreat quickly! There's a killing machine ahead! He's killing people one by one! So many have died! A tall man roared with all his might, his voice distorted. Panic swept through the entire team like a plague. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Although the people behind didn't understand what was going on, they were also infected by this extreme fear and began to frantically surge backward. The hundreds of people who were just moments ago so aggressive are now nearly half dead, and the rest are fleeing in panic, trampling each other in chaos. Chen Nanqing did not pursue the fleeing fodder. His gaze swept across the chaotic crowd like a hawk's, instantly locking onto Manager Wang, who was scrambling and crawling through the crowd, trying to slip away in the chaos. Chen Nanqing exerted force with his feet, and with a few leaps and bounds like a ghost, he easily caught up with the disheveled Manager Wang. Manager Wang felt a chill run down his neck and turned around in alarm, only to meet Chen Nanqing's cold and ruthless eyes. No! No! I'll be your dog! Manager Wang's pleas for mercy had not yet faded. A flash of light. A head wearing gold-rimmed glasses flew high into the air, its face frozen in extreme fear and disbelief. The headless corpse swayed, then collapsed to the ground, gushing blood. Chen Nanqing didn't even look at the result. His gaze moved again and he quickly found another target, Scarface Wolf. He was using his brute strength to smash through several people blocking his way and was running desperately toward the exit deep inside the garage. Trying to run? Chen Nanqing snorted coldly, his arm muscles tensed suddenly, and he threw the blood-stained horse-slaying sword like a javelin. The saber transformed into a deadly streak of cold light, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, and caught up with Scarface Wolf at an astonishing speed. Pfft! The sharp blade pierced flesh, followed by the terrifying sound of the spine being severed in an instant. Scarface Wolf's frantic running suddenly stopped. He looked down in disbelief and saw that his upper body was separating from his lower body. Blood and internal organs gushed out. Impossible! Bang! Scarface Wolf's two halves fell to the ground. He could clearly feel his internal organs losing support, and his life force was constantly being drained away with the blood. What terrified him even more was that Chen Nanqing could have ended his life with a single blow, but instead he simply cut him in half at the waist, subjecting him to inhuman torture. Why? Why not give him a quick death? Chapter 45 An Eye for an Eye. The underground parking garage was deathly silent, with only an overwhelming stench of blood remaining. Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu quickly ran to Chen Nanqing's side. Master! You're amazing! Swish, 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 one slash and one kid is gone! You're even faster than Sister Ruishi when she shoots! Su Xiaosu's big eyes were filled with admiration, completely ignoring the bloodstains on the ground. Lin Ruishi observed Chen Nanqing and saw that his breathing was steady and his clothes, though stained with some blood, were not torn. She then asked softly, Master, are you all right? Fine. Chen Nanqing responded calmly, then turned his gaze to the struggling Scarface Wolf on the ground and gestured to Lin Ruishi. Do you recognize him? Lin Ruishi's gaze fell on Scarface Wolf, and her aloof demeanor suddenly changed. A chilling hatred and murderous intent emanated uncontrollably. His eyes instantly sharpened like knives, and his fingers tightened unconsciously. How could she not recognize her? On the first day of the apocalypse, people were filled with fear and panic. Everyone was selfish and unwilling to help others. Lin Ruishi, who had no supplies at home, was starving but couldn't buy any food. It was Sister Zhang from apartment 302 in Building 9 who shared her food and water to help her through this difficult time. You could even say it saved her life. However, just a few days later, in this very underground parking garage, Scarface, for a bottle of mineral water and a small bag of rice, kicked Sister Zhang in front of everyone, causing her death. The crowd was in chaos, and danger lurked everywhere. Lin Ruishi was afraid that she would fall into the hands of the thugs, so she didn't even dare to go forward to collect Sister Shang's remains. That sense of powerlessness and guilt, like a nightmare, was deeply imprinted in Lin Ruishi's heart. Lin Ruishi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her surging emotions, and turned to Chen Nanqing, her voice trembling slightly. Master, can you leave him to me to handle? Chen Nanqing raised an eyebrow with interest. He didn't kill Scarface Wolf with one blow because he wanted to see Lin Ruishi's reaction. Can. Having received permission, Lin Ruishi said no more and walked step by step toward the dying Scarface Wolf. His steps were steady, but each step felt like stepping on long-suppressed anger. Kill me, please, give me a quick death. When Scarface Wolf saw Lin Ruishi approaching, his eyes flashed with intense pleading. At this moment, death becomes a relief. Of course I'll kill you, but not here. Lin Ruishi bent down, grabbed the back of Scarface Wolf's tattered shirt by the collar, and dragged him halfway down the garage. A winding trail of blood was left on the cement floor, a shocking sight. Scarface was being dragged along, the excruciating pain causing him to utter incoherent groans, his consciousness beginning to fade. Lin Ruishi stopped only when she reached that familiar load-bearing pillar. The dark red bloodstains on the pillar had long since dried, but the steel bar that had taken Sister Zhang's life still stood out starkly, as if silently recounting the tragic scene. Do you remember this place? Scarface Wolf's unfocused gaze focused on the steel bar, and his memory was instantly awakened. Right there, he kicked out, drawing back the curtain on chaos in Xingfu community. I remember, of course I remember. Heh, that self-righteous old woman, why didn't she give me the bottled water and rice? She deserved to die. So you brought me here, to avenge her? She was my benefactor, you shouldn't have killed her. Lin Ruishi exerted sudden force with her arm, swinging Scarface Wolf's half-body up and slamming it precisely into the protruding steel bar. Pfft! The steel bar pierced Scarface Wolf's chest with ease and emerged from his back. His body convulsed violently, his eyes bulged out, and he stared intently at Lin Ruishi, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just tilted his head to the side and fell silent completely. Scarface Wolf's corpse was hung on steel bars, in a posture strikingly similar to that of Sister Zhang back then. It really is a case of what goes around comes around. Chen Nanqing watched this scene quietly, and his opinion of Lin Ruishi rose even higher. They are clear about their gratitude and grudges, and they will definitely avenge any wrongs. Moreover, the ritual of their revenge makes it impossible to find any flaws in them. More importantly, Lin Ruishi remembered the kindness shown to her. A person who knows how to be grateful is naturally less likely to betray themselves. This woman is usable. Lin Ruishi stood there, watching her enemy die in a similar way, and finally let out the pent-up anger that had been building up in her chest for so long. She turned around, walked up to Chen Nanqing, and knelt down directly. Thank you, Master, for giving me the opportunity to take revenge myself. Chen Nanqing gave a faint in response to Lin Ruishi's thanks. His gaze shifted to Zhang Hao, whose face was still somewhat pale. A lot of people died this time, and the property management and the leaders of the Green Wolf gang have also been largely eliminated. The remaining group is leaderless, which presents a good opportunity for you to expand your influence. Building 30 has a solid foundation. Seize the time and gather as many people as you can. Zhang Hao was stunned at first, then his face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. He originally thought he would be lucky to survive today, but he never expected that Chen Nanqing would not only eliminate the biggest threat, but also give him such a huge opportunity. By absorbing the property management and the remaining forces of the Green Wolf gang, Zhang Hao will immediately become the most powerful leader in Happiness Community. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your guidance. Zhang Hao's voice trembled with excitement as he bowed repeatedly, saying, I will certainly live up to your expectations and integrate resources as soon as possible. From now on I, Zhang Hao, and the brothers of Building 30 will follow your lead. Chen Nanqing waved his hand, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with these expressions of loyalty. Clean up the scene properly and don't leave any trouble behind. Chen Nanqing gave an order, then turned to Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu without looking at Zhang Hao again, and said, let's go back. Yay! Time to go home. Su Xiaosu responded cheerfully, then jogged after him, clutching her precious gun. Lin Ruishi silently got up, glanced at the Scarface wolf's corpse hanging on the steel bars. A hint of relief flashed in her eyes, and then quickly followed Chen Nanqing's steps. Back to room 3001. After a quick wash, Chen Nanqing leaned back lazily on the sofa and took out his phone. The moment the screen unlocked, a series of notification sounds rang out rapidly, and the screen was instantly flooded with the name, Lu Ruiyan, and a dense list of unread messages. Nanqing? Are you busy? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Haven't you forgiven me yet? I've already sent you the apology video. I really know I was wrong. Pitiful emoji. Nanqing, something seems to have happened outside again. I heard sounds of fighting and screams. It's terrifying. Please, just reply to me, okay? I know you've seen the message. Are you still testing me? I really can't take it anymore. If you don't come soon, you might never see me again. Crying emoji. I think I'm hallucinating. I saw myself looking so young. She told me I'd be free soon. But I don't want to die. I want to see you one more time and say sorry to you in person. Image, a selfie with a pale face and cracked lips. This woman's acting skills are getting more and more refined. She plays the victim, shows weakness, tries to gain sympathy, and creates a sense of urgency. If it were the Chen Nanqing who loved her back then, he probably would have rushed over without hesitation because he was heartbroken. But now, Chen Nanqing just finds it laughable. He was indeed not good at dealing with this kind of manipulative, scheming behavior. His roundabout thoughts annoyed him. Instead of wasting time, why not have some tea? Chen Nanqing tossed his phone to Lin Ruishi, who had just brought over tea. Look! That woman started again. You're in charge of dealing with her. The principle remains the same, make her uncomfortable, make her anxious, but don't let her give up. Keep her around to play with her slowly. Lin Ruishi took the phone and quickly browsed through Lu Ruiyan's information, a hint of understanding and disgust flashing in her eyes. Yes, master. Ruishi understands. After a moment's thought, Lin Ruishi had an idea. Chapter 46. Are you trying to choke me to death and inherit my resources? Lin Ruishi made careful preparations. Steaming hot coffee, a few slices of delicate matcha cake, and a small dish of fresh strawberries. Then I chose a great angle and filmed the video. In the video, the rim of the white porcelain cup gleams brightly, the frosting on the cake smells sweet and delicious, and the strawberries are an enticing red. After filming was finished, Lin Ruishi sat back on the sofa and began to reply in Chen Nanqing's tone. Nanqing, I was having afternoon tea and didn't check my phone. The heating in the house was so strong I almost fell asleep. Video. Lu Ruiyan replied instantly, her words filled with suppressed jealousy and urgency. Nanqing. You finally replied. Coffee, cake, and strawberries? Crying emoji. I know I don't deserve to ask you for this, but I haven't had a decent meal in 3 days. Please, I'll give you even the cheapest cookie. Nanqing, you said you'd find a way to come. How's the route planning going? I really can't hold on much longer. Lin Ruishi took a leisurely sip of her coffee. Route? Oh, that? The weather's been bad lately, and there was just a shootout outside that killed a lot of people. It's too dangerous to go out now. Besides, a new maid has joined the family. She's timid, and when she heard I was going to risk going out, she cried her eyes out. I really couldn't bear it. This message is truly devastating. Not only did he refuse Lu Ruiyan's request, but he also specifically mentioned the new little maid, implying that Chen Nanqing already had a new person by his side. Lu Ruiyan was indeed provoked, sending several voice messages in succession, her voice filled with sobs and resentment. Nanqing! How could you do this? I'm the one you loved! What is that maid? Does she understand you as well as I do? Does she know how well done your steak is? Does she know that you must drink a glass of warm water before bed? I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Please save me, give me a chance to come back to you. I promise I'll love you more than anyone else. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Ruishi's lips. Let bygones be bygones. We must always look forward. But seeing how pitiful you are, I can help you. Here's what I'll do: if you behave well, I might consider taking the risk of bringing you food. As if grasping at a straw, Lin Ruishi hurriedly asked, "What do you want me to do? Just tell me. I'll definitely do it." A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Ruishi's lips as she lightly tapped her fingertip. "It's very simple. Don't you know how to do some simple dances? Now, right here in your cold villa, dance for me. Be passionate, be moving, just like you used to dance for those rich young men. Remember, if you don't dance well, or stop halfway through, our time together will come to an end." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. 10 minutes later, a video file was sent over. Lin Ruishi clicked on the video. In the scene, Lin Ruishi stands in the empty, cold living room of the villa, her face pale, her lips purple, and her body trembling uncontrollably. She was only wearing a thin dress, which she had obviously changed into for the sake of the dance performance. The music started playing. It was the song they sang when they fell in love. Lin Ruishi began to dance. His movements were stiff, and he shivered constantly from the cold. But as the music progressed, Lin Ruishi seemed to truly immerse herself in it, and her dance moves gradually became more fluid. Spinning and jumping, every movement carries a kind of desperate beauty. At the end of the video, Lin Ruishi collapsed to the ground, exhausted. She struggled to get up and weakly asked the camera, "Nanqing, is this okay? When are you coming to bring me food?" Lin Ruishi handed her phone to Nanqing. "Master, do you think this method is acceptable?" After watching the video, Nanqing felt a surge of satisfaction, but quickly regained his composure. "Well done. You made her suffer, but you also gave her a glimmer of hope. This feeling of being left hanging is more agonizing than a direct rejection." "Thank you for the compliment, Master." Lin Ruishi bowed her head slightly. Nanqing took the phone and replied to Lin Ruishi with just 2 words. "Wait." Nanqing ignored Lin Ruishi and put his phone on silent mode, tossing it aside. "Ruishi, Xiaosu, prepare dinner. You've had a lot of exercise today, so have something good to eat." "Yay! We'll be able to have a big meal soon." Su Xiaosu immediately forgot her insignificant curiosity about Lin Ruishi and ran happily towards the kitchen refrigerator. Lin Ruishi also got up and followed, and the two began preparing dinner in tacit understanding. Before long, the table was filled with steaming hot dishes: pan-fried steak, lobster baked with cheese, stir-fried seasonal vegetables. "Master, dinner's ready!" Su Xiaosu eagerly pulled out a chair for Nanqing, her big eyes gazing longingly at the food on the table, secretly swallowing her saliva. Nanqing had just sat down in the main seat when Su Xiaosu immediately flitted around him like a busy little bee, her chopsticks flying everywhere. "Master, please try this beef. I just secretly smelled it, and it smells amazing." Su Xiaosu picked up a large piece of pan-fried beef and carefully brought it to Nanqing's mouth. Nanqing had just opened his mouth to take the lobster, but before he could even eat it, Su Xiaosu quickly picked up another lobster. Master, this cheese-baked lobster looks delicious too," etc. Before Nanqing could even swallow the beef, he was stuffed with a mouthful of lobster. "And this leafy green vegetable, we need a balanced diet." Su Xiaosu didn't notice Nanqing's puffed-out cheeks at all, and picked up another piece of green vegetable with her chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Wait. Nanqing was so choked that he couldn't speak, and could only stare wide-eyed. Lin Ruishi frowned slightly. "Xiaosu, let Master eat slowly." But Su Xiaosu was completely immersed in the pleasant atmosphere of serving her master a meal, and scooped up another spoonful of soup. "Master, have a sip of soup to soothe your nerves." Nanqing finally couldn't take it anymore, grabbed Su Xiaosu's wrist, and swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty. "Su Xiaosu, are you trying to choke me to death so you can inherit my supplies?" "Ah?" Su Xiaosu then realized what was happening and panicked, kneeling down immediately. "I'm so sorry, Master. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to make sure you were full sooner so I could eat too." "So you're willing to choke your master to death just to eat?" No, no! I was just too hungry, and in my haste I ate. Master, I was wrong, I'm so sorry. Seeing Su Xiaosu's panic state, Chen Nanqing's anger subsided considerably. Although this girl has some hidden thoughts, she's not a bad person at heart. But a lesson still needs to be taught. Alright, get up. Chen Nanqing released Su Xiaosu's wrist. Since you want to eat, then we'll eat together. But you have to use the bowl I gave you. As Chen Nanqing spoke, he walked into the kitchen and took out an extremely exquisite but ridiculously small white porcelain bowl, only 3 centimeters in diameter, smaller than an egg. You will eat from this bowl, and every time you pick up food, you must dip it in this bowl before eating it. Su Xiaosu was dumbfounded. She's someone who usually cooks rice using the inner pot of a rice cooker. Such a small bowl, you can eat a whole bowl of rice in one bite. How long would it take to get full? Master, isn't this bowl a little too small? Su Xiaosu looked at the small bowl in front of her with a pitiful expression, then at the delicious food on the table, her little face scrunched up like a bun. You think it's too small? You can choose not to eat it. Chapter 47 Punishment. I'll eat. I'll eat. Su Xiaosu immediately snatched the small bowl, afraid that Chen Nanqing would change his mind. She carefully picked up a piece of beef with her chopsticks, dipped it briefly in the small bowl, then quickly put it in her mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it, eagerly watching the next dish. Chen Nanqing was secretly pleased. This little girl was trying to outsmart him. Didn't she realize who would suffer in the end? Su Xiaosu, are you a reincarnated starving ghost? You ate the food before it even touched the bowl. Su Xiaosu made a face, but still obediently did as she was told. She picked up a shrimp, carefully dipped it in the small bowl, and then put it in her mouth. Their devout expressions suggested they were performing some sacred ritual. Lin Ruishi watched this scene, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips, and quietly served food to Chen Nanqing. Dinner took place in an eerie atmosphere. Su Xiaosu was like a wronged little wife, always dipping the food in her small bowl before quickly stuffing it into her mouth. She ate extremely fast, almost swallowing it whole, but because the bowl was too small, her progress was still slow. Chen Nanqing enjoyed the food with a happy heart, watching Su Xiaosu's anxious yet hesitant expression. Just halfway through dinner. Smack! The entire room suddenly plunged into darkness, and all the lights that had been shining outside the window went out. Not just Baiwa Happiness Community, but the entire city of Linqing was shrouded in deathly darkness. The power is out. Master, I'll go get the lamp and candles. Lin Ruishi is still very sensible. Need not. With a thought, Chen Nanqing communicated with the system. Power on the invisible house. Almost instantly, the lights in the room came back on, and the appliances started running again, as if the power outage had never happened. Huh! The phone's ringing? Su Xiaosu exclaimed in surprise, but the next second she froze. Under the light, Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi were both watching her. Her chopsticks were full of green vegetables, clearly trying to skip the passing through the bowl step and stuff them directly into her mouth in the darkness. Su Xiaosu's face instantly turned bright red. She hurriedly stuffed the vegetables into her mouth, mumbling, Master, I was wrong. I was just too hungry. The smile on Chen Nanqing's face vanished completely. He could tolerate Su Xiaosu's recklessness and clumsiness, but he could not tolerate her double-dealing with his words. In the apocalypse, such cleverness could very well kill people. Su Xiaosu. Chen Nanqing's voice was calm, yet it sent a chill down Su Xiaosu's spine. I'll give you 2 choices. First, leave this place and fend for yourself. Second, kneel at the door and only come back when you truly realize where you went wrong. Su Xiaosu's tears finally fell, and she knelt down with a thud. Master, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I don't want to leave you. I'll kneel down right now. Su Xiaosu got up, crying as she walked to the entrance. She knelt down straight at the door, her little shoulders trembling, looking extremely pitiful. Lin Ruishi felt a little reluctant, but seeing Chen Nanqing's cold and hard profile, she ultimately said nothing. Chen Nanqing sat down again and continued eating. He does spoil Su Xiaosu, that's true, but this girl needs to learn some manners. Otherwise, if there are too many maids in the future, and they are all like Su Xiaosu, where will his authority be? Dinner ended in a somewhat somber atmosphere. Lin Ruishi quietly cleared away the dishes, while Chen Nanqing leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, his fingertips lightly tapping on the armrest, seemingly lost in thought. After Lin Ruishi finished tidying up and wiped the kitchen countertop clean, Chen Nanqing opened his eyes and waved to her. Lin Ruishi obediently walked to Chen Nanqing's side. Chen Nanqing reached out and scooped Lin Ruishi up in his arms. Lin Ruishi gasped softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her eyes filled with joy. Owner? Don't speak, Master is feeling down and needs your encouragement. Okay, Master. Ruishi will be a good mentor. The two entered the bedroom. Content is encrypted. Please enter the password to retrieve it. The passion had just subsided, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the bedroom. Lin Ruishi's cheeks were flushed, and she was still breathing heavily. She nestled against Chen Nanqing, her fingertips unconsciously drawing circles on his chest. Her eyes held a hint of satisfied languor, as well as a deeper anticipation. However, Chen Nanqing patted Lin Ruishi's back and his voice returned to its usual indifference. All right, go back to the second bedroom to rest. Lin Ruishi's body stiffened imperceptibly, the light in her eyes dimmed instantly, and an indescribable sense of loss welled up in her heart. Master still doesn't want her to stay overnight in the master bedroom? Even though she has been so proactive and given everything, is it still impossible for her to gain complete trust and cross that final line? Lin Ruishi quickly suppressed her disappointment, obediently got up, and dressed herself. She wanted to be the most obedient maid to her master. Yes, Master, please rest well. Stepping out of the master bedroom and gently closing the door, Lin Ruishi leaned against the cold door panel and took a deep breath. In the darkness, her gaze gradually hardened. It's okay. There's plenty of time. She believed that as long as she did well enough and demonstrated enough value and loyalty, sooner or later Chen Nanqing would truly and completely trust her and allow her to stay by his side, not just physically, but entirely. The next morning, Chen Nanqing walked out of his bedroom feeling refreshed and immediately saw the small figure in the entryway. Su Xiaosu remained kneeling there, her little head nodding, clearly exhausted, but her body remained kneeling upright. Hearing the door open, she snapped out of her daze, hurriedly straightened her back, and looked at Chen Nanqing with bloodshot eyes and a look of grievance. Chen Nanqing walked up to Su Xiaosu, looking down at her. Do you know you were wrong? Su Xiaosu nodded vigorously. Master, Xiaosu knows she was wrong. Xiaosu shouldn't have tried to be clever, shouldn't have been two-faced, and shouldn't have ignored Master's words. Xiaosu must unconditionally abide by the rules given by her master, and cannot make any excuses to avoid them. Little Su will definitely be good from now on, doing whatever master asks, and will never act on his own again. These words were clearly articulated, the attitude of admitting wrongdoing was sincere, and the crime was deeply examined, which was completely beyond Su Xiaosu's usual level of intelligence. Chen Nanqing raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the kitchen, where Lin Ruishi was quietly preparing breakfast, as if it had nothing to do with her. Chen Nanqing understood immediately. It seemed that Lin Ruishi had given this silly girl a lot of guidance last night. Kneeling all night, that's a lesson Su Xiaosu will remember for a while. Get up. Chen Nanqing intended to let the matter drop. Thank you, Master! Su Xiaosu felt as if she had been granted a pardon and tried to stand up. But because she had been kneeling for too long, her legs were numb, and as soon as she stood up, she cried out, "Ouch!" and fell to the side. Chen Nanqing reached out and supported her. Su Xiaosu leaned against him, looking up pitifully. Master, my legs are numb. Seeing Su Xiaosu's miserable appearance, Chen Nanqing's anger completely dissipated. Are you hungry? Su Xiaosu was stunned, her big eyes filled with conflict. If I say I'm hungry, will it make me seem like I only know how to eat? Will it remind my owner of how I almost choked to death on food last night? I might say I'm not hungry, but my stomach has been growling for a while now. How should I answer? The choice my master gave me is so difficult. Chapter 48. The woman sold by her husband. Chen Nanxing shook his head. The little girl was indeed not very bright. Couldn't she see that he had already let it go? Su Xiaosu, I like to hear the truth. If you dare to lie. Before Chen Nanxing could finish speaking, Su Xiaosu hurriedly interrupted. Master, I'm hungry. Since you're hungry, let's eat something. Really? Thank you, Master. Su Xiaosu jumped up instantly. Her legs seemed to have stopped being numb, and all her grievances disappeared. The breakfast on the table was noticeably more lavish than usual, clearly because Lin Ruishi was worried that Su Xiaosu hadn't eaten enough the night before. Chen Nanxing would never bother with such trivial matters. He picked up the bowl of millet porridge in front of him and started drinking. After Chen Nanxing had finished eating, Lin Ruishi spoke up. Master, I used binoculars to observe this morning. Apart from our building 30, there are quite a few more corpses under the other buildings. There were at least a few bodies, and at most dozens. It must have happened after the power outage last night. Chen Nanxing wasn't surprised. Yes. The poisonous snow and the continuous low temperatures are the first round of selection in this apocalypse, eliminating those who are unprepared or physically weak. This is the second time a large-scale power outage has occurred. This time, those who still cling to illusions of a civilized society and are powerless to protect themselves are being eliminated. The beast within people, no longer restrained by the light, is completely unleashed. Lin Ruishi nodded thoughtfully and continued. There's one more thing. I used a secondary account to infiltrate several private trading groups. In one of the groups, a man openly offered to trade his wife for supplies, with the highest bidder winning. Chen Nanxing wiped his mouth. In the apocalypse, moral standards are a luxury. This kind of thing is not uncommon. I see. Lin Ruishi handed over her phone, which displayed a photo. However, the photo he posted is very beautiful. Chen Nanxing's initially nonchalant gaze froze the moment it met the phone screen. The woman in the photo is wearing a well-tailored black suit with a simple white shirt underneath, and a delicate bow tie at the collar. The suit jacket accentuates the woman's tall figure and perfect waistline, while the matching tight-fitting pencil skirt perfectly showcases her full, perky hips and long, shapely legs. With delicate features, light makeup, and sharp eyes and brows, her slightly upturned lips subtly soften the sense of distance, exuding a touch of professional approachability. A senior executive? And a high-ranking one at that. Lin Ruishi nodded. Judging from the fragmented information in the group chat, this woman was the sales director of a large company in this city before the apocalypse, named Xinjian. The man was her husband, named Wang Fugui, who was supposedly, well, a useless gigolo who lived off her. A playful smile appeared on Chen Nanxing's lips. In a post-apocalyptic world where order has collapsed, a high-ranking white-collar worker who once held power and was high above others has been reduced to being traded like a commodity by her gigolo husband whom she depended on. How ironic! Moreover, the woman in the photo has a cold and aloof air with a hint of asceticism. If her pride hasn't been ravaged by the apocalypse, she would undoubtedly be qualified to be his maid. Reply to him, we'll provide 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 loaves of bread. But whether it works out or not, I need to inspect the goods first. Let's see if his wife is really as valuable as she appears in the photos. Is she missing any limbs? Is she clean? Lin Ruishi immediately posted the price in the group chat. However, Wang Fugui's reply was unexpectedly greedy and aggressive. You think you can trade my wife for 10 bottles of water and 10 loaves of bread? Dream on! 50 bottles of mineral water. 50 loaves of bread. Not a penny less. Otherwise, the old man would rather she go out and work as a prostitute every day to earn money slowly than sell her off cheaply. Anyway, this woman has a good appearance, she won't starve. Lin Ruishi looked at Chen Nanxing, waiting for instructions. This price has gone beyond the scope of testing the waters, appearing somewhat absurd and revealing that Wang Fugui has no bottom line. Chen Nanxing smiled and said, Agree to it. Master, this. Lin Ruishi hesitated. This was clearly extortion, and the other party might not believe it. It doesn't matter. Chen Nanqing waved his hand. Give him the things, but he has to be alive to enjoy them first. Ask him where the transaction took place. Lin Ruishi replied in the group that she agreed and asked for the transaction location. Wang Fugui seemed surprised by the other party's straightforwardness, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied, The location is in the open space in Area A of the underground parking garage. Chen Nanqing chuckled. Sure. Lin Ruishi's brows furrowed with worry. Master, the underground parking garage Section A is too large and has many obstacles, making it easy for them to set an ambush. They are likely to be more than one person. Chen Nanqing stood up, stretched his wrists, and looked down at them with disdain. An ambush? In the face of absolute strength, any ambush is a joke. Perfect timing. If there's an ambush, it'll be a good opportunity to stretch our muscles. He looked at Su Xiaosu, who was diligently munching on her bread, her big eyes darting back and forth curiously, and said, Xiaosu, you can stay home and rest. Remember, no matter who it is, no matter what reason they give, even if they say I'm injured and they want you to open the door, absolutely do not open it. Unless Ruishi and I return in person. Su Xiaosu immediately put down the bread and patted the Bear 2 toy on her chest vigorously. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely protect the house. I won't open the door for anyone. I have a gun. Su Xiaosu patted the Glock hanging at her waist again. Although her marksmanship was still lackluster, her determination to protect her home was unwavering. Chen Nanqing really wanted to give Su Xiaosu a good beating. Why was he hitting Xiongnair so hard? What if it gets broken? What is he playing? Chen Nanqing turned and walked into the storage room that Su Xiaosu and Lin Ruishi regarded as a treasure chest. With a slight thought, he took out 50 bottles of Master Shui mineral water and 50 individually wrapped loaves of bread from the system space. These things, when piled together, have a considerable volume and weight. Chen Nanqing casually grabbed a huge black travel bag, easily stuffed all the supplies into it, and lifted it with one hand. The heavy bag felt as light as a chick in his hand. Let's go. The elevator had already stopped working due to the power outage. The two walked down the emergency exit, the dimly lit stairwell illuminated only by the powerful flashlight in Lin Ruishi's hand. Master, do you need me to help you with this for a moment? Lin Ruishi looked at the huge backpack in Chen Nanqing's hand and asked softly. No need, you just need to take care of the lighting. Chen Nanqing walked steadily, and the 30-story staircase was like flat ground to him. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon location, Chen Nanqing casually tossed his heavy travel bag onto the ground and then looked around. It's a bit of a shame there was no ambush. 2 minutes later, 3 men emerged from the shadows. The leader was a middle-aged man with a pointed face and an ill-fitting down jacket. He was probably Wang Fugui. 2 burly men carrying steel pipes followed behind him, their eyes warily scrutinizing Chen Nanqing and his companion. Chen Nanqing's gaze swept over the 3 people, then looked behind them to make sure Xinjian wasn't there. He then demanded sharply, Where's the goods I'm supposed to inspect? Chapter 49. A deal? Going back on one's promises. Wang Fugui rubbed his hands together, his small, triangular eyes darting around mischievously. Boss, the goods you want to see, hee, don't worry. Absolutely top-quality stuff. My wife, Xinjian, tied it up very securely at home, not a single hair was missing. But you, boss, you just made up a bunch of lies saying you have 50 bottles of water and 50 loaves of bread. That's no small amount. Who knows if you actually have them? Chen Nanqing sneered and kicked the bulging black travel bag at his feet with his toe. Reach out and pull open a small section of the zipper, and a dense array of mineral water bottles and bread are revealed. Wang Fugui and the 2 burly men behind him immediately stared wide-eyed. They had never seen so many supplies since the apocalypse. Chen Nanqing zipped up his jacket. Now that you've confirmed whether I can provide the supplies you need, shouldn't it be my turn to confirm the goods I want? Wang Fugui awoke with a start, reluctantly tearing his gaze from the supply bag, a nauseating smile returning to his face. Boss, you see, we've seen the supplies, but we haven't actually handled them yet, have we? In these chaotic times, people's hearts are unpredictable, and we can't trust anyone. Or, you could give us the supplies first, and we'll immediately go back and bring the person back to you safe and sound. We guarantee you can inspect them thoroughly. Chen Nanqing's face instantly darkened. Wang Fugui, are you trying to play tricks on me? Our agreed-upon terms were that I would inspect the goods first, then we would complete the transaction. You want to take the supplies now? Is that even possible? Wang Fugui was intimidated by Chen Nanqing's imposing presence, and subconsciously took a half-step back. However, when he saw his two accomplices holding steel pipes and the vast amount of supplies within reach that would allow them to squander for a long time, greed ultimately overcame his fear. He stiffened his neck, trying to remain calm. Boss, you can't say that! In this day and age, it's always better to be careful. Who knows if you'll change your mind after we bring them here? Or, what if you just kidnap them? We need to get the supplies first, that's fair. Otherwise, this deal is off. Chen Nanqing's eyes suddenly turned cold. So you're playing me? Wang Fugui felt a chill run down his spine from their gaze, but his greed compelled him to continue his evasive and deceptive arguments. Boss, what you're saying, a deal is all about mutual consent. If you don't think it's right, then we can just part ways. A complete breakup? Chen Nanqing flicked his wrist and pulled out a horse-slaying sword from under his trench coat. Before Wang Fugui could react, the executioner's blade was placed against his neck. If you didn't want to do the deal, you could have refused in the first place. Now that you've arranged a place to inspect the goods, you're going back on your word. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? A horse-slaying sword? Wang Fugui was instantly terrified. Although he didn't know Chen Nanqing, he had heard of this horse-slaying sword. Yesterday in the underground parking garage, Section B, a man was wielding one of these broadswords, and he killed dozens of people in less than a minute, as if slicing melons and vegetables. The two beautiful women beside the man also had guns, and they killed the Green Wolf Gang, the property management, and the building managers of each building. Looking at the woman behind Chen Nanqing, with her aloof demeanor and stunning beauty, she was clearly the one with the legendary marksmanship. This is a huge problem. Big boss, please don't make a move. It's a misunderstanding. It's absolutely a misunderstanding. Wang Fugui's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down, his voice trembling with tears. I'll take you there. I'll take you to inspect the goods and meet my wife. She's in my house, Building 2, Apartment 602. I'll show you the way right away. Chen Nanqing didn't move his blade, but asked coldly. Why didn't you bring it before? Wang Fugui's eyes darted around, and he stammered. Chen Nanqing tightened his wrist slightly, and the blade pressed a bloody gash into Wang Fugui's neck. Tell the truth, or you'll die. Feeling threatened with death, Wang Fugui completely broke down, crying out. I'll talk. I'll talk. Boss, spare my life. I was thinking that as long as my wife wasn't taken away, I could sell her to several families at the same time. Even if things go wrong, I can just hand her over and let the buyers fight amongst themselves, while I get a lot of supplies. Ha, what a clever scheme. Chen Nanqing's eyes flashed with even more murderous intent. Then who have you sold her to? Wang Fugui dared not hide anything, and stammered out several names, all of whom were influential figures in the neighborhood, adding, The earliest agreed-upon delivery date is tonight. Chen Nanqing snorted coldly, and sheathed his horse-slaying sword. He didn't care when Wang Fugui delivered the goods to other buyers. He only needed to confirm whether Xinjian met his standards for a maid. If it meets the requirements, no one can take Xinjian away from him. If it doesn't fit, then we can only respect other people's fate. Lead the way. All right, please go ahead, boss. Led by Wang Fugui, who stumbled and crawled, Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi arrived at room 602, Building 2. This is a spacious, single-level apartment with luxurious decor, featuring leather sofas, marble floors, and a magnificent crystal chandelier. But now it is covered in dust and cold, and is particularly desolate. Where is Xinjian? Wang Fugui, you're not planning on playing any more tricks, are you? No, my wife is in the second bedroom. Wang Fugui pointed cautiously at the tightly closed bedroom door. Chen Nanqing signaled Lin Ruishi to be on guard, and then stepped forward to push open the bedroom door. The room was dimly lit, and a woman in a wrinkled business suit was curled up on a large bed in the corner with her hands tied behind her back. Her hair was disheveled, her face was streaked with tears and grime, her lips were chapped, and she was wearing a bulky down jacket. Even so, it couldn't hide her outstanding appearance. Almost the instant Chen Nanqing saw the woman, the system interface automatically popped up. Name, Xinjian. Age, 26. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 90-62-92. Marital status, married, blindly devoted to marriage. Combat strength level, LV0. Special ability detection, none. Appearance rating, 93 points. Note, exceptionally capable, strong-willed and rational, with a strong desire for control. Currently in a vulnerable period due to the impact of the apocalypse and betrayal by her spouse, but her inherent pride has not been completely extinguished. Extremely promising for development. Upon seeing Wang Fugui, Xinjian's previously dim eyes instantly ignited with anger. She struggled to sit up and burst into a tirade. Wang Fugui! You choose Xing! Scum! Let me go! You'll die a horrible death! Wang Fugui shrank back, not daring to reply, and instead looked at Chen Nanqing ingratiatingly. B-boss, are you satisfied with this one? Absolutely original. I guarantee no one has touched her so far. Chen Nanqing's gaze fell on Xinjian, a definite married woman temptation. She was qualified to be his maid. Good, I want this woman. Wang Fugui's face instantly lit up with wild joy, but when he met Chen Nanqing's cold gaze, his joy was quickly suppressed by fear. Yes. I'm glad you're satisfied, sir. Then the transaction, this applies. Chapter 50. I'm in a difficult situation. I, Chen Nanqing, am a man of my word. The agreed price will not be less than a penny. Chen Nanqing threw the heavy travel bag forward, directly at Wang Fugui's feet. Wang Fugui was extremely excited. He had thought that Chen Nanqing would bully the weak and refuse to provide any supplies. I never expected Chen Nanqing to be such a meticulous person. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. This woman, no, Xinjian, is yours from this moment on. Do with it as you please. It has absolutely nothing to do with me, Wang Fugui, anymore. Very good. Chen Nanqing ignored Wang Fugui, walked to the bedside, and looked down at Xinjian. You saw the deal I made with your man. From now on you, Xinjian, are my maid, Chen Nanqing. Xinjian suddenly raised her head. Despite being bound and weak, her inherent pride made her straighten her back. I, Xinjian, am an independent individual, a person, not anyone's appendage, and I will never become anyone's maid. Chen Nanqing chuckled softly. Xinjian, do you think you still have a choice? Your good husband not only sold you to me, but also to several other groups of people. Now there are at least 5 or 6 forces waiting to inspect the goods. Chen Nanqing's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Xinjian's head. She turned to look at Wang Fugui in disbelief, her voice trembling with anger. Wang Fugui! Is what he said true? You actually sold me to so many people at the same time? Wang Fugui, clutching his travel bag, shrank back guiltily, then stubbornly retorted. Jian, this isn't my fault. The apocalypse has come, we have to survive. You should stick with this big shot, he's the most generous. Survive? Xinjian trembled with rage. I must have been blind to marry you. I provided for you, helped you pay off your debts, and this is how you repay me? You treated me like a commodity, selling me around? Xinjian turned to Chen Nanqing, her eyes filled with humiliation and despair. Even so, I will not be anyone's maid. I would rather die. Die. Chen Nanqing leisurely played with the horse-slaying saber in his hand. That's too cheap for you. Do you know how other buyers will treat you? They'll treat you like public property, letting every one of their subordinates have their way with you, and even in death they'll do it while you're still hot. In comparison, being my maid, without having to serve a whole host of people, is your best choice. Chen Nanqing reached out and lifted Xinjian's chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Xinjian, I don't think you're stupid. You should have your own judgment. In the apocalypse, beautiful women who lack the ability to survive have only two fates, either becoming appendages of the strong or playthings for others. Death is a luxury. Xinjian's lips trembled as she tried to refute him, but she realized that what Chen Nanqing said was true. Seeing Xinjian fall silent, Lin Ruishi knew it was her turn to make a move. She stepped forward and stared at Xinjian. Miss Shin, I think you haven't realized the reality of your situation. It's your good fortune to be chosen by my master. Countless people in this apocalypse are desperately seeking a glimmer of hope but finding none. Now my master is willing to take you in as a maid, giving you a chance to live. You should be grateful, not putting on airs here. Xinjian turned her gaze to Lin Ruishi. The woman had fair and delicate skin, smooth and shiny hair, a clean and crisp trench coat, and even her nails were neatly trimmed. Judging from what this woman said, she was also Chen Nanqing's maid. But can a maid live such a comfortable life? Absolutely impossible. Xinjian's lips curled into a mocking smile. That sounds nice. But it can't hide your ugly and filthy faces. The so-called hiring of maids is nothing more than satisfying a man's perverse desire for control. Judging from your appearance, you're probably this pervert's lover, right? Why bother putting on an act to fool me? Lin Ruoshi's eyes turned cold, and before Xinjian could finish speaking, she raised her hand and delivered a crisp slap. Smack! The slap was quite forceful, and Xinjian's head was knocked to the side. Xinjian stared wide-eyed in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Lin Ruoshi's face was frosty. This slap is to teach you manners. If you dare to slander your master again, it won't be as simple as just a slap. Xinjian wanted to fight back, but she was tied up very tightly. He could only look at Wang Fugui, his eyes filled with the last glimmer of hope. Wang Fugui, are you even a man? Are you just going to watch someone beat your wife? Wang Fugui was greedily counting the supplies when Xinjian shouted at him, startling him. He looked up at the expressionless Chen Nanqing and the icy-eyed Lin Ruishi, and screamed. Shut up! Xinjian, wake up! You are this big shot's maid now, not my wife. The big shot's men are hitting you to teach you manners. Let me tell you, being able to work for this big shot is your good fortune. Don't push your luck. Wang Fugui, seemingly afraid of being implicated, looked at Chen Nanqing ingratiatingly. Boss, this woman is ignorant. Please be lenient with her. Please be lenient with her. Looking at Wang Fugui's fawning face and listening to his heartless words, Xinjian's last bit of hope was completely shattered. I was so blind to have given my whole heart to such a man. Hee, ha, good, very good. Wang Fugui, since you have no regard for our marital bond and have sold me off like merchandise time and time again, then you won't have an easy time either. Xinjian stopped laughing. Her eyes turned cold, and she turned to Chen Nanqing, displaying the aura of a former business elite. Mr. Chen, since you bought me to be your maid, the goods in the transaction should rightfully belong to me, not to Wang Fugui, the scum who sold me out. This is basic logic, isn't it? Chen Nanqing rubbed his chin, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This woman is quite interesting. She calmed down so quickly and even knows how to fight for her own interests. That makes sense, so what? Xinjian took a deep breath and spoke quickly and clearly. Since the supplies should be mine, then I demand that all of these supplies be handed over to me for my disposal. Xinjian paused deliberately, observing Chen Nanqing's reaction, and added, Of course I am your person now, so these supplies are naturally under your control, master. But I will absolutely not allow Wang Fugui to take even a single penny. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui panicked and lunged forward to grab Xinjian, shouting, You stinking woman, what nonsense are you spouting? These supplies belong to Laozi. Lin Ruishi stepped forward, and Glock was already pressed against Wang Fugui's forehead. If you dare to touch the master's maid, I will shoot you dead. Wang Fugui froze on the spot, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Grandma, spare me! How could I dare touch the boss's maid? I just wanted to have a friendly chat with her. Lin Ruishi remained unmoved, but pressed the gun barrel a few more points closer. Wang Fugui was terrified and could only turn to Chen Nanqing for help. Boss, I didn't mean to touch your maid. But Xinjian is truly insane. The supplies were clearly a trade between you and me, but she claims they're hers. You have to stand up for me. Chen Nanqing looked at the couple who had turned against each other, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. It's great to have something exciting to watch. Moreover, it can also cut off Xinjian's way back, killing two birds with one stone, which is even better. Wang Fugui, you said that these supplies were traded between us and should belong to you, and there's a little truth to that. Wang Fugui was overjoyed. Xinjian, that bitch, dared to try and steal his supplies? Did she even deserve it? But Wang Fugui's joy lasted less than 2 seconds before he heard Chen Nanqing say, Xinjian, you said the transaction partner is you, so the goods should belong to you. That seems to make a little bit of sense. But this way, you'll all be eligible for the supplies, and there's only one supply available. It's a difficult situation for me. Chen Nanqing looked troubled, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two of them, before clapping his hands a few seconds later. How about this? I'll give you a fair chance to compete. Whoever grabs these supplies gets them. Chapter 51. Couple turns against each other. Mine! The supplies must be mine! Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, Wang Fugui pounced on the travel bag like a man. He clung tightly to the bag with both hands, practically lying face down on it. Xinjian was tied up and unable to fight back, which made her extremely anxious. Master! Please untie me! I will never let this scum succeed! Chen Nanqing raised an eyebrow with interest and gestured to Lin Ruishi. Untie her! Lin Ruishi swiftly cut the ropes binding Xinjian's wrists. Having regained her freedom, Xinjian rubbed her numb wrists, but did not immediately fight back. Instead, she calmly observed the situation. Wang Fugui had already dragged the travel bag to the corner of the wall, protecting it tightly with his body, his eyes fixed warily on Xinjian, like a wild dog guarding its food. You bitch, if you dare come any closer, I'll fight you to the death. Wang Fugui pulled a fruit knife from his waist and waved it wildly. Xinjian sneered, and instead of retreating, she took a step forward. Wang Fugui, do you think you can protect these supplies like this? Have you forgotten where you are? Have you forgotten who is standing in front of you? Wang Fugui was taken aback and subconsciously looked at Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi. Would they help Xinjian? Taking advantage of Wang Fugui's momentary distraction, Xinjian suddenly grabbed a metal lamp from the bedside table and smashed it hard against Wang Fugui's wrist, which was holding a knife. Ah! Wang Fugui screamed, and the fruit knife fell to the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, Xinjian strode forward, kicked away the fruit knife, grabbed the travel bag, and pulled it backward forcefully. Let go! Xinjian shouted sharply. I won't let go! I'd rather die than let go! Wang Fugui clutched the travel bag tightly with both hands, his pale face turning red from the effort. He glared intently at Xinjian, his eyes filled with hatred. These are mine! They're all mine! Xinjian, you think you can take them? No way! Xinjian looked at Wang Fugui coldly, as if he were a pile of disgusting garbage. Wang Fugui, even now, do you still think all of this is rightfully yours? Nonsense! Wang Fugui was hysterical, spitting as he shouted. I'm your man! What's yours is mine! You used to earn money to support the family, wasn't that all you were supposed to do? These supplies are mine now, obtained by exchanging you for them. What right do you, a piece of trash who was sold off, have to compete with me? Xinjian trembled with anger, but more than that, she felt a chilling coldness from utter despair. How could she have been so blind as to give everything for a man like that? Wang Fugui, listen up! I used to earn money to support the family, and help you pay off your debts because I thought we were husband and wife and I was willing to sacrifice for our little family. but I am not your appendage, much less your ATM. You take everything I bring for granted, and after the apocalypse, you become even more irresponsible. You even sell me off like merchandise for a few bottles of water or a few loaves of bread, and you sell me to several companies at the same time. From the moment you made this decision, all ties between us are severed. Now I am my master's maid, and I have nothing to do with you anymore. These supplies were the bargaining chips my master used to buy me. They belong to me, not to you, you scum. You're talking nonsense. Wang Fugui's face twisted in a ferocious grimace. Sever ties? You think you can just sever ties like that? I'm your legal husband. You are mine in life and in death. What difference would it make if I sold you? It's the apocalypse. Survival is the only thing that matters. Give me the supplies, and out of consideration for our past relationship, I might be able to plead with the big boss and make things a little easier for you. Sentiment? Is there any sentiment left between us? When you put a price tag on me and even prepared to have different people inspect the goods, that ridiculous sentiment was already trampled into nothingness. Wang Fugui, put away your disgusting face. In my eyes, you are not even as good as mud on the roadside. And what right do you have to plead with my master? You swordsman, since you disregard our marital bond, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Fugui looked at his two companions beside him. Big Yellow! Blackie! Hold this sword-wielding woman down for me. If we take her down, we'll split these supplies 3 ways. And she's yours too, you can do whatever you want with her. How about it? De Huang and Hazy were still hesitant. After all, Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi were watching them closely. But the temptation of equal distribution of resources and being able to play with Xinjian as they please was too great, especially Xinjian's appearance and figure, which they could not even dream of before the apocalypse. Greed and lust instantly overwhelmed fear. The two exchanged a glance, a ruthless glint in their eyes, and approached Xinjian. Xinjian's face paled, and she subconsciously took a step back, but she did not let go of the travel bag she was holding tightly. Just as De Huang and his companion were about to encounter Xinjian. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 cold blades flashed by almost simultaneously. De Huang and Hazy froze abruptly, and a thin line of blood appeared on each of their throats. They stared in disbelief, trying to shout, but could only let out a hissing sound before spitting out blood, collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing twice, and then falling silent. Chen Nanqing had returned to his original spot at some point, his saber pointing diagonally at the ground, a drop of blood slowly sliding down its tip. I said, who gets the supplies is up to you to fight for. Have any other people who want to interfere asked my permission? Seeing his 2 accomplices lying dead on the ground, Wang Fugui was terrified. His crotch was instantly soaked, and a strong, pungent stench filled the room. Boss, spare me! I was wrong! I shouldn't have asked them for help. Chen Nanqing casually wiped the blood off his broadsword. It's all right. Now that you know the rules, let's continue. With Chen Nanqing's permission, Wang Fugui once again fought with Xinjian for supplies. This time, however, he had no help and could only desperately pull the travel bag toward him. You bitch, why won't you just hand over the supplies? Why? As my wife, shouldn't you be willing to give me everything? Although Xinjian is a woman, the power she unleashed at this moment should not be underestimated. She gripped the other side of the bag tightly. Wang Fugui, you'll always be like a giant baby who never grows up, only taking and never giving. Shut up! Wang Fugui was hit where it hurt, and in a fit of rage he yanked hard, and the travel bag slid toward him. Just when Wang Fugui thought he had succeeded, Xinjian suddenly let go. Wang Fugui, having exerted too much force, was caught off guard and fell backward, his head slamming heavily against the wall with a dull thud. In that instant, Xinjian swiftly grabbed the travel bag again, and at the same time raised her right foot and kicked Wang Fugui's arm hard. Ah! Wang Fugui, in pain, let go, and the travel bag fell completely into Xinjian's hands. Xinjian quickly took a few steps back, putting distance between herself and Wang Fugui, panting. Wang Fugui, you lost, the supplies are mine. No! I didn't lose! Wang Fugui struggled to his feet, his eyes bloodshot. Give me back the supplies! They're mine! Wang Fugui pounced again like a madman. This time, he wasn't fighting for supplies, but instead aimed straight for Xinjian's throat, clearly wanting to kill her. Chapter 52 Xinjian killed her own husband. That cowardly man still uses such despicable methods. Having been married to Wang Fugui, Xinjian understands his temperament very well. She wouldn't just sit and wait to die. The moment Wang Fugui lunged at her, Xinjian quickly turned to the side and kicked Wang Fugui's ankle at the same time. Bang! Wang Fugui lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, his chin hitting the cold floor with a dull thud. Cough cough. Xinjian, you sword person, you actually dared to fight back. I'm going to kill you! The last trace of warmth in Xinjian's eyes vanished completely. What is this man saying? Does he want to kill me? And he wants me not to fight back? Do people say that? Hee, Wang Fugui, you really are something else. You can't win the fight yourself, so you tried to kill me. But look at you now, incompetent, furious, like a mad dog. Besides lying on the ground howling, what else can you do? Kill me? Can you even kill me? Before the apocalypse, they relied on me for support, spent my money without a care in the world, acted like big shots, and accumulated a mountain of debt that I had to pay off. After the apocalypse, their true colors were revealed. They had no sense of responsibility whatsoever, like a rat in a sewer, only thinking about how to sell me for a good price so that they could continue to eke out a living. You're not even a man. You're a complete piece of trash, a scumbag. Shut up! Shut up! Wang Fugui trembled all over. He could be a good-for-nothing, but he couldn't let others call him a good-for-nothing. Especially since that person was Xinjian, whom he treated like merchandise. This is worse than killing him. Wang Fugui suddenly sprang up from the ground and lunged at Xinjian's face with bared teeth and claws. Sword man, I'll tear your lousy mouth apart. I'll show you what you've got. Without lousy, would you be where you are today? Everything you have is thanks to me. This time, Xinjian neither retreated nor dodged. Just as Wang Fugui's dirty fingernails were about to touch her cheek, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, and she grabbed the metal lamp beside her and smashed it hard against Wang Fugui's temple. Bang! A muffled thud, accompanied by the faint sound of a skull cracking. Wang Fugui's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. His body froze on the spot, his eyes wide open like copper bells, filled with bewilderment. Before he could understand what was happening, a thick, scarlet stream of blood gushed from the wound on his temple, quickly staining half his face red. How dare you hurt me? Wang Fugui reached out as if to grab something, but his body began to sway uncontrollably. Seeing Wang Fugui's bloodied and ugly state, Xinjian felt no fear, only a sense of complete relief. She gripped the blood-stained lamp, her voice eerily calm. Wang Fugui, I gave you a chance. Even if you had shown the slightest remorse just now, even if you had simply surrendered like a loser and gotten out of my way, I wouldn't have killed you. But you insisted on courting your own demise, challenging my bottom line in the most despicable way. They want to kill me too. Do they really think I, Xinjian, have no temper? Now I'll show you that I, Xinjian, am not a pushover. As soon as she finished speaking, Xinjian raised the desk lamp in her hand again, and, with all her might, smashed it down on Wang Fugui's head, which was already bleeding profusely. This is the youth I sacrificed for marrying you while I was blind. Bang! This is so that you can drain all my savings and dignity like a vampire. Bang! This is all because you're so inhuman, selling me off like livestock. Bang! 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 Xinjian seemed to be unleashing all the resentment, grievances, and anger that had been building up for years, pounding on the ground again and again. At first, Wang Fugui could still let out a few weak groans, but later he became completely silent and collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. His head was almost deformed from being smashed, and blood and white matter were splattered all over the ground, making for an extremely bloody scene. Xinjian stopped breathing heavily when her arms became sore and numb that she could no longer lift them. Looking at Wang Fugui's gruesome death on the ground, and then at the lamp in her hand stained with blood and brain matter, Xinjian suddenly let go of it as if she had been burned. Clang! The desk lamp fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Xinjian plopped down on the ground. She killed someone, and she killed the man she had married. Clap, clap, clap. A sharp clapping sound suddenly broke the silence of the room. Chen Nanqing clapped his hands, staring at Xinjian with a half-smile. As expected of a high-level white-collar worker, you're decisive in your actions. You'd even kill your own man. Xinjian slowly raised her head, her eyes bloodshot. Yes, I killed my own man, but it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I caused this. Chen Nanqing raised an eyebrow to interrupt, his tone somewhat mocking. I didn't kill him. From beginning to end, I didn't even touch Wang Fugui. Hell, what a smooth talker. If you hadn't offered so many supplies as a bribe, my husband and I wouldn't have fallen out so quickly. Chen Nanqing chuckled. Xinjian, you're a smart person, why deceive yourself? Even if I don't show up, Wang Fugui will still sell you. The only difference is whether I get you alone or many people get you. My appearance helped you see Wang Fugui's scumbag nature sooner. So, you should thank me. Xinjian opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found that her throat was blocked by something, and she couldn't say a word. Chen Nanqing was right. Given Wang Fugui's character, he was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. And he has already done it. The word, thank you, sounds so ironic and jarring in this context. Seeing that Xinjian remained silent, Chen Nanqing straightened up. Do you have anything else to do? If not, come with me. Xinjian looked at Wang Fugui's corpse on the ground, then at Chen Nanqing's expressionless face, and Lin Ruishi standing with a gun. She knew she had no choice at all. Before leaving, Xinjian glanced at the travel bag full of supplies and hesitated. These supplies, aren't you taking them with you? Chen Nanqing didn't even glance at it. Wang Fugui touched this thing, it's dirty, we don't want it. If someone lucky picks it up, that's their good fortune. A bitter smile appeared on Xinjian's lips. It turns out that what Wang Fugui was desperately trying to fight for was actually dispensable in Chen Nanqing's eyes. How tragic. And what about myself? What am I whom he thought? In his eyes? What will the future hold? The moment the door to room 3001 opened, Xinjian was stunned. Outside, the temperature was below -50 degrees Celsius, and breath almost turned to ice, but inside, it was warm as spring, and the air was filled with a faint aroma of food. The spacious living room was clean and bright, with a few cushions casually tossed on the soft sofa, and even a plate of unfinished fruit on the coffee table. Is this still the end of the world? In Xinjian's days, a figure wearing fluffy pajamas scrambled up from the sofa. Su Xiaosu rubbed her sleepy eyes, and upon seeing Chen Nanqing, she immediately flew over like a cheerful little bird. Master, you're back! Su Xiaosu skillfully squatted down and helped Chen Nanqing take off his coat and shoes, which were damp with the cold air, and put on comfortable indoor slippers. After doing all this, she noticed Xinjian following behind her, and her big eyes immediately filled with curiosity. Wow, Master, who is this beautiful lady? The newly acquired maid, Xinjian. Chen Nanqing answered casually and sat down in the main seat on the sofa. Wow! A new maid! Su Xiaosu immediately became excited and circled around Xinjian twice, like a kitten examining a new toy. Master, should we teach Sister Jian the maid's code? Can I teach you? Su Xiaosu's big eyes sparkled with anticipation. I've remembered everything Sister Ruishi taught me. I promise I can teach Sister Jian well. Seeing Su Xiaosu's eagerness, Chen Nanqing didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. All right, then you can do it. Let me see how you, as a senior, teach a newbie the rules. Chapter 53, Enhancing Lin Ruishi's Martial Arts. Master, you're so kind! Su Xiaosu was so excited that she danced with joy. She manipulated the newcomer, showed herself, and let Chen Nanqing know that she was more than just a foodie. She's very useful too. Su Xiaosu cleared her throat, adopted a veteran demeanor, and said to the still somewhat bewildered Xin Jian. Sister Jian, this is my first time being a teacher, so you'd better listen carefully, or master will cut off your food supply. Su Xiaosu shuddered, as if she had thought of something terrible, and immediately said. Maid rule number 1. The master is heaven, the master is earth, the master is everything to us. We must absolutely obey the master's orders. Second rule, when speaking to your master you must kneel down to show respect. As Su Xiaosu spoke, she demonstrated by kneeling on the carpet at Chen Nanqing's feet, tilting her little face up, looking extremely well behaved. Rule number 3, we can only eat the master's leftovers. We can only eat after the master has finished eating. As Xingjian listened to the maid rules, one by one, her expression grew increasingly grim. Make her kneel down? Make her eat leftovers? Xingjian has always been a favored daughter of heaven since childhood, and she has fought her way up to the position of director in the workplace. When has she ever suffered such humiliation? Enough! Xingjian interrupted, her full breast heaving violently with anger. I will not follow any of these rules you've mentioned. Ah? Su Xiaosu was startled by Xingjian's sudden outburst. Her face fell, and she looked helplessly at Chen Nanqing, then at Lin Ruishi, pouting aggrievedly. Did I say something wrong? Chen Nanqing gently ruffled Su Xiaosu's hair, his tone tinged with helplessness. Xiaosu, the rules you mentioned are not wrong in themselves, but you used the wrong method. Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes, looking completely bewildered. Using the wrong method? But that's how Sister Ruishi taught me back then. Gentle, delicate, it's so soothing to listen to. Chen Nanqing glanced at Xingjian. This woman possesses the arrogance unique to career elites. Even after experiencing betrayal and setbacks, the pride in her bones has not been completely extinguished. Trying to get her to submit by lecturing her in a gentle and persuasive manner is simply not going to work. Then you can continue teaching. Chen Nanqing turned to Lin Ruishi. Come to the bedroom with me. Lin Ruishi was slightly taken aback, wondering, why did the master suddenly call her into the bedroom? Could it be because the new maid is disobedient, and he's in a bad mood, needing her to cool him down? To soothe his emotions? Although she had her own guesses, Lin Ruishi didn't show it on her face and respectfully replied, Yes, master. The two entered the master bedroom one after the other, and Chen Nanqing casually closed the door. Lin Ruishi stood quietly, waiting for instructions, when she saw Chen Nanqing take out a plainly packaged white rabbit milk candy from his pocket. Eat this. Chen Nanqing handed the milk candy to Lin Ruishi. A clear look of surprise flashed across Lin Ruishi's eyes. Did the owner call her into the bedroom just to give her a piece of candy? Isn't this ridiculous? Can't you eat candy in the living room? Or is there something wrong with this candy? Lin Ruishi didn't ask any further questions. She was already used to unconditionally obeying Chen Nanqing's orders. She took the milk candy, unwrapped it, and put the milky white candy into her mouth, the familiar sweetness melting on her tongue. At the same time, Chen Nanqing moved his mind slightly and opened the maid panel. I found the entry for maid, Lin Ruishi, and gently clicked the plus sign after, LV0, in martial arts level to change it to LV1. Almost the instant Chen Nanqing finished his operation, Lin Ruishi's delicate body trembled violently. A strange heat surged up from her lower abdomen without warning and quickly spread to her limbs and bones. An unprecedented sense of lightness and power filled her body. Lin Ruishi could even clearly feel that her five senses seemed to have become much more acute. Lin Ruishi was certainly not foolish enough to believe that her changes were due to a genetic mutation. Master, this candy. Lin Ruishi looked at Chen Nanqing in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Nanqing smiled knowingly and said, This is not ordinary candy. I call it strength candy. Eating one will unleash your body's potential and significantly boost your fighting power. In your current state, taking on 10 or 8 strong men barehanded shouldn't be a problem. Lin Ruishi was completely shocked. Willy Tang? Unleash potential? Instantly boost combat power? This is unheard of. Has the world become so crazy that even things that defy common sense exist? Or was Chen Nanqing joking? However, the surging power within my body felt so real, it was definitely not an illusion. Lin Ruishi subconsciously clenched her fist, her knuckles making a crisp sound, and a feeling of being able to easily control the life and death of others arose spontaneously. Master, it's not that I don't believe it, it's just that it's too incredible. Think it unbelievable? Then give it a try. Chen Nanqing gestured with his eyes to the several bottles of shui shifu, mineral water on the bedside table. Lin Ruishi understood, walked to the bedside table, and picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water. She used to find it difficult to unscrew these bottle caps and needed to use a towel to increase friction. At this moment, she merely clenched her fist slightly. Bang! She twisted and deformed the hard, plastic bottle with her bare hands, and even crushed the cap, scattering mineral water all over the ground. Lin Ruishi was stunned. She looked at her fair and slender hands, which were no different from usual, and then at the pitiful mineral water bottle in her hand. Is this bottle broken? Otherwise, how could he have been crushed by this mere young woman? Unconvinced, Lin Ruishi picked up another bottle, this time controlling her strength slightly, but the result was the same. The bottle was easily crushed by her. It's true. It's really true. An indescribable surge of joy and shock welled up in Lin Ruishi's heart. With such power, she will have more initiative and a better chance of surviving in this perilous apocalypse. With a plop, Lin Ruishi knelt down before Chen Nanqing without hesitation, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Ruishi thanks Master for his grace. Chen Nanqing nodded in satisfaction. Despite suddenly gaining strength, he hadn't become arrogant. He truly lived up to Chen Nanqing's expectations. Get up, this is what you deserve. I am quite satisfied with your performance during your time as my maid. Lin Ruishi immediately understood the implication. Chen Nanqing's reward was directly linked to her loyalty and performance. She raised her head, her gaze unwavering. Ruishi understands. Ruishi will serve her master with all her might for the rest of her life, without any disloyalty. At this moment, the previously vague thought in Lin Ruishi's mind became clear. Perhaps, Su Xiaosu's seemingly unintentional remark back then. The master is a cultivator of immortality, and this is not a joke. Ruishi, as long as you follow me closely, you will reach a level that you can't even imagine in the future. Chen Nanqing's words seemed to possess a certain magic, making Lin Ruishi's heart surge even more. Rest assured, Master, Ruishi is yours in life and in death, and will never leave you. All right, then Master will give you a task. Chen Nanqing changed the subject. That new girl outside is too arrogant. Go help her face reality and make her a little more obedient. As for the methods, you decide, I just want the results. A cold glint flashed in Lin Ruishi's eyes, but she instantly regained her calm and decisive demeanor. Master, rest assured, Ruishi guarantees to complete the mission. Chapter 54 Obtaining the Poison Snow Potion. The two returned to the living room. Su Xiaosu stood in front of Xinjian, hands on her hips, her face flushed red with anger. Sister Jian, the maid's rules say that you must kneel when speaking to your master. Why are you still standing? That's not right. Xinjian stood to the side with her arms crossed and a cold face, a hint of sarcasm on her lips, completely ignoring Su Xiaosu's words. Ugh! I'm so angry! I'm so angry! Seeing that Xinjian was ignoring her, Su Xiaosu stomped her feet in frustration. How could she explain to her master that her new maid was not listening to her? At this moment, Lin Ruishi stepped forward slowly. Xiao Su, go and rest over there, leave this to me. Su Xiaosu felt like she'd been granted a pardon and immediately ran to sit down in the corner of the sofa next to Chen Nanqing, whispering a complaint. Master, look at her, she's completely unreasonable. Chen Nanqing waved his hand, signaling Su Xiaosu to watch the show quietly. If Lin Ruishi hadn't improved her martial arts skills, Xinjian might have had the right to challenge her, but now... Lin Ruishi stopped in front of Xinjian, her gaze calm yet carrying an invisible pressure. Xinjian, your master took you in as a maid to give you a chance to live and dignity. It seems you don't cherish it. Xinjian snorted coldly, about to retort, when she saw Lin Ruishi suddenly make a move without warning. Xinjian felt a blur before her eyes, and her wrist was gripped tightly by Lin Ruishi's iron-like hand. An irresistible force came over her, causing her to groan in pain, and her body was involuntarily twisted around. With a thump, Xinjian was forced to kneel on one knee by the pressure. You! Xinjian was both shocked and furious. She struggled desperately, but found herself unable to move, as if nailed to the ground, under that seemingly slender hand. Lin Ruishi looked down at Xinjian, her voice icy and devoid of any emotion. Here, the master's words are the rules. Breaking the rules will result in punishment. It seems you need to first learn what obedience means, and what it means for the master to be supreme. In the following days, Lin Ruishi used the most direct, even ruthless, methods to teach Xinjian her first lesson as a maid. There was no excessive verbal instruction, only precise and painful punishment. Xinjian's pride was shattered inch by Lin Ruishi's ruthlessness. The intense pain and utter helplessness finally made Xinjian realize a reality. In this territory controlled by a man, any resistance was futile. If you want to live, if you want to avoid suffering, the only way out is to obey. The pride that had sustained Xinjian for over 20 years completely collapsed. She lowered her head, and with all her might squeezed out a few words from her throat, words that were both humiliating and tinged with a sense of relief. Master, your maid Jian was wrong. Jian shouldn't have questioned the rules here, and shouldn't have been so arrogant. Please forgive Jian. The sound was very soft, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. Chen Nanqing smiled with satisfaction and looked at Lin Ruishi with admiration. Well done, you can stop now. Lin Ruishi bowed slightly. It is Ruoshi's duty to share the burdens of my master. Okay, take her to wash up and then bring her to my room. Yes, master. Su Xiaosu skipped and jumped to help. When Su Xiaosu walked up to Lin Ruishi, her eyes were full of admiration. Sister Ruoshi, you're amazing! You subdued this woman in no time. I want to be like you in the future. Lin Ruishi gently patted Su Xiaosu's head, saying nothing, but her gaze softened slightly. The two of them led the disheveled and vacant Xinjian toward the bathroom. As the two poured buckets of water into the bathtub, a look of shock finally reappeared in Xinjian's numb eyes. Here, they actually used such precious water to bathe? How extravagant! As Su Xiaosu helped Xinjian wash up, she enviously touched Xinjian's shapely curves. Sister Jian, you have such a great figure! No wonder Master took a liking to you! Xinjian closed her eyes, tears of humiliation mingling with the hot water as they flowed down her face, but a strange feeling stirred within her. The feeling of taking a hot shower. I haven't experienced that since the apocalypse. Is this a dream? Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu were very thoughtful. Instead of changing Xinjian into her original bulky down jacket or dressing her in a maid outfit, they found her a well-tailored black suit and white shirt. There was even an exquisite bow tie, exactly the outfit Xinjian wore when she was a career elite, only the fabric was more luxurious and the cut accentuated her figure. When Xinjian was dressed up and brought to Chen Nanqing's bedroom, Chen Nanqing's eyes immediately lit up. The Xinjian before us has washed away the filth and dishevelment, regaining her cold and capable temperament. The well-fitting suit skirt outlines her perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Her long, slender legs were encased in black stockings, and her face bore an expression of humiliation yet forced composure, perfectly embodying the image of an elite career woman who had been sexually harassed in the workplace. No wonder everyone hates Chow Chow, and everyone wants to be Chow Chow. Chen Nanqing was excited. Wildflowers must smell very sweet, right? The following 3 hours are paid content, which has been censored. 3 hours later, Xinjian fell into a deep sleep amidst extreme exhaustion and a strange sense of relaxation. Chen Nanqing walked out of the bedroom looking refreshed. Almost as soon as Chen Nanqing closed the door, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, Master, on successfully recruiting your third maid with a beauty score of 90 or higher. Rewards are being distributed. One large luxury RV, already stored in the system space and available for immediate use. The RV is bulletproof, cold-proof, and impact-resistant, fully equipped with interior facilities. Master's combat level has been increased to LV-15. Poison Snow Immunity Potion X10. Special bonus, short distance flight, effective distance 1 kilometer, cooldown time 10 minutes. Chen Nanqing was overjoyed. RV? With this mobile fortress, he can leave Baihua Happiness Community and explore a wider world. As for the level of combat prowess, Chen Nanqing had no concept of it at all, because he had no opponent. On the contrary, it's the Poison Snow Immunity Agent. This came at just the right time. He can now safely go out with his little maid, no longer threatened by the poisonous snow. What surprised him most was the short-distance flight skill. Although it's only 1 kilometer, it will be an amazing skill in critical moments, whether it's chasing, escaping, or crossing obstacles. Very good! Chen Nanqing clenched his fist, filled with anticipation for the future. He returned to the living room, where Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu immediately came to greet him. Chen Nanqing took out 2 vials of medicine that shimmered with a faint blue light. Ruishi, Xiaosu, drink this. Master, what is this? Su Xiaosu asked, taking the medicine with a puzzled expression. Poisonous Snow Immunity Potion. After taking it, you will no longer be afraid of the poisonous snow outside. What? This is a potion that makes you immune to the poisonous snow? Sister Ruishi, quick, drink it! Seemingly afraid that Chen Nanqing would change his mind, Su Xiaosu tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. After Su Xiaosu finished drinking, she licked the bottle. Then she blinked her beautiful eyes and stared at Chen Nanqing. Master, I don't feel anything? It just feels a little cool. Is it expired? Why don't I feel that? Radiant glow, immense strength. Chapter 55. A bird in a cage, a turtle in a jar. Seeing Su Xiaosu's expectant look as she transformed, Chen Nanqing was both amused and exasperated. Had this girl watched too many science fiction movies? Should we give her a magic wand? And add some spells from Balala the fairy? Chen Nanqing was too lazy to explain and decided to prove it with his actions. Walk up to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and pull it open with a whoosh. Instantly, the biting cold air from outside, which was more than 50 degrees below zero, mixed with fine, toxic snow particles, rushed in, causing the temperature in the warm living room to drop several degrees. Ouch! It's so cold! Su Xiaosu hugged her arms and trembled. The next second, before she could react, Chen Nanqing grabbed the back of her collar and, like lifting a disobedient kitten, tossed her up with his arm. Su Xiaosu let out a short scream and was thrown onto the balcony. Thump! Su Xiaosu plopped down in the cold snow, completely bewildered. But then, a tremendous fear rose in my heart. The terrifying imagery of poisonous snow flooded my mind. Touching it would cause my whole body to fester, and inhaling it would result in death. Su Xiaosu was terrified when she saw herself covered in snowflakes, and her face turned deathly pale. Snow! Poisonous snow! I've encountered poisonous snow! Master! I'm going to die! I'm going to die! Su Xiaosu frantically tried to brush the snow off her body, but the more she did, the more snow got on her. Terrified, she froze in the snow and began to utter her last words. What? Master, I haven't had enough of your braised pork yet, and that cheese-baked lobster, I've only had it twice. Sister Ruishi, I'm leaving the bag of potato chips I hid under the bedside table for you. However, don't forget to cook me extra food during holidays and festivals. Wah! I'm so miserable. There are so many delicious foods I haven't tried yet. While crying and complaining, Su Xiaosu secretly glanced at Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi in the living room. Her appearance was both pitiful and funny. Chen Nanqing looked at Su Xiaosu, who was acting like a drama queen, shook his head helplessly, stepped onto the balcony, and looked down at her from above. Ignoring Chen Nanqing, Su Xiaosu continued her rambling. I hope that in front of my tombstone, there can be a bowl of hot and spicy hot pot, filled with fried eggs and ham. Thump! A sharp flick landed on Su Xiaosu's forehead, interrupting her tragic last words. Ouch! Su Xiaosu covered her forehead, her eyes brimming with tears. Master, I'm about to die, and you're still hitting me? Chen Nanqing knocked again. What are you yelling about? Look at yourself, are you dead? Ah? Su Xiaosu was startled, and subconsciously looked down at her hands, then touched her face. Oh yeah. Aside from being a little cold, it seems like there's nothing particularly special about it. Isn't it said that if you come into contact with poisonous snow, you'll quickly develop skin ulcers, foam at the mouth, and convulsions? She remembered clearly that someone in the group had mentioned this right at the beginning of the apocalypse. But now, apart from shivering a little from the cold, she seems really okay. Su Xiaosu suddenly raised her head, her big eyes instantly bursting with unbelievable ecstasy. Ha! That's right! I'm not dead! Ha! I'm not dead! I'm not afraid of the poisonous snow anymore! Su Xiaosu suddenly jumped up from the snow, excitedly hopping and skipping on the balcony, and even deliberately grabbed a handful of poisonous snow and made it into a snowball in her hand. It's really okay! Look! Sister Ruishi, look! I can play in the snow now! Su Xiaosu raised the snowball and waved it at Lin Ruishi like she was presenting a treasure. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Ruishi's usually aloof face. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and drank the immune serum in her hand. Then he went up to the balcony. The icy air rushed in, and the poisonous snow landed on her hair, shoulders, and eyelashes. She reached out and caught a few snowflakes as they fell, watching them slowly melt in her palm, leaving a slightly damp mark without causing any burning or discomfort. A long-lost, almost luxurious sense of freedom quietly welled up in my heart. Since the apocalypse, poisonous snow has sealed off the entire world, and everyone is like a prisoner trapped in a cage. Now, these invisible shackles seem to have been broken. Su Xiaosu excitedly started making snowballs, shouting, Master! Sister Ruishi! Let's have a snowball fight! I promise I won't hit your face! A snowball fight? Sure! I used to avoid playing in the snow because it was too lonely to play alone, but now I finally have companions. Chen Nanqing quickly bent down, rolled up a snowball, and with a flick of his wrist, the snowball landed precisely on Su Xiaosu's forehead. Oops! Su Xiaosu stumbled from the impact and angrily shouted, Master, how could you attack me like that? She frantically tried to retaliate, but Chen Nanqing was faster, and another snowball flew over, hitting her right on the shoulder. Sister Ruishi, please help me! Su Xiaosu dodged while asking for help. A smile flashed in Lin Ruishi's eyes as she bent down and made a snowball. However, her target wasn't Chen Nanqing, but rather, Su Xiaosu. Smack! The snowball exploded on Su Xiaosu's back. Ah! Sister Ruishi, why did you hit me too? Su Xiaosu jumped up and down in frustration, her little face scrunched up. How could two of you fight one of us? That's so unfair! Su Xiaosu tried to fight back, but Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi coordinated perfectly, sending snowballs flying from different directions, making her run for her life like a little panda rolling in the snow. Cute, disheveled. I'm not playing anymore. Su Xiaosu finally gave up, her head covered in snow foam, and stormed back to the living room in a huff. You're bullying me! Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi exchanged a smile, and then returned to the warm indoor space. Lin Ruishi brushed the snow off Chen Nanqing, her eyes filled with deep gratitude. Master, thank you. This immunity potion makes me feel like I've come back to life, no longer a caged bird or a turtle in a jar. No need to thank me. I'm giving you the potion because I think you deserve it. Lin Ruishi felt the warmth in her heart. What did Chen Nanqing mean? Had she already entered his heart? Very nice. Master, Ruishi always benefits from you, but she doesn't know what she can do for you. This makes Ruishi very uneasy. Chen Nanqing turned to look at Lin Ruishi. After their playful antics, a faint blush rose to her fair cheeks, and a few strands of hair, damp with snow water, clung to her forehead. Her cool, aloof features gained a touch of liveliness, making her even more beautiful and captivating. Chen Nanqing reached out and brushed the snowflakes from her hair, his fingertips gently tracing her cheek. Who says you can't do something for me right now? Master, I'm really angry right now and need to vent. Lin Ruishi instantly understood Chen Nanqing's meaning, and her cheeks turned even redder. Ruishi is willing to share her master's burdens. The two entered the second bedroom one after the other. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Su Xiaosu was overjoyed. She secretly pulled 2 cartons of yogurt from the refrigerator. Humph, you stinky master, you dare to bully me! I'm going to drink all your yogurt. As soon as Su Xiaosu finished speaking, the door to the second bedroom suddenly opened, and Chen Nanqing leaned out and pulled Su Xiaosu inside. Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. I shouldn't have stolen food, Chapter 56 Attitude Change. At 8 p.m., Chen Nanqing sat in the main seat, with a sumptuous spread of 6 dishes and 2 soups in front of him. Lin Ruishi sat to Chen Nanqing's right, like a gentle wife, quietly serving him food and soup, only occasionally taking a small bite of food from her own bowl. Su Xiaosu stood to Chen Nanqing's left and behind him, staring longingly at the food on the table, secretly swallowing her saliva, and holding her egg-sized, personalized rice bowl in her hands, waiting for the moment when she would pass the bowl to eat. Kneeling on the soft carpet, Xinjian's stomach churned with hunger, and the aroma of food in the air was nothing short of torture for her. She secretly glanced up and observed the 3 people at the dining table. These are clearly 3 different statuses. While Chen Nanqing was looking down to drink his soup, Xinjian subtly shifted her knee, leaned closer to Su Xiaosu, and whispered, Is she Lin Ruishi, Master's girlfriend? Su Xiaosu was staring longingly at a piece of braised pork ribs when she suddenly heard Xinjian's question, and her little mouth immediately pouted. She still remembered what happened during the day. It was this newcomer who didn't listen to her instructions, making her lose face in front of the master and feel that she couldn't teach him manners well. Snort! Su Xiaosu deliberately turned her head away from Xinjian, but after 2 seconds she couldn't help but turn back, a hint of smugness and superiority in her voice, and said in a similarly low voice, No, that's not true. Sister Ruishi is just like us, a maid of our master. A hint of surprise flashed in Xinjian's eyes. They're all maids? But Lin Ruishi's treatment. Su Xiaosu seemed to notice Xinjian's confusion and continued to mutter to herself, her tone carrying a hint of envy that even Xinjian didn't realize. However, Sister Ruishi is very capable. She is extremely loyal to the master and reliable in her work, so the master has given her many privileges. No need to kneel, you can eat with your master, and even help your master manage things. Su Xiaosu paused, then added, Master is fair in rewards and punishments. If you do well, you'll be rewarded. But someone like you. Su Xiaosu looked Xinjian up and down, then shook her head. It's still early. They're all maids. If you do well, you get special privileges. You might even get what Lin Ruishi did. Su Xiaosu's words were like a pebble thrown into stagnant water, rippling through Xinjian's heart. Her previously despairing state of mind suddenly cracked open, and she saw hope. She had already been bought by Chen Nanqing, and her body had been taken by him. Dwelling on her past identity and pride was meaningless, and would only lead her into a more painful situation. In the end times, the most important thing is to survive, and to live as well as possible. Chen Nanqing clearly possesses formidable strength, and the resources to support his people. With him, at least my life is safe, and I don't have to worry about being sold like commodities anymore. Moreover, if Chen Nanqing is truly, as Su Xiaosu said, fair in rewarding and punishing, then, would I also have a chance? How about living the life you want? Xinjian's innate competitive spirit, and elitist mindset began to emerge. She was able to rise to the position of director in the workplace by being able to assess the situation and make unremitting efforts to achieve her goals. Now it's just a change of workplace, a change of boss, and a change of goals. Since you can't resist, try your best to adapt, and then, strive to climb to a higher position. To receive better treatment, like Lin Ruishi, or even surpass Lin Ruishi. Xinjian's mind raced, and her gaze hardened. Without further hesitation, she moved forward, came to Chen Nanqing's feet, and looked up. Master, you must be tired from your meal. Jian, may I serve you? Chen Nanqing paused slightly as he was about to pick up some food, then looked down at Xinjian at his feet. Because of her previous cleaning and dressing up, Xinjian regained her cold and beautiful appearance, but now she carried a kind of submissive, pleading look. The strong contrast aroused Chen Nanqing's interest. Oh? How do you want to be served? Xinjian stood up, put a piece of chicken in her mouth, and then kissed Chen Nanqing. Imported meat? Chen Nanqing didn't mind at all. After all, they've done things that are even more intimate than this. However, Xinjian's movements were awkward and far less natural than Lin Ruishi's, but her deliberate attempt to please and her humble demeanor had a unique charm. Encouraged, Xinjian became bolder. She noticed that the soup bowl in front of Chen Nanqing was slightly empty, so she picked up the soup spoon, scooped up a small spoonful of soup, blew on it gently, and then brought it to Chen Nanqing's lips. This time, Xinjian performed even more smoothly. Lin Ruishi watched quietly from the side, her brows furrowing almost imperceptibly, but quickly relaxing again. She simply fed Chen Nanqing a shrimp that she had just peeled. She won't say a word as long as her master is happy. Chen Nanqing enjoyed the novel service from the two women and was in a very pleasant mood. An hour later, Chen Nanqing and Lin Ruishi finished their meal. Su Xiaosu, who had been eagerly waiting with her exclusive rice bowl in hand, immediately became excited, her little face shining. Master, master! Have you finished eating? Isn't it Xiaosu's turn to eat? Looking at the leftovers on the table, Su Xiaosu regarded them as an exquisite delicacy and couldn't wait to rush over. Chen Nanqing looked at Su Xiaosu's impatient appearance, and then at Xinjian, who had just made a contribution at his feet, and suddenly felt a wicked sense of amusement. Okay, it's your turn. But Jian hasn't eaten either, so you can all eat together. Ah? Su Xiaosu's face fell instantly. She looked at Xinjian, then at the small bowl in her hand, and felt so wrong that she was about to cry. Together? Master! My bowl is so small, how can I possibly cook faster than anyone else? Alright, don't feel wronged. Since you know you're wrong and are willing to correct your mistakes, you don't need to use a small bowl anymore when you eat. Real? Su Xiaosu couldn't believe her ears, her big eyes widening instantly. Overjoyed. Thank you, Master! You're the best! Su Xiaosu cheered and immediately threw aside the small bowl that had tormented her for a long time, instantly transforming back into a vibrant rice-eating expert. Hearing that she could eat again, Xinjian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was about to stand up to get a bowl to serve herself food. However, before she could make a move, Su Xiaosu rushed to the rice cooker like a gust of wind and picked up the entire inner pot of the rice cooker. Then he picked up a big spoon, scooped up a huge spoonful of rice and stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks instantly puffing out like a hamster. Delicious! This is how you enjoy a meal! Su Xiaosu mumbled incoherently, but her hands kept moving, devouring the dishes on the table like a whirlwind. Xinjian was completely dumbfounded. What kind of eating speed is this? Has it been ages since it last ate? It's like it was reincarnated from a starving ghost. Xinjian stood frozen in place, holding an empty bowl, watching Su Xiaosu devour the food with astonishing efficiency, barely able to get a word in edgewise. By the time she finally managed to find a moment to pick up a piece of green vegetable, Su Xiaosu had already devoured half a fish. She had just scooped up a spoonful of soup when Su Xiaosu was already scraping the crispy rice crust from the bottom of the pot. Within minutes, the dishes on the table and the rice in the rice cooker disappeared at a visible speed. Su Shiosu let out a satisfied burp, patted her slightly bulging belly, and looked up to meet Shinjien's blank expression as she held an empty bowl. Well? Su Shiosu blinked her big eyes before belatedly realizing what was happening, and scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly. Sister Jian, I think I forgot you haven't eaten either. Shinjian. She's such a grown woman standing here, holding an empty bowl in her hand. Is Su Shiosu blind? Chapter 57, centered on the master, serving the master as the radius. Su Shiosu felt a rare pang of guilt and whispered in her defense. I was just too hungry, and besides, master lifted the restriction on my small bowl, and I was so happy that I forgot. Chen Nanqing almost burst out laughing. He had expected this outcome. He knew Su Shiosu's ability to cook very well, all too well. How could a meticulous and sophisticated career woman like Shinjian possibly compete with Su Shiosu? Alright, Xiaosu, aren't you afraid of overeating by eating so much? Chen Nanqing suppressed a laugh and gestured to Lin Ruishi. Ruishi, go to the storage room and get some food for Jian. Lin Ruishi's delicate body trembled slightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Storage room? That was an absolutely forbidden area for them, the maids. It's clearly written in the maid's code. No entry. And now, the master is actually letting her in? What does that mean? Lin Ruishi's heart raced involuntarily, and an indescribable warmth and excitement instantly swept through her body. This is not just about getting a meal, it represents Chen Nanqing's increased trust in her. Lin Ruishi secretly glanced at Shinjian, who was still looking aggrieved because she hadn't eaten enough, and then looked at Su Shiosu, who was rubbing her round little belly and was completely unaware. A subtle sense of superiority, and the joy of being recognized spread through her heart. She is already far ahead of the other two women. Yes, master. Lin Ruishi suppressed the surging emotions in her heart, walked towards the tightly closed door, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open to enter. However, the scene behind the door surprised her. The room wasn't particularly large, and it was neatly filled with supplies, boxes of bottled water, compressed biscuits, canned goods, and some common daily necessities. While the quantity is considerable, it is far from being inexhaustible, and certainly doesn't seem to be enough to support their current luxurious lifestyle. Lin Ruishi even noticed that some of the fresh ingredients that Chen Nanqing had casually taken out earlier, such as steak, lobster, and strawberries, were nowhere to be seen here, let alone guns, bullets, or other lethal weapons. It seems Chen Nanqing's secret isn't here. This storage room may just be a cover, or a temporary transit point. The real secret remains firmly in Chen Nanqing's hands. Despite not finding the expected treasure trove, Lin Ruishi felt no disappointment. Instead, she felt even greater awe for Chen Nanqing. Chen Nanqing's meticulousness far exceeded her imagination. With a master like this, we're sure to survive the apocalypse. Lin Ruishi quickly composed herself and scanned the shelves with her eyes. What should we give to Shinjian? It can't be too good, otherwise it will give her unrealistic fantasies and make her forget her duty. After all, she had only just arrived today and had even tried to resist. But she couldn't be too harsh either, since Chen Nanqing had spoken first. Being too harsh on her would make her, as a senior, seem petty and might also displease Chen Nanqing. After a moment's thought, Lin Ruishi had a plan in mind. She took out a pack of compressed biscuits, a small packet of beef jerky, and a bottle of mineral water. These were enough to fill our stomachs and provide basic energy, and the taste was acceptable, but they were definitely not enjoyable. It would both demonstrate Chen Nanqing's favor and prevent Shinjian from having any misconceptions. Carrying the items out of the storage room, Lin Ruishi gently closed the door, as if guarding a huge secret. She walked up to Shinjian, who was still kneeling on the carpet with a pale face, and handed her the food. Eat. Shinjian looked at the food handed to her: dry, hard compressed biscuits, a small bag of beef jerky, and a bottle of cold mineral water. This was in stark contrast to the table full of delicacies she had just seen, and to the food that Su Xiaosu had devoured in a flash. They're not even in the same league. A huge sense of disappointment made Xinjian feel a pang of sadness. But she knew she had no right to be picky. Having food to eat was already a gift from Chen Nanjing. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Miss Lin. Lin Ruishi looked down at him. Xinjian, you must remember today. Remember what you are eating right now, and remember where you are right now. Don't even think about resisting, leaving, or having any thoughts you shouldn't have. Here you want more, you want to be like me and Xiao Su, or even surpass us. You must center your efforts on your master and make serving your master the guiding principle in order to improve. Xinjian looked at the simple food in her hand and recalled Lin Ruishi's composed demeanor and Su Xiaosu's carefree contentment at the dinner table earlier. The stark contrast brought a pang of sadness to her heart, but it also made her more clear-headed. Lin Ruishi is right. Here, to survive and thrive, one must follow Chen Nanqing's rules. Rebellion and pride are worthless in the face of survival. Lin Ruishi is a successful person within the rules, and is the goal she can currently see. Looks like I need to adapt as soon as possible. Xinjian's gaze gradually became firm and pragmatic. Chen Nanqing saw all of this and became increasingly satisfied with Lin Ruishi. This woman not only helped him find Xinjian as his new maid, but she also handled things with great tact. It not only suppressed the arrogance of the newcomer, but also provided basic survival security. More importantly, it protected his authority and interests at all times. That's really good. Should I consider cuddling her tonight while we sleep? Just then, the screen of the phone that Chen Nanqing had tossed in the corner of the sofa suddenly lit up. Chen Nanqing raised an eyebrow, picked up the phone, unlocked it, and saw that it was Lu Rian. Nanqing, are you alright? Have you found the route? When can you come? I can't hold on much longer. Power outage. The entire villa area is without power. It's so dark and cold at night. My phone is almost out of battery. The signal is also very weak, sometimes there and sometimes no signal. Nanqing, please reply to me. Before my phone completely dies, let me know you're coming, okay? I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. It was all my fault before, I shouldn't have treated you like that. I'll do anything as long as you come. Nanqing. I'm so scared. Chen Nanqing was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Yes, the whole city is without power. Lu Rian's side must have stopped as well. Once her phone runs out of battery, she'll be completely out of contact. How can I then slowly manipulate her and enjoy watching her desperate struggle? No! We must disgust her one last time before her phone completely runs out of power, shatter her hopes, and let her slowly die in endless darkness and cold, filled with the deepest pain and regret. Thinking of this, Chen Nanqing's lips curled into a wicked smile, and he threw the phone directly to Lin Ruishi. Ruishi, I'm leaving it to you. That woman's phone is almost out of battery. Before she loses contact, make sure she gets a deep impression. Lin Ruishi took the phone, quickly scanned the messages, and instantly understood Chen Nanqing's intentions. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and she immediately had an idea. Xiao Su Jian, come here. Chapter 58. Lin Ruishi with a tea-like demeanor. Su Xiaosu skipped over and curiously approached. Although Xinjian hesitated for a moment, she stood up as instructed and walked closer. Lin Ruishi adjusted the angle of her phone camera to ensure that all three of them were in the shot. Especially striking were their clean and comfortable clothes, their rosy and healthy complexions, and the warm, bright environment behind them, where the aroma of food seemed to linger. She gestured for Su Xiaosu and Xinjian to move closer to Chen Nanqing. Su Xiaosu immediately hugged Chen Nanqing's arm affectionately, smiling sweetly. Xinjian hesitated for a moment, then followed Su Xiaosu's example and gently leaned against Chen Nanqing's other side. Lin Ruishi stood behind Chen Nanqing, leaning slightly forward, her cheek almost touching Chen Nanqing's face, and gave the camera a cool smile with a hint of possessiveness. Snap! A family photo was thus captured. In the photo, Chen Nanqing sits lazily in the main seat, flanked by two beautiful women, with a cool and elegant lady standing behind him. The setting is a warm and cozy dwelling that can be described as paradise in the post-apocalyptic world. This contrasts sharply with the inhumane situation described by Lin Ruishi, which is described as dark, cold, hungry, and desperate. Lin Ruishi's fingers flew across the keyboard as she sent the photo, along with the text. Sister Rian, I'm so sorry, the host was just busy introducing us to our new lady, the one in the suit in the photo. She used to be a director at a big company. You said there was a power outage? Your phone died? Oh dear, we don't feel anything here. Maybe it's because we use a special kind of electricity. As for the route, Master has indeed been quite busy lately, having to appease us three little maids and deal with some trivial matters in the neighborhood. He cleaned up another batch of clueless guys today. I'm afraid I won't be able to find the time to visit you anytime soon. But Sister Rian, don't worry too much. Maybe there will be another turning point. After the message was sent, there was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and just when Chen Nanqing thought the other person's phone had run out of battery and shut down, Lin Ruishi replied. There were no words, only a long, trembling voice filled with sobs. Lin Ruishi clicked play, and Lin Ruishi's almost collapsing voice instantly filled the living room. Chen Nanqing, how could you do this to me? I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I regret it. Please give me a chance. I don't ask for any titles or honors, and I won't compete with them. I'll be your slave, I'll be your lowest servant. Just give me a bite to eat and let me leave this godforsaken place. I'll do anything you ask. I'm really about to die. What? His voice was filled with despair, pain, and humiliation. Lin Ruishi looked at Chen Nanqing. Master, what do you think? Chen Nanqing scoffed, his eyes showing no pity, only cold mockery. To be a slave or servant? She doesn't even deserve that. My maid isn't someone just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be. She's not even worthy of carrying Xiao Su's shoes. Chen Nanqing paused, as if he had thought of something, and a wicked smile widened at the corner of his mouth. However, tell her to hold on for a few more days. If I can't find a suitable maid in my neighborhood in the next few days, perhaps I'll consider taking a look at her neighborhood. Of course, it's just a look around, to see how she suffers and how she dies. Let her hold on to this faint, false hope and enjoy her last moments. Lin Ruishi immediately understood Chen Nanqing's wicked sense of humor. He quickly organized his thoughts and sent Lin Ruishi one last message. The master said you are not worthy. However, the master does indeed have plans to go out and explore recently. If you can hold out until the day your master arrives in your neighborhood, and by then he hasn't found a maid he likes better, he might just give you a second glance. Live well, even though the hope is slim. After the message was sent successfully, Lin Ruishi did not reply. Clearly, Lin Ruishi's phone had finally run out of battery and plunged into eternal darkness and silence. Chen Nanqing patted Lin Ruishi's hand with satisfaction. Well done, Ruishi. You always understand my intentions perfectly. Lin Ruishi bowed slightly. The master's intentions are clear enough. Ha, Ruishi, you really know how to talk. What will your master reward you with? Something to help you vent your anger. Chen Nanqing's reward to Lin Ruishi lasted for nearly 3 hours, until night fell and Lin Ruishi, with hazy eyes and panting, collapsed into his arms. Only then did Chen Nanqing reluctantly stop. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms with her blushing cheeks and alluring eyes, Chen Nanqing felt increasingly pleased. He patted Lin Ruishi's shapely buttocks, signaling her to tidy herself up first. After Lin Ruishi walked unsteadily towards the bathroom, Chen Nanqing picked up his phone, found Zhang Hao's number, and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. Boss! What can I do for you? Come to 3001 once, Chen Nanqing said succinctly. Yes. I'll be there right away. In 5 minutes, no, in 3 minutes. Zhang Hao responded repeatedly, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Chen Nanqing hung up the phone and slowly walked to the living room. Su Xiaosu was watching downloaded cartoons on her tablet, laughing heartily. Xin Jian knelt quietly on the carpet in the corner, her eyes lowered, seemingly lost in thought, but her posture had become much more submissive. About 3 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Su Xiaosu, who was watching cartoons on her tablet, looked up when she heard the noise and instinctively ran to open the door. Chen Nanqing raised his hand to stop him. You stay here, I'll do it. Chen Nanqing did not open the door immediately. Instead, he went to the entrance, took off his comfortable light coat and hung it up, and put on a thick down jacket, wrapping himself up tightly. Only then did they open the door a crack just wide enough for one person to squeeze through sideways. Zhang Hao stood outside the door, bowing slightly, his posture extremely humble. Boss, you wanted to see me? Chen Nanqing responded. I have something for you to do. Please give your orders, sir. Zhang Hao immediately responded, standing even straighter. Find out for me if there are any other attractive women in this neighborhood, around the same level as my maid. Zhang Hao immediately pictured Lin Ruishi's aloof and stunning beauty, and Su Xiaosu's charming and lively appearance, and his heart skipped a beat. Such stunning beauties are a miracle to find even two in this apocalyptic world, yet this big shot wants to find a third? Little did they know, Chen Nanqing already had a third one, and now he was looking for a fourth. However, Zhang Hao dared not question it, and quickly nodded. Yes, boss. I understand. I'll have my brothers keep a close watch, turn the entire happiness community upside down, and I'll definitely find out for you. Chapter 59. The master jumped off the building. Chen Nanqing was satisfied with Zhang Hao's attitude, and nodded slightly. I won't let you work for nothing. Xiaosu Jian, go and move some things out. Su Xiaosu and Xin Jian did not hesitate. Before long, the two of them struggled to carry 2 large cardboard boxes to the door. The cardboard box was open, revealing neatly stacked instant noodles and bottles of clear mineral water. A full 100 boxes of instant noodles and 100 bottles of mineral water. In the apocalypse, this is an enormous sum of money that would drive anyone crazy. Zhang Hao's eyes widened instantly, his breathing became heavy, and his henchmen behind him couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes burning with desire. However, Zhang Hao quickly forced himself to look away and suppress the greed in his heart. These things belong to the big boss. He can take them out and take them back, and he can easily decide his life or death. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Boss, you're too kind. It's my duty to do things for you, but I can't accept these things. I only ask that if Building 30 ever encounters any insurmountable difficulties in the future, you, sir, would extend a helping hand out of our shared connection as residents of Building 30. I would be eternally grateful. Chen Nanqing glanced at Zhang Hao, not surprised by his sensible statement. It's good that you have the intention. However, since these things have been taken out, there's no reason to take them back. As for helping you out, we'll see, since I'll be leaving the community in a few days. Leave the community? Zhang Hao looked up abruptly, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. Boss, it's all poisonous snow outside. This is too dangerous. I have my own way. Consider these supplies as advance payment. Just get the job done. Hearing Chen Nanqing's affirmative answer, Zhang Hao was greatly shocked. He knew all too well how harsh the environment was outside, yet the big boss said there was a way to leave? What does that mean? Zhang Hao dared not think too much about it, only feeling that Chen Nanqing's image in his heart had become even more unfathomable. He no longer refused and bowed deeply. Yes. Boss. I, Zhang Hao, hereby swear that within 1 day, I will mobilize all my brothers to search every corner of the entire happiness community. Zhang Hao turned around and barked at his underlings who were equally shocked. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and move your stuff away, don't block the boss's door. The henchmen snapped out of their daze and quickly stepped forward, carefully lifting the 2 boxes of supplies that would make any force in the neighborhood envious, and hurried away. Chen Nanqing watched the group disappear around the corner of the stairs before slowly closing the door, isolating the inside from the outside. Su Xiaosu lay back down on the sofa to watch her cartoons, occasionally letting out silly laughter. Lin Ruishi was still washing up in the bathroom. Xing Jian knelt back down on the carpet in the corner, her head bowed and eyes lowered. With Zhang Hao's help in gathering information, Chen Nanqing found himself with nothing to do for the time being. He walked to the French windows and gazed at the desolate world outside, covered by thick, poisonous snow. A gray-white snow curtain covered the sky and earth. The once prosperous Lin city is now only a broken wall and a blurry outline, like a giant tomb. Sigh, always looking down from this 30th floor, the view is still not wide enough. Chen Nanqing muttered to himself, and a thought suddenly came to mind. Why not go down and take a walk himself? Let's test out the short-distance flight ability that the system rewarded me with. Without hesitation, Chen Nanqing pulled open the heavy French window in front of Xing Jian's astonished gaze. Call! Xing Jian's pupils shrank drastically, her heart filled with horror. What is he going to do? Isn't he afraid of the poisonous snow? Before Xing Jian's pupils contracted sharply, Chen Nanqing leaped and jumped directly off the balcony of the 30th floor. Owner! Xing Jian was so frightened that she screamed. The exclamation startled Su Xiaosu, who was sitting on the sofa. She turned her head and saw Chen Nanqing's figure disappear outside the balcony. Master! Su Xiaosu dropped the tablet in her hand with a thud, to the ground, scrambled to the balcony, grabbed the railing and looked down, only to see a vast expanse of snow below, and there was no sign of Chen Nanqing. Wow, Master! Master, why did you jump off the building? Su Xiaosu's face turned deathly pale instantly, and her big eyes quickly filled with tears, which rolled down like pearls from a broken string. Master, please don't die! What will happen to Xiao Su if you die? Wah! Su Xiaosu cried her heart out, her small body trembling violently with fear and sorrow, as if the sky had fallen. In her simple understanding, jumping from such a height would definitely mean certain death, and her master would surely be gone. Wah! Master, please come back! Little Su will be more obedient from now on, and will never steal yogurt again. I will never make you angry again. Wah! Su Xiaosu cried uncontrollably, collapsing onto the cold floor of the balcony, looking down at the scene below in despair. What's wrong? What happened? Hearing the commotion, Lin Ruishi rushed out of the bathroom without even having time to put on her clothes, only hurriedly wrapping herself in a bathrobe. Her wet hair was still dripping wet. Sister Ruishi! Wah! Master jumped off a building and committed suicide! When Su Xiaosu saw Lin Ruishi, it was as if she had found her pillar of support. She cried out and rushed over, hugging Lin Ruishi's legs tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Ruishi's heart sank, but she forced herself to calm down. He strode to the balcony, his sharp gaze sweeping down the stairs like that of a hawk. After her martial arts skills were upgraded to LV1, her eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people. Lin Ruishi carefully observed the surface of the snow downstairs. It was flat and intact, without any signs of impact from falling heavy objects, and there was no bloody or mangled scene as she had imagined. If Chen Nanqing really did jump off the building, falling from a height of 30 stories would have been enough to create a deep crater in the snow, and even affect the surrounding snow. But now, the snow surface is as smooth as if no one has ever set foot on it. A bold, even absurd, thought flashed through Lin Ruishi's mind. Chen Nanqing didn't fall, but flew away? This idea startled even Lin Ruishi herself. How can a human fly? But then I thought, how many unbelievable things has happened to Chen Nanqing? Conjuring up countless supplies out of thin air, candy, to enhance combat power, and a potion to immunize against poisonous snow. Which one makes sense? So, Chen Nanqing being able to fly, doesn't seem entirely impossible? Thinking of this, Lin Ruishi's tense nerves relaxed slightly. She squatted down and gently patted Su Xiaosu's back, comforting her. Xiaosu, don't cry, Master is all right. How could he be all right? This is the 30th floor. How could he survive jumping down? Sister Ruishi, is Master smashed to pieces so you can't see him? Su Xiaosu raised her tear-filled face, sobbing, but her logic was surprisingly clear. Lin Ruishi was both amused and exasperated, and patiently explained, "Look at the snow downstairs, there's not a trace of it. If the owner had jumped down, it would have definitely created a huge crater. The snow is flat now, which means the owner didn't fall in at all. He probably had another way to get out." Really? Su Xiaosu was still a little doubtful, so she peeked downstairs again, and it seemed that the snowfield was indeed intact. But if he didn't jump off a building, then where did Chen Nanqing go? Chapter 60. The Master is a Cultivator. Our master was incredibly powerful. Perhaps he left in a way we don't know. We must trust our master. He would never do something he's not sure of. Lin Ruishi spoke firmly, both to comfort Su Xiaosu and to convince herself. Xinjian, who was standing to the side, was already stunned. She was first shocked by Chen Nanqing's crazy act of jumping off the building, and then touched by Su Xiaosu's grief as if the sky had fallen and the earth had collapsed. She wondered if the master and servant had such a deep relationship. Weren't Su Xiao and Su Er forced into it? What Xinjian found even more unbelievable was the current state of Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu. They were standing on the open balcony. The poisonous snow fell on their hair, shoulders, and even Su Xiaosu had just sat directly on the balcony floor covered in poisonous snow. But they were completely unharmed. They didn't even show the slightest sign of discomfort? Are they not afraid of the poisonous snow? How is that possible? Since the end of the world, the terror of poisonous snow has been deeply ingrained in people's minds. The saying that touching it means certain death is no exaggeration. How did they do it? Could it be? Xinjian suddenly recalled the incredible supplies Chen Nanqing had previously provided, and Lin Ruishi's extraordinary abilities. A thought arose in Xinjian's mind: these three people, master and servants, are probably more mysterious than she imagined. But Xinjian dared not ask any more questions, and buried her shock deep in her heart, which deepened her awe of Chen Nanqing. The three women, each with their own thoughts, waited anxiously on the balcony. Time passed by, and each second felt incredibly long. Although Lin Ruishi persuaded Su Xiaosu to stop wailing, she was still sobbing softly, her big eyes fixed on the window, afraid of missing any sound. About 10 minutes later, just as Su Xiaosu was about to break down again, Lin Ruishi's eyes narrowed, and she whispered, "They're here!" In the distance, through the gray-white snow curtain, a black figure was hurtling through the air at an incredible speed. Her figure was agile and steady, like a soaring eagle, drawing a graceful arc from afar, and finally landing lightly and accurately on the balcony. Who else could it be but Chen Nanqing? His down jacket was stained with a few snowflakes, but he remained calm, his breathing was steady, and there was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Owner!" Su Xiaosu's crying instantly turned into an ecstatic scream. Like a small cannonball, she rushed over, buried her head in Chen Nanqing's arms, hugged Chen Nanqing's waist tightly, and wailed loudly. "Wah! Master, you scared Xiaosu to death! Xiaosu thought you were dead! Wah!" The little girl cried so hard that her tears and snot smeared all over Chen Nanqing's down jacket. Chen Nanqing was taken aback by Su Xiaosu's intense reaction, but then a warm feeling welled up inside him. He gently patted Su Xiaosu's back, his tone unusually soft. Okay, I'm fine. I just went for a walk. Don't cry, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" Lin Ruishi also stepped forward quickly. Although she didn't show her emotions as openly as Su Xiaosu, the relieved concern in her eyes and her slightly reddened eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. "Master, you're back. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, can finally be put at ease." Xinjian was completely petrified, staring dumbfounded at Chen Nanqing, who was unharmed and could even be described as returning through the air. Jumping from the 30th floor, not only are you unharmed, but you can also fly back? At this moment, Chen Nanqing's image in Xinjian's mind had transcended the category of powerful, and was almost god or demon? She finally understood why Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu were so devoted to Chen Nanqing, and she also realized how ridiculous and insignificant her previous pitiful pride and resistance were. Following such an existence might truly be her greatest fortune and opportunity in this desperate apocalypse. But is she really willing to accept this? Chen Nanqing comforted Su Xiaosu, who was crying her eyes out in his arms, and glanced at Lin Ruishi, who had different expressions, and Xin Jian, who was shocked. A subtle smile appeared on his lips. This brief, test flight not only allowed him to become familiar with his new abilities, but it also seemed to have some unexpected effects. Su Xiaosu clung to Chen Nanqing, crying for a long time before she finally calmed down. She looked up, her big eyes filled with tears, like a frightened little rabbit. Master! You just flew down and then flew back up? You're a legendary cultivator, aren't you? Chen Nanqing was taken aback by Su Xiaosu's sudden question. Cultivating immortality? This idea seems pretty good. Compared to the explanatory system, which is beyond our comprehension, the concept of cultivating immortality, which has a deep foundation in Chinese culture, is easier to understand and accept, and it also makes more sense to justify the extraordinary nature of the person involved. Looking at Su Xiaosu's curious and expectant eyes, and at Lin Ruishi's thoughtful expression and Xin Jian's shocked expression, Chen Nanqing felt that this persona was very feasible. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips, and nodded gently. You can interpret it that way. Wow! It's true! Master, you really are a cultivator! Su Xiaosu instantly forgot her earlier fright and became so excited that she danced around and shook Chen Nanqing's arm vigorously. Master! You are a cultivator, so Xiao Su will be your immortal servant. Xiao Su also wants to cultivate immortality. Teach me. I want to fly too. Like you just now, whoosh, you fly out and whoosh, you fly back. How cool is that? Seeing Su Xiaosu's impatient and eager expression, as if she couldn't wait to go anywhere, Chen Nanqing found it amusing and deliberately teased her. Cultivating immortality? That's defying the heavens. You have to endure a lot of suffering, and it depends on your aptitude. Do you think just anyone can do it? I'm not afraid of hardship. Su Xiaosu immediately raised her towering, bare two, and confidently declared. Master, what do you think of my aptitude? I eat a lot, so I should be strong enough, right? And I can run really fast. To prove herself, Su Xiaosu released Chen Nanqing, took a few steps back, took a deep breath, and actually ran towards the open railing of the balcony, shouting. I'll try jumping off a building first. Oh no, I mean flying through the air. Nonsense! Chen Nanqing reacted quickly, catching Su Xiaosu just before she was about to leap away and solve all her problems, and flicked her forehead in annoyance. What level are you in that you think you can imitate me? Oh. Su Xiaosu covered her forehead and responded with a pitiful expression, but the longing in her big eyes did not diminish at all. Chen Nanqing pondered for a moment, then took out a white rabbit milk candy. Here, eat this. What is this? Strength candy. After eating it, you'll become much stronger. Really? Eating this will make me stronger? Thank you, master! Su Xiaosu's big eyes instantly lit up like little stars. She eagerly unwrapped the candy and stuffed it into her mouth, puffing out her cheeks and chewing vigorously, mumbling indistinctly. So sweet! Power is surging up! Chapter 61 Little Su has no brains. Chen Nanqing shook his head. Fools are so easy to fool. With a slight thought, the system directly raised Su Xiaosu's martial arts level from LV0 to LV2. Almost the instant she leveled up, Su Xiaosu's body suddenly stiffened, and a heat current even stronger than Lin Ruishi's exploded inside her body, flowing to her limbs and bones. Wow! Su Xiaosu exclaimed in surprise, subconsciously clenching her little fists, feeling her whole body filled with explosive power, as if she could kill a bull with one punch. She looked around excitedly, her gaze finally settling on the bone-cutting knife in the kitchen. Master, look! Su Xiaosu cheered and hopped over like a happy little deer. She picked up the thick-backed kitchen knife, and under the astonished gazes of Bai Ruishi and Xinjian, she gripped the back of the knife with both hands, her face turning red. With a delicate shout, she snapped it open with all her might. With a creaking sound, a sickening metallic twisting noise, she managed to bend the sturdy bone-cutting knife into an exaggerated U-shape with her bare hands. Ha! I've really become amazing! Master, look! Look! Holding the kitchen knife that had transformed into a U-shape, Su Xiaosu's face flushed with excitement as she jumped and bounced around the living room, eager to show the world her divine power. Chen Nanqing sighed and rubbed his forehead. How could this girl be so energetic, like a husky? Su Xiaosu. Arrive! Su Xiaosu immediately stood still, raising her towering breasts, thinking that Chen Nanqing was going to praise her. What are you so smug about? This knife is family property. You've broken it, so you're not eating dinner tonight. Ah? Su Xiaosu's smile froze instantly, and the light in her big eyes dimmed at a visible speed, replaced by deep grievance. No, master! I was wrong! I didn't mean to! I was just so excited, I wanted to test my strength. Su Xiaosu was so anxious that she couldn't speak coherently. She ran over to Chen Nanqing and tugged at his sleeve, shaking it back and forth. Master, please forgive me this time. I promise I won't do it again. If you break something, you have to pay for it. Or you can restore it to its original state, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Chen Nanqing was at ease, intending to tease this fool. Restore it to its original state. Su Xiaosu looked at the twisted kitchen knife in her hand, her little brows furrowing tightly. That's right. If I can bend it, I can bend it back. As if grasping at a lifeline, Su Xiaosu immediately gripped the back of the knife with both hands again, exerting all her strength, her little face turning red. Little did Su Xiaosu know that repairing is far more difficult than destroying. No matter how hard she tried, the U-shaped blade only trembled slightly and made a creaking sound as it struggled to bear the weight, but showed no sign of straightening. Why isn't it working anymore? Su Xiaosu tried several times but failed each time. Frustrated, her eyes reddened. Holding the deformed knife, she looked at Chen Nanqing with a pitiful expression. Master, it won't listen to me anymore. I can't change its behavior. My food. Seeing Su Xiaosu's almost tearful face, Chen Nanqing was secretly delighted, but his expression remained indifferent. Find a way yourself. Su Xiaosu pouted, holding the knife, and paced around the living room like a headless fly, muttering to herself. What to do? Smash it with a hammer? No, it'll break. Stomp on it? That doesn't seem like a good idea either. Chen Nanqing ignored Su Xiaosu, who was in a desperate situation, and turned his gaze to Lin Ruishi, who was standing to the side. Su Xiaosu's strength at this moment clearly surpasses that of Lin Ruishi. Will Lin Ruishi feel disappointed or dissatisfied because of this, and harbor resentment towards him as her master? However, Lin Ruishi's expression remained calm and her eyes were clear, showing no trace of jealousy or displeasure. She felt Chen Nanqing's gaze and bowed slightly. Congratulations, Xiao Su, on your improved skills. You are now able to serve your master even better. Chen Nanqing was very satisfied with Lin Ruishi's reaction. Loyal, sensible, and knowing how to behave appropriately, that's the kind of maid he truly needs. You're not bad either. As Chen Nanqing spoke, he took out another white rabbit milk candy. This is for you. Lin Ruishi took it with both hands and ate it without hesitation. The next moment, Chen Nanqing raised Lin Ruishi's martial arts level to LV3 with a thought. A heat wave even stronger than Su Xiaosu's swept through her body, and Lin Ruishi could clearly feel that her strength, speed, and reaction were much stronger than before. She suddenly knelt on one knee, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Ruishi thanks Master for his kindness. I will do my utmost to live up to Master's expectations. Chen Nanqing reached out and helped Lin Ruishi up, patted the back of her hand, and said a few official words. Stay with me and I will treat you well in the future. Tonight, come to the master bedroom to keep me company. Lin Ruishi's delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes instantly flashed with unbelievable joy. Spend the night in the master bedroom. This is not just physical intimacy, but also represents a kind of recognition, a trust and intimacy that transcends the status of an ordinary maid. Yes, master! Lin Ruishi suppressed her excitement, but her voice was choked with emotion. Chen Nanqing nodded, then finally fixed his gaze on Xinjian in the corner. This woman has not yet been tested, and her loyalty is questionable. However, since she spends all day with the three of them, she is bound to come into contact with the poisonous snow particles that are on them. If she were to die by accident, it would be a loss. Thinking of this, Chen Nanqing took out a poison snow immunity potion and threw it over. Drink it. Without hesitation, Xinjian uncorked the bottle, tilted her head back, and drank the medicine in one gulp. For someone like Chen Nanqing, harming her would be as simple as lifting a finger. He wouldn't need any other means. Seeing that Xinjian drank it readily, Chen Nanqing said calmly, "What you drank is a poison snow immunity potion. After drinking it, you will be able to be like us, unafraid of the poison snow outside." Immunotoxic snow? The overwhelming surprise instantly shattered Xinjian's carefully maintained composure. She almost staggered to the edge of the balcony, her hand trembling as she reached out to catch a few flakes of poisonous snow. A cold touch came, and the snowflakes slowly melted in her palm, leaving a damp mark. The expected stinging and ulceration did not occur. It's really nothing. She's really not afraid of the poisonous snow anymore. Ha 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 ha! Xinjian looked at her perfectly intact hand, first chuckled softly, then her laughter grew louder and louder, carrying a sense of relief, but tears welled up uncontrollably. She was no longer afraid of the poisonous snow that had claimed countless lives. A hope called freedom sprouted anew in her long-dormant heart. Su Xiaosu paced back and forth with the bent kitchen knife, but couldn't think of a solution and was extremely anxious. "What? Master, I can't think of a solution. Please tell me what to do." "Your brains are useless, you can donate them. You can't even think of a solution." "What? Master, little Su has no brains." Su Xiaosu looked pitifully at Chen Nanqing, but her eyes caught sight of Lin Ruishi standing to the side. "Wait, she seems to know what to do. Sister Ruishi, you're the best. Please help me straighten the knife, okay? Please." Chapter 62. If Xinjian wants to leave, kill her. A hint of a smile flashed in Lin Ruishi's cool eyes. She had already realized that Chen Nanqing didn't really care about the knife. He was just teasing Su Xiaosu, that fool. Moreover, she really wanted to test just how powerful the new power Chen Nanqing had bestowed upon her had become. "Okay, I'll help you, but next time you should think twice before you act." Yes, I'll definitely use my clever brain more next time." "Clever? You just said you have no brains." Lin Ruishi had nothing to say, but simply took the cleaver that had been broken beyond recognition. It's very light, with absolutely no weight, compared to when I held it before. If it were her martial arts skills at LV1, Lin Ruishi would have no chance at all. But at this moment, she felt a surge of power flowing through her body, as if the hard kitchen knife in front of her was nothing more than a slightly tougher clay sculpture. Lin Ruishi's expression remained unchanged, and she didn't even deliberately put on a forceful posture. She simply lowered her wrist slightly and smoothly brought her arms together inward. With a crack, the U-shaped blade in Lin Ruishi's hand was as easy as soft clay and straightened again. Although some minor bends remain on the blade, it has been restored to its original straight shape. Wow! Su Xiaosu let out a thunderous cheer, her face instantly brightening from gloom to sunshine, blossoming into an incomparably radiant smile. She snatched the restored kitchen knife and touched it with great affection. "It's straight! It's really straight! Sister Ruishi, you're so amazing! You're much better than me! Thank you, Sister Ruishi! My food is saved! Ha!" Holding the kitchen knife, Su Xiaosu excitedly jumped up and down in front of Chen Nanqing, holding it high. "Master, look! The knife is straight! Straight!" Xiaosu can eat now, right? Chen Nanqing flicked Su Xiaosu's forehead with his finger. You pass. If you damage anything again next time, you'll lose 3 days' worth of rations. Okay. Xiaosu will be more careful from now on. Su Xiaosu covered her forehead, agreeing verbally but beaming with joy. As long as she didn't lose her dinner tonight, anything was negotiable. After dinner, a warm atmosphere filled the living room. Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu were clearing the table when Xin Jian stepped forward to help. Although her movements were still a little clumsy, she had clearly put herself into the role of a maid. Chen Nanqing beckoned to Su Xiaosu. Xiaosu, come here. Here comes master. Su Xiaosu immediately ran happily to Chen Nanqing's side like a puppy that had been called, tilting her little face up with bright, sparkling eyes. Chen Nanqing led Su Xiaosu to a corner of the living room and lowered his voice. Xiaosu, I have a task for you. Yes, master. What do you say? Su Xiaosu immediately straightened her towering, bare two, referring to her erect penis, looking serious as if she was guaranteeing to complete the mission. Tonight you and Xinjian will sleep in the second bedroom. Keep a close eye on her. She's no longer afraid of the poisonous snow, just like us now. If she had some inappropriate thoughts and wanted to sneak away under the cover of night, no need to ask for permission, just kill her. Ah? Su Xiaosu's smile froze, a hint of confusion and bewilderment flashing in her large eyes. She glanced subconsciously at Xinjian, then shook her head vigorously. No way, master? Sister Jian, she was so nervous just now, and you even gave her that immunity potion. She shouldn't have run away, right? Su Xiaosu's thinking is very simple. She believes that if you give people benefits, they will stay. Looking at Su Xiaosu's innocent and charming appearance, Chen Nanqing knew that no matter what profound principles he tried to explain to her, she wouldn't understand. He simply patted her head, his tone leaving no room for argument. You can never be too careful. Remember my words, if she makes any unusual moves, kill her without hesitation. Can you do that? Although Su Xiaosu still felt that Xinjian was unlikely to run away, Chen Nanqing's order was an inviolable law. She nodded vigorously, her little hand unconsciously touching the Glock hanging at her waist, her face tense. Don't worry, master! Little Su remembers. If she dares to run away, I'll shoot her. His fierce little face reassured Chen Nanqing a lot. Okay, go ahead. Be alert tonight. Su Xiaosu responded emphatically, as if she had shouldered some great responsibility. Having explained everything, Chen Nanqing said no more and turned to walk towards the master bedroom. Lin Ruishi had already gone in to prepare. When Chen Nanqing pushed open the door to the master bedroom, his eyes lit up. The bedroom lights were turned to a soft, warm tone. Lin Ruishi wasn't wearing her pajamas as usual, but had changed into a brand new flight attendant uniform. She had clearly dressed up carefully, with lightly drawn eyebrows and a touch of rouge on her lips. Normally she went without makeup, but now, with a little powder on, her skin looked even whiter than snow, her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, and she exuded a captivating charm amidst her cool demeanor. Upon seeing Chen Nanqing enter, Lin Ruishi's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation, and she lowered her eyelids slightly. Master, you've arrived. A look of amazement flashed in Chen Nanqing's eyes. He strode forward and gently brushed his fingertips across Lin Ruishi's delicate cheek. Ruishi, you look beautiful tonight. Lin Ruishi raised her eyes, her usually cool gaze now filled with affection. I'm glad you like it, master. Ruishi's beauty will only bloom for you alone in this lifetime. Now, in the future, until death do us part. Lin Ruishi took a small step forward, closing the distance between herself and Chen Nanqing, and looked up at him. In the past, Ruishi was ignorant, and always let master take the lead, which was hard on master. Tonight, please let Ruishi serve you, okay? Before Chen Nanqing could answer, Lin Ruishi tiptoed and greedily kissed his lips. The intense ambiguity instantly ignited a wicked fire. The two kept moving, getting closer and closer to the large bed. Chen Nanqing enjoyed Lin Ruishi's unprecedented initiative, letting her please him. Meanwhile, in the second bedroom, Shinji-en and Su Xiaosu lay side by side on the soft bed. The room was quiet, with only the faint sound of the wind outside the window. Shinji-en turned to the side, looking at Su Xiaosu beside her, who was staring wide-eyed, seemingly still savoring the divine power. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, "Xiaosu." Sister Jian, what's wrong?" Su Xiaosu turned her head, her big eyes shining brightly in the darkness. Shinji-en carefully chose her words, her voice very low. "You and Lin Ruishi, did you both follow the master voluntarily back then? Or, like me today, is it something I had no choice but to do?" Su Xiaosu blinked and shook her head decisively. "No! At first, Ruishi and I were starving because we had no food and had no choice but to follow our master." This answer was exactly what Shinji-en had expected, but hearing it with her own ears still stirred something within her. She continued to probe. "Then, what about now? You and Lin Ruishi are both so powerful, yet you're not afraid of the poisonous snow. With your current strength, if you leave your master, can't you live better on your own? You wouldn't have to follow those rules anymore, you wouldn't have to serve others anymore, you'd be free and unrestrained, wouldn't that be better? Why bother?" Chapter 63, Is Chen Nanqing Su Xiaosu's salvation? Before Shinji-en could finish speaking, Su Xiaosu interrupted her. "Shinji-en!" Su Xiaosu's voice was more serious than ever before, even carrying a hint of anger at being offended. She sat up abruptly from the bed, her brows furrowed tightly. "How could you say such a thing?" Shinji-en was startled by Su Xiaosu's intense reaction and quickly sat up. "Xiaosu, I won't allow you to say that." Su Xiaosu pouted, like a protective mother hen. "Yes, at first Ruishi and I stayed because of the food. But is our master treating us badly?" Su Xiaosu counted on her fingers, one item at a time, to Shinji-en. "Our master gives us delicious food and lets us live in such a warm and safe house. We don't have to go hungry or freeze, and we don't have to be afraid of bad people or poisonous snow outside. Our owner also gave us guns and power candies, to make us stronger and give us the ability to protect ourselves. Our master saved our lives and gave us everything we have now. Without a master, I, Su Xiaosu, would have starved or frozen to death long ago, or perhaps been violated by some scumbag. But with your current strength..." Shinji-en wanted to say something more. Su Xiaosu quickly interjected. "The power is also given by the master. Without the master, where would the power come from? Shinji-en, do you feel wrong serving your master? Do you think those rules are excessive?" Shinji-en fell silent. Deep down, such a thought still lingered in her heart. Su Xiaosu looked at the silent Shinji-en, then suddenly sighed, her tone softening, yet carrying a seriousness that was inconsistent with her usual charming demeanor. "Sister Jian, I may not be smart, but I know who is good to me. My master sets the rules, and sometimes he's fierce and punishes me. But I know that as long as we don't go against my master's wishes, he won't harm us. He gave us far more than we gave him. You've seen what it's like outside. There's no order, no morality, only the law of the jungle. There, women like us would only suffer a worse fate than being sold. Our master here, at least, provided us with shelter, gave us the opportunity to become stronger, and even, a home." Home? Did Shinji-en think she had misheard? "Yes." Su Xiaosu nodded vigorously. "With my master, with Sister Ruishi, and now with you, we eat together, play in the snow together, isn't this home? Although my master always complains about me, I know he won't abandon me. And I will never leave my master, never." Su Xiaosu's eyes shone brightly in the darkness. "Master is my everything, my everything. Even if I become more powerful in the future, let alone now, I will only want to stay by my master's side and be his little maid. Anyone who tries to harm my master, I'll fight them to the death." Su Xiaosu's resounding words struck Shinji-en's heart like a heavy hammer. She finally understood completely. Chen Nanqing's position in Su Xiaosu's heart has long surpassed that of a simple owner. That is salvation, reliance, faith, an irreplaceable and unwavering existence. Any attempt to sow discord or question Su Xiaosu is seen as a provocation against her entire world. His earlier probing and petty schemes seemed utterly despicable in the face of Su Xiaosu's sincere loyalty. Xin Jian took a deep breath, and the last trace of hesitation and hope in her heart vanished. She took Su Xiaosu's hand, her tone sincere yet tinged with apology. Xiaosu, I'm sorry I misspoke. I shouldn't have had those thoughts. Thank you. Seeing that Xin Jian had admitted her mistake, Su Xiaosu immediately reverted to her carefree self, grinning as she lay back down. It's all right. Sister Jian, you've just arrived and don't know Master yet. You'll see how good Master is later. Let's go to sleep. Okay, good night, Xiaosu. Xin Jian lay down again, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Good evening. Su Xiaosu responded, turned her back to Xin Jian, and closed her eyes. However, although Su Xiaosu seemed to fall asleep quickly, her big eyes quietly opened a crack in the darkness, her ears perked up, and all the nerves in her body were in a subtle state of alertness. Xin Jian's words just now felt like a thorn piercing her heart. How dare this woman try to persuade her to leave her master? This is utterly outrageous. Humph, he was definitely not a good person. No wonder Master told me to keep an eye on him, he was absolutely right. Xin Jian did not fall asleep immediately. Su Xiaosu's words did indeed touch her. Leaving? This thought did indeed flash through her mind after she gained immunity to the poisonous snow. With her knowledge and abilities from before the apocalypse, plus the fact that she's no longer afraid of poisonous snow, perhaps we can really find a way to survive, or even live a good life. But, and then what? As Su Xiaosu said, the outside world is a hell where the strong prey on the weak. Can she really handle all the dangers on her own? Is she safer and more comfortable than under Chen Nanqing's protection? Perhaps. Su Xiaosu is right. Xin Jian sighed inwardly. A wise person knows when to yield. Since there's no turning back, it's better to completely let go of past pride and strive to gain a foothold here. Having figured this out, Xin Jian felt a sense of relief, and her last bit of lingering doubt dissipated. Feeling exhausted, she adjusted to a comfortable position and soon fell into a deep sleep. Hearing the even, long breaths behind her, Su Xiaosu's tense nerves relaxed a little. But she still dared not be careless, forcing herself to stay awake, listening intently, and keeping her eyes open. She managed to stay awake for the entire night. The next morning, Xin Jian slowly woke up, rubbed her eyes, and habitually looked to the side. Ah! Xin Jian was startled and almost screamed. Su Xiaosu, with enormous dark circles under her eyes and a pale face, was sitting cross-legged on the bed, staring straight at her. Xiaosu! What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well? You look so pale. Su Xiaosu yawned widely, tears welling up in her eyes. If it weren't for keeping an eye on that stinky woman, would she have stayed up all night? But she couldn't tell the truth, because revealing Chen Nanqing's mission would make her look foolish. Su Xiaosu's eyes darted around, and a clever idea struck her. She pouted and complained. Ugh! It's all because of the power Candy Master gave me yesterday. It was too strong, I had so much energy I couldn't sleep, and I only managed to doze off a little late at night. Xin Jian had never tried martial arts candy before, so she didn't doubt Su Xiaosu's words. I see. Then do you want to rest for a while longer? No need, no need. Su Xiaosu quickly waved her hand, mustered her spirits, and jumped out of bed. Master and Sister Ruishi are probably already up. We can't stay in bed, or Master won't like it. Thanks for reminding me. Xin Jian quickly got up. Since she had made up her mind not to leave, she had to try her best to please Chen Nanqing, at least to make sure he didn't dislike her. Chapter 64 Complaint. As Chen Nanqing stepped out of the bedroom, he smelled a faint aroma of food. He was a little surprised. Su Xiaosu's cooking didn't smell that strong, did it? Upon closer inspection, he saw that Xin Jian was wearing the floral apron that Lin Ruishi often used, with her back to him, busy at the stove. Her movements weren't particularly skillful, and she was even a little cautious, but her focus and initiative were completely different from the proud and unyielding woman she was yesterday. A playful smile curved Chen Nanqing's lips. This woman, instead of secretly running away, got up early in the morning to cook? That's interesting. However, Chen Nanqing did not disturb them. He simply walked towards the bathroom and happened to run into Su Xiaosu, who had finished washing up. She had exaggeratedly large panda eyes, her steps were unsteady, and her little head was nodding, as if she could fall asleep standing up at any moment. Chen Nanqing almost burst out laughing, and she tapped Su Xiaosu on the head. Xiaosu, come with me. Su Xiaosu rubbed against Chen Nanqing in a daze, tilting her little face up. Her dark circles were particularly striking on her fair face, making her look exactly like a fugitive who had escaped from the zoo. Chen Nanqing gently tapped Su Xiaosu's eye socket with his finger. Which family's panda escaped? What happened? Did it go steal bamboo last night, or did it get into a fight? Su Xiaosu immediately pouted and gave Xingjian a resentful glance in the kitchen. It's all that wicked woman's fault. Xiaosu didn't sleep all night trying to keep an eye on her. Chen Nanqing was both amused and exasperated. He vigorously rubbed Su Xiaosu's head. With your current strength, even if you're asleep, you can immediately detect any movement she makes. Is it really necessary to stay up all night staring at her? Su Xiaosu's eyes widened immediately, and she looked as if she had just realized something. Oh right! How come I didn't think of that? Oh dear, what a waste! I stayed up all night for nothing. Chen Nanqing shook his head helplessly and pulled Su Xiaosu into his arms. Was she acting strangely last night? Su Xiaosu immediately perked up, tilted her little face up, pouted her lips, and angrily complained. Master! She's so mean! Last night she actually asked me how Ruishi and I followed you, and said that now that we're so powerful, why don't we leave you and live a good life on our own? Chen Nanqing's eyes flickered slightly, but he was not surprised. Human nature is such that it's perfectly normal for people to have different thoughts after gaining unprecedented abilities. On the contrary, Chen Nanqing really wanted to know Su Xiaosu's answer. What was your answer? Of course I'll teach her a lesson. Su Xiaosu waved her little fists and repeated her. The master is heaven. Statement from last night, and then looked at Chen Nanqing with longing eyes. He looked at me with an expression that said, Wasn't I great? Praise me, praise me! Chen Nanqing didn't hold back, pinching Su Xiaosu's soft cheek. Great. Master, I haven't spoiled you for nothing. At this moment, Xingjian came out of the kitchen carrying breakfast. Today, she specially tied her long hair up, revealing her fair and slender neck, and tied a floral apron around her waist, outlining her graceful curves. Upon seeing Chen Nanqing, he paused slightly, then lowered his eyelids and knelt down. Master, breakfast is ready. I wonder if it suits your taste? Chen Nanqing gave Xingjian a meaningful look. Put it down. Xingjian placed the plate on the table as instructed, simple white porridge, fried eggs, and a few side dishes, all beautifully arranged, showing that she had put thought into it. The quantity seems a bit small. Chen Nanqing frowned slightly, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. Xingjian. There are now 4 people in this family. Cooking should be enough for 4 people. If it's less, and there's not enough to eat, then you shouldn't eat it. Xingjian trembled and immediately realized that she had been negligent. She was so focused on impressing Chen Nanqing that she forgot to consider Su Xiaosu's enormous appetite, and even more so, she forgot about Lin Ruishi, who hadn't even appeared yet. Master, it was Jian's oversight that I forgot to calculate the amount of Xiaosu and Ruishi. Jian knows her mistake and asks for your punishment. Seeing Xingjian lying on the ground, Chen Nanqing did not pursue the matter further. The way to manage people is not to suppress them all the time. A combination of firmness and gentleness is the right approach. He waved his hand, his tone softening. All right, let's forget about this meal. Just be more careful next time. In this house, you have to be considerate in your actions. Otherwise, either get out or die. Yes, master. Jian remembers. Xingjian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, reminding herself to be more careful in the future. Chen Nanqing got up and walked towards the kitchen. Using the cupboard as cover, on a whim, he took out some steamed buns, shumai, and several cartons of milk from his system space. Xiao Su, stop daydreaming, come here and take it out. Eat your meal and go back to catch up on your sleep. I'm not raising pandas. Here it comes! Upon hearing about food, Su Xiaosu immediately perked up, scurried into the kitchen, and quickly picked up the food. As soon as she sat down at the table, Su Xiaosu blinked her sleepy eyes and looked around, but she didn't see the person she wanted to see. Master, where is Sister Ruishi? Doesn't she eat breakfast? Mentioning Lin Ruishi, Chen Nanqing instantly recalled the erotic and alluring scenes from last night. Lin Ruishi, dressed in her flight attendant uniform, was incredibly enthusiastic and insisted on battling with him until 5 a.m. In the end, she was so exhausted that she fainted. Ahem, Ruishi, she was very tired last night, let her rest a bit more. Oh. Su Xiaosu nodded as if she understood, but didn't think much of it and started eating. Their little heads were almost buried in the plate. Seeing this scene, Xinjian, who was kneeling at Chen Nanqing's feet, was moved. With Lin Ruishi absent, isn't this the perfect opportunity for her to shine? Master, please sit down and let Jian serve you breakfast. Xinjian picked up a clean bowl and chopsticks, carefully picked up a crystal-clear shumai, gently blew on it to ensure the temperature was right, and then brought it to Chen Nanqing's mouth. Master, please try this, but be careful, it's hot. Chen Nanqing was somewhat surprised. This woman had just been scolded by him, yet she still took the initiative to feed him. Is it a matter of yielding and enduring, or has she truly come to the mind of a maid? Chen Nanqing did not refuse and ate it. Hearing the noise, Su Xiaosu, who was engrossed in her work, looked up with half a bun in her mouth, blinked her big eyes with heavy dark circles, paused for 2 seconds, and then suddenly realized what was happening. Oh! Su Xiaosu slapped her forehead, her face full of regret. How could she have forgotten? With Lin Ruishi absent, as the second maid, she should be serving Chen Nanqing his meals. What if the master thinks she's useless and doesn't like her anymore? Su Xiaosu quickly put down her chopsticks, hurriedly moved to Chen Nanqing's other side, and imitated him by picking up a small steamed bun. She blew on it like Xinjian did, and then carefully held it to Chen Nanqing's lips. Master, have a steamed bun! Xiaosu blew on it, it's not hot. Breakfast ended in a subtle and harmonious atmosphere. Chen Nanqing had just put down his chopsticks when there was a knock on the door. Chen Nanqing wiped his mouth, got up and walked towards the entrance. Who is it? Zhang Hao's cautious reply came immediately from outside the door. Boss, it's me, Zhang Hao. A sense of anticipation welled up in Chen Nanqing's heart. Could it be that Zhang Hao came to see her so early because he had news of a new maid? Chapter 65 The Little Fairy, with Unusual Ideas. As usual, Chen Nanqing first put on a thick down jacket before opening the door a crack. Outside the door, Zhang Hao, with even darker dark circles under his eyes and a face etched with exhaustion, bowed respectfully. Good morning, boss. Any news? Chen Nanqing asked directly, voicing the question that concerned him most. Zhang Hao immediately looked guilty and rubbed his hands together. Boss, I'm so sorry. I had my brother search almost the entire happiness community, but, really, there wasn't a single one that met your requirements. Zhang Hao cautiously glanced up at Chen Nanqing, afraid of angering him, and quickly added. There are a few who are fairly decent looking, but compared to Miss Lin and Miss Su, they are worlds apart. We really wouldn't dare to try and fool you with them. Although Chen Nanqing had expected this, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment still flashed in his eyes. Women with top-tier looks like Lin Ruishi, Su Xiaosu, and Xinjian are a rare resource. It's a miracle to find 3 in the neighborhood. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Hao felt as if he had been granted a pardon when he saw that Chen Nanqing did not blame him. It's not hard work at all, it's just that I've failed the boss's expectations. Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question that had been on his mind. Boss, you said yesterday that you're going to leave the community in a few days, is that true? Chen Nanqing nodded. Not bad. Zhang Hao's face showed disbelief, but it quickly turned to awe. You're truly extraordinary, sir. Since you have a way to leave the neighborhood, I do have a clue. Oh? Chen Nanqing became interested. What clue? Here's the thing. Yesterday when I was asking around in the neighborhood about beautiful women, a woman came up to me and said she knew where to find stunning beauties, even more beautiful than Miss Lin and Miss Su. But she has one condition. She must see you before she can tell you. How interesting. Where is he? Zhang Hao turned around and gave a wink to his henchmen behind him. Two henchmen immediately brought up the stairs a woman with her hands tied behind her back and a bruised and swollen face. Chen Nanqing stared intently and was stunned. He actually knew this woman. It's that woman with the ID. Please call me Little Fairy. When Chen Nanqing was hiring maids, this woman even added him on social media, willing to be his maid. However, her words were too bizarre, and her appearance did not meet the standards for a maid. Chen Nanqing deleted the photos on the spot after seeing them. I never expected this woman to appear in this kind of scene today. The moment the fairy saw Chen Nanqing, her bruised and swollen eyes instantly blazed with fanaticism, and she writhed and twisted like a maggot, desperately trying to break free of her restraints. Boss! I've finally met you! The fairy-like girl grabbed and kicked Zhang Hao's two henchmen, yelling, You two bastards, let me go! I'm here to see the big boss. I'm the boss's future maid. How dare you treat me like this? Do you want to die? Seeing that Chen Nanqing was staring at the fairy without any expression and did not intend to stop her, Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment, then signaled his two underlings to let go. As soon as the fairy was freed, she rushed to Chen Nanqing like a victorious rooster. Although her face was bruised and battered, she still managed to put on an arrogant and haughty attitude. You're the big shot who's looking for a maid, right? The fairy looked Chen Nanqing up and down, and noticing Zhang Hao's obsequious manner in front of him, she became even more certain of her judgment. Let me tell you, I only came to see you because you were sincere. The fairy smoothed her messy hair, trying to make herself look more charming. Boss, let me tell you, I'll be your maid, but I have a few conditions. First, I need to live in a room by myself, and the area must be no less than 200 square meters. Secondly, I need a personal beauty care person to give me beauty treatments every day. Third, you must find me 2 servants to serve me. Fourth. The fairy girl became more and more excited as she talked, completely unaware of Chen Nanqing's increasingly cold gaze. That's enough. Chen Nanqing's cold voice interrupted the fairy's endless chatter. The fairy was taken aback, then frowned in displeasure. What do you mean enough? I haven't finished stating my conditions yet. Fifth, I said that's enough. Chen Nanqing looked at him like he was a clown. What makes you think you have the right to make demands of me? The fairy-like girl seemed to have heard the funniest joke, pointing exaggeratedly at her face. Why? Because I'm pretty. Because I have a great figure. Boss, take a closer look at me. The fairy tried to straighten her chest, attempting to show off her less than full figure. She blinked her swollen eyes hard, trying to wink at them, but ended up pulling on her wounds and wincing in pain. Chen Nanqing really did take a good look at the fairy. I saw the photos a few days ago. Although the photoshopping was obvious, the woman's natural features were decent. With her makeup done well, I could barely give her a 75 out of 100. But now, his face was covered in bruises, his hair was greasy and tangled, and his down jacket was so dirty that its original color was no longer visible. It also emitted an indescribable sour smell. Overall, Chen Nanqing gave it a score of 30 out of 100 without any hesitation. Giving it 30 points is a friendly price, just because we're both human. Seeing Chen Nanqing staring intently at her, the fairy thought he was attracted by her beauty, and proudly raised her chin. So? Tempted yet? Let me tell you, a few days ago in the group chat, someone with the ID Nanqing messaged me privately, wanting to take me on as a maid. He promised me a whole bunch of benefits. The little fairy counted on her fingers, beginning to recount her treasures. He said that as long as I go with him, he will immediately give me a 500 square meter Riverview apartment. 3 nannies and a driver. Every day, the meals are prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef, caviar flown in for breakfast, Kobe beef for lunch, and Alba white truffles for dinner. He also said he'd give me countless snacks every month. He'd give me limited edition bags, and I'd collect all the colors. He'd even give me a diamond the size of a pigeon's egg. The fairy's spittle flew everywhere, as if those things were already within reach. She glanced sideways at Chen, her tone undisguisedly provocative. We're both hiring maids, so you're not as capable as the others, are you? If your offer isn't as good as his, why should I go with you? Chen Nanqing's lips twitched uncontrollably. He looked at the bruised and swollen woman before him, her mind filled with wild fantasies, and slowly spoke in an extremely strange tone. Is there any possibility? I'm the one in the group, Nanqing. The fairy's smugness vanished instantly, but she showed no shame at having her lie exposed. Instead, she angrily pointed at Chen Nanqing. You're Nanqing? Then why did you delete me from your friends list before? Do you know how long I waited for your message? The fairy seemed to have suddenly found a legitimate reason, and her voice grew louder and louder. I'm so pretty, and I took the initiative to add you. How dare you delete me? Do you know how many people are lining up to add me? Now that you've seen me in person, are you regretting it? Don't you think I'm even prettier in person than in the photos? She even took a step forward, trying to show off her good looks, completely forgetting her current disheveled appearance with a bruised and swollen face. How about this? Since you've been so sincere in coming to me, I can give you a 20% discount on the conditions I just mentioned. However, a private room and personal attendants are a must. This is my bottom line. Looking at this woman who was completely clueless, Chen Nanqing felt a surge of anger rising to his head. Chapter 66 News of the New Maid. Why, even after the apocalypse has been here for so long, are there still idiots in the world who live in their own world and can't see reality? Scarcity of resources, collapse of order, and human life being worthless, can't she see any of this? Or is it selective blindness, still believing that you are the fairy, who can get countless likes by posting a few beautified selfies on social media? Zhang Hao. Chen Nanqing's voice was as cold as ice. Yes, boss. Zhang Hao immediately bowed and replied. Beat him up. Chen Nanqing uttered a few words succinctly. Beat her until she comes to terms with reality. Zhang Hao had long disliked this crazy woman, and upon hearing this, he immediately grinned maliciously and stepped forward, grabbing the little fairy's hair. What are you doing? Let go of me, let go of me. The fairy screamed and struggled. Boss! Is this how you treat your future maid? You'll regret this. Zhang Hao wasn't going to tolerate the little fairy. He raised his hand and delivered a loud, resounding slap to her. Smack! The fairy was hit so hard that her head tilted to the side, and her face stung with pain. She lost her temper completely, and started yelling and screaming like a shrew. You dare hit me? You bastards! Hina! Do you know who I am? I have dozens of simps. Smack! Another slap interrupted her. I don't care how many sycophants you have. Now the big boss calls the shots. If you yell big boss again, I'll throw you off the building. The little fairy was seeing stars after being hit so hard, and finally began to feel afraid. But she was still unwilling to give up, and cried out to Chen Nanqing. You can't treat me like this. I'm so beautiful, you should pamper me and protect me. That's how it's written in those novels. In the apocalypse, the strong always protect beautiful women. Chen Nanqing was completely speechless. This woman is not only foolish, but also deeply poisoned. Zhang Hao. Get rid of this woman and don't let her ever appear in front of me again. Zhang Hao's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, boss. It's my fault for not handling things properly, and this crazy woman has bothered you. Zhang Hao turned to his underlings and yelled. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear what the boss said? Drag this crazy woman away. Find a place to bury her. 2 henchmen immediately stepped forward, grabbing the fairy on either side and trying to drag her out. No! Don't! The fairy then truly realized the seriousness of the matter, and was terrified. "Boss, spare me! I was wrong! I really know I was wrong! It's too late to beg for mercy now. Anyone who dares to play tricks on a big shot deserves to die." Manhwa waved his hand again, and his two underlings immediately covered the fairy's mouth. The little fairy struggled desperately, making whimpering sounds in her throat, her eyes filled with fear of death. Suddenly, she yanked her head down and bit down hard on the hand of her left-hand brother. "Ah!" The younger brother felt the pain and instinctively let go. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the little fairy broke free and shouted at the top of her lungs. "I really know a beautiful woman. She's my best friend. Her name is Sui, she's a nurse, and she's very pretty. Much prettier than me." Manhwa's eyes flashed with anger, and he was about to order his underlings to make another move when Confronting raised his hand to stop him. "Words alone are not enough. Do you have any proof?" "Yes. There are photos." The fairy seemed to have grasped at the last straw and cried out in a panic. "I have several photos of her on my phone. Photos of her in her daily life and at work. But my phone is dead." Confronting raised an eyebrow and called into the room. "Jian, bring out a power bank." "Yes, master." A clear and pleasant voice came from inside the door. Less than half a minute later, Jian appeared at the door. She was still wearing a figure-hugging suit skirt, with black stockings covering her long, straight legs, her hair pulled back, revealing her smooth forehead and graceful swan neck. Although she only made a brief appearance, her cool and capable demeanor and exquisite, flawless appearance instantly stunned everyone present except Confronting, leaving them speechless. The fairy was stunned. She had always prided herself on her beauty, but now, in front of Jian, she felt like dust on the roadside, not daring to compete with the bright moon. She finally understood why Confronting didn't even bother to look at her properly. It turned out that he already had such a stunning beauty by his side. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Confronting looked at the fairy-like girl and asked calmly, "Is your best friend prettier than my maid?" The fairy maiden snapped out of her daze and nodded hastily, her tone carrying an almost ingratiating affirmation. "Yes. Yes. She's similar to this older sister, but a different style of beauty. She's the kind of person who looks both innocent and alluring, making you want to protect her." Confronting took the power bank from Jian and tossed it to the little fairy. The fairy hurriedly caught it and quickly plugged her phone into a power source. The few dozen seconds it took to boot up felt like an eternity to her. Finally, the screen lit up, and the fairy-like girl unlocked it with trembling fingers, quickly flipping through the photo album, then holding the phone high with the screen facing Confronting. "Look, boss! This is my best friend, Sui." Confronting's gaze fell on the phone screen. The girl in the photo is wearing a white nurse's uniform and a nurse's cap. She has bright eyes and white teeth, a gentle and pure smile, and eyes as clear as a mountain spring. Her beauty is different from Jian's arrogance, Lin Ruishi's coldness, and Su Xiaosu's coquettishness. It is a pure beauty that is non-aggressive and can easily arouse a man's protective instincts. "Good." Confronting suppressed her excitement. "This is the apocalypse, countless people die every day. How can you be sure your best friend is still alive?" "I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure. We texted each other yesterday afternoon, just before my phone was about to run out of battery. She told me she was hiding at the nurse's station, surviving on glucose." Confronting's eyes suddenly lit up. Although glucose doesn't fill you up, it can certainly keep a person alive. "Where is Sui now?" A sly glint flashed in the fairy's eyes, but she forced herself to remain calm. "I can tell you, but you have to agree to 2 requests first." Confronting frowned deeply. Was this woman truly unafraid of death? I couldn't grasp the situation, but I still forcibly suppressed my anger. He said to the little fairy, "Tell me." The fairy held up 2 fingers. "First, give me enough supplies, at least 5 boxes of instant noodles, 5 boxes of bread, and 50 bottles of water. Second, you must send someone to protect my safety." Confronting sneered. "I can provide supplies, but I don't have any underlings to command." Zhang Hao immediately stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Don't worry, boss, leave her safety to me and the brothers from Building 30. The fairy nodded in satisfaction. "He is hiding at the nurses' station in Linqing Hospital." This made Chen Nanqing extremely happy. Linqing Hospital is only 3 kilometers away from Manhwa Happiness Community, and it happens to be on the only route he can take to find Lin Ruishi. "Great, the information you provided is very useful, it's just that the transaction process wasn't very pleasant." Chen Nanqing turned to Xinjian and instructed, "Go and bring 5 boxes of bread, 5 boxes of instant noodles, and 2 boxes of bottled water." When Xinjian piled the supplies in the corridor, the little fairy's eyes lit up with excitement, and she rushed over to hug the food. Chen Nanqing no longer concealed his disgust for the fairy girl and said to Zhang Hao, "My deal with her is done. The rest is up to you. You know what to do, right?" Chapter 67, Leaving the Community. Zhang Hao understood, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Before the fairy could react, the dagger in his hand had already pierced her heart with pinpoint accuracy. "You!" The fairy stared wide-eyed, looking down in disbelief at the dagger in her chest, before finally collapsing helplessly beside the delicious food she had longed for. Chen Nanqing patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder approvingly. "Well done, these supplies are yours." Zhang Hao was stunned at first, then a huge surge of joy welled up in his heart. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kindness. My life, Zhang Hao's life, is now yours. If the big boss ever orders me around, I'll brave mountains of knives and seas of fire without batting an eye." Chen Nanqing waved his hand, said nothing more, and turned to lead Xinjian back to room 3001. After closing the door, Chen Nanqing went straight to the bedroom and said to Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu, who were still catching up on sleep, "Get up, get ready, we're leaving the neighborhood." "Ah?" Su Xiaosu sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking completely bewildered. Lin Ruishi instantly snapped out of her daze, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Leave the neighborhood? Master, now?" "Yes, now." After a brief moment of surprise, excitement quickly replaced the look on the 2 women's faces. "After being stuck in the neighborhood for so long, I can finally go out and see the outside world." "Great, we can go out now!" Su Xiaosu cheered and jumped out of bed, instantly banishing any lingering sleepiness. "If you have any personal belongings to take with you, you have 10 minutes to pack them." The 3 women looked at each other and shook their heads. When they came to Chen Nanqing's side, they had almost nothing. Their so-called personal belongings were just a few sets of clothes and some small items that Chen Nanqing later provided for them. In just 3 minutes, the 3 of them returned to the living room, each carrying a small bag, demonstrating astonishing efficiency. Looking at the still abundant supplies and warm, spring-like environment in the living room, Lin Ruishi couldn't help but ask, "Master, what should we do with all these supplies in this house?" Lin Ruishi couldn't imagine that so many supplies in this warm shelter were just going to be abandoned like this. Chen Nanqing did not answer directly, but simply said, "I have my own way. You all go and wait at the door." "Yes." Although the 3 women had their doubts, they had no objection to Chen Nanqing's orders and obediently left the room. With a thought, Chen Nanqing directly retrieved the invisible house and all the designated supplies inside. In an instant, all the supplies in the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and all other rooms, including the luggage the 3 women had just packed, and even the clothes they had changed out of, anything that could be taken away, were silently stored in the system space. At the same time, the invisible energy that maintained the indoor warmth and insulated against the harsh cold outside also suddenly disappeared. Buzz! A bone-chilling cold instantly swept in from all directions, and the temperature in the room dropped rapidly at a visible speed, with a layer of white frost even quickly forming on the walls. The 3 women standing at the door couldn't help but shiver, wrapping themselves tightly in their thin clothes, their eyes filled with shock. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, they could clearly sense that the miracle that had made this place a paradise on earth had been taken away by its owner. Chen Nanqing walked to the door, looked at the 3 women whose faces were still filled with astonishment, and said calmly, "Let's go." The group descended the safety passage and arrived at the exit of the underground parking garage, where they encountered Zhang Hao, who was patrolling with his henchmen. Upon seeing Chen Nanqing and his group of 4, especially noticing their light travel, Zhang Hao understood the situation and quickly stepped forward. "Boss, are you going to another floor? Do you need me to bring some men with you?" "Need not." Chen Nanqing shook his head. "I'm getting ready to leave the neighborhood." Zhang Hao showed no surprise. He had already anticipated this outcome from Chen Nanqing's previous words. He took a step back, straightened his back, and solemnly bowed to Chen Nanqing. "Boss, no matter where you go or when you come back, as long as I, Zhang Hao, am alive, you will always be the only boss in Building 30, and even the entire happiness community." Chen Nanqing was pleased with Zhang Hao's tact. As if remembering something, he reached into his pocket, actually taking out 2 pistols and several boxes of ammunition, totaling 500 rounds, from his system space, and handed them over. "Take it, I hope you live a little longer." Zhang Hao's eyes instantly turned red when he saw the heavy guns and ammunition in front of him. This was like a timely help in his time of need. He knelt down immediately, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, sir. Hao will certainly live up to your expectations." Chen Nanqing patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder, said nothing more, and led the 3 women forward, soon disappearing into the shadows of the underground parking garage passage. The group walked to a corner out of Zhang Hao's sight, and Chen Nanqing said to the 3 women, "You guys go to the exit ahead and wait for me for a while." The 3 women did as instructed and walked forward. After confirming that no one was around, Chen Nanqing opened the system space and clicked to retrieve the RV. The next moment, a huge, sleek, futuristic luxury RV appeared out of thin air in the garage. The vehicle has a matte black finish, giving it a heavy and sturdy appearance. It is equipped with a heavy bumper and snowplow at the front, and its tires are huge with deep treads, indicating that it has excellent off-road and snow-traveling capabilities. Chen Nanqing opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. The interior is extremely spacious and luxuriously decorated, featuring leather seats, real wood trim, and surround sound. The living area, rest area, kitchen, and bathroom are clearly divided and fully equipped. The smart central control screen lights up, prompting that the autonomous driving mode can be switched. Chen Nanqing smiled, but instead of choosing intelligent driving, he skillfully started the vehicle and gripped the steering wheel. He loved driving even before the apocalypse. The feeling of being in control was much more interesting than a cold, impersonal autopilot. The engine roared with a deep, powerful sound, and the RV started smoothly, heading towards the intersection where the 3 women were waiting. When the luxurious RV, which resembled a steel behemoth, slowly came to a stop in front of Lin Ruishi, Su Xiaosu, and Xin Jian, the 3 women were all stunned, their mouths agape, speechless for a long time. Su Xiaosu pointed at the RV, stammering, Master, where did this come from?" Chen Nanqing rolled down the car window, and seeing the 3 women's shocked expressions, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of his lips. "It appeared out of thin air. Get in the car." "Transformed out of thin air." Su Xiaosu's big eyes widened, and her little mouth opened into an O shape, just like when she was being fed a delicious, big banana. Lin Ruishi and Xin Jian looked at each other in disbelief. The scene before them was completely beyond their comprehension. This steel behemoth, which looked incredibly valuable and well-equipped, was actually conjured by Chen Nanqing. Incredible! The 3 women, feeling dizzy, opened the car door, and upon stepping inside, they exclaimed in surprise once again. Outside the car, the temperature was below -50 degrees Celsius, but inside, just like in the 3001, it was warm as spring, with the perfect amount of heating dispelling the chill from their bodies. Soft lighting illuminated the luxurious interior, the leather seats exuded a faint fragrance, and a refreshing aroma even wafted in the air. "Oh my God! It's so warm and cozy in here!" Su Xiaosu excitedly touched and looked around, like a kitten entering a new home. Lin Ruishi gently stroked the smooth solid wood trim, feeling the soft embrace of the chair, her cool eyes unable to conceal her shock. This is no longer a means of transportation for survival in the apocalypse. It's clearly a mobile luxury palace. Xinjian silently observed the complete facilities inside the car, from the kitchen to the bathroom. Everything was available, and there was even a high-end-looking audio-visual system. Her awe deepened, and she gained a more direct understanding of Chen Nanqing's mystery and power. Looking through the rearview mirror at the undisguised amazement and joy on the faces of the three women, Chen Nanqing smiled with satisfaction. That's exactly the effect he wanted, like seeing a stunningly beautiful woman before the apocalypse. Hold on tight, we're about to leave the neighborhood and go see the outside world. Chapter 68 Su Xiaosu, the racing god of Mount Akina. The RV is like a sturdy mobile fortress, traveling through the desolate city covered in ice and snow. The view outside the car window was far more shocking than when looking down from 30 buildings. Along both sides of the road, abandoned vehicles can be seen everywhere, covered by thick ice and snow, forming cold tombs. On the driver's seat of some vehicles, one can vaguely see frozen figures. Those are lives that failed to return home in time when the apocalypse came, and were ultimately frozen in the cold and despair. Wow! Master, look at that car! There looks like a snowman inside. Su Xiaosu pointed to a car with its windows covered in frost on the side of the road and opened her eyes wide with curiosity. She wasn't indifferent, rather, she had witnessed too much death and become somewhat numb. Coupled with her simple personality, her way of expressing herself was also different from ordinary people. Lin Ruishi explained softly. Xiao Su, that's not a snowman. It's someone who didn't make it home and froze to death. Huh? Oh. Su Xiaosu shrank her neck and stuck out her little tongue. So pitiful. Some vehicles even crashed into streetlights, green belts, or collided with each other in various twisted and contorted positions. Clearly, the extreme cold caused the drivers to lose control of their vehicles as the toxic snow fell and temperatures plummeted, leading to a series of tragedies. Fortunately, the poisonous snow fell at night, when most people had already gone home and there were relatively few vehicles on the road. Otherwise, the scene would probably have been even more horrific. However, these posed no obstacle whatsoever to the steel behemoth piloted by Chen Nanqing. Bang! An SUV blocking the middle of the road was easily pushed aside by the RV's heavy bumper, rolled and crashed into the roadside with a loud noise, and parts were scattered all over the ground. Boom! A pile of abandoned roadblocks buried in snow was easily run over by the RV without even a jolt. Wow! This is so exciting! Master, your car is amazing! It's like a tank! Su Xiaosu looked at the obstacle outside the window that had been easily knocked aside, her face flushed with excitement. She squirmed restlessly in her seat, her big eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. After sitting for a while, Su Xiaosu couldn't hold back any longer. She ran to Chen Nanqing's side, knelt down, and blinked her big eyes. Master, master, my dearest master, the best master in the world! Please let Xiaosu drive it for a little while, just a little bit. Please, I beg you. Su Xiaosu wanted to reach out and grab Chen Nanqing's arm, but she was afraid of disturbing him while he was driving, so she could only launch a starry-eye, offensive with her big eyes. Chen Nanqing glanced at Su Xiaosu. Stop fooling around, we're driving. With your impulsive nature, can you drive well? I can. I definitely can. Su Xiaosu immediately promised to slap Xiong Air loudly. I used to play Need for Speed before the apocalypse. I was the Akina Speed King. I was amazing. I guarantee I'll beat him. Master, please let me try, okay? I beg you, Xiao Su. I'll kowtow to you. Chen Nanqing was so bothered by Su Xiaosu that he couldn't do anything about it. If this girl wasn't absolutely loyal to him, Chen Nanqing would have really wanted to slap her to death. Alright, I'll let you drive for a little while. The RV has an emergency system that will switch to automatic mode if any unexpected event occurs. But given the ruggedness of RVs, what unexpected things might happen? As for hitting someone? There wasn't a soul on the road. Yay! Master is the best, Xiao Su loves you! Su Xiaosu cheered and couldn't wait to climb from the back seat to the driver's seat. Chen Nanqing parked the car and switched places with Su Xiaosu. Su Xiaosu sat in the spacious and comfortable driver's seat, her small hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, her whole body trembling with excitement. Under Chen Nanqing's guidance, the RV slowly started. At first, Su Xiaosu was very careful and drove relatively smoothly. But within minutes, her true colors were revealed. Ha! Watch my god-level driving skills, Su Xiaosu! Su Xiaosu looked at the scattered abandoned vehicles on the road ahead. Instead of avoiding them, her eyes lit up and she stepped on the gas and drove straight at them. Bang! Clang! A car was hit and slid to its side, with its door dented. Ha! This is fun! Watch my thunderous strike! Bang! Another van was hit and spun around in place. Ah! This is so awesome! This is the real bumper cars! A post-apocalyptic limited edition! Su Xiaosu went completely wild, driving her huge RV recklessly through the streets, and any abandoned vehicle that came into view became the target of her bumper car game. The RV's powerful performance made her reckless, leaving sparks and flashes all the way, and a mess in her wake. Chen Nanqing looked at Su Xiaosu, who was excitedly shouting, and then at the vehicles outside the window that had suffered the consequences. He rubbed his temples helplessly. At this moment, I am extremely grateful that this is an apocalyptic world where order has collapsed, otherwise, given Su Xiaosu's Queen of Destruction demeanor, the compensation alone would have put her in prison for several years. Fortunately, before the apocalypse, Su Xiaosu was just a homebody who danced and acted cute as a live streamer. If she had gone out more often, she probably would have become a public enemy by now. Alright, Xiaosu, if you've had enough fun, it's my turn. We're almost at Linqing Hospital, Chen Nanqing said, stopping him. Oh, okay. Although Su Xiaosu was still reluctant to leave, she obediently slowed down and reluctantly handed over the driving to Chen Nanqing. Soon, the familiar architectural outline of Linqing Hospital came into view. The hospital gates were tightly shut, the security booth was empty, the snow had almost completely submerged the booth, and the lifting gate was hanging limply. Hold on tight. Chen Nanqing crashed through the rickety boom lift and drove into the hospital gate. Based on the information provided by Little Fairy, Sui was likely at the nurse's station in the internal medicine ward. With a clear goal in mind, Chen Nanqing drove directly towards the entrance to the underground parking garage of the inpatient department. Upon arriving at the garage entrance, Su Xiaosu became excited again. Master, master! It's all dark in here, there must be lots of cars to crash into. Let me try, let me try! Chen Nanqing quickly stopped Su Xiaosu, who was bursting with destructive urges. Stop! We're here to find someone, not to cause trouble. Oh! Su Xiaosu immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, her little mouth pouting, and she slumped listlessly in the passenger seat. All right then, let's hurry up and find Sui. Once we find her, we can come back and play bumper cars. The RV came to a smooth stop, and after the engine's low roar subsided, a deathly silence descended upon the surroundings, broken only by the faint sound of the interior heating system operating. Chen Nanqing opened the door and got out of the car first. The cold, stale air instantly enveloped him, a stark contrast to the warmth inside the car, as if they were from two different worlds. Let's go. Chen Nanqing gave a brief order and retrieved a powerful flashlight from the system space. A beam of light pierced the darkness deep within the garage. The three women followed closely behind. The moment they actually stepped onto the hospital grounds, they truly understood the harshness of the outdoor environment. The thick snow reached up to the knees of the four people, and each step required a considerable amount of effort. The poisonous snow was dry and fine, like countless cold grains of sand, trying to penetrate every crevice of clothing. The sky was a perpetual gray, and snowflakes, as white as goose feathers, continued to fall silently. The old saving lives and healing the wounded sign is half buried in the snow, with only the incomplete characters showing. If one were not immune to the poisonous snow, who would dare to walk in snow that is knee-deep? The group arrived at the main entrance of the inpatient building. The glass door was already shattered, and icicles hung from the remaining frame, like the jagged teeth of a monster. The interior was dark, and the smell of residual disinfectant was extremely pungent. After confirming the direction of the nurse's station, Chen Nanxing headed straight for it. Chapter 69: Sui in the Morgue? A powerful flashlight pierced the darkness of the nurse's station. The scene before them left everyone with mixed feelings. The nurse's station was in a mess, with medical records and medicines scattered all over the floor, covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. The most shocking thing was that 2 frozen female corpses were curled up on the ground next to the service desk. Their nurses' uniforms were torn to shreds, their exposed skin was covered in bruises, and their legs were twisted in an unnatural position. His expression was pained, and his eyes were filled with despair, clearly indicating that he had suffered inhuman torture before his death. This scene was like a cold awl, piercing deeply into the hearts of Lin Ruishi, Su Xiaosu, and Xinjian. They were not unfamiliar with death. In fact, they had ended many lives with their own hands. But what is this? The 2 corpses of the same sex before my eyes, and the obvious humiliation they suffered before their deaths. In the most direct and brutal way, it reveals to them how miserable a beautiful woman like them would be without the protection of a strong person in an end times where order and morality have been lost. A hint of lingering fear flashed in Lin Ruishi's cool eyes. If Chen Nanxing hadn't taken her in, she wouldn't have looked much better than these 2 corpses on the ground. Su Xiaosu rested her head on Chen Nanxing's arm, as if only in this way could she draw enough sense of security. Xinjian felt a chill run through her body. For the first time, she realized how lucky she was to be able to follow Chen Nanxing. Fortunately, after careful examination, it was determined that neither of the 2 deceased nurses was Sui. Look around and see if there's anyone else. Chen Nanxing broke the silence. He was already used to this kind of scene. The group split up and searched the nurse's station and the adjacent pharmacy and break room. The door to the lounge was ajar, and a faint sound could be heard coming from inside. Chen Nanxing gestured, and Lin Ruishi stepped forward and suddenly pushed the door open. The flashlight beam shone inside, revealing a man in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses frantically hiding an empty glucose ampoule behind his back. There was still sticky glucose liquid around his lips. When he saw Chen Nanxing and the others, he panicked. Did these people know that he had hidden glucose and wanted to kill him? But when he saw the 3 beautiful, clean-looking women behind Chen Nanxing, his eyes were filled with intense lust and greed. Who are you people? The bespectacled doctor tried to remain calm, wanting to test the identities of Chen Nanxing and his companions. Chen Nanxing ignored the bespectacled doctor's question and coldly asked, "Where is everyone else in the hospital? Where did they all go?" The bespectacled doctor was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Chen Nanxing to ask this, and subconsciously asked in return, You didn't know?" Smack! Chen Nanxing retaliated with a clean and decisive punch, making the bespectacled doctor see stars and his glasses tilt to one side. "I'm asking you, not the other way around. And keep your eyes to yourself. If you dare look at my maids like that again, I'll gouge them out." The bespectacled doctor was stunned by the beating, covering his face. Why did this person start a fight without warning? That's too barbaric. Smack! Another heavy blow, even heavier than the last, knocked the bespectacled doctor to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "I'm asking you a question. What are you thinking about? Where are the people from the hospital? Do you know a nurse named Sui?" "I know him. I know him." The spectacled doctor was utterly terrified and dared not hesitate any longer. "I know Sui, she's a famous beauty in our hospital." "Where is she? Is she dead?" "She's not dead. She's not dead. She and the rest of the people in the hospital were taken to the morgue in the basement by Brother Chang." "The morgue?" Chen Nanxing frowned. "Why go there?" The optician dared not hide the truth. Because it's underground, well sealed, and the temperature is relatively high, so it's not so easy to freeze to death." Chen Nanxing narrowed his eyes slightly. "The morgue? This is indeed a good place to escape the cold, but it sounds a bit unlucky. Lead the way." Chen Nanqing's words were concise and to the point, leaving no room for doubt. The bespectacled doctor covered his face as he got up from the ground, a hint of resentment and calculation flashing deep in his eyes, but his face was plastered with a fawning smile. Yes, I'll lead the way right away, Please follow me, gentlemen. The bespectacled doctor turned around and walked ahead, a sinister glint in his eyes as he lowered his head. Great! It's like you've chosen the path to hell when there's a way to heaven. I was just wondering how to offer these 3 stunning beauties to Brother Chang, and you've delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. The bespectacled doctor was overjoyed, as if he could already see Brother Chang's delight as he showered him with a large amount of supplies. By then, we'll get at least 10 vials of glucose. No, at least 20 vials of glucose. Maybe they'll reward me with something else, like on the 3 beauties behind me, hee. The optician felt increasingly pleased with himself, and even the burning pain on his face seemed to lessen considerably. Chen Nanqing and his group followed the bespectacled doctor down the dimly lit staircase and entered the passageway connecting the main building and the basement. It was even colder and more gloomy here than upstairs. The air was filled with a mixture of disinfectant, musty smells, and some indescribable coldness, making it seem rather eerie. In stark contrast to the gloomy environment is Su Xiaosu. Far from being afraid, she seemed unusually excited, her big eyes darting around, her little face full of curiosity. Wow! This looks like a scene from a horror movie! It's so dark, what if there was a green light? Wouldn't some zombies suddenly jump out? As Su Xiaosu spoke, she imitated the movements of a zombie, reaching out her little hand to scare Xingjian next to her. Oh whoa! Xingjian was startled by Su Xiaosu and slapped her hand away in an annoyance. Stop fooling around, Xiaosu, be serious. Although she wasn't afraid, the situation still made her instinctively feel a sense of oppression. Lin Ruishi remained calm throughout, her sharp gaze sweeping over her surroundings like a loyal guard. As the bespectacled doctor led the way, he didn't forget to, kindly, introduce the man. Gentleman, Brother Chang, he has a bad temper and dislikes being suddenly disturbed. When we arrive, I'll go in first to let you know. Once Brother Chang gives his approval, you can go in to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Chen Nanqing gave a non-committal which was taken as agreement. He wanted to see what kind of person this so-called Brother Chang really was and what tricks he could pull. After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, a heavy double metal door appeared in front of the passage, with a sign that read Morgue hanging above it. 2 men, dressed in dirty down jackets and holding steel pipes and fire axes, stood at the door, their eyes fierce and their demeanor suggesting that strangers should not approach them. Seeing the bespectacled doctor arrive with Chen Nanqing and his group, the 2 guards immediately became alert, and one of them shouted, "Fourth brother, who are they?" The bespectacled doctor quickly stepped forward, bowing and scraping. "Brothers, these gentlemen are here to see Brother Chang. They have something to discuss. Please let them know. Just say that my 4th brother brought some new friends over, and there are 3 very beautiful ladies." The bespectacled doctor emphasized the word, beautiful, and secretly gave the guard a wink. The guard sized up Chen Nanqing, his gaze lingering on Lin Ruishi and the other 2 women for a moment, a greedy glint in his eyes just like the bespectacled doctor had shown earlier. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, and one of them nodded. "Wait, I'll go inform Brother Chang." Chapter 70. Put down the gun, let your brother pamper you. About 2 minutes later, the guard who went to report returned with a strange smile on his face. "Brother Chang has agreed to see you, please come in." As he spoke, he and another guard pushed open the heavy metal door with all their might. An even stronger chill and the smell of formaldehyde hit us. The interior was dimly lit, with rows of cold morgue cabinets and a cleared area in the middle where 20 or 30 people were gathered, mostly emaciated and with blank stares. In the center of the open space, a burly, bald man with a fierce face was sitting in a boss's chair that had been moved from somewhere, wrapped in a thick military overcoat. This must be the so-called Brother Chang. Several of his rather muscular-looking henchmen stood beside him, glancing menacingly toward the door. The bespectacled doctor bowed and scraped to Chen Nanqing, saying, Brother Chang has agreed. Please come in. He stepped aside, making a please gesture, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Chen Nanqing's gaze swept across the interior of the morgue, a barely perceptible sneer curling at the corner of his lips. How could he not see that the so-called agreement to meet was a trap to lure him into a snare? The people scattered around with shifty eyes, and the subtle encirclement formed by Chang Ji's men, all spoke volumes. However, in the face of absolute power, any trap is nothing but a joke. Let's go in and meet Brother Chang. Chen Nanqing spoke calmly, taking the first step into the cold and malicious morgue. Lin Ruishi, Su Xiaosu, and Xin Jian followed closely behind, showing no fear on their faces. Su Xiaosu muttered to herself. There seem to be a lot of people inside. I wonder if it's fun. Hearing Su Xiaosu's mutterings, Chen Nanqing gave her a meaningful smile. Of course it's fun. There are plenty of live targets inside, so you might get a good chance to practice your shooting. Remember to save your bullets this time. Su Xiaosu's big eyes lit up instantly, like stars that had been lit up. She touched the Glock on her left waist, and then the Desert Eagle on her right waist. Yes. Don't worry, Master, this time I will definitely try my best to take down one person with 10 bullets. Chen Nanqing's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, and he shook his head helplessly. As soon as they stepped into the morgue, the heavy metal door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang, and the sound of the bolt falling could be heard, completely blocking their way out. Chang, who was originally sitting in the boss's chair, slowly stood up. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, as muscular as a bear, and his military overcoat could not hide his bulging muscles. His gaze greedily swept back and forth between Lin Ruishi, Su Xiaosu, and Xin Jian, finally settling on Chen Nanqing, who was in the lead, his voice rough and hoarse. Glasses said he brought some nice gifts over, but I didn't believe him. Unexpectedly, some fearless lamb actually offered itself up, and even brought such top-quality goods with them. Chang Ji's men burst into malicious laughter, their eyes filled with naked lust as they looked at the three women. The bespectacled Dr. Lao Si completely dropped his pretense at this moment, scrambling over to Chang Ji's side and pointing at Chen Nanqing. Brother Chang! It's this kid! He hit me! He doesn't respect you at all! But these three women are absolute beauties, 1 in a million, perfect for you to enjoy, Brother Chang! Brother Chang patted the bespectacled doctor on the shoulder with satisfaction. Well done, I'll reward you with 2 vials of glucose later. Then he looked at Chen Nanqing and sneered. Kid, since you brought me such a big gift, I'll give you a quick death. Take your own life, save me the trouble, and at least leave a whole corpse. As for those 3 women, from now on, my brothers and I will take care of them for you. Chen Nanqing turned to look at Su Xiaosu and Lin Ruishi beside him, his tones slightly teasing. Ruishi, Xiaosu, did you hear that? Brother Chang said he'd take care of you. What do you think? Su Xiaosu was looking around boredly, but upon hearing this, her big eyes lit up instantly, and her little face was flushed with excitement. She tugged hard at Chen Nanqing's sleeve. Master, you didn't lie to me. This place is really fun. There are so many live targets. She then turned to Chang Ge and his group, tossed her head back, put her hands on her hips, and shouted in her uniquely charming and innocent voice. I only need my master's care. As for you ugly monsters. Humph! Before she finished speaking, Su Xiaosu deftly pulled out a Glock from her waist and aimed it at Chang Ge and the others. She tried to make a fierce expression, but unfortunately, paired with her delicate little face, it only made her look cute and fierce. When they saw Su Xiaosu pull out a gun, Chang Ge and his men were stunned for a moment, then burst into even more arrogant laughter. Ha! A toy gun? Little girl, your toy gun is quite realistic. A tall, thin man laughed so hard he almost fell over. Chang sneered. Who are you trying to scare with a fake gun? I've handled more guns than you've eaten meals. If you know what's good for you, put the gun down and come over here so we brothers can give you a good thrashing, or else. Shut up! This is a real gun. Su Xiaosu stomped her foot in anger, and without further hesitation, pulled the trigger on the tall, thin man who had been laughing the loudest. Bang! The crisp sound of gunshots echoed in the closed morgue, sounding particularly jarring. The bullet grazed the tall, thin man's ear and struck the morgue behind him, sending sparks flying. The laughter stopped abruptly. The smiles on Chang-gu and the others' faces froze instantly, replaced by astonishment and disbelief. This is actually a real gun. After a brief silence, Chang was the first to react, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Damn! It's a real gun, no doubt. But this woman's marksmanship is absolutely terrible. Brothers, she only has one gun, and her bullets are limited. Let's all go together, grab her gun, and take down these women. Whoever catches them first gets to play with them. The promise of a great reward always attracts brave men, and coupled with the fact that the other side only had one gun, and its accuracy was terrible, the ferocity of these desperate men was completely unleashed. They brandished steel pipes, fire axes, and machetes, roaring as they charged towards Su Shiosu like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Don't come any closer! Su Shiosu looked at the surging crowd, her face turned pale, and she frantically pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another, bullets flew everywhere, hitting the morgue cabinets, walls, and the ground, scattering fragments, but none of them hit the people rushing in front. Seeing that the people at the front were less than 5 meters away from Su Shiosu, and their weapons were about to fall with a whoosh, Lin Ruishi's eyes narrowed, and she took a slight step forward to help. Ruishi. Chen Nanqing spoke calmly, stopping Lin Ruishi. Without him even realizing it, he casually waved his hand and took out a comfortable single leather sofa from the system space, then sat down leisurely. He patted his shoulder and instructed Lin Ruishi, and Xinjian beside him. Just watch. Xiao Su can handle it. You too, give me a massage. Chapter 71 Little Mice, the big cat is coming. Lin Ruishi instantly understood Chen Nanqing's intention. Her master wanted to use this rabble in front of her as a training ground for Su Xiaosu, while also testing Su Xiaosu's ability to adapt to changing circumstances. She immediately composed herself and respectfully replied, Yes, master. Then she walked behind the sofa, stretched out her slender fingers, and massaged Chen Nanqing's shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. Xinjian was once again shocked by Chen Nanqing's ability to conjure objects out of thin air, but she reacted quickly. She immediately knelt down next to the sofa, gently lifted Chen Nanqing's calves, and placed them on her plump thighs clad in black stockings, earnestly massaging Chen Nanqing's legs. Chen Nanqing leaned comfortably against the soft sofa, feeling Lin Ruishi's just right acupressure behind him and Xinjian's careful service beside his legs. He squinted, as if the impending bloody conflict had nothing to do with him. He was simply enjoying an interesting performance. At this moment, facing the ferocious enemy who had rushed close, Su Xiaosu finally gave up her unreliable marksmanship. She is now at LV2 in combat strength, and her power, reaction, and speed far exceed those of ordinary people. Sigh. I wanted to fight you as an ordinary person, but you insisted on getting close, so don't blame me. Su Xiaosu gave a sweet smile, her little tiger teeth looking especially cute in the dim light. Hee hee, little mice, the big cat is coming. Her small figure moved with ghostly agility, easily dodging the incoming fire axe, and then threw a punch. Bang! The burly man wielding the fire axe felt as if he had been hit in the chest by a speeding truck. He was sent flying backward and crashed heavily onto the cold morgue cabinet with a thud before sliding softly to the ground, his life hanging in the balance. The first one. Su Xiaosu happily made a V sign. The others who rushed forward froze, their faces filled with horror. What kind of monster is this little girl? Don't be afraid. She's all alone. Chang tried to remain calm, but his voice trembled slightly. However, his encouragement had no effect. What followed was almost entirely a one-woman show by Su Xiaosu. She moved through the crowd like a light butterfly, each strike accompanied by the cracking sound of bones breaking and a shrill scream. Oh dear, your stick looks so fragile. Su Xiaosu casually bent a swinging steel pipe and slapped the man away. Your axe-wielding isn't very graceful. She dodged the axe blow by sidestepping it, and kicked the man in the back of the knee. After a clear cracking sound, the man fell to the ground clutching his twisted leg and howling in pain. Why are you running away? Come and play! Su Xiaosu caught up with the enemy who was trying to retreat, and with a gentle pat of her hand, the enemy crashed into the wall like a kite with a broken string. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the originally aggressive group of more than 20 people had fallen down. More than 10 people fell silent immediately, while another 10 or so lay on the ground groaning in pain, their limbs broken, completely incapacitated. The only sounds in the morgue were wails, gasps, and the heavy, fearful breathing of Brother Chang and his core subordinates. Su Xiaosu clapped her hands and skipped back to Chen Nanjing, looking up at him with her little face, asking for praise. Master, master! Aren't I amazing? Looking at Su Xiaosu's adorable praise me expression, and then at the mess and the crowd of people groaning in pain behind her. The stark contrast sent chills down Chang Ji's spine, as if he had seen a ghost. This isn't some delicate little beauty at all. She's clearly a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. No, it's even more terrifying than a Tyrannosaurus Rex. As if remembering something, Su Xiaosu turned around, took out the Glock from her waist, and skipped over to a muscular man who was groaning while clutching his severed arm. He crouched down, poked the other person's head with the muzzle of his gun, brought his small face close, blinked his big eyes, and spoke in an innocent yet slightly smug tone. Hey, big guy, look, it's so close now, only a meter away. I should be able to aim now, right? Do you think if I shoot you, your head will explode like a watermelon? Seeing the gun barrel so close to him and Su Xiaosu's innocent smile, the muscular man was terrified. His crotch was instantly soaked, and he made a gurgling sound in his throat. He couldn't even beg for mercy. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. TCH, boring. Su Xiaosu pursed her lips, stood up, and looked at Chang'e and the others, whose faces were ashen and who were trembling like leaves. She then waved the gun in her hand. What about you guys? Want to test if my marksmanship has improved? Brother Chang knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face, his previous arrogance completely gone. Heroine, please spare us! Boss, please spare us! We were blind! We deserve to die! Please, just let us go! The men around Chang quickly dropped their weapons, knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, no longer daring to have any improper thoughts. Chen Nanqing comfortably enjoyed the massage, and looking at the scene before him, he was quite satisfied with Su Xiaosu's performance. Xiaosu, come back when you've had enough fun, don't forget about the important business. Yes, master! Su Xiaosu obediently responded, put away her gun, and like a puppy that had completed its mission, happily ran back to Chen Nanqing's side. Master, did I do well this time? Wasn't I amazing? It's all right, but the clothes are dirty. Su Xiaosu immediately looked down at the hem of her clothes and saw that it was indeed stained with a lot of blood. Her little mouth immediately twitched, and her big eyes instantly filled with grievance and anger. It's all your fault, you filthy things! Su Xiaosu turned around angrily, her gaze immediately locking onto the bespectacled doctor who was slumped next to Chang'e, completely terrified. In Su Xiaosu's simple logic, if it weren't for this bespectacled doctor's scheming, she wouldn't have gotten into a fight, and her clothes wouldn't have gotten dirty. It's all your fault! Su Xiaosu raised her Glock, and without aiming, fired several shots at the bespectacled doctor. The bespectacled doctor's face still showed traces of terror, and several bloody holes had appeared in his chest. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he could only fall down helplessly, his eyes wide open, completely silent, dying with his eyes wide open. Damn, this woman is ruthless. I hope I won't be next. Brother Chang and his remaining men trembled even more violently, wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. At this moment, Lin Ruishi, who had been quietly standing behind Chen Nanqing and massaging him, slowly walked out. She walked with elegant steps and a cold expression, looking down at Chang'e, who was kneeling on the ground trembling. Chang felt the shadow looming over him, and secretly looked up, meeting Lin Ruishi's cold and sharp gaze. His heart almost stopped. If even a seemingly harmless and silly Su Xiaosu is this terrifying, then this taciturn and aloof woman must be even stronger, right? Big sister, no heroine. What are your orders? Chang Ji's voice was trembling uncontrollably, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. Lin Ruishi parted her red lips slightly. I have a question for you. Chapter 72. From today onwards, you are my maid. Ask away! Ask away! I will answer everything I know. Brother Chang called out repeatedly. Where are all the women you captured hidden? Brother Chang dared not hide anything and quickly pointed to the row of morgue cabinets against the wall at the very back of the morgue. There, over there. Those cabinets at the very back, they're unlocked. They're all in there. We just found them a place to stay. We didn't do anything to them. Even ghosts wouldn't believe that, but at this moment, Brother Chang only wanted to live. Lin Ruishi stopped looking at him, turned to Chen Nanqing and bowed, saying, Master, I'll go take a look. Chen Nanqing nodded slightly. Lin Ruishi walked quickly towards the row of morgue cabinets, and Su Xiaosu followed curiously, muttering, Hidden in the refrigerator? Won't they freeze into popsicles? As the cabinet doors were opened one by one, an atmosphere mixed with fear and despair permeated the air. In each cabinet huddled a woman, most of them disheveled, haggard, and with numb eyes. The moment the cabinet door opened, they all shrank into a ball in terror and let out suppressed sobs. Lin Ruishi carefully examined each cabinet one by one, and finally stopped when she opened the 8th cabinet. Inside the cabinet, a girl in a stained nurse's uniform hugged her knees tightly, burying her head in her arms, her thin body trembling slightly from the cold and fear. Although her face was not clearly visible, her figure and the faintly discernible profile were remarkably similar to the girl in the photo with the gentle and pure smile. Sui? Lin Ruishi called softly. The girl's body stiffened abruptly, and she slowly raised her head, revealing a pretty face with tears streaming down her face, looking pitiful and endearing. When Sui saw the person in front of her clearly, hope was ignited in her heart. Such a beautiful person couldn't be a bad person, right? Sui suddenly crawled out of the morgue, and despite being unsteady on her feet, she struggled to kneel down in front of Lin Ruishi, clasped her hands together, and called out repeatedly. Please! Let me go! I can take you to find glucose. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. I just beg you to let me go, please. Lin Ruishi stared at Sui. With such a fierce struggle, this girl must still be innocent. The owner will like it. I don't want glucose. Sui's delicate body trembled violently, and her face instantly turned ashen. No glucose? What do they want? The answer is almost obvious. A scene immediately flashed through Sui's mind. This morning, more than a dozen burly men under Brother Chang dragged her 2 female colleagues out, and raped them to death. She'll probably follow in her colleagues' footsteps. No, please, spare me! I'll do anything as long as you don't let a bunch of people humiliate me. I'll be your slave, work for you, find supplies, anything. Don't worry, we're not the same kind of people as Brother Chang. Sui's crying stopped abruptly. She raised her tearful eyes and looked at Lin Ruishi in disbelief. She then timidly glanced at Chen Nanqing, who was sitting on the sofa not far away, being served by a stunningly beautiful woman. Are we not the same type of people? Who are they? Why did even the fierce Chang kneel down and beg for mercy from them? Lin Ruishi didn't explain much, but simply said, Come with me, the master wants to see you. Master? Sui's heart skipped a beat again. This title didn't sound like a kind person at all. Su Xiaosu, who was waiting impatiently, came over and chimed in. Hey, get up already! My master is the best person in the world. With him, I have plenty to eat and drink, and I don't have to worry about being bullied by bad people. A glint of light flashed in Sui's eyes. Are there really such good people in the world? That's it, she had no other choice. Could the worst outcome be worse than falling into Brother Chang's hands? Sui took a deep breath and stood up from the cold ground, trembling. However, because she had been curled up in the morgue for too long and was hungry for a long time, she felt dizzy as soon as she stood up and almost fell. Fortunately, Lin Ruishi caught her in time. Thank you. Lin Ruishi simply nodded and helped her walk towards Chen Nanqing. When Sui stood in front of Chen Nanqing, she was so nervous that her fingers twisted together, her head was lowered, and she dared not look him in the eye. Tears still clung to her long eyelashes, and her pale face showed an unnatural expression due to nervousness. Raise your head. Chen Nanqing's voice was calm and even, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. Sui's delicate body trembled slightly as she slowly raised her head. The instant her gaze met Chen Nanqing's, lines of clear data immediately appeared before Chen Nanqing's eyes. Name Sui. Age 22. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 87-58-89. Marital status, single, no dating experience. Combat strength level, LV0. Special ability detection, none. Appearance rating, 94 points. Note, gentle and kind-hearted, compassionate, possessing professional nursing knowledge, with a pure and delicate appearance, but a resilient inner strength. The woman in front of me was indeed almost identical to the one in the photo. Since that's the case, Chen Nanqing certainly won't be polite. Sui, from today onwards, you will be my maid. Sui suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes wide open. This man is too domineering, isn't he? Did she agree? How could they decide her fate without my consent? She didn't even know his name, or what kind of person he was, so how did she become his maid? Sui felt a surge of dissatisfaction, but when she saw Chang'e kneeling on the ground, trembling, and the burly men around her who had been easily taken down by Su Xiaosu, she swallowed back the rebuttal that was on the tip of her tongue. She dared not refute it. In this world where order has collapsed, the strong are respected, and the man before them clearly possesses absolute power, and the power of life and death. Resisting him might lead to a worse fate than falling into Brother Chang's hands. Sui took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and timidly spoke. After becoming your maid, what do I need to do? Chen Nanqing was pleased with Sui's tact and gestured to Lin Ruishi. Ruishi, tell her the rules. Yes, master. Lin Ruishi bowed slightly, then turned to Sui, her clear, cold voice ringing out distinctly in the silent morgue. As the master's maid, the first priority is absolute loyalty. As Sui listened to Lin Ruishi recount the maid rules, one by one, her heart grew colder and colder. This is even worse than the maids in the old society. Not only do they have to serve you in your daily life and speak while kneeling, but they also have to fulfill any request from their master, including sleeping with him? Sui's face grew paler and paler, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Just then, Su Xiaosu's cheerful voice came from the side. Master! What should we do with these dust chickens lying on the ground? Can Xiaosu clean them up? Chapter 73, Gaining Skills, Controlling the Maid's Life and Death. Okay, clean it up. All right. Mission accomplished. Su Xiaosu responded excitedly. This time she was smarter and deliberately took a few steps back to stay away from the dried chicken, to prevent blood from splattering on her later. Then, he pulled out a Glock. Sui subconsciously looked at Su Xiaosu, and saw this seemingly cute and innocent girl with a pure and innocent smile on her face. He raised his pistol, aimed it at the motionless crowd on the ground, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another in the confined space, accompanied by brief screams and pleas for mercy, but soon silence followed. As Su Xiaosu fired, she muttered to herself. My marksmanship has improved. 1 out of 9 shots hits the head. Oh dear, this one's moving, let's give it another shot. As Sui witnessed this bloody scene, she felt a chill run from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, her whole body icy cold and trembling. These girls are too ruthless. Who exactly is she? Why can he laugh so happily after killing someone? That's really perverted. If I accidentally offend her in the future, or disobey that man's orders, will I be like these people, casually cleaned up by her, just like garbage? A tremendous fear gripped Sui's heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She finally understood that she had no right to say no here, and that being alive was already a blessing. The gunfire stopped quickly. Su Xiaosu clapped her hands. Master, all done! Chen Nanqing nodded. Let's go, it's time to leave this unlucky place. Lin Ruishi supported Sui, whose legs were still a little weak, while Xinjian followed quietly behind. The group returned the way they came. When Sui was taken to the luxurious RV that resembled a mobile fortress, she was shocked. Outside the car, it was a world of ice and snow, a desolate wasteland. Inside, it was warm, luxurious, and comfortable, with a faint fragrance in the air, a completely different world from the cold, bloody morgue just moments before. Looking at the fully equipped living facilities inside the car, the soft sofa, and the food readily available in the kitchen, and recalling the brief words Lin Ruishi had told her on the way here. Being able to become my master's maid is the greatest honor of your life. Only at this moment did Sui truly understand the meaning of those words. Ruishi, go get her some food and drink so she can recover a bit. Yes, master. Lin Ruishi responded, turned around and took out a few slices of soft bread and a bottle of warm milk from the small refrigerator that came with the RV, and handed them to Sui. Eat. Sui looked at the clean food in front of her, the sweet aroma of milk and the wheat fragrance of bread lingering around her nose, and her stomach rumbled uncontrollably. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten anything decent. During her time hiding at the nurse's station, she survived only on the occasional glucose she found. She disregarded her image and reserve, took the food, uttered a barely audible "thank you," and began to wolf it down. The soft texture of the bread and the warm, sweet aroma of the milk almost moved her to tears. Sui ate quickly and hurriedly, almost choking several times. She quickly drank a few mouthfuls of milk to swallow it down, not even noticing the milk stains on her lips. 10 minutes later, Sui swallowed the last bite of bread and drank the remaining milk in the bottle, finally feeling a long-lost, real sense of fullness. Only then did she realize that she was a living person. Chen Nanqing had been quietly watching Sui. Seeing her put down the empty bottle, he asked calmly, "Are you full?" Sui nodded quickly. "Yes, I'm full. Thank you, master." The word master sounded very awkward, but for the sake of the food, Sui still managed to say it. "Now that you've eaten your fill, it's time for you to fulfill your duties as a maid." "Ah?" Sui was taken aback. "Obligation? What obligation?" Before Sui could think any further, she heard Chen Nanqing say to Lin Ruishi, "Ruishi, take her to wash up and then put her to bed." Chen Nanqing wouldn't hesitate to take on a new maid. If it's edible, it shouldn't be kept. Only the rewards you earn are truly yours. Lin Ruishi immediately understood and said to Sui, who was still a little confused, "Come with me, the bathroom is over here." Sui's heart skipped a beat. "Wash up? Can I wash up here?" In hospitals, people fight tooth and nail for a sip of water, but here you can actually wash up. How luxurious. At the same time, a bad feeling made Sui's cheeks slightly flush. After washing up and going to bed Sui dared not think too much or ask too many questions. She could only lower her head and follow Lin Ruishi nervously toward the bathroom at the back of the RV. The bathroom was small, but it was fully equipped, and even had hot water. Lin Ruishi adjusted the water temperature for Sui and then took out a set of clean clothes, a set of white nurse's uniform, which Chen Nanqing had obviously prepared in advance. "Wash it clean and put this on." Lin Ruishi's tone left no room for argument. After speaking, she left the bathroom and closed the door. Sui stood under the warm water, feeling the long-lost hot water washing away the fatigue and grime from her body. Her feelings were incredibly complicated. She understood that this was not just a simple washing up, but more like preparation for a sacrifice. She took a deep breath and resignedly closed her eyes. When Sui put on the nurse's uniform, which was slightly tight but perfectly outlined her exquisite figure, Lin Ruishi quickly led him to the bedroom. Chen Nanqing looked at the completely transformed Sui. Her clear eyes trembled slightly with nervousness, and her fair skin glowed with a radiant light under the lamp. Her well-fitting nurse's uniform made her look even more beautiful, with an indescribable allure. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Chen Nanqing's eyes. Without saying anything more, he reached out and pulled Sui over. Sui exclaimed in surprise and fell into a firm and warm embrace. The man's presence instantly enveloped Sui, making her tense and stiffen. Her hands instinctively pressed against Chen Nanqing's chest. "Master, master!" Chen Nanqing ignored Sui's nervousness, his fingertips tracing her delicate cheek, his deep voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Remember your current identity and fulfill your obligations." 4 hours later, Sui was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep, with tear stains still hanging in the corners of her eyes and an indescribable flush on her face. Chen Nanqing got up with satisfaction, and just as he put on his bathrobe, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that Master has successfully added a 4th maid with a beauty score of 90 or higher. Rewards are being distributed. Master's combat level increased to LV21. Flight skill increased to 10 kilometers, cooldown time eliminated. Gain skill, snow control. Gain skills and control the life and death of your maid. Controlling the life and death of maids? Chen Nanqing frowned slightly. What is this thing? Chapter 74 Absolute Control. Killing the maid would be an easy thing for him, wouldn't it? Why give yourself a separate skill? Could it be that she can be resurrected after the maid dies? If that's the case, this skill is too overpowered. It can even revive the dead. Chen Nanqing immediately opened Lin Ruishi's panel. Maid number 1, Lin Ruishi. Age 23. Height 172 centimeters. Measurements 87-61-90. Marital status single, ex-boyfriend has lost contact. Combat strength level LV3+. Special ability none. Appearance rating 93 points. Note, self-disciplined and rational, with high professional ethics, strong vigilance, reserved emotions, and adept at reading people. There are 4 more words at the bottom of the panel. The words "kill them" were shining bright red. The word "resurrection" was dazzlingly green. Damn, it really is just as I imagined. Once they become my maids, I can decide their life and death at will. If you don't agree, the maid won't be able to die even if she wants to. Chen Nanqing then checked the attribute panels of Su Xiaosu, Xinjian, and Sui. Just like Lin Ruishi. Haha, now that's what you call true control over life and death. However, Chen Nanqing did not intend to experiment on the girls immediately. There was no need to kill perfectly good maids. As for experiments, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Realizing that Chen Nanqing had finished, Lin Ruishi then knocked on the door. Master, may Ruishi come in? Lin Ruishi carried a glass of warm water into the bedroom. Seeing Chen Nanqing's barely suppressed smile, she obediently knelt at his feet, draping a coat over him as she softly asked. Master, you seem exceptionally happy today. Is there some great joyous occasion? May Ruishi share in your happiness? Seeing Lin Ruishi's obedient appearance, Chen Nanqing was in a good mood and reached out to lift her chin. I'm naturally happy to have just taken in a beautiful and clean new maid. Lin Ruishi smiled just right. Master is joking. It is he who should be happy. It was you, Master, who rescued her from a hellish situation, giving her a new life and shelter. Being able to serve her master is a blessing she has accumulated over many lifetimes. Ha! Chen Nanqing ruffled Lin Ruishi's hair vigorously. Ruishi, you really know how to talk. Your words are getting sweeter and sweeter. Lin Ruishi lowered her head slightly, a smile playing on her lips. It is Ruishi's duty and honor to please my master. Not bad, very clever. Chen Nanqing nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand. I'm in a good mood today, let's have a nice meal to celebrate. Stepping out of the room, Chen Nanxing casually made a gesture in the air. The next second, the dining table in the RV was instantly filled with a dazzling array of delicious food. The aroma of roasted chicken, the sizzling sound of sizzling beef, the tempting color of lobster. There were also several bottles of red wine that looked very expensive, neatly arranged next to it. The whole process was silent and seamless, as if the food had always been there. The amazing scene left Lin Ruishi and Su Xiaosu stunned. Although they were already used to Chen Nanxing's ability to conjure up supplies out of thin air, this was the first time they had ever seen him so openly display his divine skill in front of them, conjuring up delicious food. Seeing the table laden with delicious food, Su Xiaosu instantly darted over like a kitten smelling fish, her big eyes wide and her mouth practically watering. Wow! Master! You didn't even hide your magic tricks from Xiaosu this time? Lin Ruishi was also greatly shocked, and then an indescribable excitement surged up within her. Chen Nanxing, does this mean he completely trusts them? They don't even shy away from such incredible abilities. As for Xinjiyan, she seemed to have gotten used to it. Since she started dating Chen Nanxing has never had a normal moment. Conjuring a delicious meal out of thin air is a piece of cake, isn't it? Chen Nanxing felt secretly pleased as he watched the three women's performance. He used to need to conceal it a little because he felt that the weapons on Earth could still threaten him. But now that his combat power has reached LV-21, conventional weapons and even strategic weapons, missiles, nuclear bombs, etc., on Earth are probably no match for him. Naturally, he no longer needs to be as careful and cautious as before. Moreover, revealing a little bit of his supernatural abilities in front of his maids is not a big deal at all, and it can even solidify their loyalty. Ruishi, go and wake Sui up so we can eat together. Yes, master. Lin Ruishi suppressed the turmoil in her heart and respectfully replied. Yay! That's great! I can finally eat with my master again! Su Xiaosu rolled around on the sofa with joy, her face flushed with excitement. Inside the bedroom, Sui had actually been awakened by the tempting aroma of food. She secretly swallowed, and then her stomach growled again. Although I just ate bread and milk, it's nothing compared to this top-notch feast. At this moment, Lin Ruishi walked in and said softly, Get up. Your master wants you to go eat together. Eat? Sui was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. With master? Lin Ruishi nodded. When master is in a good mood, he will allow the maids to dine at the table with him. This is a favor, you should cherish it. Really? Thank you, master. Thank you, Sister Ruishi. Sui was so excited that she almost cried. She struggled to sit up, but found that her whole body felt like it was falling apart, especially her legs, which were weak and sore. As soon as she put down, she staggered and almost fell. Lin Ruishi reacted quickly, supporting Sui. Seeing her flushed cheeks and uncomfortable posture, as someone who had been through similar experiences, she immediately understood what was wrong. Is this your first time? Sui was so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She let out a soft, in a voice barely audible, her ears turning bright red. Lin Ruishi smiled knowingly. Master's physical strength is extraordinary, so it will be a bit tough at first. Once your physique catches up, you will gradually be able to adapt. Lin Ruishi simply picked Sui up in her arms. You look like you can't walk anymore, let me carry you over. Sister Ruishi, no need. Sui gasped in surprise, then buried her face in Lin Ruishi's arms in embarrassment. In the living room, Chen Nanxing saw Lin Ruishi carrying Sui out. Looking at Sui's shy and helpless appearance, even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but blush and cough twice to cover up his embarrassment. He quickly made up an excuse and said to Sui, You did a good job just now. This poison immunity potion is yours. Chen Nanxing took out a vial of medicine and handed it over. Poison snow immunity agent? Sui took it, looking blank, not understanding what it was. Drink it, and those deadly poisonous snows outside will no longer be able to harm you. Chen Nanqing explained simply. Sister-y, drink it quickly. It'll make you really powerful. After we drink it, we can all have a snowball fight outside with the poisoned snow. Su Xiaosu immediately started acting as a commentator, gesturing wildly and boasting about her heroic deeds of playing in the snow. Sui was stunned. Immune to poisonous snow? It's practically a miracle drug. She suddenly felt that the suffering she had just endured was not unjust at all. Is it even worth it? Sui no longer hesitated, uncorked the bottle, tilted her head back and drank the medicine in one gulp, then looked at Chen Nanqing gratefully. Thank you, Master! Thank you for your grace, Master! Chen Nanqing nodded in satisfaction, adopting a mysterious and inscrutable expression. Perform well and follow me, you'll reap the rewards in the future. Chapter 75 Don't Drink and Drive. Yes, Master! Yi will serve you wholeheartedly. Sui nodded vigorously. At this moment, the resentment and grievances in her heart had long been swept away by the successive gifts and shock. All that remained was awe and gratitude towards Chen Nanqing, and a faint anticipation for the future. Looking at the table laden with a dazzling array of delicacies, the enticing aromas tantalized everyone's taste buds like hooks. Su Xiaosu, like a cat eyeing dried fish, circled the dining table, her big eyes sparkling, her drool practically overflowing. Master, Master! This lobster is huge! This steak smells amazing! Let's dig in! Su Xiaosu rubbed her hands impatiently, but still adhered to the rules, eagerly waiting for Chen Nanqing to sit down first. Chen Nanqing shook his head with amusement, and took the lead in sitting down in the main seat. As soon as he settled in, the four maids, each with a distinct style but equally stunning beauty, acted in perfect unison, demonstrating an exceptionally high level of professionalism. Lin Ruishi opened a bottle of red wine, elegantly poured it into a decanter, and then knelt down beside Chen Nanqing. Master, this is a 1982 Lafite, please take a look. With slender, jade-like fingers she held the wine glass and carefully brought it to Chen Nanqing's lips. On the other hand, Xingjian was even bolder. She picked up a piece of tender, juicy steak, carefully cut it into small pieces, and then picked up another piece with her chopsticks. Instead of placing it on the plate in front of Chen Nanqing, she leaned down slightly and held it between her lips, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness and teasing, indicating to Chen Nanqing that he should eat imported beef. Chen Nanqing was taken aback at first, but then he understood what she meant, smiled and leaned over to take the beef from her lips. Xingjian's cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes gleamed with a triumphant charm. Master, how does this imported beef taste? It has a unique flavor. Chen Nanqing chewed with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the other two. Seeing this, Su Xiaosu ground her little teeth together with a grinding sound. You shameless woman! No, she had to do something, otherwise the master would think she was inferior to Xingjian. Su Xiaosu hurriedly peeled the largest lobster, dipped it in sauce, and then tried to import it herself, but she was so excited that she almost shoved the lobster meat onto Chen Nanqing's nose. Master! Open your mouth! Xiaosu will feed you a big lobster! His little face was serious, and he looked adorable. Chen Nanqing couldn't help but chuckle, dodging Su Xiaosu's attack, and flicked her forehead with his finger. You're so clumsy, you'll choke your master to death. Just put it on the plate. Oh, okay. Su Xiaosu pouted, feeling wrong, but still obediently put the shrimp meat into Chen Nanqing's plate, and watched him eat it with longing eyes. Sui, who had just joined, appeared particularly reserved. She watched as the three seniors displayed their unique skills, feeling somewhat at a loss. Finally, he could only carefully ladle out a bowl of fragrant mushroom soup, and imitating Lin Ruishi, kneeled down on the other side of Chen Nanqing, very cautiously. Master, have some soup to warm your stomach. Chen Nanqing glanced at Sui, took the soup bowl, and took a sip. It tastes good. Those 4 simple words made Sui feel as if she had been granted a pardon, and a joyful smile instantly bloomed on her face. Chen Nanqing didn't need to cook a meal himself. When the wine glass was empty, Lin Ruishi would immediately refill it, and would also occasionally give Chen Nanqing some imported wine. If you want a particular dish, just a glance from Xun Jiyan or Su Xiaosu will prompt them to serve it to you. When the soup bowl was empty, Sui immediately refilled it. He only needed to open his mouth, and fine wine and delicacies would be served, surrounded by warm and soft women, with sweet and gentle voices in his ears. He truly enjoyed the blessings of having multiple wives and deeply understood what it meant for the emperor to no longer hold court in the morning. After a satisfying meal, Chen Nanqing leaned back comfortably in his chair, enjoying the pleasant feeling of being slightly tipsy. Lin Ruishi and Xun Jiyan massaged his shoulders from both sides, while Su Xiaosu squatted down beside him to massage his legs, and Su Yi quietly tidied up the table. Half an hour later, Su Xiaosu raised her little face, blinked her big eyes, and asked the question that had been bothering her. Master, are we going to Yunjing Dongfang again today? Chen Nanqing squinted and waved his hand lazily. I'm not going. Drinking and driving is a matter of principle. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaosu's face immediately fell, but her eyes darted around, and she came up with another idea. Hey master, RVs can drive themselves, right? You can drive even after drinking. We'll set the route and let it follow it. Chen Nanqing opened one eye halfway, glanced at Su Xiaosu, and a cold, knowing smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Hey you brat, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Self-driving? You're just itching to drive my RV around playing bumper cars again, aren't you? Chen Nanqing raised his hand and tapped Su Xiaosu on the forehead lightly. Ouch! Su Xiaosu covered her forehead, her little mouth pouting, but her eyes were still darting around. Clearly she hadn't given up. I don't want to ride bumper cars. Su Xiaosu stiffened her neck, trying to make her reasons sound more convincing. Master! Lu Rian is so wicked, she betrayed you. She bullied you, which is bullying me, Su Xiaosu. I can't swallow this. So we need to hurry to Yunjing Oriental, drag her out, make her regret it, and beat her so badly her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Chen Nanqing was amused by Su Xiaosu's quirky thought process. Oh? She cheated on me, and I, the one directly involved, am not worried. Why are you, a little brat, in such a hurry? Of course I'm anxious. Su Xiaosu jumped up suddenly, put her hands on her hips, and looked indignant. I am now your maid, master. Your affairs are my affairs. Her bullying you is the same as slapping me in the face. How can we tolerate this? I can't stand even a little bit. We must rush over there immediately and force her to kneel on the ground and sing, Conquer! Seemingly feeling outnumbered, Su Xiaosu began to rally allies, jogging over to Lin Ruishi and tugging at her sleeve. Sister Ruishi, don't you agree? If someone bullies master, can we just sit idly by? Lin Ruishi exuded a chill and nodded in agreement. Xiaosu is right, the master's dignity cannot be challenged. With this support, Su Xiaosu's morale soared, and she ran to Xun Jiyan and Su Yi, looking at them expectantly. Sister Jiyan, Sister Yi, you support me too, right? We are the master's maids, we must stand together against outsiders. After a night of internal struggle, Xun Jiyan had already found her place and naturally complied, bowing slightly. Everything is left to the master and sisters to decide. Sui was a little timid when she first arrived, but she quickly nodded and whispered in agreement. Yes, whatever you say, master. Su Xiaosu suddenly felt like she had 1,000 troops at her disposal. She turned back to Chen Nanqing triumphantly, proudly displaying her towering big bear and little bear breasts. Master, look! Everyone agrees. We are acting on behalf of heaven. We are a righteous army. Let's go quickly, while it's still dark. Chapter 76 Arrival at the villa area where Lu Rian was located. Seeing Su Xiaosu jumping around like this, Chen Nanqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl is really playful. She can come up with any excuse to drive. Chen Nanqing deliberately put on a stern face, reached out and pinched Su Xiaosu's soft cheeks, pulling them to both sides. I think you're not so much unable to swallow your anger, you're just bored and have too much energy. You've eaten so much food just now, perfect timing, master, I'll find you a good place to digest after your meal. Su Xiusu's words were mumbled as she was being pinched. Ugh! Master, let go, what are you doing to digest? Chen Nanqing let go of her hand, then swept the still dazed Su Xiusu up in his arms and said with a mischievous grin. Of course, I'm helping you exercise and digest your food. Ah! Su Xiusu exclaimed in surprise and instinctively hugged Chen Nanqing's neck. Chen Nanqing, carrying Su Xiusu, turned and walked towards the bedroom, while instructing Lin Ruishi. Ruishi, come in too. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruishi blushed, but replied without hesitation. Yes, master. She then followed with graceful steps. Reaching the bedroom door, Chen Nanqing stopped, and, without turning around, said to the remaining two women. Jian Yi, you are free to move around in the RV except for the room where I am. Xinjian and Sui bowed immediately. Yes, master, we understand. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bedroom door clicked shut in front of the two women. Outside the door, Xinjian and Sui exchanged a glance, both seeing a complex and unfathomable emotion in each other's eyes, a mixture of shyness, curiosity, and a hint of barely perceptible envy. Inside the door, Su Xiaosu's shrill screams, pleas for mercy, and Lin Ruishi's gentle reassurances soon followed. The next morning, the same unchanging gray haze still hung outside the window, and the heavy, poisonous snowflakes fell in a flurry, covering the world in a deathly gray-white. The RV was warm and cozy inside, like a completely different world from the outside. Ouch, it hurts so much. Su Xiaosu rubbed her sleepy eyes and struggled to get out of bed. As soon as she stepped onto the ground, she couldn't help but gasp, her little face scrunching up. Ouch, my legs, my back, it hurts so much. Su Xiaosu walked with a limp and an odd posture. Every step she took seemed to be in great pain, and she would occasionally make a hissing sound. Its once bright and lively eyes were now covered with a layer of mist, and it looked aggrieved, just like a little dog that had been soaked by the rain. Chen Nanqing had already finished washing up and was sitting leisurely at the dining table, looking at Su Xiaosu's miserable state, with a mocking smile on his lips. Hey, what's wrong with little Su, the racing god? Wasn't he just yelling last night that he'd drive all night to teach Lu Rian a lesson for me? How come he can't even walk straight now? Su Xiaosu pouted and gave Chen Nanqing a resentful look. Master, you still dare to say that? It's all your fault. Last night you insisted on making me do some post-dinner exercise. Now look what's happened, my legs are sore and weak, and my back feels like it's broken, it hurts so much. How am I supposed to drive like this? While complaining, Su Xiaosu slowly moved to the dining table, holding onto the car body, and carefully sat down, afraid of aggravating her injury. Lin Ruishi walked over with a plate of freshly heated custard buns. When she saw Su Xiaosu's appearance, a hint of a smile flashed in her cool eyes. Didn't you drive last night too? And it was something like a train rocking and the owner pushing me. Su Xiaosu blushed, feeling so ashamed she wanted to disappear. Sister Ruishi, you're no good either. Last night you helped Master bully me. Just you wait, another day I'll help my master bully you too. A blush appeared on Lin Ruishi's cool face, and she quickly changed the subject. Since you can't drive, just sit still, eat something, and wait for your owner to drive. Upon hearing the word food, Su Xiusu's previously dull and lifeless eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs that had been switched on. Okay. As for the pain, Su Xiaosu had long since forgotten about it. She couldn't wait to grab a plump custard bun, stuff it into her mouth, and mumble indistinctly with her cheeks puffed out. If you don't want to drive, then don't drive. I'll just watch my master drive. Master is the coolest driver. I'm just responsible for eating, and I'll give master a thumbs up. Su Xiaosu's ability to change her expression at such a rapid pace is textbook-worthy. Chen Nanqing shook his head, thinking, this girl is a real character. It brought a lot of fun to my post-apocalyptic life. One lively character seems too few. When will I be able to get another cheerful maid? After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Nanxing got into the driver's seat. The RV engine roared with a deep, powerful sound as it slowly started and drove back into the snow-covered streets. Although Su Xiaosu couldn't personally drive the bumper cars to cause destruction, it didn't dampen her enthusiasm at all. She nibbled on a custard bun while leaning against the car window, her big eyes scanning the outside world, her little mouth chattering away. Master, master! Look at that red sports car on the left. It looks like a big bug, so ugly. Hit it, hit it. Wow! That taxi on the right is blocking the way. Owner, quickly teach it a lesson and push it aside. Hey! That pile of scrap metal blocking the way. Master, charge! Crush them! Chen Nanxing originally intended to drive normally, but Su Xiaosu's encouragement, coupled with the fact that he had enjoyed crashing the car yesterday, stirred up his wicked sense of humor. Alright, since the little maid has a need, then I'll stretch my muscles. Chen Nanxing laughed and maneuvered the enormous RV, slowly crashing into the targets that Su Xiaosu had pointed out. Bang! Clang! Boom! Suddenly, cheerful percussion filled the quiet streets once again. The abandoned vehicle was easily smashed and flattened. Su Xiaosu was excitedly shouting inside the car, as if she were playing a doomsday theme game. Yay! Master is awesome! So amazing! Ha! Seeing that Su Xiaosu was even happier than when he was driving, Chen Nanxing couldn't help but laugh. With Su Xiaosu providing navigation, and amidst laughter and chatter, the RV finally arrived at its destination, the Yunjing Oriental Villa District. This place is completely different from Manhwa Happiness Community where Chen Nanxing lives. Yunjing Oriental is a well-known top-tier wealthy area in Linqing. The beautifully designed and uniquely styled detached villas are nestled in the snow, and even though they are covered in toxic snow, their former luxury and grandeur are still evident. The wide roads and meticulously planned greenery all exude a high level of sophistication. Because the people living here are all rich and powerful, every household has plenty of stockpiled goods and a lot of heating facilities. After the apocalypse, although this place was just as desolate, there were far fewer corpses on the roadside than in ordinary residential areas. Behind the windows of many villas, one could even vaguely see the shadowy figures of people struggling to survive on their stored food, waiting for a sliver of hope. The deep roar of the RV's engine broke the long-standing silence of the villa area. Some people hiding behind the window were startled and began to peek out from behind a corner of the curtain. When they saw a motorhome moving effortlessly through the snow, a glimmer of hope instantly appeared in their gloomy eyes. A car! A car is coming! Is this an official rescue operation? The authorities have finally arrived! We're saved! In an instant, the Yunjing Oriental Villa District seemed to ripple like stagnant water after a stone was thrown in. Chapter 77 Lu Rian's current situation. Simps never get a good ending. Behind each window, on faces that had been numb and desperate, the light of hope was rekindled. People pounded on the thick soundproof glass, screamed with their mouths wide open, and waved their arms vigorously even though they knew the sound would have a hard time penetrating. Help me, there are people here. Food! We need food and medicine. Is it the army? Take us away from this hellhole. I can give you money. Inside the RV, Su Xiaosu peeked out the window, watching the excited people behind the glass. She tilted her head, her rosy face full of confusion. Master, Sister Ruishi, look at them, they're so enthusiastic, they seem really excited to greet us. But it looks so strange, like a fish starving in the water, its mouth opening and closing. Su Xiaosu imitated those people's actions, puffing out her cheeks and looking adorable. Then, as if she had suddenly realized something. Oh, I see. These people aren't greeting us, they're asking for help. Ha, what a fool, still dreaming. In this apocalypse, who will save them? Su Xiaosu turned to look at Chen Nanxing, her big eyes filled with a smug sense of, I saw through everything long ago. Master is the smartest. He knew all along that he had to rely on himself. Right, Master? Chen Nanqing smiled faintly and did not answer. Without pausing, the RV coldly swept over the figures pleading for help and steadily drove towards Block B deep within the villa area. He is not a savior, nor does he have any extra compassion to squander. In this world where order has completely collapsed, being able to live well yourself and help those around you to live well is already a luxury. Following the address given by Lin Ruishi, the RV finally stopped in front of a villa. Building 19, Block B. The walls are high, the gate is imposing, and the house is in a classic European style. Even in this environment you can still tell that it cost a lot to build. Wow, this is really luxurious. Chen Nanqing surveyed the villa, a cold smile playing on his lips. No wonder Lin Ruishi would rather be a mistress than be with him. This is like skipping a lifetime of detours and moving directly into the castle of other people's dreams. Thinking back to how Lin Ruishi looked down on him for being poor and then turned around and helped others protect his horse, Chen Nanqing's eyes sharpened, and without any further hesitation, he stepped on the gas. Boom! The massive RV, like an enraged steel behemoth, slammed into the luxurious iron gate with unparalleled force. Clang! A deafening roar echoed through the quiet villa area. The sturdy door was as fragile as paper in the face of the RV's terrifying impact. It twisted and deformed instantly, the hinges broke, and the entire door was smashed open, tilting to one side and splashing up a cloud of snow. The commotion undoubtedly alerted the people inside the villa. Inside the villa, in the lobby on the first floor, a few pieces of firewood chopped from furniture burned in the fireplace, providing limited warmth. A man and a woman, dressed relatively warmly but looking haggard, were wrapped in blankets and leaning against the sofa. They were Makoto Ito and his wife, Bai Ningbing. Lin Ruishi, wearing a dirty down jacket, shivered and squatted by the fireplace, trying to absorb the meager warmth. The sound of the RV's engine and the loud crashing of the door jolted the three of them awake from their semi-conscious state almost simultaneously. A car! There's a car sound! And a door being slammed! Lin Ruishi was the first to jump up excitedly, her pale face flushed with an unnatural redness. It's a rescue! It must be the authorities coming to save us! I knew it! We won't die here! Lin Ruishi hadn't finished speaking. Smack! A loud slap landed on her face, so forceful that Lin Ruishi staggered and crashed into the wall. The one who hit someone was Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing looked extremely haggard, the harshness and ruthlessness in her eyes remained undiminished. She pointed at Lin Ruishi and yelled, Swordsman! What are you yelling about? Even if there's a rescue, it's for me and Ting Qiang. Who do you think you are? A mistress who can't stand the light of day. If you keep yelling, believe me, I'll throw you out to be eaten by the snow. Makoto Ito, the rich second generation who once picked up Lin Ruishi in his BMW, had long lost his former charisma. His eyes were sunken, and he merely glanced at Lin Ruishi indifferently, showing no reaction to Bai Ningbing's actions. On the day the apocalypse arrived, he and Bai Ningbing were having a car sex session nearby. The temperature suddenly dropped, and since they didn't have time to go back to their villa which was further away, they could only hide at Lin Ruishi's place nearby. From then on, Lin Ruishi's love nest became a refuge for the three of them, and Lin Ruishi's status plummeted, from a kept canary to a kept woman. She became a maidservant who had to serve the original wife and the sugar daddy, and even had to find ways to trick those former simps into risking their lives to bring her food. The simps received a response from the goddess, and even though they were covered in tape and plastic sheeting, they still had to cross the poisonous snow. However, after handing over their food, they were eventually killed by the three of them, and their corpses were fed to the poisonous snow. This perfectly demonstrates what it means to be a simp who never gets a good death. Chen Nanqing was also one of Lin Ruishi's targets, which is why Lin Ruishi would still contact Chen Nanqing 3 years after their breakup. Lin Ruishi covered her face, lowered her head, and a deep resentment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Ningbing, I got too excited, I was wrong. As she bent down, Lin Ruishi made a vow in her heart that one day she would kill Bai Ningbing, that vicious woman, and take her place to become Ito Makoto's rightful wife. Just then, the roar of the RV engine stopped outside the broken door, followed by the sound of the door opening. The three of them perked up and, forgetting their infighting, practically scrambled to the window, looking out at the courtyard with a mixture of tension and anticipation. Then, they saw the man jumping out of the driver's seat, Chen Nanqing. Lu Ruiyan's eyes widened instantly, her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and her face was filled with disbelief. Chen Nanqing? How could it be him? Isn't he a poor loser? How does he have a motorhome? Did he steal it? TSK, those losers are really bold, they even dare to steal people. The shock on Lu Ruiyan's face only lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared. In this apocalyptic world, who hasn't stained their hands with blood? She, Ito Makoto, and Bai Ningbing have killed more than one or two sycophants in their quest for supplies. In today's world, killing and robbing are considered perfectly justifiable. I just don't know what stroke of luck Chen Nanqing had to get his hands on such a cool-looking RV. But it's all good. Killing Chen Nanqing will not only get us supplies, but also this RV that can run rampant in the snow. At that time, the sky will be high enough for birds to fly freely, and the sea will be wide enough for fish to leap freely. No more having to worry about Bai Ningbing's attitude, and could even dump Ito Seiya and live a carefree life. Ito Makoto noticed the change in Lu Ruiyan's expression and asked in a low voice, "Do you know who came?" Chapter 78 Lu Ruiyan wants Chen Nanqing's life. Brother Chen, this is the ex-boyfriend I mentioned to you, Chen Nanqing. If you hadn't picked me up in your BMW, I would have suffered terribly with this poor wretch. Lu Ruiyan deliberately rubbed her ample breasts against Ito Makoto, trying to evoke his sense of accomplishment from back then. Makoto Ito's interest was piqued, and a playful, cat-and-mouse smile appeared on his face. Oh? That loser who can't even afford a decent Western meal. TSK, I didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance in the apocalypse. Ito Makoto pinched Lu Ruiyan's cheek. What's wrong? Seeing your old flame, have your old feelings rekindled? Lu Ruiyan felt nauseous, but she forced a fawning smile onto her face. Brother Cheng, what are you saying? I only feel disgust for him. How can a nouveau riche who got a car by luck compare to a true aristocrat like you? He's not even worthy to carry your shoes. The best decision I ever made in my life was following you. Ito Makoto was thoroughly pleased by the flattery and laughed heartily. You're smart. Same as always, you go and lure him into the villa, while Ningbing and I will find an opportunity to ambush him. Take care of this kid, and the RV and supplies are ours. Good. A ruthless glint flashed in Lu Ruiyan's eyes as she prepared to act according to the plan. However, just as Makoto Ito was about to turn around to find a hiding place, his movements suddenly froze, his eyes widened instantly like copper bells, staring intently at the direction of the RV, and his breathing became heavy. The car door opened again, and one after another, figures jumped off the car lightly and landed steadily in the snow. First to come down was Lin Ruishi, who was aloof and stunningly beautiful, with an icy temperament. Next was Su Shusu, who was charming and lively, with big, curious eyes looking around. Then there was Xingjian, cold and capable, her long legs and black stockings standing out against the snow. Finally, there was Suyi, who was helped out of the car by Lin Ruishi. She was pure, beautiful, and delicate, and I felt sorry for her. Four stunningly beautiful women, each with a distinct style yet equally breathtaking, illuminated the desolate and gloomy world of ice and snow like four dazzling aurora borealis. The four women stood calmly in the poisonous snow, completely unprotected, as if the surrounding cold and deadly threat did not exist at all. Makoto Ito stared wide-eyed, almost drooling. Compared to these four fairies, Lu Ruiyan and Bai Ningbing were simply ordinary and vulgar, like chickens and dogs. A surge of overwhelming greed and possessiveness instantly ignited in Makoto Ito's heart. Kill Chen Nanqing. I must kill Chen Nanqing. They'll steal his RV and supplies, and even more importantly, they'll seize these four stunning beauties. At that time, he will have women on both sides and enjoy the bliss of having multiple wives. As for Bai Ningbing and Lu Ruiyan, I'm already tired of it, throw it away. Lin Ruishi was furious when she saw this. She always thought that Chen Nanqing would only get worse and worse after leaving her, but she never expected that he would be surrounded by so many women who were countless times more beautiful than her. Intense jealousy contorted Lin Ruishi's face, her nails digging deeply into her palms. That simp! What makes him think he's so special? He must have lured these women away with gifts. Damn it, those are his own supplies. How could he use his own supplies to appease these sluts? We must make Chen Nanqing suffer a terrible death and trample these women under our feet. Unlike Ito Makoto and Lin Ruishi's ulterior motives, Bai Ningbing noticed the anomaly at a glance. She pointed to the 5 people outside the car and said, Fujimesa, look! They aren't wearing any protective gear. They're just standing there in the snow. Ito Makoto and Lin Ruishi suddenly realized the crux of the problem: poisonous snow. Why are these people not afraid of the poisonous snow? Their clothes. There must be something strange about their clothes. Makoto Ito's voice was resolute, his eyes gleaming with greed. Their clothes must be some kind of high-tech protective suit that can completely protect them from the poisonous snow. If we could get our hands on them. Makoto Ito never considered that Chen Nanqing and the others were immune to the poisonous snow on their own. That was far beyond his comprehension. Lin Ruishi agreed wholeheartedly, which strengthened her resolve to kill and steal the treasure. As long as Chen Nanqing is killed, the RV, supplies, and the magical clothes will all be theirs. Outside the villa, Su Xiaosu had no idea that the people inside were plotting against them. She skipped and hopped through the snow, her big eyes curiously surveying the luxurious villa before her. Wow, master, this place looks so luxurious. It's much prettier than our old neighborhood. Why don't we just take it over and stay here for a few days? Chen Nanqing raised his hand and flicked Su Xiaosu on the forehead. Ouch! Su Xiaosu covered her forehead, looking at Chen Nanqing with a wronged expression. Master, why did you flick me? You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? I am a civilized person, how could I steal other people's things? If, master, I take a liking to someone, and someone else is willing to give it to me, then that's a different story. Su Xiaosu blinked her big eyes and tilted her head. That's right, the master is a civilized person, so we can't say we're robbing him. How about we ask Lin Ruishi to give us this villa to stay in for a few days? Chen Nanqing raised his hand and flicked Su Xiaosu's forehead again, this time with a little more force. Ouch! Su Xiaosu covered her forehead, her eyes almost brimming with tears. Master, why are you flicking me again? I'm not smart to begin with, and if you keep hitting me like this, I'll become even dumber. It's okay. You're already a bit slow, why would you get any slower? Su Xiaosu couldn't refute it, she just looked like she had suffered a great injustice. Chen Nanqing rubbed Su Xiaosu's head and said, This pile of broken bricks and tiles is nothing compared to the comfort of our RV. It's cold and old, and there might even be something dirty inside. Go knock on the door quickly, don't dawdle. Su Xiaosu pouted, rubbed her forehead, and reluctantly said, Oh, before slowly walking towards the villa gate. Seeing this, Lin Ruishi handed Sui over to Xinjian, walked to Su Xiaosu's side, and whispered softly, Xiaosu, the knocking that the master mentioned is not the ordinary kind of knocking you understand. It's a knocking in your own unique way, understand? Su Xiaosu was taken aback at first, then her big eyes lit up, and her face instantly brightened, revealing an excited smile. I understand. Sister Ruishi is so much better, unlike master, who can't even speak clearly. Su Xiaosu turned around, gave Chen Nanqing an okay sign, and skipped and hopped towards the villa gate. Listen up, you inside! Open the door! My master wants to come in! Meanwhile, inside the villa, Lin Ruishi saw Su Xiaosu running towards the gate through the window and hurriedly whispered to Ito Makoto and Bai Ningbing. Quick! Hide! If Chen Nanqing finds you here, he'll definitely become suspicious. Makoto Ito and Bai Ningbing exchanged a glance and immediately understood. The two quickly scanned the living room, their eyes finally settling on the heavy solid wood door in the entryway. The two quickly hid behind the door, held their breath, gripped their golf club and kitchen knife tightly, and their eyes flashed with ruthlessness. They planned to ambush Chen Nanqing from behind as soon as he entered the room, catching him completely off guard. Just as the two men steadied themselves behind the door, adjusted their posture, and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Nanqing who was about to enter. Bang! A deafening roar suddenly erupted. It wasn't a knocking sound, the sound was more like an explosion. The entire heavy solid wood door, along with its frame and lock, shattered into pieces as if it had been hit head-on by an out-of-control truck. Amidst flying sawdust, the twisted and deformed door panel slammed violently against the back of the door with tremendous force. Chapter 79. My hand hurts from hitting Xiao Su recently. Well. Ito Makoto and Bai Ningbing, who were hiding behind the door, had no time to react before they were hit head-on by this sudden, flying door. The two felt as if they had been hit in the chest and face by a heavy hammer. Everything went black before they could even scream, and they were trapped between the door and the wall. He fainted on the spot and lost consciousness. Outside the door, Su Xiaosu maintained her cool sidekick pose, with bits of wood still stuck to the soles of her little leather shoes. She looked at the door she had kicked to pieces, quite satisfied. She withdrew her leg, clapped her hands, and turned to Chen Nanqing to claim credit. Master! The door has been knocked on, please come in. Chen Nanqing seemed oblivious to the two people under the door, calmly walking through the wood chips scattered on the floor and leisurely entering the villa's living room. His gaze immediately locked onto the woman standing in the center of the living room, Lu Ruiyan. The Lu Ruiyan before him was completely different from the glamorous and always impeccably made-up image that Chen Nanqing remembered. She was wearing a dirty down jacket, her hair was greasy, she looked haggard, and her lips were chapped. Where is the goddess, who used to sit in the passenger seat of Bao Ma and glance at Chen Nanqing with disdain? At this moment, Lu Ruiyan's mind went blank, and she was completely dumbfounded. She watched helplessly as Su Xiaosu kicked the sturdy solid wood door into pieces with just one kick. Is this even human? What chilled her to the bone was that Makoto Ito and Bai Ningbing were killed, before they even got started, knocked unconscious by a door panel. The plan failed completely before it even started. How can we play like this? Without the two of them, how could she possibly deal with Chen Nanqing and his group all by herself? No, we must change our strategy. Lu Ruiyan instantly transformed into a dramatic actress, her face quickly switching between expressions of surprise and near tears. Nanqing! It really is you! You've finally come! I knew you wouldn't abandon me! As Lu Ruiyan spoke, she opened her arms wide, like a little girl who had suffered a lot of grievances, and rushed towards Chen Nanqing, wanting to give him a long-awaited reunion hug. However, before Lu Ruiyan could even touch Chen Nanqing's clothes, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Nanqing like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Su Xiaosu put her hands on her hips, her big eyes wide open, and pointed at Lu Ruiyan with a fierce yet adorable expression. Stop right there! Don't touch my master! If you take another step, believe me, I'll slap you to death! Lu Ruiyan was so startled by Su Xiaosu's imposing manner that she slammed on the brakes and almost fell over. She looked at Su Xiaosu in disbelief, then glanced at Chen Nanqing with a pitiful expression, her eyes welling up with tears. Nanqing, who is she? Why is she so fierce? We haven't seen each other for so long, I just miss you so much. Chen Nanqing watched Lu Ruiyan's masterful performance with a cold smile in his heart, but his face remained expressionless as he spoke calmly. Her name is Su Xiaosu, and she's my maid. Didn't I tell you on WeChat before that I have a maid? A maid? A nameless rage suddenly rose in Lu Ruiyan's heart, and she was so angry that she almost ground her teeth to powder. Chen Nanqing, that loser, actually hired a maid? And this maid even dared to bare her teeth at her. This is utterly upside down. Lu Ruiyan forcibly suppressed her anger and continued to play the role of a weakling, sobbing softly. But how could she do this? I just wanted to hug you, Nanxing, you never let anyone bully me like this before. Lu Ruiyan tried to use their past relationship and her weak demeanor to manipulate Chen Nanxing. This was a tactic she had used before, and one that had always worked. Chen Nanxing seemed oblivious to Lu Ruiyan's sobs, instead surveying the luxurious interior with great interest. You've been living here for the past few years? It looks nice, much better than the little single room we used to rent. Lu Ruiyan's heart tightened, and she quickly tried to appeal to people's emotions. Nanxing, don't say that. I know I was wrong back then. I was too young and blinded by material things. Since leaving you, not a single day has passed without regret. The outside world is too complicated. I'm not doing well, really. As Lu Ruiyan spoke, she secretly observed Chen Nanxing's expression. Chen Nanxing remained noncommittal, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated front door. By the way, Ruiyan, do you live alone at home? Lu Ruiyan fell silent instantly, her eyes flickering as she struggled internally. To say you are a person? How do you explain the two people pressed under the door? What if there are other people involved? And Chen Nanxing presses for details about Ito Makoto and Bai Ningbing's identities. While Lu Ruiyan stammered, unsure how to answer, Lin Ruishi, who had been quietly watching the scene unfold, stepped forward and whispered to Chen Nanxing. Master, it looks like there are two people trapped under the door. Chen Nanxing then, suddenly realized, and showed just the right amount of surprise on his face. Then he looked at Su Xiaosu reproachfully. Xiaosu, look at you! You can't even knock properly! You knocked all of Ruiyan's friends unconscious! Su Xiaosu pouted and muttered. Master, how can you blame me? It's clearly because this door is of such poor quality that it breaks with the slightest touch. It's a shoddy construction. Lu Ruiyan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A light touch? A custom-made solid wood door costing hundreds of thousands of yuan is a shoddy construction project? Just as Lu Ruiyan was about to retort, she heard Chen Nanxing nod in deep agreement and say in a serious tone. Xiaosu is right. How much strength could a weak little girl like her have? It must be that the door is of poor quality, or perhaps the weather was too cold and the wood became brittle. Lu Ruiyan. Delicate and frail? Is she definitely not a super strong woman? Ruiyan, your friend seems to be badly injured, trapped under a door. Aren't you going to take care of her? Lu Ruiyan then came to her senses. Nanxing, this door panel is too heavy, I can't move it by myself, could you? Chen Nanxing raised his hand and looked at it, then sighed. Sigh, Xiaosu has been disobedient lately, and I often hit her. My hand hurts a bit, and I can't use my strength now. Su Xiaosu. Lu Ruiyan's lips twitched, and she had no choice but to place her hopes on Lin Ruishi and the other girls. Then could you ask your maids to help out? Chen Nanxing immediately interrupted Lu Ruiyan. They are all delicate girls with fair skin and tender flesh. How can they do such rough work? Moving door panels? No way! Lu Ruiyan finally realized Chen Nanxing had changed. He was no longer the devoted follower who would obey her every command and be willing to give everything for her. Chen Nanxing is just toying with her now. He has no intention of helping her at all. However, Lu Ruiyan couldn't ignore Ito Makoto and Bai Ningbing. Without them, how could she kill Chen Nanxing and steal the RV? Left with no other choice, Lu Ruiyan gritted her teeth, suppressed her anger, walked to the door, and with all her might, huffed and puffed as she moved the heavy, broken door. Lu Ruiyan had been pampered for a long time and had never done this kind of work before. He was soon sweating profusely and his arms were trembling. It took a lot of effort to barely move the door panel a little. They dragged the unconscious, bruised and battered Ito Makoto and Bai Ningbing like dead dogs, one by one, to the sofa in the living room. Chen Nanxing walked to the sofa and looked at the unconscious Ito Makoto. Upon seeing Ito Makoto's face clearly, he immediately had the idea of playing cat and mouse. Chapter 80: The Battle Between the Wife and the Mistress. Isn't this the rich second generation who picked up Lu Ruiyan in his BMW? I never expected to see you again after 3 years. This is even more interesting. Lu Ruiyan had been nervously observing Chen Nanxing's expression. When she saw his gaze linger on Ito Makoto's face, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Chin Nanxing recognized Ito Makoto? No, impossible. When Makoto Ito came to pick me up that year, it was nighttime and the lighting was poor, so Makoto Ito didn't get out of the car. Chin Nanxing could only see Ito Makoto's profile at most. Moreover, Ito Makoto has gained weight and looks much more disheveled, so Chin Nanxing would never recognize him. However, we still need to test the waters. Lu Rian forced a smile, trying to appear calm. Nanxing, what's wrong? You know my friend? Chin Nanxing withdrew his gaze, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. I don't know him. I just feel that your friend looks familiar. Maybe I've seen him in some financial magazine? After all, people who can live in this place are either rich or powerful. Chin Nanxing paused, a playful smile curving his lips as his gaze swept over the messy doorway and the two unconscious figures on the sofa. However, Rian, your front door was accidentally damaged by Xiao Su, and now the living room is drafty everywhere, like an ice cellar. Is it really appropriate to let your two friends sleep in the living room like this? What if they get sick from the cold? Wouldn't that be the fault of US guests? Lu Rian finally felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. She was terrified that Chin Nanxing would recognize Ito Makoto and turn away. It seemed she was overthinking things, not giving her the opportunity to murder and plunder supplies. Yes, I'm worried about that too, but I'm so tired right now, I really can't carry them back to their rooms. Lu Rian deliberately feigned weakness, hoping that Chin Nanxing would soften his heart and help her, and then find a reason to let Chin Nanxing stay temporarily. Chin Nanxing hesitated for a moment. Can't move them? That's easy. Just wake them up, right? Wake me up? Lu Rian was stunned. Looking at Ito Makoto and Bai Ningbing, who were unconscious, she wondered what was going on. I doubt even thunder could wake them up. Before Lu Rian could react, Chin Nanxing turned to Lin Ruishi and instructed. Ruishi, do Rian a small favor and wake up her two friends. Yes, master. Without the slightest hesitation or any gentle approach, Lin Ruishi raised her hand directly. Slap! 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 With a swift double slap, a crisp sound rang out, and the slaps landed precisely on Makoto Ito's face. Ugh! Makoto Ito was jolted awake by the stinging slap. He covered his face and sat up abruptly, wincing in pain as the slap aggravated his chest injury. Lin Ruishi continued her actions, repeating the same method. Slap! 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 Several equally merciless slaps were delivered to Bai Ningbing, who was standing next to him. Bai Ningbing woke up screaming and instantly flew into a rage. Who? Which bitch dares to hit me? Bai Ningbing was used to a life of luxury and had never suffered such humiliation. Lin Ruishi had already taken a step back and returned to Chin Nanxing's side. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the dumbfounded Lu Rian, his tone carrying just the right amount of innocence. It's Miss Lu. She said she couldn't move you and asked me to wake you up. You! Bai Ningbing then realized the situation before her. The one who hit her was actually a cold and beautiful woman. And Lu Rian was standing right next to her. Bai Ningbing already harbored deep resentment towards Lu Rian, and now, consumed by rage, she turned her anger on Lu Rian without thinking, pointing her finger at her nose and hurling insults. Lu Rian! You jinx! Why did you order someone else to beat me? Are you trying to use someone else to kill me so you can take my place as a mistress? Bai Ningbing's angry words acted as a fuse, instantly igniting Lu Rian's long-suppressed resentment. She could no longer maintain a weak and vulnerable image in front of Chin Nanxing. You're talking nonsense! Who ordered this? You were so dizzy you were like a dead pig. Would you have woken up if I didn't slap you? Don't try to throw all this dirt on me. I'll splash you? You shameless mistress, you sword-wielding bastard! In peacetime, you disliked me and targeted me openly and secretly. Now that it's the apocalypse, you're being brazen, directly sending people to kill me. I'm going to kill you! Bai Ningbing scrambled up from the sofa, baring her teeth and claws, and pounced on Lu Rian, her long fingernails scratching at her face. Not to be outdone, Lu Ruiyan dodged to the side and grabbed Bai Ningbing's hair with her other hand. The two immediately started fighting, and screams and curses filled the living room. "I'll let you curse me! I'll let you hit me! Let go! You crazy woman! Swordsman, vixen!" The two tore and scratched at each other haphazardly, their down jackets flying everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Seeing the sudden infighting, Makoto Ito was both anxious and angry. He secretly glanced at Chin-Nanjing, who had no expression on her face, and knew that the plan could not be ruined by these two stupid women. "Enough! Stop it, all of you!" Despite the pain in his chest, Makoto Ito stood up abruptly and shouted angrily. "Isn't this embarrassing enough? Don't you even know what time it is? What kind of world is this? Still arguing over such a trivial matter, what kind of behavior is this?" Bai Ningbing was startled by the shout, then felt even more aggrieved. "Tung Chung! You yelled at me? You actually yelled at me for this mistress? You ignored her ordering people to beat me, and now you're going to side with her? I'm your lawfully wedded wife." Ito Makoto's face turned ashen. He wanted to slap this reckless woman to death. But he had to calm himself down first, lowering his voice and saying in a warning tone, "Honey, calm down! Stop fooling around! Have you forgotten what's most important right now?" Makoto Ito's sharp gaze swept over Chin-Nanjing, his expression full of implication. Bai Ningbing followed Ito Makoto's gaze, suddenly jolted awake, and instantly sobered up. Yes, the RV's supplies, clothing that protects against the poisonous snow. Killing Chin-Nanjing and getting all of this is the key. Personal grudges must be put aside for the time being. Su Xiaosu, who had been watching the show with her head tilted to the side, realized there was no more drama to watch. She blinked her innocent, wide eyes and asked the probing question. "Lu Ruiyan, why does this woman say you're a mistress?" Lu Ruiyan's face turned deathly pale in an instant, completely devoid of color. She told Chin-Nanjing that she loved him to the bone, which is why Chin-Nanjing came here. If Chin-Nanjing knew that she not only lied to him, but was also someone else's mistress, what would Chin-Nanjing think? Will it stay? Makoto Ito's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed Su Xiaosu inwardly for being so meddlesome. However, an awkward yet polite smile quickly appeared on his face. He stepped forward and spoke before Lu Ruiyan could. "Young lady, you're joking? There's no such thing as a mistress. Ruiyan is just a good friend and neighbor of mine. It's my wife. She's been under a lot of stress lately, and she's been overthinking things, which has led to some misunderstandings. Women are often petty and easily jealous. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself." As Ito Makoto spoke, he pinched Bai Ningbing's arm hard, signaling her not to undermine him. Lu Ruiyan immediately realized that this was the best opportunity to distance herself from Chin-Nanjing and keep him calm. She quickly seized the opportunity, squeezing out a few tears, and said pitifully, "Sister Ningbing, I know you've always misunderstood me, but I really only see Brother Cheng as a brother. We're innocent. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air?" Bai Ningbing remained silent, seemingly tacitly agreeing with Ito Makoto and Lu Ruiyan's words. However, Su Xiaosu wasn't so easily fooled and continued to press for details. "Huh? A misunderstanding? Why would Bai Ningbing misunderstand? Did you do something to make her misunderstand?"